Chapter 701 The New Xiongnu Chanyu. At the court of the southern Xiongnu, Chanyu Yufulu and his younger brother Hachuquan saw Ma Yuan, the envoy from the Xia Palace, and showed hesitation. We are still monitoring Tuoba Xianbei in the Helan Mountains for King Xia. They are attacking the Xianbei tribes in the west and want to unify the Xianbei tribes. Yufulu reported the news of Tuoba Xianbei to Ma Yuan, and even looked at Ma Yuan one more time. Ma Yuan was responsible for managing some vassal tribes. He seemed to realize something. So he said, "You continue to keep an eye on Tuoba Xianbei for the King of Xia. If there is any change on their part, report it to the palace of the King of Xia." Ma Yuan only gave some instructions, and quickly chose to leave the southern Xiongnu tribe. Master Lu invited us to inspect the southern Xiongnu tribe. Why did we leave so quickly? The civil servants, who accompanied Ma Yuan, were greatly puzzled. Ma Yuan only stayed in the court of the southern Huns for less than half a day. The guards around Yuvro are all murderous. The southern Xiongnu tribe has been controlled by the new Xiongnu Chanyu. Even Yuvro is under the surveillance of the other party. There is no need to monitor him. We need to send troops to sweep the grassland again and thoroughly addressing threats from grasslands. The measure Ma Yuan considered against the reactivated Xiongnu tribe was to suppress it by force. There was no problem that could not be solved by force. The southern Xiongnu tribe has a small population. But they dare to betray us? I guess Humphrey has met someone he can't refuse. Ma Yuan rode his war horse back to Yinmen County from the Ordos Plateau. The difficulty of controlling the southern Xiongnu lies in the lack of teleportation arrays in some desolate places. If the Xia Palace wants to deliver orders, even if they work hard, it is still too late. Deploy troops immediately to regain control of the southern Xiongnu tribe. Ma Yuan asked Yang Yi, who was stationed at Yinmen, for a cavalry to suppress the southern Xiongnu tribe. I will go with you. Yang Yi heard that the southern Xiongnu royal court dared to betray the Xia Palace, so he immediately responded to Ma Yuan's request, and led an invincible army with Ma Yuan and Yang Yanxiao to suppress the southern Xiongnu tribe. According to Ma Yuan's keen insight, he speculated that the two leaders of the southern Huns, Yufulu and Huchuquan, had been controlled by others and could not help themselves, and the other party was a person that Yufulu and Huchuquan could not refuse. The Invincible Legion was mobilized urgently. This legion has been stationed in Yinmen County for a long time, with Bingzhou Wolf Cavalry as the vanguard, in the southern Xiongnu tribe. After Ma Yuan left, a big figure from the Xiongnu came to the southern Xiongnu royal court. Even when Yufulu and Huchuquan saw the visitor, they were in awe and did not even dare to take a breath. When the Xiongnu was strong, they reached the sea in the east and Central Asia in the west. Their descendants even migrated to the west. Their influence was somewhat similar to that of the Mongols and Turks. Among them, the Xiongnu civilization also gave birth to many legendary heroes. The Xiongnu's Yizhixia Chanyu even had a double-walled confrontation with the Han Empire, but was defeated. Later, the declining Xiongnu divided into two parts. One was the northern Xiongnu, which continued to oppose the Han Empire, and the other was the southern Xiongnu, which was dependent on the Han Empire. The Han Empire at that time was somewhat similar to the Roman Empire. It used many barbarians as soldiers. Later, barbarian rebellions broke out many times. The Western Roman Empire was destroyed by the barbarians. And in the East, the Western Jin dynasty was destroyed due to the rebellion of the 8 kings and the 5 husbands. The Roman Empire left behind the Eastern Rome, Byzantine Empire. And after the Western Jin dynasty, there were remnants of the Eastern Jin dynasty. It has to be said that the situations faced by the East and the West at that time were very coincidental, and the time periods overlapped. Compared with the northern Huns, the southern Huns were less barbaric. Some of the southern Xiongnu nobles were influenced by the culture of the Han Empire for a long time and considered themselves Han ministers. Lu Yuan, the Huns who destroyed the Western Jin dynasty, even called himself the King of Han, dating back to the Emperor Gaozu of the Han dynasty. In the eyes of the northern Huns, the southern Huns were not only traitors to the Huns, but also lacked wildness and had lax military ethics. Before their eyes, Yufulu and Huchuquan were despised by the Huns. In the eyes of the Xiongnu big shots, Yufulu and Huchuquan, 2 generals who could not even reach the king level, did not know whether they were platinum level or diamond level generals. This really tarnished the Xiongnu's former reputation. Moreover, Yufulu and Huchuquan had a miserable life. They participated in the feudal wars at the end of the Han dynasty, and were beaten by various princes. The southern Xiongnu had no sense of existence at all, and their population could not grow. Yu Fulu and Hu Chuquan seemed submissive and incompetent in front of this person, and they couldn't stand up in front of the powerful Huns. The man named Ma Yuan left your tribe after less than half a day. He must have noticed that your Shanyu guard has been replaced by me. The arriving Xiongnu dignitaries listened to Yubru's description and speculated that Ma Yuan had noticed something was wrong with the southern Xiongnu. Yublu's Chanyu guards, special arms. Southern Xiongnu Chanyu guards, 5th level light cavalry, are quite weak compared to Yazix's Chanyu guards, special arms. 7th level light cavalry. The Chanyu guards of the big Hun people in front of me are on the same level as Attila's Hun Empire Chanyu guards, representing the highest arms of the Han civilization and the Hun civilization respectively. In the eyes of the truly powerful Xiongnu Chanyu, Yublu's Chanyu guards were just relatively elite Hunnic cavalry. Ordinary people cannot detect the differences between the different Xiongnu Chanyu guards. But General Fubo Ma Yuan can see it. Humphrey was not surrounded by his bodyguards, but by the bodyguards of other Hun's dignitaries. Sir Shanyu, the Han Empire is not what it used to be. There are many generals who can compete with Wei Qing and Huitziubing. The cavalry of King Xia of the Han Empire is even more terrifying. We cannot go against them. Otherwise it will bring disaster to our tribe. Yublu wanted to persuade the new Chanyu to give up attacking the grassland. Hachuquan also said, even Temujin and the others failed. And our Xiongnu tribe cannot be the opponent of the Han Empire. Please think again. Both Yafuluo and Hachuquan once fought with Huma, the lord of Bingzhou, and participated in the Battle of Hebei and the Battle of Hatao. They had witnessed the battles between the princes of the Han Empire, and had no confidence in the Xiongnu tribe to restore its previous glory. Times have changed, and now the Han Empire has king-level and emperor-level generals everywhere, with dozens of elite legions. We just want to return to the grassland that belongs to us Xiongnu, and have nothing to do with their central plains. Soon, perhaps the Bingzhou Legion will arrive. The southern Xiongnu tribe should migrate as soon as possible. The big figures of the Xiongnu still insisted on their own views, and believed that the grasslands belonging to the Xiongnu civilization should be recaptured. After all, the Xiongnu civilization was the first grassland overlord. Well, after Yufulua and Hu Chuquan were controlled, they were helpless in the face of the determination of the Huns. When the Invincible Legion came to the Ordos Plateau, the original southern Huns tribe had already migrated, and some of the southern Huns, who were too late to leave, were captured by Ma Yuan and others. Ma Yuan, it is exactly what you said. The southern Huns have betrayed our king of Xia. If Yufuluo and Hachuquan are captured alive, they must be killed. Yang Yi counted the captive population of the southern Xiongnu, and found that there were only more than 1,000 people. The rest of the Xiongnu tribe's population had already entered the vast moaning grassland. Yufuluo and Hachuquan don't have much ability. The one who really has the means is the new Xiongnu Chanyu. He gathered the remaining Xiongnu tribes in Mabei and moved the southern Xiongnu tribes away. He probably wants to reunify the Xiongnu tribes, conquered the Xianbei tribe, and became the new grassland overlord. Ma Yuan quickly guessed the Huns' intentions. Although the Huns were not as powerful as the Mongolian Empire and the Four Khanates, it was still quite troublesome for them to conquer the tribes on the grasslands. The Xiongnu Chanyu may have characteristics that are conducive to conquering the grassland tribes, so he can conquer the tribes faster. Some tribes that were originally attached to the Han Empire may rebel. Whatever their purpose is, just defeat them. We go after them. Yang Yi thought for a while, and planned to use the captured Huns as guides to pursue the main force of the southern Huns all the way. You can explore, but you must be careful. Divide into 2 cavalry and support each other. Ma Yuan also wanted to know the whereabouts of the southern Xiongnu as soon as possible. It would be best if he could regain control of the southern Xiongnu tribe. The Bingzhou Wolf cavalry went north to pursue the southern Huns. Shuiyu, who is in charge of intelligence in Prince Xiao's mansion, has recently shifted the focus of investigation to various princes to prepare for civil war. However, changing the focus of investigation to various princes will inevitably neglect the grassland. Because the Xiongnu tribe became active, Shuiyu intensified its investigation of the grassland. The scout lived up to her expectations and obtained a lot of information about the Xiongnu tribe. She took the initiative to come to Prince Xiao's mansion to visit Xia Liang, and at the same time informed her of the information about the Xiongnu tribe, some of which was quite shocking. In Prince Xiao's mansion, Xia Liang is teaching his son how to read. Chu Wu has learned to speak and recognize some simple words, and Ma Yunlu is also following Xia Liang. As for Chu Xian, the eldest daughter of the Xia Palace, because she is young, Emperor Rufu is responsible for taking care of her. The Xiongnu Chanyu. Who is he? Xiao Liang put down his writing brush when he heard that Shui Yu had brought information about the Xiongnu Chanyu, who had recently plunged the prairie into crisis again. The grassland is really too big, and the tribes are countless and extremely scattered. When the Chutian forces concentrate on preparing for the unification war, they will inevitably neglect the grassland. Unifying the Han Empire is currently the top priority of the Chutian forces, and the prairie is the second priority. However, during the rise of the barbarians' national war, troubles arose one after another, and the main conflict became dealing with the barbarian tribes. Shui Yu said seriously, "It is Motan Chanyu who is unifying the grasslands, trying to replace Temujin and re-establish order in the grasslands. Modern Chanyu?" Xiao Liang's body was shaken. As a player, she knew who Modern Shan was. Modern Chanyu should be the most talented and strategic military commander in the Xiongnu civilization. He unified the northern grasslands for the first time, established a large and powerful Xiongnu empire, defeated the Donghu and Yuezhi, and occupied the western regions. Under the leadership of Modern Chanyu, the Hun's territory stretched from the Yin Mountains in the south, to Lake Baikal in the north, to the Liao River in the east, and to the Songling Mountains in the west. They rectified all the nomadic tribes and had more than 300,000 people who controlled strings, giving the Huns the capital to compete with the Central Plains dynasty. Modern Shanyu had a war with the Han Empire. The most famous deed should be the siege of Baiding Mountain, which besieged Han Emperor Gaozu in Baiding Mountain for 7 days and nights. During the period of Emperor Gaozu of the Han dynasty, the Huns were in a period of rising national power, so the Han Empire was unable to defeat Modern Shanyu at that time. If such a tyrant is operating in the prairie, it will not be a good thing for the Chutian forces that own Bingzhou and Yuzhou. After the beginning of spring, use the power of thunder to destroy Modern Shanyu. Xiao Liangde learned that he was a legendary figure in the Xiongnu civilization, and he quickly made up his mind to launch a quick raid to crush Modern Shanyu's ambition. Chapter 702: The King's Military Power. Cavalry from the east. 10,000 Gothic warriors were surrounded by Chutian's cavalry. These Gothic warriors were terrified. The cavalry in oriental armor surrounded them. Surrounded by cavalry figures, circling around the Gothic warriors, Fan Ling was shot and killed the leading Goth general, which intensified the panic of the Goths. "Put down your weapons and serve me, and you will live." Chu Tian rode a war horse, and under the protection of Yin Wei and Hua Mulan, appeared from among the eastern cavalry in front of the panicked Gothic warriors, giving this group of Goths, who thought they had no way out, a hope. Perhaps the Gothic warriors had been surrounded, or perhaps the Sky Khan characteristic had taken effect. Almost all the 10,000 Gothic warriors surrendered. What should we do with these Gothic warriors? Chu Tian was eager to march towards the capital of the Hunnic Empire and capture 10,000 Gothic infantry on the way. It was difficult to deal with the Gothic infantry because their marching speed was too slow. "Bedivere, you lead a group of knights and this Gothic infantry to join us." Chu Tian directly asked Bedivere, one of the 12 heroes of the Knights of the Round Table, to temporarily drive out the Gothic warriors as a servant army, and then continued to lead the cavalry to advance towards the capital of the Hunnic Empire. Tens of thousands of Hungarian soldiers were captured by Chu Tian along the way. Chu Tian plundered more than a dozen towns in the Han Empire and obtained 110,000 taels of gold. In the capital of the Hunnic Empire, people were panicking, because the cavalry coalition of Chu Tian and Yekaterina was getting closer and closer to the capital of the Hunnic Empire, and news of towns being attacked by cavalry kept coming. These towns may not have been conquered by Chu Tian, but these towns were afraid of the scale of tens of thousands of cavalry and took the initiative to surrender. "The cavalry in the east is advancing much faster than we imagined. In less than 3 days, they will resist the royal city. Do we want to send troops to stop it? You can't leave the city. Otherwise you will be defeated by the cavalry from the east. Reinforce the city defenses and not let them capture the royal city. We have to wait until His Majesty returns in triumph." Bria remained stubborn. More and more Hun's cavalry and Gothic warriors collapsed from the front. The troops deployed by the Hun's empire on the border were in vain. 3 lines of cavalry drove straight in, as if they were entering an uninhabited country. The main force of the remaining Hun Empire troops gathered in the royal city and outside the royal city. The fortress does not resist on the outside. On the banks of the Danube River, the army of the Western Lords fought with Attila's army. The battle between the two sides lasted for 3 full days. The Danube River was dyed red with corpses. Corpses were everywhere, and broken shields and spears could be seen everywhere. Alexander was out of breath. He was injured again in the battle, and was shot by a stray arrow. In the 3-day battle, The Macedonian army lost as many as 30,000 to 40,000 troops. Two huge armies are fighting each other, and soldiers are fighting on every battlefield. So far, no side has achieved a decisive victory. Seleucus personally led the war elephant troops to attack the opposite Ostrogothic king Theodoric. The arrows of the Ostrogothic warriors fell on the armor of the war elephant troops, making a clanging sound, which was insignificant to the armored war elephants. Their defense power is extremely amazing. 500 war elephants broke into the Gothic army. The poisonous blades tied to the tusks easily pierced the shields of the Gothic warriors. With their huge bodies, they knocked away the Gothic infantry and ran rampant among the Gothic army. Seleucid's elephant army suddenly collided with the Gothic army, causing the Gothic army to fall into chaos. The Ostrogothic king rarely encountered this special type of troops. After the initial panic, he immediately dispatched Gothic pikemen to block the advance of the war elephant legion. Break through the enemy's formation! Seleucus commanded the shield-bearing guards of the Macedonian kingdom and a group of Macedonian infantry, and followed the war elephant legion to trample the Gothic army. Seleucus personally threw a javelin and killed an Ostrogothic centurion. Although Seleucid's war elephant legion only had 500 war elephants, it was equivalent to a legion of tens of thousands of people. Alexander relied heavily on the Seleucid war elephants. These war elephants he bought from the Mughal Empire in India. The latter was rich in war elephants, but he needed generals with war elephants to train a war elephant army. King, our fellow cavalry are ready to attack at any time. Hephaestion came to Alexander and reported to him the preparations of the Macedonian cavalry companions. I will once again lead my companion cavalry to attack the Ostrogothic king. This time, I must kill the Ostrogothic king. Alexander stood up. But king, your arrow wound has not healed yet. Please let me command my companion's cavalry and deliver the final blow to the Ostrogothic army. Hephaestion volunteered. The companion cavalry is the king's ally. Only when I am here can the companion cavalry have the highest combat effectiveness. Alexander took the sword and went into battle himself. Hephaestion will always be at your side. As a close friend of Alexander, Hephaestion fought with Alexander. Die! A one-eyed general used a straight blade to penetrate the abdomen of a Gothic warrior and disembowel him. Alexander's general Antigonus only had one eye, but he fought cruelly. The enemies he fought with died tragically. The king is about to go into battle himself. Antigonus wiped away the thick blood that covered his eyes. He had already heard the unique war drums of the kingdom of Macedonia. Alexander planned to activate the characteristic king's army again and lead the army of the kingdom of Macedonia in a decisive battle. The king is about to use his power. The Macedonian general Craterus, one of the successors, who served as captain of the rear guard, heard the sound of war drums echoing in the mountains and knew that Alexander wanted to use his special characteristics. Some features may only be used once a month or even a year, with varying restrictions. For example, the motivational characteristics of Princess Pingyang's Haoli Shioning. The more powerful the feature, the more restrictions it has. Only in crucial decisive battles will Alexander proactively trigger restrictive features. On the fourth day of the decisive battle in the Western continent, Alexander realized that both armies were exhausted from the continuous war and that the time for decisive victory had arrived. So he decisively used his special effects. This is the king's military power. Ptolemy, the founder of the Ptolemaic dynasty in Egypt, who served as a general under Alexander and was in charge of engineering construction, had wild eyes. Alexander was finally going to launch a decisive offensive. On this battlefield, the morale of the entire Macedonian army is rising rapidly. The momentum of partner cavalry, partner infantry, shield-bearing guards, silver shield soldiers, and war elephant legions has changed. The attributes of each legion have increased, and the killing spirit has moved towards its all-around. The attributes of the generals of the Macedonian faction have also been increased, and their physical strength has been restored. All the Macedonian generals and soldiers entered a state of fanaticism, full of fighting spirit, and burning anger echoed in their chests, as if their chests would explode if they did not release their murderous intent. The only thing the crazy Macedonian soldiers thought about was killing and injuring the opponent as much as possible. Conquer fear, and you will defeat death. Alexander drew his sword and led his fellow cavalrymen from the kingdom of Macedonia to bravely attack the Ostrogothic army. The armies of the kingdom of Macedonia, following their king, counterattacked across the board. The Ostrogothic king Theodoric was still fighting against Seleucid's war elephant army. The Macedonian army suddenly broke out, causing the Ostrogothic army to collapse. The Ostrogothic king turned pale. After 3 consecutive days of fighting, the mental and physical strength of each legion was on the verge of collapse. Alexander's king's military strength bonus greatly improved the status of the Macedonian army, and the winner would be determined soon. That's what Alexander is capable of. The Ostrogothic king was responsible for dealing with the Macedonian army. He thought that Alexander would transfer more than half of his troops back to the kingdom of Macedonia for defense, and it would be easy to deal with Alexander. But he still underestimated Alexander's ability. Even with only half the strength and giving up his identity as commander of the coalition forces, Alexander still had the advantage. That is the most powerful characteristic of Alexander the Great, and it is also one of the most advanced characteristics of our Western civilization. It is really breathtaking. Hohenzollern, who served as the central army, saw Alexander's ability. There were only a few great emperors in the Western continent, Caesar, Trajan, and Charlemagne, who could compete with him. The kingdom of Macedonia has begun to fight back, and we cannot fall behind. Teutonic Knights, for the honor of the knights. Hohenzollern drew his knight's sword, and the Teutonic Knights were ready. The 3 giants of Rome invested more than 10 Roman legions and 10 servant legions, and cooperated with Hohenzollern to charge against Attila's army in front. The Roman infantrymen slapped their shields with their long swords and advanced neatly, with the eagle flags of the Roman legions fluttering. In the woods on the left wing, Queen Isabella's Spanish phalanx fought with Gustav. The arquebusiers fired a volley. White smoke filled the air, and the precious arquebusiers on both sides died violently. The French Knights Templar and feudal knights rushed out of the woods, their horses galloping, and attacked Gustav's flank. The King of Poland's Polish hussars engaged the French Knights Templar in time to stop the plate-armored knights from charging into the Swedish legion. Knights of Santiago, prove your loyalty and bravery with your blood. Queen Isabella threw herself into the knights from Spain, who went on to attack the Swedish cavalry. The Western lords fought fiercely, and each elite legion joined the war regardless of the cost. The army of the Ostrogoth king on the right wing collapsed first. Alexander led his companion cavalry to attack the Gothic army from the flank. The addition of the king's army made the Macedonian army as powerful as a rainbow. Theodoric must die today. Alexander's cavalry companions broke through the chaotic Gothic army and fought their way to the flag of the Ostrogothic king Theodoric. They cut down the Ostrogothic king's guards and aimed directly at the Ostrogothic king. Alexander, it's not that easy to kill me. The Ostrogothic king held the battle axe and personally went into battle to fight Alexander. 2 king-level figures with their own guards fighting in close combat. On the battlefield in the middle, the war elephants of the Carthage army broke into the Mongolian cavalry, disrupting the charge of Temujin's Shui army. The Genoese army used refined crossbows to form a phalanx and shoot the light cavalry who tried to attack the phalanx. Advancing steadily, the Teutonic Knights, the Knights of the Sword, and the cavalry troops from Rome attack Attila's Hunnic cavalry army. The infantry and archers of the German prince's coalition formed rows of black phalanxes, following the brave knights in a decisive battle. The Gothic king was killed by Alexander. Attila stretched the depth of the battlefield, intending to attract the German and Roman legions deep and then annihilate them. However, the Ostrogothic king on his flank was killed, and the Gothic army collapsed. Chapter 703 The famous Western general who defeated Fanlihua. Below the capital of the Hunnic Empire, a black cavalry surrounded the city. Breda could already clearly see the appearance of Chu Tian below the fortress. Ballista ready. Breda secretly ordered the use of a ballista to aim at Chu Tian below. If Chu Tian could be killed in one fell swoop, then maybe the enemy troops below the city would be defeated without attacking. However, Chu Tian only showed his face and found that the defenders' ballistas were pointed at him. So he left the city again. The king of Xia of the Han Empire asks you to surrender the city to ensure your safety. Chu Tian's envoys came to persuade Breda to surrender. It is absolutely impossible for us, the Han's Empire, to surrender to you. The king of the East can't control us yet. Breda snorted coldly and refused Chu Tian's persuasion to surrender. Outside the city, Chu Tian had carefully observed the defense situation of the Han's royal city and found that Attila's royal city was well defended and not easily captured. Attila had made full preparations before the western expedition. Most of the troops he brought were cavalry, which was not conducive to siege. If you want to break through this royal city, you may have to find another way. Plunder the surrounding villages and towns, and then transport the loot back to Moscow. Before Chu Tian was not sure whether he could capture the capital of the Hunnic Empire. He first collected some benefits from Attila. He estimated that Attila would probably be defeated by the coalition of Western lords. After all, Attila's population was actually inferior to that of the Western lords. Each civilization of Germany, France, Macedonia, and Rome had at least 20 to 30 million people who could replenish their troops. They were fighting at home, and their supply lines were short. The population of Attila's camp was only about half of the population of the Western lords. The size and heritage of Western civilization are still considerable, but there is no idea of university. Therefore, various civilizations usually crush each other and are in a state of division. Once they unite, it will be quite terrifying. In the eyes of the Eastern lords like Chu Tian, Attila is probably equivalent to the grassland overlords such as Temujin and Moton Shanyu. However, in the eyes of the Western lords, Attila is the famous whip of God. Attila's army of servants all over the mountains and plains has caused the panic of the Western lords, causing all the elites of the Western continent to appear, suddenly poking a hornet's nest. Since Attila will fail, Chu Tian will also take a share of the pie. According to the results of the original discussion at the conference, the Ukrainian plain will be divided equally between the Russian Empire and the Kingdom of Macedonia. Alexander requested that the royal city of the Huns be divided up to him. Since you did not send troops to participate in the decisive battle, I am afraid that Alexander will ask for more territory and population. How about dividing it up? These populations migrated to places like Moscow. When Chu Tian looted towns, he planned to move the population to the Russian Empire to weaken Alexander's potential in the future. If the coalition of Western lords defeats Attila, then the various kingdoms will divide the territory of Attila's camp. The Nordic region of Gustavus, the Great Northern Army, is in a special location, and it is estimated that no one can capture the Kingdom of Sweden. Therefore, the territories divided were mainly the Hungarian Empire and the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. Chu Tian and Yekaterina sat on the mountain and watched the fight until later. The three giants of Alexander, Hohenzollern, and Rome must be unwilling to hand over the territory originally promised to Yekaterina at the Western Lords' Conference. Give her, correspondingly, the territory originally given to Catherine may be divided between France and Spain. Therefore, Chu Tian suggested that Catherine relocate these people, and the benefits obtained are the real benefits. Chu Tian could not take away many people, and the objects of robbery were mainly gold, silver and valuable items or props. Following Chu Tian's suggestion, Yekaterina plundered hundreds of thousands of people nearby, moved them to the Moscow area, and gave most of the gold and silver to Chu Tian. One is robbing gold and silver. The other is robbing people. Brita witnessed Chu Tian and Ekaterina leading their cavalry to loot outside the city, but she had no choice but to do nothing. They were victorious and defeated, and had no strength. She could only watch the other party's cavalry looting outside the city. My lord, General Fan Lihua's Shiliang cavalry was repelled by a group of infantry. Chu Tian garrisoned troops in a village outside the Huns' royal city. Fan Lihua was on her way to attack a fortress near the Huns' royal city, but was repelled by the opponent's defenders. Fan Lihua was actually repelled? Chu Tian asked people to recruit Shiliang cavalry for Fan Lihua. They should be invincible in this plain. However, they were repelled by the generals of the Huns Empire, which shows that Attila's men still have something. After a while, Fan Lihua led a group of Shiliang cavalry back and killed more than 300 Shiliang cavalrymen. Fan Lihua was a little ashamed, but Chu Tian had no intention of blaming her. After all, Fan Lihua was good at military force, and there were still many famous generals in the Western continent. The famous generals, who could be valued by Attila, should also be famous in the military history of the Western continent in the medieval period. Please punish me, my lord. Fan Lihua came back to apologize to Chu Tian. Looking ashamed. Recruiting Shiliang cavalry is expensive and requires excellent horses and various armors. In the early days, Chu Tian had already regarded Hua Xiong's 1,000 Shiliang cavalry as a treasure. Now that he had lost 300 Shiliang cavalry, Chu Tian didn't feel anything at all. Who pushed you back? Chu Tian was more concerned about the origin of the other party. They defended themselves with chariots, and the Shiliang cavalry could not take advantage of it, so they had to dismount and attack. Their equipment looked very rough, and the general thought they were just second-line infantry, so he attacked them. If it were just an ordinary chariot, the base can be forcibly broken by the general, but their vehicle base is far more powerful than imagined, and they also have fire portal guns. Fan Lihua explained how she was defeated. Car-based tactics. This tactic is very common. Sometimes Chu Tian will use military vehicles and grain trucks to form a wall to block the opponent's cavalry. Chariot barriers are not always effective. A general who really makes good use of chariot barriers can restrain cavalry to a certain extent. If the opponent's car base also has fire portal guns, coupled with crossbows, it is not impossible that Fan Lihua will lose 300 Shiliang cavalry. Let's go meet this enemy for a while. When Chu Tian learned that Fan Lihua had failed, he had to help her regain her position no matter what. Under Chu Tian's order, tens of thousands of cavalry rushed towards the fortress. In a fortress outside the royal city of the Hunnic Empire, a one-eyed general rode a war horse back to the fortress and dismounted. Behind the one-eyed general was a group of soldiers. These soldiers wore cheap cotton armor made of thick cotton and hard linen. They used a variety of weapons, such as halberds, long axes, iron forks, stab hammers, spears, and fire portal guns. There was no uniformity. The system has only a small number of nobles equipped with sophisticated armor and armor. But this group of soldiers had high morale, escorting grain carriages and transporting grain and grass from nearby villages to the fortress. In addition to food and grass, they also captured a group of Shiliang cavalry. The horses and armor of the Shiliang cavalry were highly coveted by this group of soldiers, who were not very well equipped. Chief, what are we going to do with these cavalry from the east? Kill them? A general asked the leader of One-Eye what to do with the captured Shiliang cavalry. The one-eyed leader ordered the prisoners to be released. About 100 Shiliang cavalry were captured by this infantry group of tens of thousands. The Western continent is not a place where you Easterners should come. And this fortress is not a town that you can conquer. The great His Majesty Attila wants to defeat the knights of the empire and re-establish order on this continent. But you want to destroy his plan. I can release you this time. But next time you are captured by me, then don't blame me for being merciless. Someone come and let them go. Chief, they are actively attacking our grain trucks. We cannot let them go so easily. The other generals were very puzzled. Their leader seemed a little afraid of the power behind this group of Shiliang cavalry. There are only 100 of them. Even if they are all killed, it will not shake the terrifying military power of the person behind them. And it will still offend him. The one-eyed leader finally chose to release the captive Shiliang cavalry. The captured Shiliang cavalry were a little surprised. They did not expect that the other party would generously release them. This group of Shiliang cavalry was escorted by soldiers, whose equipment seemed to be only better than that of the peasant army, and left the fortress of the Hun Empire. As a high-level heavy cavalry, it is quite embarrassing to be captured by a high-level peasant army. However, some high-level peasant armies can sometimes defeat elite cavalry by relying on their car fortress tactics. This group of people, their appearance and equipment do not look like Huns, but soldiers from the Western continent. Their leader seems to have been persuaded by Attila to serve Attila. Let's go back and look for the general and the lord. The released Shiliang Iron Cavalry noticed this special legion before leaving the fortress. Their equipment was not very sophisticated, and there were countless legions under Chu Tian with better equipment. Therefore, the Shiliang Iron Cavalry concluded that this legion was a high-level peasant army, and that they were not Huns, but troops from the Western continent. Not long after the Shiliang Cavalry left the fortress, the main force of Chu Tian's cavalry had arrived. The densely packed Eastern cavalry surrounded the fortress, and black clouds were pressing down on the city to destroy it. Chu Tian squinted his eyes and looked at the fortress that defended the royal city of the Hun Empire. It is estimated that Attila did not trust Blida to defend the royal city, so he specially deployed a legion outside the city as reinforcements for the royal city. If he could not break the fortress, he would be attacked by the fortress defenders when they attacked the royal city. My lord, the other side's general released the captured Shiliang cavalry. Fan Lihua discovered that a group of 100 Shiliang cavalry returned. It was the Shiliang cavalry who had been captured after failing to attack the car base. This person has some knowledge. He is worried that I will become angry and retaliate wildly. This can be regarded as leaving room for negotiation. Chu Tian was a little interested in the identity of the guard. The other party's commanding ability was definitely not weak, and he could do things well. Let's see if we can recruit this person to be used by me. Chu Tian always valued these generals with the ability to command. If he could bring back a famous general from the west, then the trip would be in vain. Chapter 704 Attila retreats. The defenders of the fortress have also noticed the arrival of Chu Tian's cavalry. There are crowds of people on the city wall, and they look uneasily at the eastern cavalry below the city. Fan Lihua, who attacked them not long ago, only brought a small group of Shiliang cavalry. But under the city, tens of thousands of eastern cavalry came directly this time. Chief, the main cavalry force from the east has indeed arrived. That person must be King Xia of the Eastern Han Empire. Several generals gathered around their one-eyed leader and came to the city wall to observe the cavalry coming from the east. They repelled Fan Lihua's Shiliang cavalry. But this time, the backer behind Fan Lihua led the army to arrive, and the troops came to the city, causing panic among the fortress defenders. The leader of the garrison used his remaining eye to look at the king of the east below, tapping the battlements with his index finger, feeling a little uneasy in his heart. Fortunately, he was in a fortress and not in the wild. Otherwise the chariot barrier might not be able to block Chuqian's cavalry. Chu Tian naturally has a way to deal with the car barrier.
King Xia of the Han Empire wants you to serve King Xia. King Xia can let you keep your existing legions and settle your families. Attila will be defeated soon, and you should consider your own way out. You go back and tell the King of Xia that everyone has his own ambitions. Jan Zheshka of Bohemia, will not surrender to him, but I am not willing to become his enemy. I hope he can give up attacking the royal city. Otherwise, my Hussite legions will be against them.
The one-eyed leader refused the envoy sent by Chu Tian to persuade him to surrender. But the envoy also learned useful information. As a player, Chu Tian can basically know their origins and abilities as long as the opponent is a named person. This is also the advantage of the player lord. The envoy brought the names of the opponent's leaders and legions back to Chuqian's military camp.
Jan Zheshka? This is the legendary hero of Bohemia, Czech Republic.
Chu Tian knew this person. Ekaterina also knew the hero of the Kingdom of Bohemia very well.
This man came to prominence in the sensational Hussite War in the 15th century, equivalent to the early and middle years of the Ming dynasty in the east,
and led the Bohemian army. The peasant army, also known as the Hussite army, defeated the 3 crusades launched by the Holy Roman Emperor and the feudal lords of Bohemia. It can be said that he was the leader of the greatest peasant rebel army at that time. But unfortunately he died of the plague.
Chu Tian nodded. There are also peasant uprisings in the western continent. Where there is oppression, there is struggle. Therefore, there are also many peasant army-type heroes in the western continent. This Yang Jessica is a legendary hero who is good at chariot tactics. There are also heroes in the east who are good at using chariot tactics, such as Emperor Liu Yu of the Song dynasty, who was born in the Beifu army. The latter used KU formation. Jan Jessica's legion should be a high-level peasant army. Under the leadership of Jan Jessica, they can even defeat the German knights. However, the fate of the Hussite rebels was the same as that of most peasant rebels. After the death of Jan Zheshka, some factions were bribed with money by the feudal lords of the Holy Roman Empire, eventually divided, and then recruited and suppressed. This time during the expedition to Eastern Europe, Chu Tian saw all kinds of military generals. The Western military generals were somewhat different from the Eastern military generals, each with its own characteristics.
Let's see if there is a way to lure Jan Zheshka out of the fortress and then destroy his car fort.
Chu Tian believed that Jan Zheshka might be one of the most legendary generals in the Kingdom of Bohemia. If it were his chariot and fort tactics, it would still be possible to defeat Fan Lihua. After all, Fan Lihua regarded his Hussite legions as ordinary second-line infantry of the Hunnic Empire. The Hussite army is very confusing. Their equipment is only slightly better than that of the peasant army. Therefore, as an enemy of the Hussite army, it is really possible to underestimate the capabilities of the Hussite army. When the high-level cavalry saw a group of poorly equipped infantry, their first reaction was to go up and cut them down. It was hard for anyone to imagine that the opponent's combat power was quite astonishing. Bohemia has given birth to many famous generals, including Jan Jessica, Marshal Wallenstein of the Holy Roman Empire, the 30 Years' War in Europe, late Ming Dynasty, and Gustav II, King of Sweden in the Protestant camp. They are called the two heroes in the 30 Years, equivalent to the Chuhan War, equally matched opponents.
How could a hero of the Kingdom of Bohemia be working for Attila? Did Attila recruit Zheshka under the pretext of overthrowing the Holy Roman Empire's rule of Bohemia? Zheshka should be of great help to the Holy Roman Empire lack of goodwill.
Chu Tian thought that Attila was an enemy of the Holy Roman Empire, so he must have promised something to Zheshka. Otherwise it would be difficult to imagine that Zheshka, the legendary peasant rebel general in Bohemia, would serve for Attila. Or, Attila is a general recruited with a recruitment order. On the Danube battlefield, the coalition of Western lords defeated the barbarian army because Alexander personally killed the Ostrogothic king Theodoric. The Gothic army was the most important servant army under Attila. They lost confidence because their king died in battle, and the sudden outbreak of the Macedonian army was unstoppable. Alexander has used a restricted characteristic, and may no longer be able to activate the effect of this characteristic for a period of time. But the coalition of Western lords won a great victory because the Macedonian army suppressed the Gothic army. This was enough. Attila and Temujin were the two men who turned the tide. After the defeat of the Gothic army, Subutai immediately led troops to rescue the Gothic army. However, the defeat was overwhelming, and Subutai could not contain the retreating Goths. Instead, the cavalry was dispersed by the Goths. Seleucus's elephant army kept advancing and drove away the Goths with its huge body. Some of the war elephants went berserk and trampled the Mongolian cavalry. Some Mongolian war horses were directly knocked away by the huge bodies of the war elephants and fell heavily to the ground. Bleeding from their orifices, the Macedonian phalanx faced the Mongolian cavalry. Eumenes commanded the Silver Shield soldiers, using special shields to block the rain of arrows from the Mongolian cavalry, and attacked the Mongolian cavalry in the formation of the Macedonian phalanx. Subutai's cavalry was not easy to deal with either. In order to repel Subutai, 1/3 of the Silver Shield troops were killed during the attack. Subutai faced a bad situation, and Alexander once again led his fellow cavalry to attack. All the generals in the kingdom of Macedonia who participated in this battle were furious and followed their king. "Looks like we're about to retreat." Gustavus, the great northern army, summoned his military generals, including Barnel, Thorstensen, Karl, and other famous generals of Swedish civilization, to announce his withdrawal. The King Gustav had already noticed that the right wing of the Hunnic Empire camp had been defeated by Alexander, and the frontal battlefield was also very unfavorable. Attila and Temujin faced the armies of the 7 electors of the Holy Roman Empire and the 3 giants of Rome. Among the 3 Roman giants, there was also a figure like Caesar who could arm wrestle with Attila and Temujin. Some player lords are not easy to mess with, because they may have inherited some characteristics of the Western Emperor. The Hohenzollern of the Holy Roman Empire might have the characteristics of Charlemagne, and the player Lord Constantine of Rome might have the characteristics of the Roman Emperor Trajan. The Holy Roman Empire and the Roman Empire were both quite terrifying at their peak. Rome's famous general Scipio and Minor joined forces to advance. The Teutonic Knights and the Knights of the Sword charged into battle, and Caesar directly competed with Attila. If we continue to fight like this, the Swedish army may be completely wiped out in this battle. In fact, the Swedish army and the Spanish army suffered considerable losses in the battle. Queen Isabella was very strong and showed no weakness in the confrontation with the Swedish legion. Although Gustav's firearms legion was more terrifying, Queen Isabella's legion seized the ground in advance and was assisted by the French Templars. The war between Attila and Temujin and Germany and Rome was even more brutal. The German princes invested 400,000 troops at a time, and Rome invested nearly 200,000 troops. More than 200,000 soldiers were killed on both sides of the war. The right wing has been defeated. Subutai can only buy us time, but it cannot repel the powerful Macedonian army. We should retreat and reorganize our troops. Temujin received intelligence from Subutai's light cavalry, and Subutai believed that the right wing could not be held. I underestimated their strength. In their previous battles, they did not bring all the elites, but this time, they felt the threat, so they chose to join forces. Attila also felt powerless in the face of the joint advancement of the German princes and the Roman Big Three. The other party invested dozens or hundreds of famous generals, and their strength was not weaker than that of the Hungarian Empire coalition. Withdraw troops? Attila considered the consequences and chose to retreat. The Hunnic Empire still maintains a huge army and considerable combat power. The coalition of Western lords can defeat Attila, but it cannot annihilate Attila's army. The two sides are still in a tug-of-war, but it is obvious that the barbarians represented by Attila, the coalition forces, are retreating to the rear. The turning point of this decisive battle was the death of the Ostrogothic king. The Western lords joined forces and finally blocked Attila's army with their own strength. Attila is not facing a declining Roman Empire, but the peak of Rome, Germany, Macedonia, France, and Spain. The combined population of these civilizations and lords is in the hundreds of millions. The whip of God has finally been broken. Hohenzollern possessed the characteristics of Charlemagne, the king of the Franks, who unified most of Europe, ensuring the combat power of the German coalition. After repelling Attila, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. With the prestige brought by this war, there was no obstacle for him to become emperor of the Holy Roman Empire. As for his biggest rival, Archduke Ferdinand of Austria, he is still trapped in Vienna by Timur. Be sure to beware of Alexander. At the same time, Hohenzollern was wary of Alexander's abilities during the war. According to Hohenzollern's speculation, Alexander's abilities were very special and should have great limitations. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain why Alexander's ability in the previous battle with Attila never used this ability and waited until the most critical decisive battle to activate the effect. His characteristics may only be activated once a year. The player's lord, Constantine, one of the 3 giants of Rome, also speculated on Alexander's abilities after repelling Temujin. Some characteristics are continuously effective, such as green wolf and white deer, while some characteristics are limited, but the effect is more obvious, such as king's military power. Alexander may have wanted to hide his strength, but the barbarian camp represented by Attila injured him twice, which completely angered him. The ability originally used to unify the Western continent had to be used in advance. But other Westerners, the civilization on the mainland, was on alert, and even the Eastern lords learned about it. Chapter 705 Wuhu Rebellion. Traces of the southern Xiongnu tribe were found ahead. In the northern part of Bingzhou, Ma Yuan and Yang Yi led the Bingzhou Wolf Cavalry to pursue the rebellious southern Xiongnu tribe. Ma Yuan had the ability to reduce the impact of unfavorable terrain on the army, and finally caught up with the southern Xiongnu in the Yinshan area. Anyone who resists will be killed. Yang Yi planned to command Bingzhou Longqi and directly kill the traitors of the southern Xiongnu tribe. Wait! It's Iron Eagle Scout's War Eagle! Ma Yuan stopped Yang Yi because he had already seen the War Eagle of Iron Eagle Scout, generally in the wild. When various legions of the Chutian forces convey important information, they will use War Eagles. Seeing the War Eagle means there is important information that requires the attention of Ma Yuan, Yang Yi and others. After the War Eagle fell, Ma Yuan took out the note and his face gradually became more cautious. The newly ascended Xiongnu Chanyu is Mao Dun Chanyu. This is a Chanyu with great talent and strategy. He is trying to reunify the prairie. Ma Dun Chanyu. Yang Yi stretched out his hand to stop Bingzhou Longqi. If your opponent is the most talented and heroic legendary hero of the Xiongnu civilization, you have to be cautious. A hero who can build an empire is generally quite capable. Send out a small team of cavalry to pursue. The army is temporarily immobile. This may be Mao Dun's trap. Ma Yuan looked at the endless Yinshan mountains. He was on guard against Mao Dun Shan and should not pursue him deeply. So he only sent a small team of dozens of people. There are many mountains in the Yinshan mountains that are prone to ambushes by the Huns. At a valley pass ahead, Mao Dun Shanyu led the Shanyu guards to ambush in the valley, and the population of the southern Huns tribe passed through the valley. Mao Dun waited for Ma Yuan and Yang Yi's cavalry to enter the valley, and then annihilated them. A Hun cavalry came over. Master Shanyu. Only a few dozen cavalry entered the valley to investigate, and the other cavalry hesitated. It seems that they have discovered our ambush. It is useless to continue to ambush here. Tuoba Tao. This cavalry is just as you said. It is not easy to deal with. Mao Dun looked at the leader Tuoba Xianbei beside him. Tuoba Tao wrapped his cloak and said, If they were so easy to deal with, I would have occupied Bingzhou long ago. It is precisely because they are not easy to deal with that I came to you. And you also need my help to re-establish a kingdom across the grassland. Empire. Can I trust you? Your ambition is no less than mine. Ma Dun was also a little wary of this person, who took the initiative to find him. Tuoba Tao obviously believed that with the strength of Tuoba Xianbei tribe, he could not compete with the power represented by Chu Tian. So he came to him. However, Mao Dun could see that Tuoba Tao's ambition was no less than his. This is an ally with no small ambitions. If you cooperate with such a person, your situation will be very dangerous. Their cooperation is equivalent to the dependence relationship between Attila and Temujin. They are both forced to cooperate under the premise that the enemy is too powerful. Master Shanyu, from the performance of this cavalry, you should be able to see that even with your ability, you may not be able to take back your prairie with your own troops. What my lord wants is to merge the state, and you want to what we want is the prairie. And there is no conflict of interest between us. Cui Hao, the mastermind beside Tuoba Tao, tried to ease the relationship between the two heroes. If you just want to merge the state, then we can join forces. I will hold a grassland meeting in Langjuxa Mountain, summon the leaders of various tribes, and establish my position. I will take back Dragon City sooner or later. Order the ambush troops to withdraw. Seeing that the ambush failed, Mao Dun withdrew his troops. Cui Hao stopped Mao Dun. If we retreat at this time, and the Bingzhou cavalry notices it, and pursues it immediately, the southern Xiongnu tribe will definitely suffer heavy losses. It is better to leave one cavalry and continue to ambush. If the Bingzhou cavalry comes to pursue, maybe we can get some results. Then do as you say.
Mao Dun was surprised by Cui Hao, the counselor who followed Tuoba Tao. If Cui Hao hadn't been loyal to Tuoba Tao, he might have drawn Cui Hao over. Mao Dun and Tuoba Tao left, while Mao Dun left behind the ambushed troops of Kings Wuxian. Sure enough, as Cui Hao had guessed, the Bingzhou Wolf cavalry knew that the ambush had left and went back to report it. Yang Yi tried to pursue it, but encountered a volley from Kings Wuxian's cavalry, killing and wounding hundreds of Bingzhou Wolf cavalry. Ma Yuan responded from behind and rescued Yang Yi.
This group of Hun's cavalry is different from the weak southern Hun's cavalry. They have experienced hundreds of battles.
When Ma Yuan fought against the cavalry of Kings Wuxian of Mao Dun, he could probably appreciate the gap between the northern and southern Hun's cavalry.
The Xiongnu can no longer be pursued. Let's return to Yinmen County to discuss.
Yang Yi's feelings were similar to Ma Yuan's. Although they are all Xiongnu cavalry, if the orange is born in Huainan, it will be orange. And if it is born in North Huaibei, it will be Ji. The combat power of different Xiongnu cavalry is also very different. The losses suffered by the Bingzhou Wolf cavalry were not great, and more than 100 Hun cavalry were shot and killed during the battle.
Modern Chanyu of the Xiongnu planned to hold a grassland meeting at Langjiaxu Mountain. Did he intend to enhance his prestige? Or did he set a trap, waiting for us to attack, then defeat our expeditionary army in one fell swoop, and establish a cross-continental alliance? The Empire of the Grassland?
Xiao Liang learned through the scouts among the Xiongnu tribe that Mao Dun planned to gather the leaders of various tribes in Langjiaxu Mountain to establish a grassland empire composed of various tribes and break away from the control of the Han Empire. This may be a trap, and if you are not careful, it will be used as a battle to establish your authority.
If Modu wants to reunify the chaotic grassland, he must have enough prestige. Then he needs a big victory. Otherwise his speed of conquering various tribes will slow down. And various tribes are also waiting and watching. These tribes they will side with whichever side is more powerful.
Shui Yu visited Xiao Liang again and brought more detailed information. The scouts in the Xiao Palace have stronger penetration capabilities and can detect even some secrets of the Xiongnu tribe.
Also, Mao Dun seems to have colluded with Tuoba Tao, the leader of the Tuoba Xianbei tribe, and their cavalry may converge. One person is the leader of the Xiongnu civilization, and the other is the leader of the Xianbei civilization. If they collude with each other, it is not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2.
Xiao Liang rolled out the map scroll. Chutian forces were no longer unfamiliar with Mabei and Monan. Now Mabei and Monan were basically controlled by Chutian forces. However, the prairie was too big, and they wanted to digest all the tribes. Effective management will take at least 10 years.
According to our plan, after unifying the Han Empire, we originally planned to build at least 10 large cities in the dangerous places of Monan and Mobei, and organize various tribes into banners for effective management.
But we have never had the time and energy, because the Han Empire has not been unified yet. Looking at it now, although the number of teleportation arrays on the prairie is not enough, it is already necessary to organize each tribe and divide the pastures.
Xiao Liang discovered that after Chutian took over Monan and Mobei, it was equivalent to taking over the threats from the northern grasslands faced by each dynasty. A group of nomadic tribes have fallen on the prairie, and another group will soon rise. Only by effectively controlling each tribe can the threat of nomadic tribes be completely resolved. The effective method is to establish household registration, marriage, and fix grazing places for nomadic tribes, so that nomadic tribes can stop their frequent movements and provide checks and balances and supervision on each other. It is also an effective way to establish a teleportation array to conduct real-time supervision and crusade against nomadic tribes.
There is another tribe that needs attention. That is, the Jia-Hu tribe. They moved inland with the southern Xiongnu and were active in Shandong, Wuxiang and other places in Bingzhou. The Jia people were originally the servant tribe of the Xiongnu. If Mao Dun called if they start an uprising, the Jiran tribe may respond positively, so they must be on guard against them. I have sent many scouts to monitor the Jiran tribe. You have done a good job. We must strictly monitor these tribes and transfer some troops to merge with the state.
Xiao Liang agreed with Shui Yu's idea. She couldn't help but think of the Wuwanhua during the Western Jin dynasty. The 5 barbarians are the Xiongnu, Xianbei, Jia, Chang, and Di. Among them, the Xiongnu, Xianbei, and Jia people were mainly active in Chutian's sphere of influence, while the Chang and Di tribes were active in Lao Qin's sphere of influence, not to mention the sphere of influence of Mingwan. There are countless tribes such as Xianbei, Goryeo, Goguryeo, Wuhuan, and Fuyu. The various lords realized that it seemed that they had to strengthen their control over each tribe in order to completely solve the threat of the tribes, and also to change the outcome of Wuhuanhua.
Transfer me to Bingzhou to suppress the local tribes.
Cao Cao, who was located in Yuzhou, received an order to suppress the nomadic tribes. His task was to deal with Duoba Tao, Emperor Wu of the Northern Wei dynasty. The two emperors fought again. This time, the Xia Palace assigned Cao Cao 2 counselors, Sun Yu and Guijia, along with the original team. The legions in Monan and Mabe also received corresponding orders and attacked various tribes again, targeting the 3 major tribes of Xiongnu, Xianbei and Jiren. Based on the rise of the Xiongnu tribe, Shuiyu deduced that the Jia people tribe located in Shandong County, Bingzhou, might also respond to modern Shanyu's call. After all, the Jia people were servants of the Xiongnu during their power. Bingzhou was quite chaotic at the end of the Han dynasty, with various tribes and locals living together. Shuiyu's intuition was very accurate. The Jia tribe was indeed preparing troops. Zhang Yan's Black Mountain Legion was transferred to deal with the Jia tribe because they were familiar with the mountains of Shandong County. The Jia tribe also established its own political power during the Jin and 16 Kingdoms periods, and was considered a powerful civilization. The Chutian forces had actually fought against the generals of the Jiren civilization before this. The general of the universe, Hou Jing, was killed in Shochuan. Hou Jing was a military commander of the Jia civilization.
The D tribe has also become active recently.
In Guangzhong, Lao Qin also had some headaches. He was still suppressing the Chang tribes, while the D tribes active in Guanlong and Northern Izhou began to become active, and the protagonists of Wuhu Huanhua began to rise. Lao Qin also had to focus on pacifying the tribes in the Guanlong area. Ming Wan, one of the 3 major princes in the north, was attacking Wanyanaguda, but Wanyanaguda was stronger than Ming Wan imagined. Chapter 706 Eastern European Bandit Chu Zimu.
Attila has been defeated. He may lead an army back. We block his royal city, delay his return, and try to rob as many people and gold and silver as possible. Chutian continued to plunder gold and silver on the periphery of the Hunnic Empire, and almost robbed half of the Hunnic Empire's wealth. The remaining wealth was either concentrated in the Hunnic royal city, or scattered in other towns across the vast Ukrainian plain.
The primitive accumulation of capital is really full of evil.
Chutian invaded the Hun's empire in order to obtain gold and silver. He did the same as the lords of other feudal empires and robbed the gold, silver and grain in the warehouses, in order to make up for the losses of sending troops and obtain spoils of war. Only looting can obtain wealth the fastest.
You have no right to say such things.
Yekaterina found that Chu Tian got along well with the Cossack bandits. Chu Tian plundered the gold and silver of the Hun's empire without mercy at all. He only captured 40,000 servant soldiers. If the ordinary population of the Hun's empire was brought back to the Han Empire with their families, a large amount of gold and silver would be consumed from Moscow to the Han Empire. This amount of gold and silver might as well be used as a subsidy to encourage the local population of the Han Empire to have more children. Later, those who were more loyal to the Han Empire. Therefore, Chu Tian only planned to bring the captured servants of the Hun's empire back to the Eastern Han dynasty. This group of young men did not need to be recruited again, and their value could offset the high cost of the teleportation array. Both Blida from the royal city and Jessica from the fortress were as afraid of Chu Tian, and did not dare to fight, which made Chu Tian a little depressed. He thought that the remaining troops of the Hun's empire would organize hundreds of thousands of soldiers and horses to attack his army all over the mountains and plains. However, he did not expect that when the Hun's empire heard about his arrival, they did not dare to fight at all, and each legion adopted turtle tactics. However, the turtle tactic was undoubtedly very effective against Chu Tian, who brought cavalry. In the royal city of the Hunnic Empire, Blida drank alcohol every day and was helpless against the eastern cavalry outside the city. After Blida lost confidence, she simply allowed Chu Tian's cavalry to transport the looted boxes of gold and silver back. Blida ignored any towns that asked for help.
His Majesty Attila was defeated in Linz in the Grand Duchy of Austria. He is shrinking his troops and plans to transport the loot plundered from the Kingdom of Hungary back to the royal city.
The War Eagle of Tan Machi brought the news of Attila's defeat back to the royal city of the Hunnic Empire in advance, and Blida immediately woke up. Their leader, the legendary hero Attila, unexpectedly lost in a decisive battle with the coalition forces of the Western Lords. Failure in a decisive battle may cause Attila to vomit out the Kingdom of Hungary
that he originally annexed. Attila was too radical. If he had stopped temporarily after occupying the Kingdom of Hungary, and then negotiated with the Western lords instead of attacking Vienna directly, then it would not have been so. No, even if he did not want to attack Vienna, those groups the enemy will not give up the decisive battle with our Hungarian Empire. This is a last resort.
Brida's mind was in confusion. The army of the Western lords assembled many strong men, and successfully blocked Attila's westward advance. Its significance was no less than that the Han Empire defeated Temujin's offensive in the western region and transformed from strategic defense to strategic offense. The Hunnic Empire is in turmoil, and may even be betrayed by its allies. To be precise, any situation is possible.
The trophies of the Kingdom of Hungary will be transported to another large city near the royal city. Time is in a hurry. The city is guarded by the two brothers Prokop and the Hussite army. However, His Majesty believes that the local defenders are not enough. So he ordered Your Excellency to send Jan Jishka to strengthen the defense of the city. No, there are Eastern cavalry outside the city. If they know that the gold and silver treasures of the Kingdom of Hungary are transported to that city, they will definitely attack the city.
Brida couldn't help but feel a headache when she heard that Attila planned to transfer the treasures from the Kingdom of Hungary to a large nearby city. Outside, Chu Tian has taken advantage of him. The gold and silver Attila obtained from the Kingdom of Hungary is worth millions of taels. How can he get it if Chu Tian knows about it?
His Majesty's army is being pursued by the Western army. The two sides are still unable to pull it together. They lack the troops to protect this batch of treasures, so they can only use the teleportation array. It should be kept secret. As long as the cavalry in the east do not know that gold and silver have arrived in the city, they should not notice the gold and silver shipped from the Kingdom of Hungary. We don't follow His Majesty's orders? That's right. If Jeshka's Hussite legions were mobilized to support the city, it would be equivalent to the Eastern proverb saying, "There is no 300 taels of silver here."
Brida was still somewhat resourceful, and soon realized that dispatching Jashika would undoubtedly make Chu Tian curious about Jashika's purpose. As long as a cavalry was sent to follow Jashika, everything would be exposed. Outside the city, Chu Tian's camp,
Attila was defeated. His army was so large that it was impossible to use the teleportation array to escape because a teleportation array could only transport a limited number of people every day. If he relied too much on the teleportation array, the main force of his army would not be able to teleport in time and would be defeated by the Western Lord's army. Surrounded by the city, he was trying to catch a turtle in an urn. So I guessed that Attila was probably marching normally. And on his way back to the Hunnic Empire, he was able to plunder another batch of gold and grain. Attila and Temujin made a surprise attack on the Kingdom of Hungary, the capital of the Kingdom of Hungary. A large amount of gold and treasures were too late to be transferred and fell into the hands of Attila. Since Attila was defeated, it is very likely that he will try to remove it from the Kingdom of Hungary. The looted loot was brought back to the Hun Empire through the teleportation array.
Chu Tian had already been thinking about the trophies of the Kingdom of Hungary. Attila's looting skills may be even better than Chu Tian's, and his methods are more cruel. So he can obtain a large amount of loot from the Kingdom of Hungary. Some of this batch of loot has not had time to be transported back to the royal city of the Hungarian Empire.
I deduce that Attila may have people transport the gold and silver from the Kingdom of Hungary to this city.
On the parchment map of Eastern Europe, Chu Tian pointed to a city near the royal city of the Hun's Empire. Ekaterina was confused.
How did you know it would be the city? Most of the territories occupied by the Hun's Empire are grasslands and some relatively desolate plains. The Huns are nomadic tribes, and there are only a handful of large cities. The royal city is blocked by our cavalry, and the teleportation array cannot be used. Then the teleportation array can be used. There are only 5 left. The other 4 cities are too far away from the royal city. Once Attila is defeated, these cities may not be able to guarantee their loyalty. Under the temptation of gold and silver, the local guards launch a rebellion, steal the gold and silver, and set up their own business. Or the possibility of defecting to other kingdoms is not low. We just need to make a tendency to attack the city. If there is any movement from the defenders of the royal city, it means that my guess is correct, but not vice versa.
Chu Tian had already thought of measures to verify whether his judgment was correct. If that city had the gold and silver treasures that Attila had plundered from the Kingdom of Hungary, as long as Chu Tian attacked the city, the remaining legions of the Hunnic Empire would definitely go crazy to protect the city. After all, that was their future military pay. The wages of avarice is death.
You look more like an Eastern European bandit than a Cossack.
Yekaterina discovered that Chu Tian was very talented in robbery. During this expedition,
Facing the Hun's empire who avoided fighting, Chu Tian simply changed his mind and focused on robbing gold and silver treasures. He wanted to capture the capital of the Hun's empire in order to obtain benefits. If he could not capture it, it would not be unacceptable to take away hundreds of thousands of taels of gold. At this time, Chu Tian smelled the spoils of the kingdom of Hungary and could not remain indifferent. Let's wait and see if my guess is correct. Yermak, you lead the Cossack cavalry to continue the siege. If the royal city or fortress defenders are dispatched, it means that my guess is correct. You will send someone to inform us immediately. Chu Tian ordered Yekaterina's subordinate Yermak. Yermak is the eagle dog of the Tsar. As the prince of the Russian Empire, Chu Tian can also mobilize Yermak as long as Yekaterina does not object. Yermak asked, if the defenders leave the city, should I fight back? Avoid without fighting. Besiege without attacking. Yes. Chu Tian didn't really think that Yermak would be Jeshka and Breda's opponent. After completing the deployment, Chu Tian and Catherine commanded the cavalry and marched towards the city where Chu Tian suspected of hoarding the treasures Attila had looted from the Kingdom of Hungary. The defenders of the Hungarian Empire's royal city had been observing the movements of Chu Tian's camp. When they discovered that a large number of Eastern cavalry had left the camp, they immediately went to the palace to report to Bleda. Lord Bleda, the cavalry from the east. They seem to have discovered the gold and silver that your majesty brought back from the Kingdom of Hungary. How could he know? Bleda still missed one level. Under the premise that Chu Tian coveted this gold and silver treasure, it was undoubtedly a better choice to order Jashika to defend the city as soon as possible. But now, Breda began to fall into passivity. Immediately ordered Jeshka to lead the Hussite army to support the city. The royal city sent 50,000 cavalry. Bleda ordered one after another that the Hunnic Empire's royal city and fortress defenders were dispatched. It seems that my guess is not wrong. Attila did transport some of the gold and silver treasures from the Kingdom of Hungary back to the Hungarian Empire. But I will accept this batch of gold and silver. Chu Tian drove 50,000 servants to march quickly. He wanted to use these 50,000 people to use coercion and inducement to capture a city by force. Hua Mulan was a little worried. The white robes have never joined us. Maybe they were delayed by someone along the way. Chu Tian is not worried about Qinqingji, Xuerengui, Zhao Yun and others. Even if they are surrounded by the opponent's army, they can at least break out of the encirclement. Attila and Temujin were the main force in the western expedition. The remaining people, except Jashika, who was good at defensive counterattacks, and Bleda, the second most powerful figure in the Hunnic Empire. The other generals were really no match for Qinqingji and the others. Chapter 707 Jashika's Kar Fortress. Jeshka, the general of the Kingdom of Bohemia, received an order from Bleda and asked to go and protect the treasures plundered from the Kingdom of Hungary. The Hussite legions. Come with me. Jeshka led the Hussite legions, which were not very well equipped, to leave the fortress, carrying a large number of carriages, each with about 4 pack horses. I have a bad feeling, but God bless me. Jeshka knew that the eastern cavalry outside the city was not easy to deal with, but he still followed Bleda's orders and led the Hussite legions to cooperate with the Hun cavalry in the royal city to support the city where treasures were hoarded. Large carriages made ruts on the dirt road, surrounded by Hussite light cavalry and a small number of knights. Even in the wild, the Hussite legions could block cavalry attacks. The grain, grass and water carried by the carriages could also be used as supplies for the legions. So Jeshka had the courage to leave the city. The Hussites, they have left the fortress. The Iron Eagle Scout cavalry secretly observed the movements of the Hussite army, and immediately followed the Hussite army after they left. In a city of the Hunnic Empire, Chu Tian drove his servants to attack the city. Groups of Gothic and Hunnic Empire soldiers served as cannon fodder and used crude ladders to climb the city wall. Hundreds of soldiers fell down from the ladders, causing heavy losses. Even so, Chu Tian remained indifferent. The cost of storming the city was expected to be high. After experiencing many sieges, Chu Tian was already a little numb. Anyway, he was not consuming his core troops. Under Chu Tian's offensive at all costs, the defenders were helpless. The siege team deliberately surrounded 3 and 1 of them, allowing the defenders to continue to ask for help from the royal city. Jessica's Hussite army has been dispatched. Taisher Ci continues to besiege the city. The rest of the people will follow me to eliminate this supporting army. Chu Tian led the cavalry specifically to block the Jashika army. The Jashika Legion once repulsed family was cavalry, and still had some trouble with Chu Tian. Ekaterina asked, how do you destroy Jeshka's Kar Fort? He should have a relatively high bonus to the Kar Fort. Just focus your attacks a little.
In the northern part of the Ukrainian plain, the white coats were blocked. Polish hussars were holding back the white coats and preventing them from advancing. Zhao Yun was no stranger to Polish hussars. He broke off the thrusting lances and killed more than 10 Polish hussars. The White Horse Yukon were attacked by the Polish hussars, and many of the cavalry were killed by Polish cavalry. The White Horse Yukon used horn bows, which also caused considerable casualties to the Polish hussars. Qin Shingji's white-robed troops drew their swords and fought hand-to-hand with the Polish hussars. The powerful Bipo troops were no worse than the Polish hussars in the cavalry charge. The Polish winged cavalry's attack on the white robes was repelled again. Zhao Yun looked at the retreating Polish winged cavalry with his spear drawn. This group of cavalry is considered the most representative unit of Polish civilization. Their armor is between light cavalry and heavy cavalry. They have the mobility of Eastern cavalry and the impact of Western knights. Killing Polish winged cavalry requires a lot of physical strength. Qin Shingji's face was solemn.
This cavalry general who keeps attacking us has kept a distance from us, probably to prevent the two generals from attacking him suddenly. Our trip has been delayed, and we have lost a lot of cavalry. This man is not an ordinary person.
Shuiragui held Fang Tian's painted halberd, which was still dripping blood.
At least 2,000 Polish winged cavalry died under our attack. He should not dare to come again. Let's go as soon as possible to meet the Lord.
Qin Shingji knew that the White Robe Legion had delayed their trip and might cause trouble. So the White Robe Legion collected the captured horses and accelerated their march. After the White Robes left, the cavalry general of the Kingdom of Poland, who had been delaying the advance of Qin Shingji and others, led the Polish winged cavalry to appear and clean up the battlefield. His legion suffered heavy losses. The Polish hussars, which were not rare but were also expensive, suffered more than 2,000 casualties. Like a white wave, among the White Robe Legion, there were two fierce generals who killed at least 200 Polish hussars. Yuchi.
Their purpose should be to join their lord and prove that the King of the East is not among this group of cavalry.
The Polish cavalry commander thought for a while, and led the Polish hussars to follow the white robes and march southward.
Stop!
Jeshka halted the advance of the Hussite legions, because he could already see the War Eagles of the Iron Eagle Scouts. When Iron Eagle Scouts, War Eagle gained the visual advantage. It also revealed that Chukian's cavalry was approaching. Many lords in the west already know that some cavalry in the east will use War Eagles to expand their field of vision.
Set up a double car formation.
Jeshka occupied a favorable terrain, spread out the carriage convoy, and assembled the baggage train, cavalry, and some infantry in the middle of the carriage formation, using forests and mountains as flanks for cover, and some infantry and tower shields to help defend the carriage and fort defense line. Out of concern for Chukian's army, Shika chose to deploy 2 lines of defense to prevent the defense lines from being broken through by Chukian's cavalry. The infantry of the Hussite Legion mainly used long-handled weapons, equipped with crossbows, fire portal guns, and other long-range weapons, and was good at defense.
As long as the opponent's main force is delayed, they will be unable to attack the city. They can just wait until His Majesty Attila returns.
Shika did not have the courage to fight Chutian. He just used himself as a bait to attract Chutian to attack him, who was good at defense, so that he could not attack the city. Sure enough, not long after the discovery of the War Eagle, the Hussite cavalry scouts returned from the front and brought back news about the Eastern cavalry. The scout cavalry shouted,
"The cavalry from the east is coming, and their number is at least 50 or 60,000.
All the infantry and cavalry of the Hussite legions cheered up. The cavalry from the east made the entire Hun Empire fearful. After a while, on the horizon ahead, a black line changed from thin to thick, from a black line to a mass of blackness, coming over the mountains and plains, with the red dragon flag and the double-headed eagle flag in the forefront roaring. Iron Eagle scouts and Cossack cavalry were patrolling, and as vanguards, they were the first to appear in front of the Hussite army. The infantry of the Hussite Legion clenched their spears, axes, and crossbows in their hands, and looked nervously at the wolf-like cavalry. This cavalry is not only Chukian's cavalry, but also Yekaterina's cavalry. If it were not for the improved chariots used as city walls, the first reaction of these infantrymen when encountering groups of cavalry would probably be to turn around and flee. The Carford defense line gave the infantry the confidence to confront the knights.
No one is allowed to panic or retreat. We have enough food, water, and weapons, and carriages are our biggest reliance. At the same time, we must not go into battle easily.
Jeshka came to the first line of defense of the car and fort in person, narrowed his remaining eyes slightly,
and looked at the incoming cavalry. The cavalry on the opposite side destroyed the Golden Horde. Their morale and confidence were high, and their momentum was like a rainbow. Jeshka could feel that the cavalry on the opposite side was unusual, leaving the defense line of the chariot and fort. What awaited the Hussite legions would be a one-sided massacre. The infantry of the Hussite legion almost held their breath, because they saw the Iron Eagle scouts equipped with Eastern armor, and the Cossack cavalry wielding Cossack sabers. The cavalry on the opposite side stopped outside the range of their bows and arrows.
Is that Jashika's car fort? His car fort seems to have additional defense bonuses.
Chu Tian rarely faced off against opponents with this special type of defense. Hundreds of special carriages were connected in series using iron flails and had high guard plates, forming a long wall that stretched for thousands of meters. In the middle of the gap between the chariots, the infantry of the Hussite legion set up tower shields to fill the gap between the chariots.
It is said that for this kind of vehicle fort, each vehicle has more than 10 soldiers as a group, 10 vehicles as a unit, and several units as a company.
Ekaterina showed stability in the face of Jeshka's car and fort tactics. She had some understanding of this car and fort tactics.
Dian Wei, lead the Tiger Guards and get ready.
Chu Tian gave the important task of breaking through the car fort to a reckless man like Dian Wei, intending to use force to break through Jia Shika's car fort. This is the balance between spear and shield. However, Dian Wei was also in danger of dying in battle. The reliability of the chariot fort lies not only in the defensive power of the chariot, but also in the crossbows and portal guns used by the infantry behind the chariot to kill enemy troops who attack the chariot's defense line.
Not only that, they also dug trenches in front of the car fort defense line.
Hua Mulan noticed that Jashika's infantry were digging trenches. Since the time was short, the trenches had not yet been formed.
Disrupt them and prevent their trenches from forming.
Catherine sent Cossack cavalry and used the mobility of the cavalry to harass Jeshka's defense line. Otherwise, trenches will form and Jeshka's car fort tactics will enter their peak state.
His Majesty the Great Tsar orders us to attack the soldiers of Bohemia.
The leader of the Ukrainian Cossacks, Khmelnytsky, drew his saber and personally led the Cossack light cavalry to attack Jeshka's car fort defense line. The infantry who originally dug trenches in front of the carriage quickly retreated behind the carriage. The nervous crossbowmen held crossbows. The infantry equipped with primitive firearms, such as fire portal guns, hid behind the thick wooden shields, or tower shields of the carriage. Rows of crossbows. The gun was aimed at the Cossack cavalry attacking the car fort. As long as the Cossack cavalry dares to attack the car fort defense line head-on, long-range weapons such as crossbows and fire portal guns will teach the Cossack cavalry how to behave. A Cossack general bent his bow and shot an arrow, which stuck in the ground in front of the carriage. The Cossack cavalry operated beyond the range of their bows and arrows, as long as the Hussite infantry did not continue to dig trenches.
The equipment of this group of infantry is really confusing.
Chu Tian led the cavalry to show off their power and patrol outside Jeshka's chariot and fort. The armor of the Hussite army was so bad that people mistakenly thought it was a ragtag group. Jashika's chariot fort had amazing defensive power, but it lacked the ability to take the initiative. The cavalry around Chu Tian made them dare not leave the chariot fort, leaving the car castle. There is only a dead end. In other words, although Jashika is a famous general, he can only act like a turtle.
Your Majesty, this is information about the Battle of Linz and the two warring parties.
When the coalition forces of the Western Lords and Attila's army fought in the Linz area, many free players chose to risk their lives to watch the battle. Among them were Katerina's spies to collect relevant intelligence.
Alexander's Macedonian legion suddenly broke out on the fourth day of the decisive battle. Its military attributes, including morale and physical strength, increased significantly. It is suspected that he has special characteristics that can greatly improve the legion's strength in a battle. The improvement, should be one of the highest legion characteristics.
Ekaterina's vigilance against other civilizations in the Western continent allowed her to obtain effective intelligence about other civilizations. The most noteworthy one was the ability that Alexander used for the first time in the war.
This level of increase should have special restrictions. Otherwise, I bet that if there were no restrictions, Alexander would definitely use this ability in every battle.
Chu Tian believed that his speculation should be correct. The ability of the Legion panel is greatly improved. If Chu Tian has this ability, he will use it in every battle, and the loss of troops will definitely be greatly reduced. Alexander only uses it once every few years, which shows that his characteristics are extremely limited. Currently, various lords speculate that his characteristic limit is that he can only use it once a year.
But there may be other restrictions that prevent Alexander from using it normally. This is equivalent to an explosive type of characteristics. And most of Chu Tian's characteristics are continuous characteristics. Catherine gave Chu Tian a copy of the collected information.
There are also the Romans. They have Carthage's legions. They have begun to expand to North Africa. North Africa has little status. Rome wants to establish a colony there. Carthage, the mortal enemy of Rome, was actually occupied by the Romans, which shows that Hannibal, the top general in Carthage, the civilized area of Tunisia, has not been recruited yet.
Chu Tian thought for a moment. And in the Carthage civilization, there might be Hannibal, the only saint-level military general in Africa. I haven't seen Hannibal's name on the hero ranking list yet. It is possible that Carthage without Hannibal was destroyed by the Roman legion.
Carthage only has a population of 3 million. It is normal for it to be defeated by the Roman legions. This Rome has a population of 20 million. Now it is more than 20 million. They already have a large colony.
As a lord who focuses on the Western continent, Ekaterina has always paid close attention to other civilizations in the Western continent. Starting the colonial mode is also an old tradition for Western lords. The land and population of the West were divided among various empires. Their populations were not large enough, and they had no choice but to colonize if they wanted to expand. The existence of the teleportation array greatly reduces the cost of ruling the colony. The cost of using the teleportation array can be spread among the population of the colony. The Han Empire also had this tendency. Mingwan destroyed the Koryo kingdom and forcibly occupied the Koryo peninsula, which was somewhat similar to the Romans' demise of Carthage.
Also, Timur's siege of Vienna is over. Austrian Archduke Ferdinand's army suffered heavy losses, and Hohenzollern may take the opportunity to ascend the throne of the Holy Roman Emperor, and may even annex Austria and Hungary. That's something we can't control. The strength of these lords is quite impressive.
Chu Tian came to the Western continent for the first time to fight, and he had some understanding of the situation in the Western continent. The Western continent is currently divided among princes. Because of the presence of players, the colonial situation has been opened up. Because no one can conquer the powerful civilizations in the Western continent, they can only rely on colonies to supplement their population and finances. At present, Chu Tian cannot intervene in matters here, and Yekaterina's influence is limited to Eastern Europe.
Lord, the White Robes are coming to join us.
When Chu Tian was organizing an attack on Jashika's Kar fort, the White Robes Legion, which had been missing for a long time, finally arrived and joined Chu Tian.
The White Robe Legion's trip is a little later than expected. Qin Qingji and the others should not have made such a mistake. What trouble did they encounter? Let Qin Qingji, Xuerengui, and Zhao Yun come to see me.
Chu Tian wanted to know the reason why the White Robe Legion arrived so late. Qin Qingji, Xuerengui, and Zhao Yun arrived. They still had a vague smell of blood on their bodies. It was estimated that a war broke out not long ago.
There is a group of Polish hussars delaying us on the way. They may be the cavalry generals of the Kingdom of Poland. The losses of the other side should be greater than ours.
Qin Qingji explained the reason.
Polish hussars?
Chu Tian looked at Ekaterina. She had a group of Polish hussars under her command.
Look what I'm doing. The Polish hussars are a special force of the Kingdom of Poland. Some important generals or nobles of Polish civilization are qualified to recruit Polish hussars. The Polish heroes, who can delay the White Robes army, should be among the best in Polish civilization. Yes.
A few of Catherine's generals were also heroes from the Kingdom of Poland. In the eyes of the Eastern lords, the Kingdom of Poland is a small country. But in fact, its population is half that of France. Coupled with allies such as Lithuania, it has a large population and was very powerful for a period of time in history. The Grand Duchy of Moscow and the Teutonic Knights, the Ottoman Turkish Empire, were all defeated by the Polish cavalry. In every civilization, the ancestors have their moments of prosperity.
Although the Polish hussars suffered a lot of losses, they may have followed us and will participate in this battle.
Qin Qingji reminded Chu Tian.
War Eagle has discovered 2 groups of cavalry approaching. There are hundreds of thousands of cavalry. 100,000? They can't all be Polish hussars.
Chu Tian did not believe that the Polish generals of the Hungarian Empire could recruit such a large number of cavalry. Most of them should be ordinary Hunnic cavalry and Polish cavalry. Now Chu Tian and Yekaterina faced Jeshka's chariot and fortress, as well as more than 100,000 cavalry outside.
Their cavalry from all over the country were finally willing to leave in full force.
After Chu Tian changed his target to Attila's loot, the Hunnic Empire finally couldn't hold it back any longer. Chu Tian wanted to take away these treasures.
but also had to defeat the chariot and cavalry in front of him. "Chief, our cavalry has arrived." The Hussite army was blocked by Chu Tian inside the chariot, and did not dare to move. They saw the Hungarian cavalry and Polish cavalry appearing next to Chu Tian's eastern cavalry. 2 cavalrymen are reinforcements from the Hussite army. "We already have more troops than the other side, but we are still not allowed to attack." Jeshka knew the weakness of the car fort. The mobility of the chariot and fort is worse than that of the cumbersome heavy cavalry. Once it takes the initiative to attack, the chariot will become chaotic due to inconsistent actions and be defeated by the cavalry. Continuing to hold on is the best way. "But Chief, this is your chance to defeat the Eastern Cavalry and make a name for yourself. We, the Hussite Legion, can prove our strength to the world." The generals of the Hussite army requested to cooperate with the more than 100,000 Hunnic Empire cavalry on the periphery, and defeated Chu Tian and Yekaterina's cavalry in one fell swoop. In their view, their side already has an absolute military advantage. "Still can't attack." Jeshka firmly refused to leave the castle. On the periphery, the Polish cavalry generals following the white robes gathered together 100,000 cavalry summoned from various pastures of the Hungarian Empire, and merged with 50,000 cavalry sent from the royal city of the Hunnic Empire, for a total of 150,000 cavalry. The Hussite Legion of Jeshka consisted of approximately 40,000 soldiers of various types. Among the 150,000 cavalry, the corps are thousands of Polish hussars and thousands of Hunnic eagle shooters. Polish generals rode war horses, followed by Polish hussars equipped with special wing decorations. They were also equipped with excellent war horses, extra-long lances, and slightly curved sabers. "Do you want to fight the cavalry from the east?" When the Polish general was blocking the white robes, he had a taste of the white robes' military power. He was hesitant to launch an attack or just confront the eastern cavalry. He only had to delay the eastern cavalry and let them throw their weapons at him. "General, the cavalry from the east has launched an attack." When the Polish general hesitated, the white robes, who had been harassed by him for a long time, acted as the vanguard and took the initiative to attack the 150,000 Huns and Polish cavalry. "Polish hussars, fight!" The Polish general pulled out the saber specially designed for the hussars, and commanded 150,000 cavalry to attack the white robes. In the eastern waters of the British Isles, 2 huge fleets clashed. The English's large Galenic ship knocked over the Viking warrior's longship. The sharp angle of collision tore the Viking longship into 2 pieces, the Viking warriors on board falling into the cold sea and losing combat effectiveness. The huge Galenic ship rolled over the heads of the Viking warriors who were gathering in the water, and the water stirred by the ship's hull caused great suffering to those who fell into the water. It's winter now, and the water is freezing cold. In the Elizabethan era of the 16th century, the legendary English privateer captain, Francis Drake, led the royal fleet recently formed by the English Lord Charles to launch a counterattack against the Viking civilization and Canute the Great who invaded England. Although it was difficult for all civilizations in the early days of the rise of the barbarians, each traditional kingdom and empire had its own characteristics, heroes, and heritage. When these traditional civilizations became familiar with the fighting style and intensity of the barbarians, they began to target each barbarian civilization, launch a counterattack. The English royal fleet led by Drake finally caught the Viking pirate fleet and crushed it with its tall hull and hard ramming angle. Rockets from the warships fired a salvo and burned the Viking warships. "Avoid a boarding battle with them. The Vikings are good at hand-to-hand combat. In real naval battles, they are not as good as our brave sailors. Victory belongs to England." Drake's eyes reflected the sea where the fire was spreading, and the burning wooden boards floating on the waves. Emperor Canute must have looked very angry at this time. The English did not choose hand-to-hand combat, but used large ships to deal with the threat from the Viking pirates from the sea. "We have fallen into the English trap," just as the cunning Drake imagined. Emperor Canute of the Viking civilization. His expression twisted when he saw the Viking warships being destroyed by the royal fleet. The Viking longships were much smaller than the large Galenic ships, and Drake led them to the royal fleet's ambush circle in order to completely eliminate the Viking pirates. Chapter 708, Broken Car Fortress. "Canute the Great of the Vikings escaped?" Drake raised a captain with his right hand. Somewhat furious, smoke billowed from the sea, and the Viking longships were knocked over or burned by the royal fleet, causing heavy losses. The Viking pirates, who had been threatening England, were annihilated, and Emperor Canute's ambition to conquer England failed. However, Captain Drake wanted to capture Canute the Great, but Canute the Great escaped with a group of Viking warriors. The captain who was mentioned by Drake knew that Drake, who commanded the royal fleet, was as ferocious as a pirate. So he carefully excused himself. General, Viking warriors are brave and good at fighting, and their ships are more flexible than our big ships in shallow water. So let them escape. Only then did Drake let go. Although the Viking ships are a bit outdated, they are indeed flexible enough in front of our big ship. General, we attacked the Vikings and won a great victory. This was all due to your wise command. Such merit is enough to grant you a knighthood. Each captain was also careful to flatter Drake. Drake looked at the sea that was still smoking black. At least tens of thousands of Viking warriors were killed by him in the naval battle, including the elite berserkers of the Umas chapter of the Viking civilization. In the Hunnic Empire, a cavalry battle began. The White Robes used 50,000 cavalry to attack the 150,000 cavalry commanded by the Polish general. Schwerengue and Zhao Yun aimed directly at the Polish hussars, because they knew that the general commanding the Polish hussars might be the commander of 150,000 cavalry. The Polish hussars raised their lances, with the flag of the Kingdom of Poland hanging on them. When they charged, the wing decorations behind the cavalry rustled, and they attacked the White Horse soldiers. The Huns cavalry and Polish horse archers suppressed the White Horse Icon from both sides, hoping to force the White Horse Icon to confront the Polish wing cavalry from the front. As light cavalry, the White Horse each song was actually at a disadvantage in close combat with the Polish hussars. But this time, because Taishirtsi was left in charge of siege, Chu Tian transferred the Tiger Army and Xuanjiao Army to the White Robe Army to deal with the Polish wing cavalry. The Polish hussars discovered that a black cavalry appeared among the white waves. This black torrent formed a sharp contrast with the White Robes. The White Robe Legion is a light cavalry, while the Black Legion often means a steel torrent composed of heavy cavalry. Two generals, Yu Qigong and Cheng Yaojin, went to Eastern Europe, led the Xuanjiao army as the vanguard, and crashed into the Polish wing cavalry. Die! The big axe in Cheng Yaojin's hand fell down, knocking a Polish hussar off his horse. Relying on the impact power and the defensive power of the protective gear, the Xuanjiao army held a horse spear that was almost the same length as a lance and charged into the spear forest of the Polish wing cavalry. The sharp horse spears and lances stabbed at each other. Two high-level cavalry collided, and hundreds of cavalry were stabbed to death in one encounter. The Xuanjiao army has a smaller number, but its individual combat power is superior to the Polish hussars. Yu Qigong and Cheng Yaojin are the vanguards of the Xuanjiao army, trying to penetrate the Polish hussars. The Xuanjiao army is responsible for opening the gap. Behind is the Tiger army, and further behind is Qin Qingzi's White Robe army. And on the two wings are Schwerengue and Zhao Yun's cavalry. Both sides were flanked by cavalry archers, and the rain of arrows blocked the sky. The White Horse cavalry, the Huns cavalry, and the Polish cavalry died under the random arrows. With every breath, a cavalry was hit by an arrow and fell from the horse's back. Schwerengue shot out all the arrows in his quiver in one breath, and 25 Huns cavalry were hit and killed. The Tang dynasty archers followed Schwerengue, bending their bows and setting arrows. They almost didn't need to aim. They just threw arrows towards the opposite side. With the densely packed cavalry on the opposite side, they would always hit one or two. The Polish hussars fought very bravely. Like the White Horse icon, both sides fought to the death and refused to retreat. The two cavalry battled in the plains, and the number of cavalry invested exceeded 200,000. Chu Tian watched this astonishing cavalry battle from behind. The white-robed army was dealing with troops 3 times his own. But it was not a big problem. During the cavalry battle between the two sides, the Hussite legions were ready to move, posing a threat to Chu Tian. Chu Tian gathered Dian Wei's Tiger Guards, Joan of Arc's French Protectorate Army, Mu Guiying's Song Chengbu, and other heavy infantry. Liang Hongyu's Jianin crossbowmen were responsible for long-range suppression, while Fan Lihua's Shiliang cavalry, King Arthur's Knights of the Round Table, and the Western Knights were ready to charge after the infantry broke through, ending the battle in one fell swoop. The French Protectorate Army assembled. The equipment of this group of Protectorate Army was originally in tatters, but the Chu Tian forces were rich, so even if they were high-level peasant armies, the equipment of the French Protectorate Army was still better than that of the Hussite army. This is also an economic advantage of the territory. There are only a few thousand people in the National Guard army, but their morale is high. Dian Wei's Tiger Guards only had 500 people. The main force used to break through the chariot and fort defenses was Mu Guiying's infantry, numbering about 5,000. They were replaced by infantry with astonishing defensive capabilities. The defensive infantry armor cannot be said to be able to block the armor-breaking ability of crossbows and fire portal guns within a distance of 20 to 30 meters. But it is enough to help infantry and generals advance to the front of the Carfort defense line. The 4 major heroines were brought by Chu Tian to participate in this battle to improve the abilities of all of them and their legions. Hua Mulan and Xiao Chua did not participate in the battle, but followed Chu Tian and commanded. Hua Mulan is considered a reconnaissance general, and Xiao Chua is currently the clerical officer of the legion. After the decline of the Khitan tribe, even the population of the southern Xiongnu tribe was insufficient. So Xiao Chua's loyalty was no longer low, and she had no better place to go. Concentrate all your forces, attack one point, and tear apart the castle. Following Chu Tian's order, 5,000 heavy infantrymen holding shields formed an iron wall and advanced towards the chariot fort. The eastern cavalry dismounts and attacks. The infantry of the Hussite army were extremely nervous. They discovered that Chu Tian not only failed to support the White Robe army, but also directly attacked, intending to defeat the 2 legions at the same time. These heavy infantry are not dismounted cavalry, but real heavy infantry. Everyone must be careful. Jeshka did not think that the dismounted cavalry would have a full set of heavy infantry equipment. Mu Guiying's infantry, heavy infantry, with the front row holding large shields, formed a defensive formation. The infantry behind held long spears, and more were heavy armored infantry equipped with divine arm bows. This group of heavy armored infantry formed a sharp cone formation, intending to break through the car and fort defense line in one go. Jianyan's crossbowman was behind the heavy steps of the infantry, and used his divine arm bow to launch a shot at the chariot and fort. The crossbow loaded with the divine arm bow shot out of the air, and drew an arc-shaped trajectory in the air, like heavy rain falling. Dozens of Hussite infantrymen behind the chariot and fort were shot dead because they could not dodge. The heavy armored infantry focused on breaking through the Carfort defense line, and a tower shield was filled with crossbow arrows fired from the god's arm bow. The carriage's fenders were also studded with crossbow arrows. Use rockets! Under the command of Liang Hongyu, Jianyan's crossbowman, who had spent a lot of time preparing rockets, was finally ready. This time, rockets all over the sky rose into the sky, formed into bolides, and fell. The fire arrow has an igniting effect on the wooden carriage. When the fire arrow is nailed to the guard plate of the carriage, black smoke begins to rise, and the fire has a tendency to spread. However, the Hussite carriages prepared ways to deal with fire attacks. There were buckets filled with water in the carriages, and the infantry could scoop water to extinguish the flames that had not yet spread. Fire attacks don't seem to be effective. It still depends on melee combat. Liang Hongyu discovered that the fire arrow team did not achieve the expected results, and knew that the victory could not be determined by fire attack. Jashika's Carfort tactics take many situations into consideration and try to build the strongest defense line in the wild, so they must be prepared for fire attacks. The firebolts require more time to prepare their rockets, and the firing rate is slower than ordinary crossbows. But the firebolts can still play their role, causing chaos in the Hussite infantry. In the heavy infantry phalanx of infantry and armor, the divine arm bows were stretched out, and thousands of crossbows were launched, suppressing the defenders. The infantry phalanx was getting closer and closer to the chariot and fort, and the distance changed from 100 steps to 80 to 70 steps, 60 steps. When a heavy infantryman fell down, the heavy armored infantrymen in the rear immediately took over, forming rows of black torrents. Mu Guiying was among the large number of heavy armored infantry, with blazing eyes, waiting patiently for the 2 infantrymen to engage in close combat. Finally, the heavy infantry collided with the Hussite Che fortress. The crossbows and portal guns behind the Hussite Che fortress were fired only after the infantry armor heavy infantry entered the firing range of 20 or 30 meters. The crossbow arrows and lead bullets penetrated. The infantry armor in the front row was submerged into the heavy infantry. A row of heavy infantry fell, and the heavy armored infantry at the rear accelerated their pace, passed over the corpses of their companions, and fought with the infantry holding spears and axes behind the car and fort. The Hussite infantry resisted the tower shield and thrust out their spears, trying to kill the heavy infantry, but they were blocked by the strong infantry armor. Song Chengbu's spear was also stuck in the position of the tower shield, making it difficult to kill the enemy, who used the tower shield to avoid it. The shouts of killing shook the earth. The 2 infantrymen mainly used long-handled weapons, and sawed back and forth along the chariot and fort. The Hussite infantry was mainly light infantry, but it had the defensive bonus of the chariot and fort, and the advantage of being condescending. It was quite Yu Muguying's armored infantry was attacking the small city wall. Muguying rode up to the front in person, thrust out his spear, and penetrated the tower shield. One of the wooden boards of the tower shield shattered. The gun blade appeared behind the tower shield and assassinated a Hussite infantryman. The weapons of Chu Tian's fierce generals are basically forged by the swordsmith General Mosia, and their quality is at least king level. Muguying pulled out the pear blossom gun and attacked the gap between the two chariots, breaking the tower shield. Muguying frowned slightly. There were flails connecting different carriages, and there was a gun formation composed of nervous Hussite infantry in front. Her horse could not jump over the flails, otherwise it would plunge into the opposite gun formation. Muguying simply abandoned his horse and fought on foot, sweeping across with his pear-shaped spear, picking off several Hussite infantry. Behind the densely packed armored infantry, the giant humanoid beast Dian Wei led the Tiger Guards, and Joan of Arc led the French Protectorate Army. Under the cover of heavy infantry armored infantry, they gradually approached the car fort. Activate the motivational effect. In the Chu Tian camp, Joan of Arc and Liang Hongyu both have the ability to inspire morale. Among them, Joan of Arc and the French Protectorate Army both have the ability to be fanatical. With the blessing of the two, the infantry of the French Protectorate Army entered a state of fanaticism, and their morale was full. Joan of Arc was originally the core figure of the French Peasant Army, and the ability and morale bonus she provided to the French Peasant Army were quite terrifying. The French Protectorate Army, in a frenzied state, had no sense of pain, and under the call of the Holy Flag, they charged towards the chariot fort. On the other side, Dian Wei's Tiger Guards also cooperated with Joan of Arc in attacking the chariot castle. The Tiger Guard does not have a fanatical state, but the Tiger Guard itself has higher attributes than the French Protectorate. Its core is Dian Wei's force. Dian Wei followed Chu Tian's instructions and attacked the tower shield between the carriages. The Hussite infantry behind the tower shield was holding a gun. He found a figure blocking the sun. Dian Wei carried a mountain climbing axe and slashed down, splitting the tower shield. Splinters of wood flew flying, and the solid tower shield was split open by Dian Wei with great force. The Hussite infantry collapsed on the ground in horror. In order to enhance the destructive power, this time Dian Wei did not use a skilled weapon such as a short halberd, but was equipped with a giant battle axe, a skill he learned from the Viking hero Harold. The furious Dian Wei wielded his battle axe and slashed everywhere. He cut off the flail with one axe, and led the Tiger Guards to continuously rush into the interior of the chariot and fort, wreaking havoc. The chariot and fortress stretched for thousands of meters, but the place where the Han army concentrated their attack was only 100 meters away, to point out the errand car. Dian Wei's Tiger Guards had amazing infantry combat capabilities. When the Hussite infantry came to attack, all of them fell under the heavy halberds of the Tiger Guards. Why Dian Wei looks a bit like Harold? Chu Tian, who was watching the battle from behind, discovered that Dian Wei and Harold had been staying together for a long time. The two became friends with fists and developed a friendship with their fists. As a result, Dian Wei now uses Harold's battle axe, and its destructive power is quite terrifying. Dian Wei's own strength was already astonishing, and he was equipped with a heavy weapon such as a tomahawk, which was extremely destructive. So he was invincible in tough battles. Harold, go and help Dian Wei. Ekaterina probably realized that Jeshka had deployed 2 levels of forts. Even if Dian Wei captured the first level of forts, there would be another level of forts behind, and Dian Wei might be weak. So she sent Harold and Varangi to the forts. The guards pressed forward. It seems he's still a little behind. Harold and Dian Wei were both strong men and sympathized with each other, but they were happy to lead the Varangian guards to support Dian Wei. The Varangian guard was almost completely wiped out in the battle with the Golden Horde. The current Varangian guard has been rebuilt, and Harold trained the new Varangian guard recruits through the battle with Jeshka. Dian Wei's Tiger Guards and Muguying Song Chengbu broke through the first car fort. The infantry of the first car fort huddled among the chariots, and the infantry of both sides were intertwined. Suddenly, the gunners of the second car fort started shooting, and white smoke filled the air. The Portal Lancer is a lower level than the Arquebusier, because the Arquebus is actually an advancement of the Portal Gun. But the Portal Gun still has amazing armor-breaking capabilities. Dozens of Tiger Guard infantry were killed under the fierce shooting of the Human Lancers. Dian Wei held a Hussite infantry in front of him. The Hussite infantry was shot dead by his companion's gun. When Dian Wei saw that the Hussite infantry was hit with several bloody holes, he was secretly shocked. What if he was shot by the gun? Even a strong general would not feel comfortable if he was shot. We can only use the fire portal gun to block their offensive. facing the ferocious offensive of Dian Wei and other fierce generals. It was already a fact that the first chariot fort fell. If the second chariot fort fell again, the chariot fort's defense line would be broken, and it would no longer be possible to defend. A row of tomahawks flew in and killed the fire gate spearmen. More than a dozen tomahawks dug into the protective board of the second car fort, and with chips flew everywhere. The Varangian guards arrived, and Viking berserkers wielding battle axes chased the Hussite infantry and chopped them down. Harold appeared next to Dian Wei. "Big Iron Man, let's join forces and defeat them. Nordic stupid cows. My tiger guards can defeat them." Not to be outdone, Dian Wei attacked the second car fort. The two fierce generals working together can even shake the chariot itself. The Varangian guards cut off the iron cables between the carriages. Dian Wei and Harold overturned a carriage, stepped on the fallen carriage, and killed the Fargate Lancers. Chapter 709, Capturing Jessica. The second line of defense of Hussite Castle is about to be broken under the fierce offensive of the Tiger Guard and Varangian Guard. Jessica transferred the Woman Lancers to defend the second carriage fort. But Dian Wei and Harold's offensive was fierce. Taking advantage of the gap between the Woman Lancers loading black powder, they overturned the carriages and led the high-level heavy armored infantry break through the second line of defense. There were gaps in the two chariot forts. From the rear, Van Leeuwen's heavy infantry followed the gaps and entered the chariot forts. "Drive them out!" Inside the chariot fort were more infantry and a few cavalry. They found that there was a gap in the chariot fort, so they attacked Dian Wei and Harold one after another, hoping to drive out the two fierce generals and their high-level infantry. "After my infantry went berserk and exhausted, your infantry saved us." Harold's blood boiled. His eyes were bloodshot, and he wanted to enter a violent state. However, the special status of the Varangian guards has weaknesses. If there is no follow-up support after exhaustion, they may be killed by the Hussite legions. "You just have to fight and leave the rest to me." Dian Wei also knew that after the Varangian guards entered a special state, they were equivalent to 9th level heavy infantry, which was quite an exaggeration. So he supported Harold to break into the Hussite infantry and activate the violent state. Harold led the Varangian guards forward until they were surrounded by Hussite infantry and cavalry on all sides. Thousands of Hussite infantry and cavalry surrounded several hundred Varangian guards. Harold looked around. They were all enemy soldiers. But he and the Viking berserkers of the Varangian guards did not feel fear. On the contrary, this group of Viking berserkers from the Varangian guard can use their berserk traits unscrupulously. The Viking berserkers broke out. Their combat power was equivalent to that of 9th level heavy infantry. Their bodies grew larger, and they brandished their battle axes, sweeping across all directions. The Varangian guards, with less than 500 men, could defeat thousands of Hussite soldiers on the premise that the Hussite legions no longer had chariots and forts to improve their defenses. Jessica personally led the light cavalry to attack the Varangian guards, but was defeated by the Varangian guards. The Vikings' battle axes and even their horses were also chopped down. When the Varangian guards' physical strength was exhausted and the violent state disappeared, thousands of infantry and cavalry of the Hussite legion had fallen here, and it was a mess. Many of the infantry of the Hussite legion vomited violently because of the stimulation of the tragic scene. After the Varangian guards' physical strength disappeared, Dian Wei led the Tiger Guards, rescued Harold and the Varangian guards, and defeated the Hussite infantry and cavalry again. Mu Guiying has already entered the car fort. Further back, the French Protectorate Army, a high-level peasant army similar to the Hussite army, also entered the chariot and fort. They raised their spears and fought with the Hussite army. The ground began to tremble, and Jessica's face turned pale. He could already hear the hoofbeats of war horses, and the hoofbeats were unusually dull. They did not sound like light cavalry, but heavy armored cavalry. The dense armored cavalry charged. King Arthur raised his holy sword high, and the Knights of the Round Table finally appeared on the battlefield again after a long time. The knights in the west jumped over the fallen tower shield, chopped down the enemy soldiers along the way with their knight swords, and broke into the chariot and fort. Once the defense of the chariot castle is lost, the Hussite legions inside the chariot castle can only fight head-on with the Knights of the Round Table. The Knights of the Round Table were equipped with plate armor, one of the armors with the highest defense. When faced with the incoming crossbow arrows, they faced the crossbows and thrust out the knight's sword, easily piercing the Hussite infantry, who were not well armored, and assassinating them. What awaited the Hussite legions was destruction. Although the morale of the Hussite legions was higher than that of the ordinary peasant rebels, they faced a huge equipment gap. as well as high-level cavalry that broke through the Kar forts and drove straight in. No matter how stubborn the fighting spirit is, it will be of no use in the face of absolute power. Kill them! Don't retreat! Jeshka was still organizing troops to block the gap, and groups of Bohemian cavalry launched a charge, but were swallowed up by the Tiger Guards, Song Chumbu, and the Knights of the Round Table. In order to avenge their last defeat, Van Leeuwen's Shiliang cavalry were overwhelming and crushed the Hussite infantry and cavalry head-on. The Shiliang cavalry were equipped with javelins, and hundreds of javelins shot out of the air, pitting hundreds of Hussite infantry to the ground. Van Leeuwen is also very ambitious, because she was defeated by the chariot last time. She used extra force during the charge, flying away each Hussite infantry until she was in front of Jeshka. Jeshika drew his saber, but the pear gun knocked his saber away. Jeshika is just a commander-type hero, not a fierce general, and his military power is far inferior to Fan Leeuwen. After Fan Leeuwen's chariot fort was breached, she easily captured Jeshika. The general was captured. The Hussite army was shattered. Thousands of men were killed, and the rest of the troops were forced to flee or become prisoners. The 150,000 cavalry commanded by Polish generals are still fighting against the White Robes. However, the situation has changed. The two chariot forts have been breached. His cavalry is no match for the White Robes, and it is completely meaningless to continue fighting. Retreat! About 20,000 cavalrymen were killed on the Polish general side, and 2,000 Polish hussars were killed, which made the Polish general feel a little distressed and couldn't help but wonder. The 130,000 cavalrymen of the Hungarian Empire receded like a tide. The White Robes fought bloody battles. Their physical strength was exhausted, and they did not pursue. Thousands of cavalry were killed in the White Robe Legion. If both sides continued to consume, both cavalry legions would be completely wiped out. The war ended with the annihilation of the Hussite army, and the leader of the Hussite army and tens of thousands of people were taken prisoner. The one-eyed Jeshika was brought to Chu Tian as a legendary hero in the Kingdom of Bohemia, Czech civilized area. Jeshika is working for Attila, the leader of the Hunnic Empire, and wants to establish a new order in the Western continent. Last time I sent someone to call for surrender. You didn't agree. Now, you still fall into my hands. Serve me now, and you and your Hussite Legion companions can survive. Unless you are willing to watch the soldiers of the Hussite Legion were used by me as cannon fodder to attack the city. Chu Tian threatened Jeshika. Tens of thousands of Hussite soldiers were captured by Chu Tian. These soldiers of the Hussite army became Chu Tian's bargaining chip to recruit and surrender Jeshika. If Jeshka surrenders, these Hussite soldiers can return to his command. On the contrary, if he is unwilling to surrender, these Hussite soldiers will be at Chu Tian's disposal. Even if Chu Tian buried them alive, he would still let Chu Tian's mood go. The expression on Jeshika's face was a little twitching. Chu Tian's threat was very powerful and hit his weak spot. The soldiers of the Hussite legions felt like brothers. There's no way I'm going to surrender. After a painful struggle, Jeshika still rejected Chu Tian's proposal. Then you will suffer the consequences of your refusal. Attack the city. Chu Tian drove the captured Hussite soldiers to help Taishar Ci capture the city where the loot was stored. This time, he really used the Hussite soldiers as cannon fodder to destroy Jeshka's psychological defense. After the victory, the Hussite army's carriages and pack horses became Chu Tian's trophies, and a batch of muskets were also seized. The 3-eye fire gun used in the Ming dynasty is also a type of fire door gun. However, this weapon is actually not enough to completely defeat cold weapons, because a well-trained archer can only fire 2 lead bullets every 3 minutes. The rate of fire is slower than that of archers, and the range has no advantage. The advantage is that the fire gate gun has a fear effect. Enemies who have never seen this weapon will be greatly frightened. Their morale will drop, and their formation will collapse. The armor-breaking ability of firearms is also quite amazing, and they are easy to train. In Lords, you need a firearms unit to use this weapon, and the Hussite Legion has a group of gunmen who can use this primitive firearm. The carriage of the Hussite army was captured, and the grain and grass on the carriage could also be regarded as an additional batch of supplies. The soldiers of the Hussite Legion were driven to attack the city, and the soldiers of the Hussite Legion rolled down the ladder one by one. When Jeshka saw Chu Tian really throwing the Hussite legions into a brutal siege, his cheeks twitched, and he was struggling painfully in his heart. If he did not surrender, perhaps Chu Tian would consume all the Hussite legions without feeling any distress. Chu Tian does not lack a general. Even if Jeshika does not surrender, it will not affect the overall situation. The city was crumbling under Chu Tian's attack. The defenders were also generals from the Hussite army. When they learned that Jeshka had been captured, they lost all fighting spirit and simply led the defenders to break out at night. Chu Tian and Catherine's soldiers were able to invade the city and divide the spoils of the Kingdom of Hungary. Boxes of treasures were moved in front of the two people, and the wooden boxes were opened, revealing gold coins. In addition to gold coins, there are also works of art from the Kingdom of Hungary, which are priceless. The several million people in the Kingdom of Hungary have accumulated many years of savings, which is quite a lot. Xiaochua's eyes went straight when he saw the astonishing amount of loot. As expected of Attila, he looted so much property from the Kingdom of Hungary in a short period of time. I declare that his level of looting is higher than mine. Chu Tian grabbed a handful of gold coins in one hand, and the heavy feeling was slightly wonderful. Nothing is more satisfying than gold coins. This time, he was cheating and took away part of Attila's loot. Attila would definitely be very angry. The two lords divided the spoils contentedly. The spoils plundered from the Hun Empire this time can not only make up for the military expenses of sending troops, but also make them rich. Jeshka also breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Chu Tian captured the city, Chu Tian would not continue to use the captured Hussite soldiers as cannon fodder. However, Chu Tian's thoughts made Jeshka even more desperate. If you don't surrender, then I will drive out the Hussite army and attack the royal city of the Hunnic Empire. The royal city of the Hunnic Empire is stronger than this large city, and the Hussite army may be completely annihilated. Chu Tian continued to threaten Jeshka. If he did not surrender, the Hussite army would definitely be exhausted. Dot! Jeshka did not expect Chu Tian to be so cruel. And finally, after a painful struggle, in order to save the remaining Hussite soldiers, he relented and chose to surrender. Chapter 710 Return to the Han Empire. Chu Tian recruited the legendary hero of the Kingdom of Bohemia for the first time. Although the other party was somewhat reluctant, Chu Tian believed that as time goes by, Jeshka would surrender to him sooner or later. Chu Tian could already see the panel of Jeshka. Name, Jan Jieska. Talent, King-level commander, infantry type. Level, 78. Identity, Bohemian national hero. Outstanding military commander in the Hussite War. Loyalty, 21. Commander, 93. Force, 68. Intelligence, 79. Politics, 53. Charm, 90. Phasiality, brave. Favorability, 10. Characteristic 1, Hussite Car Fortress, SS level exclusive feature. When deploying the Hussite Car Fortress, the defense power of the soldiers assisting in the defense of the car fort will be plus 30%. Damage received minus 20%. Morale reduction rate minus 25%. Inside the car fort, garrison, the applicable effect is halved. Negative effects, reduced mobility, leaving the range of the fort, and the bonus disappears. Characteristic 2, Prod 4 clauses, S-level characteristics, improve the military discipline of the Hussite army, making it less likely to cause chaos, rout, defection, etc. That is, when someone other than Jeshka is commanding the Hussite army, the Hussite army will be easier to military discipline collapsed. Special arms, Hussite Legion, 5th level light infantry. Upper limit 25,000. This should be one of the top 2 or 3 commanders in the Kingdom of Bohemia. Chu Tian was a little depressed when he saw Jeshka's loyalty of 21 and favorability of 10. Sure enough, there was a huge difference between generals recruited through tough tactics and generals who were sincerely loyal, or who were recruited using recruitment orders. However, Jeshka can barely be used under Chu Tian's supervision. Yekaterina asked Chu Tian, "What are you going to do next? Are you going to attack the royal city of the Hun Empire? Attila is on his way back. If he knows that the loot of the Kingdom of Hungary has been taken away by us, he might be furious. Let Attila continue to cause trouble for Alexander and the others." Chu Tian is also in trouble, and at the same time, he doesn't want Alexander to have an easy time. Although Attila was defeated, he had not completely lost his strength and could still delay Alexander for a while. Chu Tian has learned that Maldan Shanyu is active on the prairie. He is a hero who is not inferior to Attila. Chu Tian wanted to return to the grassland, defeat Maldan Shanyu in one fell swoop, and completely pacify the Xiongnu and CNA. Monin and Mabe need to establish a new ruling system and incorporate various tribes into the ruling system. Chu Tian directly used the teleportation array in this city to transport the looted gold and silver treasures back to Xia City. In Xia City, large carriages came out of the teleportation array. Many players near the teleportation array in Xia City saw these carriages filled with gold and silver treasures suddenly appearing. and they started talking privately. Among the large carriages, there are also oil paintings and other artworks from the western continent. Outside the carriage, the Xuanjia army was teleported back to guard the carriage convoy. This group of cavalry in black armor was full of murderous intent, and there were blood stains on the black armor. It was obvious that they had experienced a tragic battle not long ago. The Xuanjia army cavalry are equivalent to gold-level generals. Ordinary players would not dare to take a breath in front of the Xuanjia army, let alone step forward to rob them.
Is this a trophy that King Xia plundered from the western continent? King Xia must have obtained a lot of benefits from the western continent. There are at least hundreds of large carriages of loot.
Players in the Eastern Han Dynasty all know that Chu Tian led a group of soldiers to run amok in Eastern Europe. So the group of carriages in front of them were probably carriages transporting trophies from the western continent. For players in the Eastern Han Dynasty, transporting trophies back from the western continent is undoubtedly an exciting event. In the world of lords, the law of the jungle is the most followed. The weak eats the strong. If the East is strong, it can plunder gold and silver from the West. The same is true. After Chu Tian sent the large carriage into the teleportation formation, he led the cavalry to leave the royal city area of the Han Empire and return to Moscow City. A teleportation array can only teleport up to tens of thousands of people in one day. Chu Tian estimates that Attila and Temujin will turn back before they can teleport everyone back to Xia City. So it is better to march back to Moscow City first, and then return to the Han Empire. Chu Tian and Catherine's cavalry swept past, leaving the Hunnic Empire in a state of disarray. With only the solid royal city standing, it was very difficult to capture the royal city of the Hunnic Empire, and there was no need to take the risk of being defeated by Attila's return troops.
My lord, Jan Jeshka was defeated by the cavalry from the east and captured. The Hussite army only had half the strength of the Prokop brothers. Jeshka was defeated. Fortunately, we did not go out to fight out of the city, and Jan Sobieski's Polish hussars came to support in time. I knew that the cavalry in the east was invincible.
Brita breathed a sigh of relief when she heard that Chu Tian captured Jeshka, the famous general of the Kingdom of Bohemia, and withdrew his troops with Catherine. He has already had a psychological shadow on Chu Tian. In the palace of the Hunnic Empire, footsteps could be heard. Attila, who was slightly short but powerful, walked into the hall with a group of Huns. The blood stains on the sabers of this group of Huns who have not been wiped clean, and most of them were injured in the battle with the Western Coalition forces. After many days of fierce fighting, they finally got rid of the pursuit of the Western Coalition forces and returned to the Han Empire to rest. Brita stood up immediately when she saw Attila coming back, sweating profusely. It can be said that the Hungarian Empire performed very poorly during his stay. Chu Tian and Yekaterina were like no one in the Hungarian Empire, and the gold they stole was priceless.
You can defend the royal city, which has exceeded my expectations.
Attila also knew that his brother lacked ability and could deal with ordinary generals. However, he could not be Chu Tian's opponent in a battle with Chu Tian in the wild. Brita did not relax yet, because he had news that made Attila even more furious.
Jeshka was captured, and part of the loot looted from the Kingdom of Hungary was taken away.
Attila's steps stopped, and his expression gradually solidified. When he returned to the royal city, he learned that he had lost a general and a large amount of property. This property was the capital that Attila used to make a comeback. However, it was robbed by Chu Tian. Next, the situation of the Han Empire became even more dangerous. Brita continued to report unfavorable news to Attila.
Not only that, the Tsarist Empire has captured several towns on the border and is encroaching on our territory. Chu Zimu and Ekaterina are bullying others too much.
Attila was furious. No matter how good-tempered he is, if he returns from the failed Western expedition and his hometown is destroyed by Chu Tian, he will be furious. This time, the Hungarian Empire can be said to have suffered heavy losses. Outside the royal city of the Hunnic Empire, Temujin led his remaining troops to station here. Attila was worried about him, and did not allow his Mongol cavalry to enter the city. Temujin summoned Timur.
Attila's failure is a definite fact. The Seljuk Empire is competing with the Kushan Empire and the Western region's governor's palace for control of the Diwan Kingdom. Go to the Seljuk Empire.
Assist Wakwatai to conquer Diwan Kingdom.
Timur's eyes changed.
Diwan Kingdom? Capture the Kushan Empire, and turn the Kushan Empire into our vassal state. There are the food and Diwan horses we need.
Moscow City. Chu Tian's army returned here to rest and reorganize. And then the expeditionary force returned to the Han Empire in batches. This time, the army that expedition to Western Europe did not return directly to Xia City.
but was sent to Longcheng and Mobei to suppress Mountain Shanyu. Ekaterina led the nobles and generals of the Tsarist Russian Empire to see her off. This was also the first formal cooperation between the two great civilizations. Sofia, Nevsky of the Glacier, Dmitry of the Don, Yermak, Khmelnytsky, Harold, Bathory and other generals are already quite familiar with Chutian and others. Symbolizing the Tsarist Russian Empire, the double-headed eagle flag of civilization is fluttering. Among them all, there is Peter, the current Prince of Russia. Because Chutian saved the Grand Duchy of Moscow once and destroyed the Golden Horde, the nobles of the Tsarist Empire did not object to Prince Peter, who had half Eastern blood, as his heir. There were various contradictions between the Tsarist Empire and other civilizations in the Western continent. It's time for me to return to the Han Empire. You take good care of Peter. Chu Tian just rubbed little Peter's black hair and gave instructions to Ekaterina. It is estimated that this son does not know that he is inferior to one person and superior to 10,000 people since he was born. If you have time, go to Xia City again. Yekaterina is also very straightforward. Anyway, the cost of the teleportation array is really not a big deal for a person of Yekaterina's status. She has reconciled with Xiao Liang and can go to the Han Empire. There is no room for two tigers in one mountain. Internal strife between Temujin and Attila will break out sooner or later. When the time comes, you can help me solve this trouble. A difficult enemy has appeared in the northern grasslands of the Han Empire. He has the same talent and strategy as Temujin. If he is not suppressing it when it reaches its peak, will definitely cause endless troubles in the future. Moreover, I need to unify the Han Empire. Although Chutian wanted to leave Eastern Europe and go back to completely renovate the grasslands and had no time to pay attention to Temujin, Chutian still left a foreshadowing. As the European military police, the Tsarist Empire was spying on the entire Western continent, and the task of solving Temujin was handed over to Catherine. According to Chutian's guess, both Temujin and Attila were ambitious conquerors, and there would be no room for two tigers in one mountain. There would definitely be internal strife between them. And then just let Ekaterina clean up the mess. Neither Catherine nor Alexander would miss the opportunity to annex territory from the Hunnic Empire. As for the Kingdom of Poland, it may be divided between the Holy Roman Empire and the Tsarist Empire. This civil war in the main world is also a redivision of the main world structure. Under the gaze of everyone in the Tsarist Empire, Chu Tian walked into the teleportation array. The scene in front of him changed, and he returned to Maobei Dragon City in an instant. In Maobei Dragon City, Prince Yan, Di Qing, and Fan Zhongyan were already waiting for Chu Tian. Prince Yan said, "The tribal meeting held by Modern Shanyu is about to begin. This may be a trap. A meeting used by Modern to establish his authority. It's not that easy for him to establish his power. This time, defeat him directly. The current Han Empire is not the Han Empire that lacked war horses in Liu Bang's era. The number of cavalry under Chu Tian's command is really not small. Tens of thousands. It is not difficult to really eliminate Mountain Shanyu. The main reason is to save financial expenditure and prepare for the unification war within the Han Empire. So Chu Tian did not mobilize for a full-scale war and planned to use elite troops to defeat Mountain Shanyu. Ding! It's auspicious and auspicious. Your territory has a high blessing value, and auspiciousness appears in many places. Chu Tian returned to the Han Empire, but received a system prompt that large-scale auspiciousness once again appeared in his territory. Chapter 711, A Prosperous Year of Good Fortune. Ding! When your territory's blessing value reaches a certain level, the trigger effect will herald a good and prosperous year. In Yuzhou, Bingzhou, Jizhou, Yanzhou, Yuzhou, Qinzhou, and Shuzhou counties, the probability of crop frostbite this year will be reduced by 20% to 75%. The probability of insect pests is reduced by 5% to 35%. And soil fertility is increased by 10% to 25%. Ding! When your territory's blessing value reaches a certain level, it triggers the effect of idle winter. From September to October, the natural birth rate of the population increases by 50% to 150%. Ding! When your territorial blessing value reaches a certain level, the trigger effect will bring fish every year. This year, the fishery output of each port will increase by 10% to 50%. Ding! When your territory's blessing value reaches a certain level, the triggering effect will produce abundant products. The probability of discovering special resources, such as gold mountains, silver mountains, copper mountains, iron mines, hot springs, pastures, increases. It was another large-scale auspicious outbreak. Except for places such as Monan, Mabe, and Jiujiang County. All territories under Chu Tian's control had additional territory output bonuses. Chu Tian's long-term stacking of blessing points played an important role in the later stage. Recently, he gained Xiaochua's allegiance. Xiaochua also has the characteristic of increasing the blessing value. And the blessing value is superimposed again. Food, population, and fisheries have all improved. Chu Tian saw the various attributes of the territory rising, and thought that he had been in Eastern Europe for a while, and it was necessary to return to the Xia Prince's mansion before attacking Maodun. There are 80,000 cavalry and tens of thousands of servants. It will take at least 10 days to teleport them all to Mabe Dragon City. During this time, you can gather your troops for now while I return to Prince Xia's mansion. Chu Tian returned to Xia City with a few people. Every expedition required a lot of time to gather troops, so a trip back to Prince Xia's mansion would not waste time. Uncle! As soon as Chu Tian returned to the mansion, he found that Ma Yunlu, Ma Dai and Su Fengnian's children were visiting the mansion. Among them, Ma Yunlu waved to Chu Tian, making Chu Tian frown slightly. But now Chu Tian has been in, Lord, for nearly 10 years, and in his 30s. He is indeed an elder-level figure to Ma Yunlu. Father! Chu Wu, who could already speak and read, walked over and hugged Chu Tian's thigh. Wu, has Lure bullied you recently? Chu Tian discovered that Ma Yunlu liked to use fists to solve problems. But his son was a bit weak. Under Ma Yunlu's influence, he became a little bellicose. If Chu Wu lacked the martial spirit, it would actually be detrimental to the future of the Han Empire. I won't keep bullying my brother. Ma Yunlu was older, and she had begun to be sensible. When Chu Tian said this, she felt a little embarrassed. Wu, if someone bullies you, just bully them again in the future. Chu Tian didn't have any objections. It was better to let Chu Wu get beaten. People like Xiao Liang regarded Chu Wu as the apple of their eye and were reluctant to beat him. Only Ma Yunlu, the king of children, would sometimes bully Chu Wu. Chu Wu was picked up by Chu Tian and nodded seriously. Yes. What strange ideas are you teaching Wu? Xiao Liang heard the implication of Chu Tian's words. Ahem. If we can get the support of Xiliang's powerful people through marriage, Xiliang will be more stable in the future. It's not like you don't know that Xiliang was actually more complicated in the late Han dynasty. Chu Tian saw Xiao Liang coming out. That's what Wu will like in the future. Xiao Liang still favors Wu. Let's talk about what happens next. Before we know it, Wu will be 4 or 5 years old. 4 or 5. You don't even remember your son's age. Xiao Liang pretended to be angry. Emperor Rufu is taking care of the 2 daughters of the Xia Palace. Hua Mulan's daughter has learned to walk, while Joan of Arc's daughter is still in her infancy. His Royal Highness, King Xia, compared with the fearless Ma Yunlu, Ma Dai, who was about 10 years old and was a guest in Prince Xia's mansion at this time, was a little reserved. He knew Chu Tian's status clearly. His visit to Prince Xia's mansion brought the Ma family and the Chu family closer. The meaning of the relationship between Ma Dai. When you have time, you can go to Luntai with your family to meet your uncle and others. Yes. Chu Tian still values Ma Dai relatively. Ma Dai is only about 10 years old now. Ma Dai was the Pingbei general and Shinkanghao of the Shu kingdom in history. He killed Wei Yin and was regarded as a good general in the middle and late period of the 3 kingdoms. At present, the relationship between Xiliang Majia and Chu Wu is relatively close. However, Xiao Ma Dai is a little afraid of Chu Tian. After all, Chu Tian is a prince of the same generation as his uncle Ma Tang and others. And Ma Tang has no strength to arm wrestle with Chu Tian. Xiaochua, come here and help me prepare food. Xiao Liang took the initiative to look at Xiaochua who had returned. Knowing that Xiaochua was more difficult to deal with, and it was not easy to determine the status of the main palace. Xiaochua rolled up his sleeves and obediently went to help Xiao Liang prepare the meal. She already knew that if she wanted to get along in Prince Xia's mansion, she also wanted to please Xiao Liang. The past few days have been a bit unusual, because for players in the Han Empire, this is the 12th lunar month, which is very meaningful. So Xiao Liang will even cook himself, and Xiaochua will become a helper. How many troops does Moda have? 100,000 or 200,000? The Khitan tribe should still be in Moden's hands. Right. While Chu Tian was holding Wu, he asked Xiao Liang. Xiaochua also pricked up her ears. She heard the news about the Khitan tribe. Xiao Liang was still very organized even though he was busy. The elite cavalry is only about 100,000. If we include the ragtag group of southern Xiongnu, there may be 20,000 to 300,000. Most of the remaining population of the Khitan tribe has been plundered by Maldun. Maybe there will be Khitan cavalry among Malduan's cavalry. Xiao Siwen and brother Yuluxia are still alive.
Xiao Chua was slightly startled when he heard the news about Xiao Siwen.
Tuoba Xianbei. Let Xiao Chao take his original team to deal with the suppression. And Yu Fei will be responsible for supervision. If Cao Cao loses or is in a stalemate, then Yu Fei will intervene in the battlefield in a big way.
Chu Tian began to reuse Cao Cao. Given Cao Cao's ability, if you give him 1 or 2 advisors, there is basically no problem in being able to act alone. Only when Cao Cao is arrogant will he easily make mistakes. However, Chu Tian is now the monarch, and Cao Cao is a general. He has no pride and should not make the mistake of the Battle of Chibi.
Are you going to defeat Mon yourself? Mon cannot be allowed to have the opportunity to grow bigger, and its power will be destroyed directly with the power of thunder. After this battle, all nomadic tribes will be divided into flags, pastures, and villages. No circulation between tribes will be allowed, and officials will be dispatched to carry out supervision and monitor the corvée every year. At the same time, set up several large teleportation arrays to garrison troops. Once there is rebellion, the garrison will be dispatched to suppress it immediately.
Chu Tian has already thought about how to establish a system to rule the nomadic tribes. When the nomadic tribes became fixed, they lost the mobility of the nomadic tribes, and the threat to agricultural civilization was greatly reduced. At the same time, the existence of the teleportation array made it possible for the Han Empire to send troops in time to suppress the rebellious nomadic tribes.
Yes, we need to establish a large number of private schools in the local area to spread culture and change the local mainstream culture. From now on, Xiao Chua will be responsible for this matter.
Chu Tian thought that Xiao Chua had a special characteristic of Chinesization that could speed up the Chinesization of nomadic tribes. Having a common mainstream culture is the basis for consolidating the unity of the empire.
It seems that you have already thought about it,
so I won't get involved in this matter.
After Xiao Liang returned to Chu Tian, she returned all her power. She focused on the backyard and training the future prince.
How about Japan?
Chu Tian was still concerned about the situation in Japan.
Oda Nobunaga was crusading against Yasuji Kenshin. He and Tokugawa Ieyasu suffered a little loss, but the Oda family's stone height was several times that of the Yasuji family. Oda could fail several times, but Yasuji Kenshin could only fail once. It seems that no one can stop Oda from unifying Japan. He only needs to defeat Yasuji Kenshin, and the daimyo from all over the world should be able to surrender. Basically, there is no difficulty.
Chu Tian paid a little attention to the situation in Japan, but then nothing happened. No matter how strong the Oda family is, the territory and population of the 4 Japanese islands will determine the upper limit of its war potential. The entire Japan is equivalent to 1 or 2 states of the Han Empire. Japan's navy could not compare with the Han Empire.
Someone came to visit Miss Mulan.
Li Xiaoning, who served as the chief guard in the backyard of Prince Xiao's mansion, came to inform Hua Mulan. Hua Mulan didn't expect that someone would come to visit her at this time. Her circle of friends is almost among the few people in the backyard. After all, Hua Mulan didn't like to communicate with others very much in the past. Li Xiaoning reminded
Qin Lianyu from Izhou. It turns out it's her, and she's really here.
When Hua Mulan was on an expedition to the western regions, she invited Qin Lianyu, the general of Nanzhong Lord Muk, to Xia City. Now Qin Lianyu has arrived as promised.
It seems that the alien lords give their generals a holiday.
Chu Tian also arranged for various generals to take vacations. Now that Qin Lianyu has come to Xia City, he probably really regards Hua Mulan as a friend. Qin Lianyu came alone, not even carrying a weapon, but no one dared to touch her. Her physical strength, even with bare hands, would probably not be defeated by a few male players.
Qin Lianyu has met His Highness King Xia.
Qin Lianyu was brought in by Hua Mulan, and when he saw Chu Tian was also in the house, he immediately saluted respectfully.
No need to be polite. Muk went to Luntai City to meet Wen at this time? His Royal Highness King Xia is right. Recently, the situation in the western regions has revived. The western regions protectorate tried to regain control of the lost Dewan kingdom, and a conflict broke out with the Seljuk Empire of Ajadai.
Qin Lianyu mentioned something that has no impact on Chu Tian currently, but may have an impact in the future. The kingdom of Dewan is rich in fine horses. In order to obtain the bloody horses of the kingdom of Dewan, Emperor Wu of the Han Dynasty ordered General Li Guangli to conduct 2 expeditions to the Kingdom of Duan. Although Duan is one of the 36 countries in the western regions, its geographical location is not in the Eastern Han Dynasty, but in the Fergana Basin of Central Asia. It actually belongs to the Central Asian civilization. The Western Region Protectorate's army led by Huan once conquered the Duan Kingdom. Later, due to the outbreak of the Western Region War, the Western Region Protectorate's influence shrank. Therefore, when Huan had no time to visit the West, a noble rebellion broke out in the Duan Kingdom. Killing the puppet king supported by Huan regained his independence, but was occupied by the Kushan Empire again. The current Duan Kingdom is between the Seljuk Empire, the Western Region Protectorate, and the Kushan Empire. It has become a place of control. The 3 major forces have a tendency to fight for the suzerainty of the Duan Kingdom. Let Huan do his best during this period and try to avoid a big fight. Chu Tian lacked the energy to go on another Western expedition, at least before unifying the Han Empire. He did not have the energy to spend a lot of gold, silver, grain and grass on another Western expedition. Chapter 712 Jiren Tribe. The blizzard on the grassland killed countless livestock and caused considerable losses to various tribes. The wolf lived in Su Mountain, thousands of miles frozen, and Mao Dan Shanyu and many leaders of the Xiongnu tribe and Xianbei tribe braved the wind and snow to hunt. While Chuqian's territory benefited from the heavy snow, the tribes on the grassland suffered a sudden snowstorm and suffered considerable losses. Yu Fulua and Hu Chuquan, the leaders of the southern Huns, had the blood of Mao Dan Shanyu and could not refuse Mao Dun's order. They followed Mao Dun to hunt and were worried. Yu Fulua and Hu Chuquan knew the horror of the Han Empire, but Mao Dun insisted on going his own way, and they could not stop him. The Jia people tribe, as a branch of our Huns, have agreed to join us in the uprising. The leader of the Jia people, Shi Lu, will lead his tribe to fight for a foothold. Ma Dun looked at the herds of cattle and sheep at the foot of the mountain. This was his only chance. If he missed this opportunity, he would never have the chance to unify the prairie again. Shi Lu from Jia? Who is this? When Yevluo heard the name of the leader of the Jia people, he had no special feelings. In the eyes of the Huns, the Jia people were just a tribe subordinate to the Huns. Sir Shanyu, even if we unite with the Jiren tribe, Xianbei tribe, and other scattered tribes, we will not be able to compete with the Central Plains dynasty. Although Hachuquan could not refuse Modin's request, he still lobbied Modin to give up the idea of occupying the prairie. The southern Xiongnu originally lived in the Bingzhou area and lived a good life, but now they were brought back to the grassland by Moton. For the southern Huns, who had lived in Bingzhou for a long time, the prairie was already a bitter and cold place. The long-term stable life has made you weak. Warriors born on the grassland should not be so cowardly. We just want to return to the grassland. As long as we let the Central Plains dynasty know that the benefits from ruling the grassland are higher than the cost they pay to control the grassland, they will give up and continue to conquer the grassland. Having said that, Hachuquan admitted that Mao Dan Shanyu was right, but he did not think that the Xia king of the Han Empire would give up the conquest of the prairie. Sometimes, something needs to be done even though the costs outweigh the benefits. It's snowing again! Yevluo looked at the majestic Langjuksa mountain, covered with snow-capped mountains. Soon, the tribal conference on the prairie will begin. Helan Mountain. Tuoba Xianbei tribe. Tuoba Xianbei tribe's leader Tuoba Tao summoned all the Xianbei tribe's minor leaders, including Councillor Cui Hao. There are already dozens of Xianbei tribes willing to obey our orders. We only need to capture Shuafang County, Yunzhong County, Yinmen County and other Hitao areas, and then try to capture Taiyuan County. Cui Hao said, My lord, the scouts in the Yinmen area have reported that the officers and soldiers have gathered many soldiers and horses in Yinmen County. If Yang Yi is commanding the soldiers and horses, he may be easy to deal with because he is famous for his bravery. But if it is replaced by someone else, Commander, maybe we will be in danger. Which general will King Xia send to defend Yinmen County? I don't know yet. Quickly find out. And the other tribes will prepare troops, horses and food. Once the heavy snow is over, we will raise troops at the same time as Mao Dan to attack Bingzhou and put pressure on King Xia. Following Tuoba Tao's order, the entire Xianbei tribe was alerted. All Xianbei tribes recruited strong men and prepared the recently prepared weapons and food. In Yinzhou city near Helan Mountain, Old Qin's General Li Xian learned that the Tuoba Xianbei tribe grazing in Helan Mountain was about to move. So he strengthened the defense of Yinzhou city. General, The Tuoba Xianbei tribe has mobilized their troops, horses, and supplies. They might be able to attack our Yinzhou city. We must be on guard. My lord has said that Tuoba Xianbei's goal is Bingzhou, not Guanzhong. And Guanlong is the foundation for my lord to settle down and establish a career. The army is gathered in Chang'an, and Tuoba Tao does not have the courage to attack Chang'an. So Tuoba Tao most likely wants to go attack the Hetao. We just need to sit on the mountain and watch the fight between tigers and let them attack Bingzhou.
Li Xian did not stop Tuoba Tao's actions, but was happy to see Tuoba Tao attack Bingzhou, because Bingzhou might be the vanguard in attacking Yinzhou city in the future. If Tuoba Xianbei can cause trouble for Bingzhou, it can reduce the pressure on Li Xian. In Yinmen County of Bingzhou, Cao Cao replaced Yang Yi as commander-in-chief. At the same time, Xiahou Yuan, Xiahou Dun, Su Rong, Cao Xiu, Cao Chun, Sun Yu, Guijia and other original members arrived. The invincible legions of Yang Yi and Yang Yanzhao were temporarily under the supervision of Cao Cao.
Tuoba Tao, we let him escape last time. We must capture him this time.
Cao Cao had a brief encounter with Tuoba Tao last time on the Ordos Plateau, but he did not catch Tuoba Tao and let him cross the Yellow River. Now the two emperors, Emperor Wu of Wei and Emperor Taiwu of Northern Wei, were fighting again. The military advisors brought by Cao Cao, Sun Yu and Guijia, and Tuoba Tao's military advisor Cui Hao were almost the same. Neither side could be fooled by the other's plan. Therefore, this time it is more of an open and honest confrontation. Cao Cao can use the Tiger and Leopard Legion, the Speedy Legion, and the Invincible Legion, a total of 3 cavalry legions.
Cao Amo, let's have a drink together.
Su Yu served as a military advisor in the Invincible Legion. He was overjoyed when he found out that it was Cao Cao who came to command the suppression of the Xianbei tribe. So he took Cao Cao to drink.
It's a pity that Yuan Benchu is not here, so it's a little less interesting.
After drinking for 3 rounds, Su Yu couldn't help but sigh.
Yuan Benchu's influence has weakened rapidly, and he will surely regain his freedom soon. By then, when he has no influence, King Xia will not bother to pay attention to him.
Cao Cao disagreed. Yuan Shao lived in seclusion in Xiaqing just to protect himself. Su Yu asked,
"Do you have any good strategy for dealing with Tuoba Xianbei this time?"
Cao Cao replied,
"Take one step and watch one step. As expected of you, Cao Ama."
Su Yu not only laughed dumbly. In Shandong County, the leader of the Jie tribe, Shi Lu, summoned the leaders of various tribes to discuss responses to Mao and Shan Yu. Among the people present, in addition to the leaders of the various ministries, there was also Shi Li's son. One of them had a tiger-like back and fierce eyes, which made the leaders of the ministries sweat.
Mao Dun and Tuoba Tao agreed with me to raise an army together to resist the rule of King Xia. Although our Jie people tribe has been independent of the world for a long time, the world has changed and heroes have emerged in large numbers. In such a world of great contention, we must do nothing. Princess and General Xiang Ning has the guts. The Jie tribe should have its own place to stand and establish its own kingdom.
The leaders of the Jie tribe nodded after hearing Shi Li's speech.
Each tribe goes down, prepares soldiers, horses, food and fodder, and starts a joint uprising. Tuoba Xianbei takes the north of Bingzhou, and we take the south of Bingzhou. We will carve up Bingzhou together and use it as a stronghold. In the future, maybe you can become princes and generals. Raise troops to attack the surrounding areas. During the rule of counties and counties, the gold, silver, population, grain and grass obtained were divided among the various ministries.
The leaders of each tribe were overjoyed when they heard that they could divide the spoils. Only looting trophies can motivate these tribal leaders, who still retain their wild nature. The Jie tribe retains more wild nature than the Xiongnu tribe, and they act very cruelly.
Chief, do we really have to obey the orders of Mao Dun Shan Yu of the Xiongnu tribe in the future? Although our Jie tribe was once a separate tribe of the Huns, after attaching themselves to the Han dynasty, the status of both sides is equal. There is no need for us to obey again the orders of the Huns.
A leader of the Jie tribe raised an objection and looked at the newly appointed leader Shi Lu. Shi Lu is a new hero who has emerged recently. He has unified the Jie people tribe in Bingzhou with strong methods and integrated the Jie people tribe into a powerful tribe.
We are just using Mao Dun and Tuoba Tao to raise troops together to achieve our goals. We are not going to follow Mao Dun's orders. If necessary, we must defeat Mao Dun and occupy the entire prairie and even the central plains.
Shi Lu had his own ambitions. When he revealed his ambitions, the entire Jia tribe became enthusiastic about them. I didn't expect their leader to have such ambitions. For the Jia people tribe with a small population, this is an unimaginable thing. The Central Plains is beyond their reach.
Even if our tribe has a small population, we can build a powerful kingdom as long as we surrender our troops and generals.
Shirlu did not give up his ambition because of the sparse population of the Jia tribe. In his opinion, the size of the population did not affect his conquest of surrounding counties, because he could plunder populations from other tribes or counties. After the Jia tribe's meeting, a Jia tribe leader returned to his tribe, recruited a soldier, and handed him a letter.
Tell Miss Shuiyu that the Jiaren tribe is unwilling to confront King Xia. But now that Shirlu has control of the entire tribe, I am powerless to dissuade him. I hope that my efforts can allow the Jiaren tribe to retain a small population. This may be the only thing I can do.
In Bingzhou, the seat of Shandong County, Yu Fei personally trained troops and horses here. After long-term training and fighting in Mobei, the 30,000 Yu family army has become an elite division.
According to what Miss Shui said, the Jia people tribe is indeed secretly colluding. The Huns, Xianbei people, and Jia people. It seems necessary to kill them all this time. Has Zhang Yan's Black Mountain Legion arrived? General Yu, the Black Mountain Army has reactivated various mountain villages in Montenegro. Even if the Jia tribe escapes into the mountains and forests, the Black Mountain Army can capture them. Ask Xiang Yin to contact me at all times.
Yu Fei was not very relieved about Zhang Yin. Maybe he doesn't have much pressure to deal with the Jia tribe. But Zhang Yin may not be a match for the fierce Jia tribe. The mountains were covered with heavy snow, and an infantry regiment marched from Taiyuan County to Shandong County, and was about to enter Shandong County. The Black Mountain Legion is good at fighting in the Taihang Mountains, so they came to blockade the Jia tribe to prevent them from escaping into the mountains and forests after defeat.
The Jiaren tribe shouldn't be as difficult to deal with as the Xianbei tribe. Right.
Zhang Yin was defeated by Tuoba Xianbei last time, and was still frightened. The Jiaren tribe, one of the 5 Hus, seems to be weaker than the Xianbei tribe. Chapter 713 Recruitment Orders from the Princes of the Han Empire.
Qin Liangyu, since you are visiting Prince Xia's mansion this time, you might as well participate in the crusade against Mao Dun. There shouldn't be any big news on the Nam'an side. Right.
Qin Liangyu visited Prince Xia's mansion, and stayed in the guest room of Prince Xia's mansion for several days. In Chu Tian's opinion, since Qin Liangyu was free and came from the Nanmen area, it meant that the local barbarians in the Nanmen area were well suppressed by Mute. So Qin Liangyu had time to come to Xia City. This time, maybe he can borrow Qin Liangyu from Mute to participate in the crusade against Mao and Shanyu. Qin Liangyu thought for a while, nodded quickly, and agreed to go to suppress the Huns. She is holding Hua Mulan's daughter Chu Xian, and seems to like this little guy very much. Qin Liangyu was considered a representative of the southern barbarian generals. If he could win over Qin Liangyu and annex the southern barbarian region in the future, it would be very simple, and there would be no need to capture Menghua 7 times. Menghua was insignificant in front of Qin Liangyu and other generals, who now occupied the southern barbarian areas.
Di Qing, Li Mu, Cao Cao, Yu Fei and other generals are already in place, and ready to attack the Wuhu at any time.
Li Xiaoning reported on the deployment of each legion.
It's time to break Mao Dun's ambition, and let him know that times have changed.
Chu Tian stayed in Prince Xia's mansion for a while, preparing to use force to suppress the 3 major tribes among the 5 Hus. In addition to the Chang and Di tribe, the Wuhu tribes are all active in Chu Tian's sphere of influence, and they also need Chu Tian to send troops to suppress them.
I also want to join in the crusade against Motan.
Out of concern for the Khitan tribe, Xiao Chua volunteered to participate in the operation to suppress Mao Dun.
Then you act together. Xiao Talon and Yelu Xiezhen also participate in this battle, and Shan's army goes out. If you can rescue Xiao Siwen and Yelu Xiu, then do it. If they are harmed by Mao Dun, then avenge them.
There is also a group of elite Khitan cavalry here in Chutian, which serve as the 3rd Servant Legion to reduce the consumption of the main legion. The crusade against Mao Dun was also an opportunity to improve Xiao Chua's loyalty and favorability, and to plunder a group of Khitan cavalry to replenish Xiao Chua's troops. Chu Tian also has a special recruitment order, with a 6-month cooldown period, in his hand. It has passed the cooldown period and can be used.
Ding! You can choose to recruit heroes from this civilization zone or heroes from other civilization zones. Please choose hero of this civilized area.
This time Chu Tian chose the hero from the Eastern Han district.
Ding! You have obtained the allegiance of the Imperial General Yang Zixing. Yang Zixing?
Chu Tian immediately realized that Yang Zixing was a fierce general of the Yu family army, and also the vanguard of the Yu family army. A general with a white robe and a spear, who was somewhat similar to Xueran Gui and Zhao Yun, stood in front of Chu Tian with a heroic spirit. Name Yang Zixing. Talent, Emperor level, cavalry type. Level 30. Identity, Yu Fei's general. In the Battle of Xiaoshang River, he was hit by numerous arrows and died fighting hard. Loyalty, 85. Commander, 60, maximum 71. Force, 92, maximum 98. Intelligence, 45, maximum 55. Politics, 15, maximum 25. Charm, 92. Phasiality, brave. Favorability, 50. Characteristic 1, charge into battle alone, SS level exclusive feature. When charging into battle alone. Attack power plus 70%. Defense power plus 30%. The enemy is easily frightened. And even if injured, the force will not decrease in a short period of time. Characteristic 2, Bloody Siege, S level trait. When surrounded by 10 times more troops. Legion attack power plus 30%. Pain perception minus 30%. Personal attack power plus 70%. Defense power plus 30%. Pain perception minus 50%. Conflicting with the feature of Ride Alone. Characteristic 3, Vanguard, B level trait. When serving as a vanguard, the unit's basic attack and defense plus 2. Morale plus 5%. Special arms, none, leading part of Yu Fei's Beiwei army. Chu Tian was surprised when he saw Yang Zixing's characteristics. Although Yang Zixing's force did not reach 99, the attack power bonus brought by the characteristics was actually 70%, which was the highest among all the fierce generals Chu Tian had seen. However, the trigger conditions for Yang Zixing's characteristics are very dangerous. Whether he is riding alone or surrounded by more than 10 times the number of troops, Yang Zixing may be killed. The more powerful the characteristics, the generally more stringent conditions. Whether it is Alexander's, King's military power, or Yang Zixing's, riding into battle alone, there is actually a price to pay. Yang Zixing, who is recruited using the recruitment order, has not yet reached his peak state. It is estimated that it will take 2 or 3 years of training before he reaches the ceiling of force. However, Yang Zixing's characteristics can already trigger the effect, and he can truly defeat 1,000 with 1 horse. But the possibility of Yang Zixing being killed in battle in the future is also very high. You go to Yu Fei's tent and obey the orders. Chu Tian thought about it, and concluded that Yang Zixing could join the White Robe Legion or the Beiwei Legion. In the end, he chose to join the Beiwei Legion to piece together a complete Yu family army. Yes! Yang Zixing still seems to have the aura of a newborn calf who is not afraid of tigers. He needs some time to practice. And Yu Fei will be his best boss. Just as Yu Fei went to pacify the Jie tribe, Yang Zixing could catch up with the battle. Yang Zixing doesn't have 99% of the force. Is it possible that only Gao Chong has 99% of the force among the Yu family army? After Yang Zixing left, Chu Tian thought that Yang Zixing's upper limit of force was 98. So the Yu family army might be a high favorite with a force of 99. As for the Saint-level generals, with a force of 100 in the Eastern Han Dynasty, they might be the ones who are not as good as kings and generals as Li. 2 people, 1 cavalry against 1,000 is already the leader in Lord S martial arts. This is a world with low martial arts. The 9th level arms are already equivalent to gold level generals. It is unrealistic for 1 person to kill 1,000 gold level generals. Now Chu Tian only has 1 holy level recruitment order left in his hand. And there is still a cooling off period of half a year. The imperial level recruitment order obtained by Lao Qin, and the others should be ready for use by now. Chu Tian's recruitment order was just a recruitment order obtained by capturing Hara and Lin. Lao Qin, Mingwan, and Tong Kai had the ranking rewards for the first year of the 4th National War. Imperial level recruitment orders. In Liaodong City, an emperor level commander appeared in front of Mingwan. Mingwan had already used the imperial level recruitment order for the National War and successfully recruited an emperor level hero. However, despite getting an emperor level commander, Mingwan was not particularly excited. Chu Tian still had a holy level recruitment order in his hand that he had not used. The Jurchen tribe seems to be getting stronger, but with the 2 of you going out to fight, Wan Yanaguda will definitely be captured by me. Mingwan sent a new commander and Chang Yuchen to attack the Jurchen tribe. In addition to the Wan Yanaguda Jurchen tribe, another Jurchen tribe became active. That is, the 8 Banners army of the late Jin dynasty monarch Nurasai.
There are also 8 banners generals here in Mingguan, Dorgan and Obai, so they are not afraid of Nurhasai. In Guangzhong, Jiujiang Laoqin also used the imperial-level recruitment order that had expired during the cooldown period to recruit an emperor-level commander he had seen before. Laoqin's eyes changed.
It's you. We meet again.
The imperial commander replied.
The general does not understand what my lord means. It's okay. Since it's you, it's easy to suppress the Chong and D people.
Although Laoqin did not obtain the saint-level recruitment order, he was quite satisfied. In Jingzhou, Jiangxia County, Jiangnan Army and Beifu Army captured Xiako. A mighty fleet entered Xiako. The battle flags of Jiangnan Army were buzzing along the river, directly threatening Jiangling. Because Tonkei participated in the Battle of Mabe and suppressed Shan Yu, he received an imperial-level recruitment order in the national war rankings and recruited a new general.
Sun Ce and Zhou Yu have grown up. The Beifu army has grown stronger. And with your help, Yang Zhulang will not be able to escape this time.
Tongchua's Jingzhou strategy has achieved a breakthrough. Half of the eastern gateway of Jingzhou, Jiangxia County, was captured by Jiangdong's army. The Jiangdong army was led by Xie Xian and Sun Jian and had a large navy. However, Yang Sherlang consumed a lot of energy in the Izhou War and was tired of dealing with the growing Jiangdong army. Tonkei suppressed a large number of Shan Yu and gained a lot of national war points, which further increased Tongchua's strength. The legion composed of Zongzi, Wu Jie, Han Shizhong, and Lu Pan struggled to resist Jiangdong's army. However, Zhou Yu's fireship offensive was extremely fierce. The fire burned the river's surface. There were blazing warships everywhere, and the Yangtze River turned into a sea of fire.
Zhou Yu's characteristic God of Fire is simply a magical skill in water warfare. This is also one of the cards of our navy in the Eastern Han District.
Tonkei saw the fire in Manjiang and was surprised by Zhou Yu's ability. Zhou Yu's land combat skills are relatively average, but his ability in water combat is very strong. If other Emperor-level commanders, or even Saint-level commanders, come to the river for a decisive battle with Zhou Yu, they will capsize.
Perhaps we can draw a river to control it.
Tonkei realized that he had inadvertently taken charge of a huge navy and seemed to have the ability to negotiate. Opposite him, King Yang Zhulang of the Song dynasty was looking down and dirty, facing the navy of Zhou Yu. Xie Xian and Sun Jian, Yang Zhulang had a big headache.
Am I going to be defeated by Tonkei?
Yang Zhulang was unwilling. He found a messenger.
Maybe I should negotiate with him.
In the Western Region Protectorate, Huan also received a ranked recruitment order in the first year of the National War.
Wang Zhongxi, the military governor of the 4 towns during the reign of Emperor Xuanzong of the Tang dynasty,
Huan recruited a new commander. A conflict broke out between the Protectorate of the Western Regions and the Seljuk Empire of Ajadai. At this time, the appearance of Wang Zhongxi, a famous general in the Middle Tang dynasty, relieved Huan's pressure. Wang Zhongxi, a famous border guard general during the reign of Emperor Xuanzong of the Tang dynasty, was the military governor of the 4 towns. He fought against Tibet, Turks, and Khitan, and basically won. The strength of the Western Region Protectorate was greatly enhanced by Wang Zhongxi's joining. In the Seljuk Empire, Ajadai holds a recruitment order in his hand. This is the recruitment order of the Golden Horde. Before the demise of the Golden Horde, Joki received the first-year ranking reward. After Joki's death, the imperial recruitment order left in the royal city fell into the hands of Batu. After Batu took refuge in Wukutai, this recruitment order was presented to Wukutai. Wukutai used this imperial-level recruitment order.
Ding! The imperial commander-in-chief Wang Baobao, Zhangju Timur, pledges his allegiance to you.
An emperor-level commander appeared in front of Wukutai.
Wang Baobao, what are your abilities?
Wukutai didn't know whether the person in front of him had any weight. Asterisk Wang Baobao, a famous Mongolian general in the late Yuan and early Ming dynasties, defeated the Ming army many times, and Zhu Yuanzhang was the enemy of the northern expedition. However, the Yuan dynasty had lost its momentum, with more defeats and fewer wins, and finally retreated to Mabe. Chapter 714 Mongolian cavalry loyal to Chu Tian. Khitan General Yel Xiezhen was ordered to come to see Chu Tian. At the same time, he met Xiao Chua, who had served as Liao's military advisor not long ago and was later captured.
Military advisor.
Yel Xiezhen's respect for Xiao Chua was even higher than that of Chu Tian. After all, Xiao Chua was one of the leaders of the Khitan civilization and had a natural attraction for Khitan generals.
As long as you are alive, you will serve King Xia from now on.
Xiao Chua saw the surviving Yelu Xiezhen and asked Yel Xiezhen to switch his allegiance to Chu Tian. Yelu Xiezhen was a little surprised. After Xiao Chua disappeared for a while, he seemed to be in the Chu Tian camp. Yes! Although Yelu Xiezhen was reluctant, since even Xiao Chua had chosen to join King Xia, he had no reason to refuse. This is the third Khitan civilization general recovered by Chu Tian. Name Yelu Xiezhen. Talent, King-level commander, cavalry type. Level, 72. Identity, one of the two heroes of Liao Kingdom. Loyalty, 65. Commander, 90. Force, 81. Intelligence, 70. Politics, 51. Charm, 32. Phaseality, unruly. Favorability, 40. Feature 1, Khitan Heroes, S-level exclusive feature. All attributes of the Cavalry Legion plus 10%. When commanding the Khitan Cavalry, all attributes of the Khitan Cavalry will have an additional plus 8%. Feature 2, Ambush, S-level feature. When successfully luring the enemy into an ambush, Legion damage plus 15%. One of the two major commanders of the Khitan civilization, Yelu Xiezhen's commanding ability was quite good, and he was also considered a military commander who gave the Northern Song dynasty a headache. Yu and Xiao Talon serve as generals under Xiao Chua. Chu Tian knew that Xiao Chua could slightly improve the abilities of Khitan generals, but Xiao Chua himself did not have much bonus to the cavalry. Instead, he indirectly controlled the Khitan cavalry through Khitan generals. In Chu Tian's power, Xiao Chua is considered a special commander. Yel Xiezhen once again led the Khitan Shan army and regained confidence. This time, let Mao Dun know that our Khitan cavalry are not easy to mess with. The Mongolian cavalry regiment in Mabe is ready. Prince Yan arrived with Di Qing and Fan Zhongyan. During this time, he helped Chu Tian recruit a group of Mongolian cavalry. The Mongolian cavalry is not inferior to the Hun's cavalry. They grew up on horseback and, like the Huns, are one of the excellent sources of cavalry. Although Temujin's Mongol Empire collapsed, it left an asset to Chu Tian. Temujin could not take away all the population of these tribes, and most of them stayed in Mabe. The Mongolian cavalry, the Khitan cavalry, and the Hun's cavalry, and the Xianbei cavalry compete. This time is also the time to decide the hegemony of the steppe. Chu Tian conscripted the Mongolian tribes to attack the Xiongnu tribe. This was a confrontation between the old and new grassland overlords. Although the Mongolian tribe no longer has leaders or generals such as Temujin and Subutai, Chu Tian has the characteristic of green wolf and white deer, which can be regarded as inheriting one of the top characteristics of Mongolian civilization. Accompanied by Prince Yin, Chu Tian went to inspect the recruited Mongolian cavalry. About 100,000 Mongolian cavalry were recruited. The mighty Mongolian cavalry gathered into camps. These cavalry were either the remaining soldiers of Temujin's Mongol Empire, or the new soldiers recruited and trained by Prince Yin. This is the Qixue army recruited according to your instructions. The Qixue army has strict requirements on the number of soldiers. In order to supplement the Qixue army, Temujin consumed a lot of qualified adult soldiers. In the future, if he wants to recruit the Qixue army, we have to wait until the next generation of Mongolian teenagers grow up. Prince Yin dutifully managed Mabe for Chu Tian, recruited Qixue troops for Tai Shirzi, and mentioned the problem of Qixue troops' troop sources. Temujin's Qixue army was probably wiped out 2 or 3 times by Chu Tian. Each time Temujin selected qualified warriors from the Mongolian tribes to join the Qixue army, so that a group of young men with the best physiques from the Mongolian tribes died. War. Temujin also knew that the Qixue army had very strict requirements on the source of troops. Only the strongest young men from each tribe with the best physiques could be transferred to the Koxu army. So when leaving Mabe, Temujin also took away a group of young people from Mabe. The current Mongolian tribes are in decline, which gives the Huns a chance to regain their dominance over the grasslands. The war also caused considerable damage to the Mongolian civilization area, and the number of local players is estimated to be very small. Chu Tian knew that Temujin had almost exhausted the war potential of the Mabe tribe in the tragic battle. For the Mabe tribe, it could be said that it was a serious loss of vitality. Even so, 100,000 Mongolian cavalry could still be pieced together for the expedition. Among them, about 2,000 cavalrymen of the Shui army, who had tried their best to recruit, were displayed in front of Chu Tian. With the momentum of sweeping the world, Temujin's Imperial Guard is now owned by Chu Tian. When dealing with Temujin, Chu Tian did not dare to use the Qixue army. No one knew whether Temujin had the ability to make the Qixue army switch sides. However, this time against Mao Dun, it was a battle between two civilizations that were the overlords of the grasslands. The battle so Chu Tian could use Shueishue's army without any scruples. It is impossible for Mao and Shanyu to have the ability to make Shueishue's army betray. This timid Shui army was a cavalry force recruited by Chu Tian using military symbols. They were free citizens, not prisoners. In addition, Mao Dun is the legendary leader of the Xiongnu civilization, not the leader of the Mongolian civilization, and should not be able to exert influence on the cavalry of the Mongolian civilization. Temujin's biggest legacy is the Mongolian tribe. As long as the Mongolian tribe exists, a large number of Mongolian cavalry can be recruited. Chu Tian saw the 100,000 Mongolian cavalry in front of him, and he was very ambitious. Agricultural civilization is destined to be expensive to train cavalry. Taking advantage of the characteristics of nomadic civilization and recruiting cavalry can save costs. At the end of the Ming dynasty, both the Ming dynasty and the Qin dynasty used Mongolian cavalry to assist in combat. You are responsible for defending Dragon City to prevent surprise attacks by the Hun's cavalry. The Huns regard Dragon City as a holy place to worship the heavens. They are very worried about this place, and will definitely find a way to recapture the city. Chu Tian followed the usual practice and left Prince Yan's team to defend the city. Prince Yan's current official position is Grand Protector of Mabe. The Great Protector of Mabe was Chu Tian's self-defined official position as the King of Xia, and his status was equivalent to that of the governor. This official position is not recognized by the system. Only when you become an emperor can a customized and meaningful official position be recognized by the system. But it also represents Chu Tian's importance to Prince Yan. Prince Yan was one of the first lords Chu Tian got to know. In the early days, Prince Yan sold Liaoshi war horses to Chu Tian, and now he brought Fan Zhongyan and Di Qin to Chu Tian. So Chu Tian valued him. Prince Yan was considered capable. But unfortunately, when he encountered the more powerful Mingguan, he was directly defeated by Mingguan. Later, he could not recruit any decent generals. Qin Liangyu, you will command a group of Mongolian cavalry for the time being. Chu Tian assigned part of the Mongolian cavalry to Qin Liangyu, who had no troops. Although Chu Tian has the highest bonus to cavalry, sometimes it is necessary to divide the troops to fight the enemy. At this time, it's almost time for Modu to hold the Langjutsu Mountain Conference. Let's go meet Modu, the overlord of the grassland, to see how he compares with Temujin. Chu Tian even defeated Temujin, so he was not afraid of Mao Dun. 100,000 Mongolian cavalry received the order and set off under the leadership of 10,000 or 1,000 households. The scale was huge and spectacular. Shueishue's army only had 2,000 households, but each of them had a military strength of more than 80%. They came to ask Chu Tian for orders. These two Sinhas are ordinary heroes, and their abilities are slightly inferior to those of the historical diamond-level heroes. But in fact they are not much different. No wonder it was difficult to defeat the Qixue army before. One has a force of 86, and the other has a force of 87. Otherwise, they would not be qualified to serve as Qianhu in the Qixue army. Chu Tian looked at the panels of the two Qianhas. The strength of these two people was not low, and they were almost close to the fierce goalkeeper Hua Xiong. There are only 10 Qianhu in the complete Qixue army, so the quality of Qianhu's force is still very high. Except for the Shueishue army, the military strength of ordinary Mongolian cavalry is generally above 80, and the military strength of Qianhu is generally above 70. They are all ordinary generals, not historical generals, but not necessarily. There are a few generals who are really historical generals of the Mongol Empire. After Temujin fled, they chose to stay in Mabe. However, their attributes are really average. So Chu Tian did not find out their origins in official history. They are probably from the Yuan dynasty of military commanders. There is still a lack of a general to command the Mongolian cavalry to cooperate with me in launching an attack. Chu Tian alone could not provide bonuses for the 100,000 Mongolian cavalry and all the cavalry of the Guards Corps. He needed a special commander. The teleportation array in Mabe Dragon City flashed with white light, and a very steady-looking cavalry commander arrived. General Wei Qing. The soldiers near the teleportation array recognized this person. Wei Qing, who was guarding Yuo. I didn't expect to have to fight here again. Wei Qing was the vanguard to deal with the Xiongnu, and Chu Tian immediately thought of transferring Wei Qing to deal with Mao and Shanyu. If Hua Xubing wasn't attacking Dayuan, Chu Tian would have called Hua Xubing over to deal with Mao Dun together. The last time Wei Qing defeated Yazixi Shanyu, Yazixi Shanyu was still far behind Mao and Shanyu. Lord! Wei Qing found Chu Tian. You came just in time. Mingguan will deal with the Jurchens and will not attack Yuzhou. This time, defeat Mao Dun for me. Chu Tian specially transferred Wei Qing here, and had already considered the matter in Yuzhou. Wei Qing muttered, "Modern. He may be a difficult opponent. No matter how tough an opponent is, it's not like I've never encountered one before." Chu Tian, who has experienced many battles, is no longer afraid. "Go to war. The wolf lives in Su Mountain." Chu Tian gave an order, and 100,000 Mongolian cavalry served as the vanguard, filling the mountains and fields to kill Langjutsu Mountain. Qin Liangyu held a long spear and went to Mobei for the first time, with Dragon City as the teleportation array. The cost of conquering Mobei has been greatly reduced. In addition to the 100,000 Mongolian cavalry, there were also the battle-hardened divisions that Chu Tian brought back from Eastern Europe. Modern will be in trouble now. Prince Yan, with Di Qing and Fan Zhongyan, saw the cavalry dispatching as far as the eye could see, and felt very excited. Not just anyone can summon such a large army in a short period of time to wipe out a grassland overlord. This time, Modern stepped up to the plate. Chapter 715 Yang Zixing fights against Sherhu. My lord has commanded the Guards army and the Mongolian army to attack Langjutsu Mountain. We cannot fall behind. This time, Cao Cao received Chu Tian's order and took charge of dealing with Tuoba Xianbei on his own, which showed Chu Tian's trust in him. Cao Cao also wanted to use this opportunity to prove to Chu Tian that he had the ability to lead an army. On this trip, we should clear the loop. 3 strategists, Sun Yu, Guojia, and Su Yu, joined forces to deal with Tuoba Tao's strategist Chui Hao. Chui Hao is also a troublesome imperial counselor. General, please be the vanguard. Xiahou Yuan's cavalry was very fast, so he volunteered to be the vanguard cavalry commander. Xiahou Yuan, the commander of Dian Military Academy, had 603 days and 1,005 days. You and Su Rong are the vanguard again. This time, be careful of the archer among the Xianbei cavalry. That archer has amazing arm strength and can easily shoot through rocks. Cao Cao reminded Xiahou Yuan and Su Rong. In the previous battle between Su Rong and Tuoba Xianbei, he was shot and wounded by one of the opponent's archers. So Cao Cao specially reminded Su Rong and Xiahou Yuan. Even Xiahou Yuan's bow skills may not be as powerful as Tuoba Xianbei's archers. I won't repeat the same mistakes easily. After Su Rong's injury improved, he learned a lesson. Cao Cao urged 3 cavalry regiments to approach Helan Mountain along the Yellow River. No matter how Jiujiu and Lao Qin react this time, Cao Cao will attack and destroy Tuoba Tao's Xianbei cavalry and completely solve the future troubles. In Shandong County, Bingzhou, the courageous Yang Zixing had a historic meeting with his immediate superior, Yu Fei, and officially became the vanguard general of the Beiwei army. What a young man! With 2 or 3 years of experience, he will definitely be a fierce general. Yu Fei was very satisfied with Chu Tian for transferring Yang Zixing. Beiwei army, Yu Fei, Yang Zixing, Zhang Xian, and Niu Gao have assembled a quite luxurious lineup, equivalent to the strength of half the Yu family army. As the commander-in-chief, although Yu Fei has a high level of force and does not need guards to protect himself, he cannot be at the forefront in every battle. Otherwise, who will command the army? Yang Zixing was equivalent to a vanguard general in Yu Fei's army, responsible for detecting and defeating the enemy's vanguard. In the crusade against the Jia tribe, I will invite you to be the vanguard. When Yang Zixing first arrived, his first reaction was to be a vanguard and defeat the Jia tribe. I will divide a group of Wei army cavalry on your back. You will act with Zhang Xian for the time being and obey Zhang Xian's orders in everything. Yu Fei asked Zhang Xian to take Yang Zixing to gain experience. At this time, Yang Zixing's military power had not yet reached its peak, and he was new to the country. Yu Fei was worried that Yang Zixing had some shortcomings. Among all the generals, Yu Fei believed that Zhang Xian was more reliable. Zhang Xian's troops belonged to the front army in the Yuejia army's establishment, so it would be good to cooperate with Yang Zixing. Brother Yang, just follow me. Zhang Xian took young Yang Zixing to conquer the Jia tribe. There are still heroes in the Jiren tribe. You should not underestimate them. You need to remember that arrogant soldiers will be defeated. Yu Fei warned Zhang Xian and Yang Zixing before Zhang Xian's former army left. Jia people are qualified to be one of the 5 Hus. And they have something. Yang Zixing jumped on his horse with a spear, and Yu Fei gave him 500 Backwei troops. When Yang Zixing first arrived, Yu Fei asked him to lead a group of Backwei troops alone, which was considered as a sign of respect for Yang Zixing. In the Jia tribe, groups of Jia cavalry gathered, and under the leadership of the Jia leader, announced an uprising. Our conspiracy seems to have been discovered by King Xia of the Han Empire. We must take action as soon as possible to capture the surrounding counties. Among the Jia people, Shi Lu, an emperor-level figure, and his subordinate Shi Hu, attacked Nye County, Shandong County, and the surrounding villages and towns. The Capricorn people are ferocious, and wherever they go, there is often no grass growing. A third-level town on the outskirts of Nye County was attacked by the Jia people's fierce general Shi Hu. Shi Hu personally attacked the city with a shield and climbed up the ladder. The guard general of this town was just an ordinary gold-level military general. He was horrified to find that a burly Jiran military general chopped down 2 defenders, and blood spattered on him. Not only did he not feel any fear, but because excited by the smell of blood, Shi Hu's eyes glanced ferociously at the other defenders, causing many defenders to retreat in horror. The Jia soldiers followed Shi Hu and rushed up the city wall crazily to break through this third-level town. Even though the guard general knew that Shi Hu's force was not low and saw that the town might be breached, he still held a gun and cooperated with the defenders' infantry to attack Shi Hu from a flank. Die! Shi Hu used his shield to block the spear, hit the guard, and knocked the guard away. His chest made a breaking sound. Grown-ups! The defending infantry hurriedly rescued the general, who was seriously injured. Shi Hu strode into the defenders, but the defenders could not resist the Jia people. Break the town and loot as you please. Shi Hu stepped on the guard's body and turned the entire third-level town into a sea of fire. Shi Hu's legion behaved cruelly, and the Jiran cavalry set fire to the town. Even the leaders of other Jiran tribes were afraid of the young and brutal Shi Hu. This guy is just a lunatic. He will provoke King Xia of the Han Empire. I really don't know what will happen to us if we follow such a person to cause trouble. Some leaders of the Jiran tribe still retain their sanity, but they seem to be unable to control their tribes anymore, because the Jiran cavalry at the bottom actually don't have much sense at all. The lure of loot led them to engage in looting and arson. Take away the women and set fire to the city. Shi Hu seemed to enjoy the scene. Seeing the whole town fall into chaos only stimulated his animal nature. Shi Lu sent his subordinate Shi Hu and other leaders to attack surrounding towns to obtain food, grass and weapons. He himself led the cavalry of the Jia tribe to attack Nye County and Shandong County. The leader, General Shi Hu. His methods seemed too cruel. A leader of the Jia tribe reported to Shi Lu. Shi Lu disagreed. In extraordinary times, extraordinary things should be done. Only by shocking people's hearts can we attack the city as soon as possible. There is a mastermind beside Shi Lu, who is equivalent to Tuoba Tao and Cui Hao, Chao Chao and Sun Yu or Sun Yu, Liu Bei and Zhuge Liang. He seemed a little worried. My lord, you should leave a way out for yourself. King Xia of the Han Empire is not that easy to deal with. Zhang Bin, the Han Empire has not been unified yet, so we still have a chance. After capturing Shandong County, we will immediately declare attachment to Chang'an City. The powerful people in Guanlong will send troops to help us. Isn't this your analysis? Shi Lu respected the mastermind very much and thought he could help him in his work. Colluding with Lao Qin and Guanzhong was also the idea of scheming the guest. At present, only Lao Qin and Guanzhong can provide them with protection. Tuoba Xianbei is under the protection of Lao Qin and has survived until now. Lao Qin's attitude has always been ambiguous, as long as the barbarians are within control. Lao Qin does not dislike the strategy of raising bandits to defend the border. The reason why Lao Qin is disgusted with Temujin is because Temujin has gone beyond his control. If Temujin is not suppressed as soon as possible, Temujin may capture Chang'an. Therefore, when Lao Qin attacked Temujin, he did not leave any spare energy. But facing the Tuoba Xianbei and Jia people tribes that were relatively weak and posed no threat to Guanzhong, Lao Qin made more use of them. Zhang Bin's eyes were profound. The premise is that Shandong County is captured and we have a foothold. Then the Guanzhong army will send troops to help us and consolidate Shandong County. But King Xia's scouts have discovered our traces in advance, and they must have gathered the elite troops will suppress us. My lord, please be prepared to be defeated. Flee to Guanzhong, and then pursue your great cause. How can I not even defeat the little Shandong County? Shi Lu disagreed with Zhang Bin's analysis. Zhang Bin overestimated the Xia King's troops and underestimated him. Shi Lu is somewhat similar to Tuoba Tao and Chao Chao. Their achievements are all in sweeping the north, but their achievements are higher and lower. Shi Lu is also a legendary person. He once worked as a slave, and later became the founding emperor of Ho Zhao of the Jin dynasty and the 16th kingdom, and almost unified the north. The two Jin and southern and northern dynasties are no less exciting than the three kingdoms. But fewer people know about it. The most famous story about Shi Lu is probably something he said. Shi Lu believed that if he met Liu Bang, the founder of the Han dynasty, he would have no choice but to serve as a minister like Han Xian and Peng Yu to the north. If you meet Emperor Guangwu Lu Xiu, you can gallop around the central plains with Lu Xiu, and you don't know who will win. A real man must act openly and above board, and cannot bully orphans and widowers like Cao Cao and Sima Yi. Now Shi Lu retains his arrogance. As the emperor of later Zhao, who was once a slave, Shi Lu is confident in his abilities. Zhang Bin knew that even if Shi Lu understood some things, he was still arrogant in his bones.
Hey, my lord, if the war is unfavorable, please lead the cavalry to the west. Cross the Yellow River, and don't look back. Sir, that's what I remember.
Out of respect for the planner Zhang Bin, Shi Lu still listened to Zhang Bin's suggestions.
Has the Jiren tribe started to revolt?
Zhang Xian and Yang Zixing's former troops climbed a hillside and could see billowing black smoke. It was the black smoke caused by the Jia cavalry setting fire to the town when it was plundered.
Damn it! These Jia cavalrymen just plundered property and food. But they actually set fire to massacre the city. This is so merciless!
Yang Zixing was full of blood and couldn't help gritting his teeth when he saw the scene in front of him. Wherever the army goes, there will inevitably be looting. Even in Eastern Europe, Chu Tian also looted the Han Empire. Mercenaries from the Western continent or royal troops from various places would also plunder for various purposes. But Chu Tian and some of the kingdom's troops had a certain bottom line and were not so absolute in doing things, while the Jiren cavalry in front of them had already done things in an absolutely perfect manner.
Bei Weijin, follow me and kill all the Jiren cavalry.
Yang Zixing was so angry that he led the Beiwei cavalry and took the initiative to attack the Jiren cavalry.
Get ready to respond.
Zhang Xian had 10,000 troops of the Yu family in his hands. He did not stop Yang Zixing, but he wanted to see Yang Zixing's strength. Let Yang Zixing brush the Jiren cavalry, which can also speed up Yang Zixing's growth.
Set fire, and all those who resist, die!
Shi Hu destroyed 3 towns in a row and robbed a large amount of gold, silver, food, grass and people, especially the female relatives. He himself was a man who was greedy for beauty and had a cruel personality. Even some Jia people could not stand Shi Hu's cruelty.
General, there is a cavalry force that killed many of us.
Shi Hu was looking for women to spoil, and thousands of Jia people under his command came to him urgently to report.
Who dares to fight me head-on? Is it the cavalry of King Xia who came to attack?
Shi Hu had not yet been dazzled by beauty. When Yang Zixing's cavalry attacked the Jia cavalry on the outside, Shi Hu was immediately alarmed, pulled out his sword, and got on his horse. Not long after the Jiren tribe revolted, the Shandong County garrison in Bingzhou immediately began to suppress it, which shows that King Xia of the Han Empire had noticed their Jiren tribe in advance. Otherwise the Shandong County garrison would not have responded so quickly.
The Beiwei army is the Beiwei army under King Xia's tent.
Another Jia cavalry came back to report to Shi Hu. This time the Jia cavalry could clearly distinguish the cavalry attacking them. They belonged to the Beiwei Corps of King Xia of the Han Empire, and the commander of the regiment was Yu Fei. Each legion under Chu Tian's command has its own name and flag, so you can tell which legion of Chu Tian's force it is by the flag. Of course, sometimes one legion may confuse the situation by using the banner of another legion, but there is no need to pretend at this time. Carrying the flag of the Wei Legion itself is a deterrent and makes the enemy fearful.
Beiwei Legion. Could it be that Yu Fei came in person?
Before Shi Hu and Shi Lu raised their troops, they had some knowledge of the legions under Chu Tian's influence. Yu Fei's reputation was still very high.
Even if Yu Fei comes in person, I will still let's see what's so special about him.
Shi Hu led his Jiren cavalry, numbering about 10,000, in the direction of Yang Zixing's attack.
Kill!
When Yang Zixing went into battle for the first time, he was extremely brave. He led 500 cavalry to sweep away the Jia cavalry outside. Yang Zixing's spear knocked each Jia cavalry off their horses. The cavalrymen of the Beiwei army wielded their long axes, and their hand-to-hand combat abilities were astonishing. They could directly chop down the enemy cavalry. The cavalry of the Beiwei army are 8th-level heavy cavalry, equipped with heavy cold weapons. Not many cavalry dare to fight head-on with the Beiwei army. The 500 Wei troops were like a strong wind sweeping away fallen leaves, quickly killing the Jiren cavalry on the periphery. Yang Zixing saw corpses all over the ground. Before he arrived, the Jiren cavalry had destroyed the town and made it a mess.
Who is leading this Jia people cavalry?
Is it Shi Lu, the leader of the Jia people tribe mentioned in the intelligence?
Yang Zixing saw the tragic scenes, where a large number of civilians died in the war, and became angry again. Obviously, the general who commanded this cavalry not only failed to stop this behavior, but it was very likely that this Jiren general was instigating and encouraging this behavior. Yang Zixing had the intention of killing this Jiren general.
General, more Jia cavalry are coming. Should we avoid their edge and join up with General Zhang Xian's front army?
The cavalrymen of Beiwei army took the initiative to remind Yang Zixing. The Beiwei army cavalry responsible for the reconnaissance could already see Shihu's Jiren cavalry appearing on the distant horizon, forming a black wave. The Jia tribe followed the Huns and moved south to Bingzhou. They lived in the area south of Taiyuan County and north of Shandong County. However, they still retained their brutal style. At this time, the Jia tribe started an uprising and their brutal style was exposed. Yang Zixing was stimulated, but he was unwilling to retreat.
We can kill him!
The 500 Wei army cavalrymen faced the Jiren cavalry that was coming like a tidal wave. Not only were they not afraid, but they held their axes and stared at the Jiren cavalry that was coming. Not only Yang Zixing, but also the Beiwei army cavalry were very angry at what the Jiren cavalry did. At the same time, the Beiwei army cavalry was confident of its own force and was not afraid of the Jiren cavalry, who were lower than themselves. Although the Jia people have a large number of cavalry, it does not mean that the Beiwei army will be defeated. There are many factors that affect the military strength of both sides. One of Yang Zixing's special abilities is that when surrounded by more than 10 times the number of troops, the attack power of the 500 Wei army cavalry is plus 30% and the pain perception is minus 30%. This is an amazing bonus. This means that when faced with a tight siege, either the encircled Yang Zixing and his cavalry will be wiped out, or the enemies that are far more numerous than themselves will be defeated by them. When surrounded by enemies, Yang Zixing's personal attack power was directly increased by 70%. Defense power was plus 30%. And pain perception was minus 50%. Without reinforcements, it would be equivalent to a state of endless death. Shihu and his Jiren cavalry still don't know what kind of enemy they are facing and his specific abilities, because Yang Zixing is a general who has only joined the Yu family army in recent days, and the Jiren tribe scouts cannot get it in such timely manner. Information, let alone Yang Zixing's specific abilities. Only Chu Tian can see Yang Zixing's special ability. Yang Zixing is definitely a life-threatening hero. The characteristics of Zhao Yun and Shuai Gui can be triggered in most cases, but Yang Zixing can only be triggered in absolute danger. Shihu, who didn't know the details of Yang Zixing, led tens of thousands of Jia people's cavalry, and came from all over the mountains and plains. He didn't know that if tens of thousands of Jia people's cavalry surrounded Yang Zixing's 500 Beiwei army, Yang Zixing's special effects would be triggered and Yang Zixing would fall into a state of immortality.
You can't beat them with only 400 to 500 cavalry. This should be just their small vanguard force.
Shihu thought it was the main force of the Yuejia army arriving, but he didn't expect that it was just the vanguard of the Yuejia army. And there were only a small number of them. Only 400 to 500 people. There were at least 1,000 Jiren cavalry on the periphery. But Yang Zixing killed many of them. In Shihu's view, Qianhu, who commanded the Jiren cavalry, disappointed him. Jiren Qianhu's face was ugly. He was afraid of Yang Zixing, who was killing everyone. And he was also afraid of the cruel Shihu.
General, this man is brave in battle. We are no match for him. His cavalry should be the most elite in the Beiwei army.
The cavalry carrying the Wei army should not be underestimated. Our military strength is more than 20 times his. Are we still afraid of him?
Shihu rudely interrupted the Jiren cavalry's words. His troop strength may not only be 20 times that of Yang Zixing, but maybe 30 times.
Defeat them. Chop off their heads. And bury those who are captured alive.
Shihu raised his saber high, and tens of thousands of Jia cavalrymen waved their swords excitedly, surrounding the 500 cavalrymen including Yang Zixing. The previous raids on various towns had stimulated the Jia cavalry. Their inner ferocity was triggered, and they were no longer so afraid of war. All the Jia cavalry believed that the strength gap between the two sides was huge, and it should be easy to destroy the 500 Beiwei army with more than 20 times the strength. 1/8 level cavalry is no match for 23rd level cavalry. When Yang Zixing and the 500 Beiwei army cavalry were surrounded, Yang Zixing's characteristics had been triggered, and the pain perception of the 500 Beiwei army cavalry decreased. Kill him. Yang Zixing knew that he had to fight in a melee with the Jia cavalry. Otherwise, they would be killed by the arrows of the Jia cavalry. Tens of thousands of arrows would strike, and the 500 cavalry would suffer heavy casualties. So Yang Zixing took the lead and led the 500 Wei army cavalry to attack the Tujia cavalry army. As expected, the Jiren cavalry used mounted archery, shooting arrows at Yang Zixing and the Beiwei army cavalry. After the attack power of Yang Zixing's flying arrows increased significantly, he knocked down a Jiren cavalry with one shot. In order to avoid the rain of arrows from the Jiren cavalry, the Beiwei army cavalry fought as closely as possible with the Jiren cavalry and rushed into the Jiren cavalry, so that the Jiren cavalry did not dare to use bows and arrows easily. The 500 Wei army cavalrymen quickly killed hundreds of Jiren cavalry. The Beiwei army cavalry and Yang Zixing, who had reduced pain sensitivity, did not feel so painful even if they were injured by random arrows. They continued to fight until their entire army was annihilated or the enemy was defeated. How can it be? Sherhu couldn't believe it when he saw the 500 Wei army cavalry slaughtering the Jia people cavalry with arrow wounds. This group of cavalrymen from the Wei army are at a disadvantage in numbers, but they can unleash powerful combat power. Yang Zixing's target is directly at Sherhu. Something's wrong. Sherhu didn't know why Yang Zixing's cavalry's abilities suddenly increased, and he couldn't tell what was wrong, so he could only be forced to face the enemy. Sherhu's martial arts is not low either. Yang Zixing was among the Jia cavalry that was 20 times his own. He was hit by 2 arrows, but his force was not reduced at all. He went straight to Sherhu, killing the elite cavalry around Sherhu, and his spear shot out of the air. Sherhu used a broadsword to block Yang Zixing's spear. The tiger's mouth was numb, and he almost missed the sword. Now Yang Zixing has not yet reached his peak. He only has 92 strength. With his powerful characteristics, he can already suppress the peak Sherhu. The ferocious Sherhu's personal strength actually exceeded 92. But in front of Yang Zixing, he could only resist. Withdraw half the troops? Shirley's schemer, Zhang Bin, led a small group of cavalry. After hearing the news, they came and stood on the hillside. They found Sherhu being hung up by Yang Zixing and beaten, and tens of thousands of Jia cavalry were scattered by 500 Wei army cavalry. He seemed to realize something. Reduce the number of Jia cavalry to less than 5,000. The number of Jia people's cavalry decreased. Their strength dropped to less than 10 times. And Yang Zixing's effect disappeared. Sherhu was originally prepared to be killed by Yang Zixing, but suddenly the pressure dropped sharply. Without the 70% attack power bonus, Yang Zixing, who had not reached his peak, was no longer able to kill Sherhu. But at this time, Zhang Xian led 10,000 Yu family troops to arrive to support Yang Zixing. Yang Zixing is really fierce. He almost defeated tens of thousands of enemy cavalry with 500 cavalry. However, his ability seems to have been discovered by the opponent. Is there a strange person? Zhang Xian thought about it for a moment and realized that some imperial counselors had the ability of insight. Without thinking much, he directly led the 10,000 Yu family troops to attack Sherhu's Jiren cavalry, defeated them, and joined Yang Zixing. Sherhu was beaten by Yang Zixing and attacked by Yu's army. More than 10,000 Jia cavalry fled, and 3,000 Jia cavalry were lost. The Beiwei army is really difficult to defeat. As an imperial counselor, Zhang Bin shook his head and led the cavalry away. Chapter 716 Black Dragon Army. General Yang is really brave and invincible. After a while, he can easily kill the enemy general. Zhang Xian swept the battlefield, and 2,000 Jia cavalry were killed by Yang Zixing's cavalry, under the premise that the opponent's numbers were far greater than his own. Yang Zixing's battle loss ratio was astonishing. Zhang Xian rarely saw this kind of special fierce general, who could exert his maximum combat power even though his military strength was far at a disadvantage. Call! Yang Zixing was hit by several arrows and gasped for air. After the battle, he entered an injured state, and his force was temporarily reduced to 87. Under the siege of 20 times the cavalry, they killed all directions. Although they were majestic, they were risking their own lives every time. No one knew whether they would die in battle. Yang Zixing fought against Sherhu and knew that Sherhu was not low in force and cruel. He was a scourge. Let's continue to march and destroy this Jia cavalry. The Yu family army quickly marched forward and wiped out the surrounding Jia cavalry. The Jia people's cavalry was originally attacking Nye County. The Yu family army came to attack the Jia people tribe immediately. Shirlu had to give up the siege of Nye County and formed an array outside Nye County to meet Yang Zixing and Zhang Xian, 2 former generals of the Yu family army. The Jia cavalry formed a square formation, under the leadership of Shirlu. The momentum of this group of Jia cavalry was completely different from that under the leadership of Sherhu. The enemy has a strong general. Under special circumstances, the child is no match for him.
Shi fled back in embarrassment and complained to Shi Lu. Yang Zixing made this fierce man of the Jie tribe suffer a big loss, and almost killed Shi with the special bonus he got from being in a tight siege. Shi Lu looked at the advisor and guessed.
Commander, what's going on?
Zhang Bin said.
There is a brave general in the Beiwei army. When he is surrounded, he will not know the pain and will be invincible. Therefore, try to avoid encircling him with heavy troops. Instead, you should use bows and arrows to shoot him. If General Shi next time if you encounter it. According to what I said, the one who fails with a long-range attack must be the opponent's general. So that's it.
Shi Lu, the leader of the Jie people, had a serious look on his face. Another brave general from the Beiwei army appeared, which could be said to be beyond his imagination.
Aren't the Beiwei army the only ones who need to be wary of Yu Fei, Zhang Xian, and Liu Gao? With Huer's bravery, apart from the difficulties in dealing with Yu Fei, there is no danger of being killed when encountering Zhang Xian and Liu Gao. That person should be the fierce general that King Xia recently transferred to the Beiwei army. The King of Xia really has many powerful generals under his command. This time, I want to meet the Wei army in person.
As an arrogant and emperor-level figure, Shi Lu did not avoid the Yu family army. 3,000 elite black-armored heavy cavalry were arrayed, equipped with fine steel full-body horse armor made by pouring steel. They used pure black long spears that were more than 4 meters long. Their momentum was extraordinary, and they had the shadow of the Black Armor Army.
Hai Longxiang Army.
Shi coveted the Black Dragon Army, who obeyed Shi Li's orders. This was also a special unit brought by the Jie people when the generals came. They were the heavy cavalry that competed with the Xiliang cavalry during the 5 Husties in China. However, in front of the Xiliang commander Cai, the Black Dragon Army was repeatedly defeated by the Xiliang cavalry. In addition to the Black Dragon Army, which makes Shi jealous, there are also the Gaoli Guards formed by the Jie people. This group of Gaoli Guards is equipped with bows, arrows, axes, and spears. They have strong fighting skills, and one is worth 10. The Gaoli Imperial Guard, the Black Dragon Army, and the low-level Jie people's light cavalry served as flank cover. And Emperor Shi Lu of the later Zhao dynasty served as the commander-in-chief. The Jiren Empire at its peak had some foundation. Shi Lu rode his horse and stood in front of the Black Dragon Army, waiting for the arrival of the Yu family army. He could already see the reconnaissance cavalry of the Wei army. Several cavalrymen carrying the Wei army discovered the Shao army, which was waiting for them. Shi Lu regarded Yu Fei as a powerful opponent, so he concentrated on him. After the Beiwei army cavalry responsible for the investigation left, soon the Yuejiao army's former troops, led by Zhang Xian and Yang Zixing, arrived and cleared the way for the Beiwei army cavalry. The Beiwei army led by Yang Zixing also suffered losses in the battle with the Jiren cavalry, but Yang Zixing did not pay much attention to it. The Beiwei army cavalry he led was only a small part of Yu Fei's Beiwei army, and some losses would not affect the overall situation. When Yang Zixing saw the main force of the Jie tribe, he was somewhat shocked by the scene in front of him. It was originally thought that the Jiren tribe only had a small number of troops. But in fact, because the Jiren tribe was in a semi-civilized tribal era, the mobilization rate was higher than that of the farming civilization. So the number of troops in front of them turned out to be 100,000. Moreover, the Jiren tribe does not only have low-level arms, but also special arms.
If I were surrounded by cavalry like that, with 10 times the force, I would die in battle.
Yang Zixing had some scruples when he saw the low-profile version of the Black Dragon Xiongjuan of the Tang Dynasty Xuanjiao army. He dared to use 500 Wei army cavalry to attack the low-level Jie people's light cavalry that was 20 times his own. Because Shi Hu's Jie people's light cavalry was not a big threat. If it were to attack the Black Dragon army led by Shi Lu, the risk would be great. The Black Dragon army only has 3,000 cavalry, which is not enough to trigger Yang Zixing's characteristics. Under current normal conditions, Yang Zixing only has 87 force.
Array.
Zhang Xian, as Yu Fei's deputy general, immediately mobilized his troops to attack Shi Lu. On the opposite side, Shi Li's advisor Zhang Bin said to Shi Lu,
"My lord, the enemy has just arrived, so we should attack him as soon as possible. All troops attack."
Shi Lu gave the order, and the Jie army went into attack one after another. The Gaoli Imperial Guards formed a square formation, and under the cover of the Jie people's light cavalry, they launched an attack on Zhang Xian's Yu family army of more than 10,000 people.
Zhang Xian was holding a long spear, his palms sweating, just as Yu Fei ordered them when he went on the expedition. The Hozhao kingdom represented by the Jia people did have some background. The Yu family army was equipped with the divine arm bow. When the Gali imperial guards approached, the Yu family army infantry fired the crossbows. The divine arm bows fired thousands of crossbows. Thousands of crossbow arrows drew parabolas in the air, and then fell, landing on the Gali imperial guards. In the military formation, the Gali guard shields were spiked with crossbow arrows, and some of the crossbow arrows penetrated the shields, killing the Gali guards' infantry behind the shields. The Gali imperial guards braved 1 or 2 rounds of arrows, entered the range of normal bows, and threw arrows at the Yuejiao army infantry. 2 elite infantrymen, using bows and arrows or crossbows as weapons, continued to kill each other before fighting hand-to-hand. The more than 10,000 Yu family troops were at a disadvantage, and relied on the terrain to defend. Zhang Xian and Yang Zixing are waiting for the arrival of Yu Fei's main force. It seems that Shi Lu, Zhang Xian and Yang Zixing cannot compete with their commanding abilities, and the only one who can defeat him is Yu Fei. Yang Zixing led the remaining Beiwei army cavalry, and once again, bravely attacked the Jiren light cavalry on the flanks. The spear in Yang Zixing's hand was extremely hard, and he directly shot away the oncoming Jiren light cavalry. With the Wei Jun cavalry on his back, he had the tendency to defeat the Jiren light cavalry. "It's that cavalry commander again! I'm going to kill him!" Shi Hu hated Yang Zixing deeply. When he saw Yang Zixing again, he became angry and wanted to kill Yang Zixing himself this time. "Who are you? Lead the Black Dragon army and kill him!" Shi Lu also noticed Yang Zixing's threat to the Jia people's light cavalry. So he asked Shi Hu, a fierce general of the Jia people's civilization, to lead the Black Dragon army to attack Yang Zixing. "Can I command the Black Dragon army?" Shi Hu excitedly took over this high-level heavy cavalry of 3,000 people. This time, he was sure to kill Yang Zixing. Yang Zixing relied on the cavalry as cover, and Shi Hu also had a high-level heavy cavalry. The Black Spear Dragon Xiangyuan raised his horse spear levelly and wore black armor. Shi Hu put on heavy equipment and took out a horse spear that was longer than Yang Zixing's spear. 3,000 Black Dragon troops charged, their horses' hoofs clattering, and dust filled the sky. The target of Shi Hu and Hai Longxiang's army is directly at Yang Zixing. "No matter who you are, you must die by my hand." There was only one opponent in Shi Hu's eyes, Yang Zixing, and the target that his sharp horse pointed at seemed to be Yang Zixing. The Jiren light cavalry knew that they were no match for Yang Zixing and the Beiwei army cavalry, so they separated and let the Hai Longxiang army attack the Beiwei army cavalry head-on. "This cavalry has the shadow of the Xuanjiao army. It is invincible, waiting for the arrival of Commander-in-Chief Yu." Zhang Xian was a little shocked when he saw the huge scene of the charge of the Black Dragon army, and asked Yang Zixing to avoid the sharp edge of the 3,000 Black Dragon army. Yang Zixing already had only 300 cavalrymen on his back. The Hai Longxiang army was the high-level cavalry of the Wei, Jin and Southern and Northern dynasties, and the Tang dynasty inherited the accumulation of the Northern and Southern dynasties to a certain extent. Therefore, the Xuanjiao army is similar to the improvement of the armored cavalry of the Southern and Northern dynasties, such as the Hai Longxiang army. Even the low-profile Black Armor army is not easy to deal with. Yang Zixing's Beiwei army cavalry has been involved in the battle by Shi Hu's Black Dragon army. This time it is Shi Hu's revenge. "Kill him! Kill him!" Shi Hu's chest was filled with anger. The Black Dragon army relied on the advantage of their horses, and the impact of their horses to pierce the armor of the Wei army cavalry. One row of Beiwei army cavalry fell down, and the Beiwei army cavalry in the back row swung their long axes and chopped down the Black Dragon army. The big axe even cut off the horse's stem. The Beiwei army cavalry was once again trapped in a tight siege. Yang Zixing triggered his ability and charged into the Black Dragon army, driving away several Black Dragon army cavalry. His strength has indeed improved again. "You attack from the left and right." Shi Hu had also noticed that Yang Zixing's abilities were extraordinary, so he separated the 3,000 Black Dragon army, and only used more than 1,000 cavalry to consume Yang Zixing's physical strength, making Yang Zixing unable to use his own abilities. Hundreds of Black Dragon army cavalry on the left and right attacked the Yuejiao army infantry. The Yu family army remained motionless, and could still persist in the face of the attack from the Black Dragon army. "It's not good if this continues. This cavalry is not an ordinary Jia cavalry. Go and rescue General Yang." Zhang Xian commanded the Yu Jiajun to stick to their own formation, and sent out more than 1,000 Yu Jiajun cavalry to try to rescue Yang Zixing
and the few remaining Beiwei army cavalry. Although Yang Zixing is fierce, the conditions for the outbreak of combat power are dangerous, and it is not easy for Zhang Xian to cooperate.
This is a brave general. If he can be used by me.
Shi Le saw that Yang Zixing was still fighting hard, as the Beiwei army cavalry beside him was killed. The gap between Yang Zixing and Shi Hu's troop strength reached more than 10 times, and Yang Zixing broke out again. The enemy fighting Yang Zixing had to limit the number of troops deployed to besiege Yang Zixing at all times, which was actually quite painful.
The main force of the Yu family army is approaching. Yu Fei is finally here.
Shi Le is waiting for Yu Fei. Currently, the only ones fighting him are the Yu family army's front troops and reconnaissance team. When Yang Zixing was engaged in a bitter battle, a large number of cavalry from the Wei army came galloping over. The horses' hooves trampled the soil, raising dust, and the battle flags of the Yuezhou army were fluttering.
We, the Montenegrin army, must speed up our march.
Zhang Yan urged everyone in the Black Mountain Legion to chase Yu Fei and others on foot. In addition to the Beiwei army, the Black Mountain army approached the Jiren army from the flanks. Chapter 717 Shouch was hidden ability.
Tell me your name. I, Shi Hu, will not kill unknown people.
Shi Hu's horse spear was blocked by Yang Zixing's spear. The half-meter-long spear almost missed Yang Zixing's face. Yang Zixing was injured by random arrows in the previous battle, and his force was reduced. Now, relying on his characteristics, he could overcome the gap in force and fight against Shi Hu.
The pirates don't deserve to know my name.
Yang Zixing only had about 100 cavalry left. Still fighting with Shi Hu, Yang Zixing fought back, pressed the gun with both hands, and pressed Shi Hu's horse, making Shi Hu's arms tremble.
General Yang, General Zhang requires you to retreat.
A Yu family army cavalry came in, joined Yang Zixing, and rescued Yang Zixing. Yang Zixing looked around and saw that there were not many cavalrymen on his back. If the battle continued, he might only have one person left.
Withdraw!
Yang Zixing came out with a gun, but Shi Hu could not stop him, and could only let Yang Zixing leave with the cavalry.
Lord Shi Hu, the main force of Beiwei army has arrived, and the leader orders you to retreat.
In order to kill Yang Zixing, Shi Hu's Black Dragon army suffered heavy losses. Only a little over 2,000 of the 3,000 dragon army were left. Shi Hu gritted his teeth and returned to the army unwillingly. The fighting parties separated. The spear in Zhang Xian's hand was still bleeding. Looking at the retreating Jie cavalry, this was just a prelude to a larger battle. The main force of Beiwei's army has arrived, with a total of 7,000 riders. Niu Gao's Yuezhou army and the crossbowmen were panting. In order to catch up with the Beiwei army, which was the core combat force, the infantry and crossbowmen expended considerable energy.
The general has 500 cavalry, and only 100 are left. Please punish me, General.
Yang Zixing came to see Yu Fei and took the initiative to apologize.
In any war, there must be losses. That's all.
Yu Fei found that Yang Zixing was too fierce. As a result, the enemy suffered heavy losses, and his own losses were also not small. Yu Fei gave Yang Zixing a few hundred more cavalry, and then looked at the Jiren cavalry opposite. The Jie people's cavalry was huge in size. Shi Hu's Black Dragon army returned to Shi Li's command, regrouped, and faced off against the Beiwei army with their horses in hand.
It seems that Shi Lu, the Jie people, has not captured Nye County yet, so the loss is not too big. This group of Jie people cavalry is harming one side and must be annihilated. Zhang Yan's Black Mountain Legion should have arrived by now.
This time, Yu Fei not only brought the Beiwei army, but also Zhang Yan's Black Mountain army. In the north of Nye County, a large group of Montenegrin army infantry went south. Zhang Yan personally led a group of Montenegrin army cavalry to fight with the Jiren cavalry on the periphery. Although Zhang Yan had some difficulty in attacking the Jie cavalry, he relied on his superior strength to gradually clear out the Jie cavalry that looted various places and arrived at the battlefield in Nye County.
Finally, we caught up. Next time, we will all be equipped with war horses.
Zhang Yan's Black Mountain Legion was mainly infantry, and suffered a lot in order to catch up with the war. Shi Le faced a pincer attack by the Yuezhou army and the Black Mountain army. The Yuezhou army attacked the Jie people from the front, while the Montenegro army contained them from behind.
A group of infantry appeared in the rear, numbering tens of thousands of people.
Shi Le learned that the Black Mountain army appeared in the rear, causing considerable chaos among the Jie tribe army. Wolf Jushu Mountain. Chu Tian led a group of cavalry to this place.
This was the third time that he had sealed Wolf Jushu Mountain, and he was already very familiar with this place. Modern wants to defeat us here to shame the bloody Huns. However, no tribe came to respond to Modern's Langjutsu Mountain Conference. Chu Tian's tens of thousands of cavalry pursued the Huns' cavalry and entered the Kent Mountains, to which Langjutsu Mountain belongs. The area was full of mountains, and the snow had not completely melted. War Eagle soared through the cold winter, searching for the main body of the Huns' main force. Mao Dun Shanyu convened the Langjutsu Mountain Conference with great fanfare. When Chu Tian's cavalry attacked, he stopped and started guerrilla warfare with Chu Tian, which nomadic civilization is good at. The so-called Langjutsu Mountain Conference was just to attract the crusade, win a big victory, and establish one's prestige on the prairie. Dozens of wild wolves from Abe followed Chu Tian's cavalry. When Chu Tian's cavalry was resting, the wild wolves were patrolling nearby, making the horses feel uneasy. Today, we will give more food to the soldiers of the 5th School of the Northern Army. Mi Fang led the 5 Tiger Generals of the Northern Army to participate in the suppression of Mao Dun Shanyu. He took Xingderong, Chunyu Qiong and other generals to hunt down these wild wolves. Wu Chao wine fairy Chunyu Qiong couldn't help wiping his saliva. If it is used to drink wine. No! Xiao Chua stopped Mi Fang and others. If we don't get rid of this pack of wild wolves, if the war horses get frightened, something may happen. Mi Fang is not entirely hunting wild wolves. They will not disturb the horses, and they will serve us. Xiao Chua took the initiative to walk towards the group of wild wolves and reached out to summon them. This group of wild wolves trotted over very obediently. She actually has the ability to recruit wild wolves? Mi Fang and the 5 Tiger Generals of the Northern Army, Wu Anhua, Chun Yuqiong, Xing Durong, Lu Kuang and others, couldn't help but be surprised when they saw Xiao Chua's hidden special abilities. They all knew that Xiao Chua had a high status, and was the person used by Chu Tian to control the Khitan tribe. But they did not expect that Xiao Chua had such a special ability. They can find the enemy for us. What the War Eagle can't find. Maybe they can. Xiao Chua stroked the soft fur of the wild wolves. The wild wolves were obedient, and seemed to enjoy it very much. You said they can find the whereabouts of the Hun cavalry? Chu Tian overheard Xiao Chua's words. This kind of special investigation method was unheard of. He now relies heavily on the War Eagle. But the War Eagle is also very limited. It is not smart enough. At night, or when the enemy is hidden in the mountains and forests, the War Eagle may not be able to detect it. And Xiao Chua actually has the ability to command wild wolves to conduct reconnaissance. If he is paired with War Eagles and Scout Cavalry for reconnaissance, the Hun's cavalry will have almost nowhere to hide. The wolf's sense of smell is quite amazing. What's so strange? Dogs were domesticated from wolves. Wolves have a strict hierarchy, similar to us. Xiao Chua disagreed. As long as he commanded the Wolf King, the entire wolf pack would serve. Incredible. Only now did Chu Tian realize that he seemed to have found a treasure. Xiao Chua not only had superficial abilities, but also had hidden abilities. I need this group of wild wolves to find Moton for me. Chu Tian looked at Xiao Chua with a fiery look. From now on, once the War Eagles, wild wolves, and Scout Cavalry appear, any ambush will fail. Wild wolves also have restrictions. They are unwilling to leave the place where they live. But within the scope of their activities, they will be willing to serve me. I also need a Hun cavalry prisoner to let this group of wild wolves smell their scent, and then follow up. Xiao Chua agreed. Chu Tian asked someone to bring a Hun prisoner, and dozens of wild wolves circled around the Hun cavalry and then dispersed. Chapter 718: The Showdown between King Xia and Mao Dun Shanyu. Exhausting their patience and energy, the entire Langjutsu Mountain has been occupied by my Scout Cavalry. Mao Dun led the Hun's cavalry and fought with Chu Tian in the Langjutsu Mountain area, making it difficult for Chu Tian to find their position. According to Mao Dun's vision, as long as Chu Tian could not bear the disturbance, sooner or later he would choose to negotiate and compromise, and eventually return the prairie to the Huns. He doesn't have that much energy to suppress us. If a civil war breaks out in the Han Empire, he will have to deal with other princes. So leaving the prairie to me to rule is the only way out. Mao Dun led the Shanyu guards to a hillside and looked at the snow-capped mountains. He was determined to bring Chu Tian's army here for consumption. To achieve the goal, war is not necessarily the only means. Threat and negotiation are also effective ways. It's the 12th lunar month of winter. Why bother? Yu Fuluo and Hu Chuquan followed behind, talking quietly in private. Mao Dun's resistance is undoubtedly a threat to Chu Tian's forces, which will make Chu Tian constantly send troops to suppress the rebellion, and he will be exhausted. after the Tang dynasty destroyed Goguryeo. It once controlled the Korean peninsula, but continuous local rebellions eventually caused the Tang dynasty to shrink its sphere of influence. The Ming dynasty occupied Annan because of constant local rebellions, which overwhelmed the court's financial expenditure and chose to withdraw. In my impression, agricultural civilization seems to lack the desire for expansion. In fact, this was not the case. The Central Plains dynasty tried to occupy the surrounding land, but due to the low terrain, culture, and low productivity levels, it was unable to achieve effective control and finally gave up. Spread out the scouts, and if there is any trouble, come back and report to me immediately. Modu sent hundreds of scout cavalry to conduct reconnaissance in all directions. The Huns and Xianbei people sat around a bonfire to compete with the Xia king of the Han Empire, which made these Huns and Xianbei people extremely nervous. Outside the Xiongnu tribe, dozens of wild wolves were patrolling, peeping at the Huns' cavalry with glowing green eyes. This is the cry of a wild wolf. It's not surprising that wild wolves are out and about. Some Huns have discovered the existence of wild wolves, but they don't seem to care much about the howling of wild wolves, because in such a vast grassland, it is not surprising even if a pack of wolves appears. Far away from the Hun cavalry, a wolf king appeared from the darkness and rubbed Xiaochua's boots docilely. Traces of the main force of the Huns have been discovered. Modern ran around and avoided fighting. This was consuming my patience and energy. He wanted me to retreat in spite of the difficulties, but Modern underestimated my determination. Chu Tian indirectly knew the location of the Huns cavalry through the wild wolves controlled by Xiaochua. Mao Dun's guerrilla tactics, with the cooperation of War Eagle and Wild Wolf, had nowhere to hide. Maybe Mao Dun didn't know at this time that he had been targeted by a dangerous person. Chu Tian gave Temujin, Attila's brother Brita and others a psychological shadow, and he will become the next big shot with a psychological shadow. When the Mongol Empire was overthrown, the Liaodong army was attacked by the allied forces of the 5 emperors west of the Ur Sea. Is it possible that your Khitan tribe used wild wolves to conduct reconnaissance and attack the Liaodong army? When Chu Tian saw that Xiaochua could subdue nearby wild wolves for his own use, he couldn't help but think of what had happened before. Xiaochua did not deny that wild wolf was indeed a method unknown to anyone except the heroes of the Khitan tribe. If the Khitan civilization perishes, then this special investigation method may be completely lost. Not all civil servants and generals of the Khitan civilization have such methods. Only heroes at the leader level of the Khitan civilization have this special ability. After Yelu Abaoji died in battle, only Xiaochua is left with the ability to command the wild wolves. You deserve a lot of credit for finding Mo Dun's whereabouts this time. If there is a reward you want, you can give it as long as it is not excessive. Chu Tian finally captured the main force of the Huns. Xiaochua was very indifferent and plucked the ends of his hair with his hands. I hope King Xia rescues my father. Xiaochua will be grateful. Can! Chu Tian didn't expect that Xiaochua's request was just that simple. Perhaps retreating in order to advance is in line with Xiaochua's character. All the soldiers set out to launch an attack tonight and wait until dawn to surround the Huns and Xianbei people. If you kill Mao Dun, everyone will get an extra month of military pay and 5 days of leave. In order to stimulate the morale of the soldiers, Chu Tian promised rewards. A month's military pay may be hundreds of thousands of taels of silver. All the Mongolian cavalry and Han cavalry got on their horses. Taisher Ci had a new special unit, Chieshua's army, and he really had the capital to carry the 3-foot sword and achieve unparalleled achievements. The Chieshua army's movements were neat, and no one made a sound. Some of the cavalrymen were holding torches against the light of the fire. The Qiangshu army's cavalry had stern faces. As Genghis Khan's guard, the Qiangshu army was already the highest level arm of Mongolian civilization. Looks like I won't be able to sleep tonight. Qin Liangyu served as a guest general in the Chu Tian forces, and was familiar with the cavalry raid tactics commonly used by the Chu Tian forces. If Huan and Nyuk merge into Chu Tian's forces in the future, then Qin Liangyu will also be one of Chu Tian's generals in the future. It is common sense to get used to such a fighting style in advance. The heroes who were defeated by us will be increased by 1. Mi Fang's 5th School of the Northern Army was gearing up. In the Battle of Eastern Europe, Chu Tian did not bring the 5 schools of the Northern Army with him. This time in the crusade against Mao and Shanyu, Chu Tian finally remembered the 5 schools of the Northern Army. The 5th School of the Northern Army was very practical in the early days. Chu Tian's current foundation is not unrelated to the 5th School of the Northern Army. But now, the strength of the 5 schools of the Northern Army cannot keep up with Chu Tian's expansion, and the 8th and 9th level troops
have become the core strength. At present, the 5 schools of the Northern Army are mainly responsible for Chutian's guard duty. Mi Fong and others can probably only engage in such tasks, which is already the upper limit of their abilities. As one of Chutian's private guard troops, the 5th school of the Northern Army still has a very high status.
There is no need to deliberately capture Mao Dun alive. Just kill him if you want.
Chu Tian knew that a hero of Mao Dun's level would not surrender easily, and had high ambitions. A Xiao Chua would have to spend Chu Tian a lot of time cultivating feelings. It was not easy to win over Mao Dun, the supreme leader of the Xiongnu civilization, and let him serve. Chu Tian really has no shortage of cavalry heroes like Mao Dun. Wei Qing is no weaker than Mao Dun, and the future of Huitsubing will also be from Chu Tian. The loyalty of Wei Qing and Huitsubing is far from comparable to that of Mao Dun. There is basically no possibility of betrayal, unless Chu Tian's own actions make heaven resentful and people angry. More than 100,000 cavalrymen charged towards the Xiongnu and Xianbei cavalry, and fire dragons lit up the dark night of the prairie. Military advisor Sun Bin participated in this large-scale hunting.
Mao Dun will definitely spread out his scouts. Within 100 miles, his scouts will notice our army's incoming attack. Within 30 miles, Mao Dun will notice it, enough to give him time to make a decision.
Reaction. The Lord should approach from all sides and surround him. Even if Mao Dun reacts, he will be captured by the Lord. Everything is according to what the military advisor said.
Chu Tian divided all the cavalry into 4 groups. He, Wei Qing, Chen Qingji, and Xueren Gui each led a group of cavalry, divided into 4 directions, and surrounded Mao Dun. The scout cavalry deployed by the Xiongnu tribe on the periphery were divided into open sentries and secret sentries. When Chu Tian's cavalry entered the reconnaissance range of the Xiongnu scouts, some Xiongnu scouts noticed that the enemy was approaching.
King Xiao's cavalry.
The Han scouts were keenly aware that the cavalry flying rapidly through the night were the cavalry of the Han Empire. Not only that, the Han Empire also recruited a group of Mongolian cavalry to participate in this battle. In the darkness, a small-scale battle broke out between the 2 sides with the help of moonlight and torches. The Xiongnu tribe, Xiao Siwen and Yelu Xioga, 2 civil servants and generals of the Khitan civilization, became prisoners of Mao Dun, and they were forced to migrate with Mao Dun. If their lives were not in Moton's hands, the 2 of them would not be willing to stay with the Huns. The Khitans are different from the Huns in that they also have their own arrogance.
I don't know if my little girl is okay.
Xiao Siwen suddenly had a premonition and couldn't sleep. Suddenly, the sound of rapid horse hooves was heard from the temporary camp of the Huns tribe. And then, there was a roar. The Han centurions and thousands commanders immediately led their soldiers to control each enemy camp to prevent camp roars from breaking out in the army.
Lord,
there is a lot of noise in the camp at night, and there is a certain probability of a camp howl erupting. The so-called camp roar means that highly nervous soldiers in the camp kill each other due to the panic caused by the noise. Brother Yelxia opened his eyes almost as soon as the sound of horse hooves sounded,
and subconsciously reached out for the saber. But his sword was confiscated by the Huns, so Yelxia made a mistake.
Master Xiao, the cavalry of the Han Empire may arrive soon. Maybe this is our chance to escape.
As one of the 2 commanders of the Khitan, Brother Yelxia had an extremely keen sense of war. When he heard the sound of horse hooves, he quickly knew what it meant. Xiao Siwen was not a general, and he was worried.
Both of us are not very powerful in terms of force. If there is a melee later, our lives may be in danger.
Brother Yelxia said,
Master Xiao, please don't worry. I will protect you from this place.
While Xiao Siwen and Brother Yelxia were conspiring, Mao Dun Shanyu had already received an urgent report from the scout cavalry. The cavalry of the Han Empire was approaching its station.
How did they find our traces? In the past few months, I deployed a large number of scouts in advance to kill the scouts sent by King Xia. It is impossible for me to not notice their every move.
Modu was confident in his deployment. In order to avoid the War Eagle, he even used a decoy eagle to attract the War Eagle's attention. However, even so, his position was still exposed to Chu Tian's sight. Mao Dun didn't know where he had gone wrong. He had deployed scouts several months in advance and controlled all the passes of Langjutsu Mountain. Scouts were all over Langjutsu Mountain. Even the War Eagle of Iron Eagle Scout, Mao Dun, has a plan to deal with it.
Is he a traitor?
Mao Dun looked at the panicked leaders of the southern Huns, Yu Fului and Hachuquan. His 2 descendants looked terrified all day long, which made Mao Dun shake his head. Yu Fului and Hu Chuquan only have such courage, and they should not dare to betray him.
All tribesmen, mount your horses to meet the enemy.
Mao Dun was discovered by Chu Tian and knew that his situation was extremely dangerous. At this time, the only way to resolve the crisis was to fight to the death. More than 100,000 Xiongnu and Xianbei cavalry stood up and mounted their horses urgently. Humphrey was a little panicked and almost dropped the ring-headed sword on his waist.
Brother, it's over. King Xia of the Han Empire is here. If we are caught by King Xia, we might be executed.
Hu Chuquan was as nervous as Yuvi Luo. They did not have the ambitions of Mao Dunshanyu, who was against Liu Bang. When they realized that Chu Tian was coming, they were in panic all day long.
Which direction did King Xia's cavalry come from?
After all, Mao Dun was a hero of the generation. He was not as nervous as the useless southern Hun's nobles, but gradually calmed down. Liu Bang, the great ancestor of the Han dynasty, could be surrounded by Baishan Mountain for 7 days and 7 nights. The Han Empire could not do anything to him throughout his life. Mao Dun is considered the most legendary figure in the Xiongnu civilization. King Yuxian of the Xiongnu said,
There were reports from scouts from all directions, and they were attacked by the Xia King's cavalry scouts. King Xia wants to embarrass him on all sides.
Mao Dun suddenly realized that before launching the attack, Chu Tian had already planned to wipe out the Xiongnu and Xianbei tribes in one fell swoop and completely eliminate the threat on the prairie.
King Xia's ambition is great, but it is also flawed. Their troops are scattered. We only need to break out to the south and join forces with King Zuishian of Monan.
Mao Dun planned to join forces with his son, the Xian Wang Jiju of Zhua, the third Xiongnu Chanyu. As a retreat, the Xiongnu cavalry and Xianbei cavalry, led by Mao Dun, concentrated their forces to break out to the south. Xiao Siwen and brother Yulexia were escorted by a group of Hun's cavalry. They could not resist and followed the Hun's cavalry. The night in Langjuxia Mountain is full of murderous intent. From time to time, wolves' howl can be heard, making you feel as if every tree and plant is surrounded by soldiers. For him, the grassland should have been a friendly place. But at this time, it was full of dangers.
Can you guards? Follow me!
Mao Dun was accompanied by the Shanyu guards, the most elite cavalry of the Han civilization. Yu Fulu and Achiquan were worried, and were forced to lead the elite cavalry of the southern Xiongnu royal court to follow the great Mao Dunshanyu.
Report. King Xia's cavalry is approaching. Change direction. The king of Xia's cavalry is still approaching.
The Hun's cavalry and Xianbei cavalry tried to escape. Mao Dun relied on his familiarity with the surrounding terrain to change the marching direction 3 times in a row. However, Chu Tian's cavalry was still shrinking the encirclement, and Mao Dun's cavalry was unable to escape.
What the hell is going on?
Mao Dun couldn't help but feel a little angry. It was dark night now, and it was impossible for Chu Tian's cavalry to know his whereabouts so accurately. His cavalry was changing directions at any time. Even if Chu Tian received a report from the scouts, he would have to leave some time to react. However, Chu Tian's cavalry were like wild wolves catching prey on the grassland. With their amazing sense of smell, they bit Mao Dunshanyu's cavalry to death. Chu Tian was marching at night, and when he alerted Mao Dun, the sky had begun to gradually turn white, which meant that it would be more difficult for Mao Dun to escape after nightfall. The Hun's cavalry adopted the guerrilla tactics of
attack when the enemy is dormant, and flee when the enemy advances.
Against the Han dynasty, in the face of the trinity of reconnaissance forces with war eagles, wild wolves, and scout cavalry, it no longer worked, and Mao Dun was in trouble. It was getting daylight, and Chu Tian's cavalry was still chasing and intercepting Mao Dun. On a hillside, Chu Tian led the cavalry and looked at the wilderness in the distance. The Maobei grassland still had some snow that had not yet melted. The foothills of Langjuxia Mountain were covered with white snow. At the end of the wilderness, Mao Dun's cavalry appeared, covering the mountains and plains like locusts. The number of Xiongnu cavalry and Xianbei cavalry is around 200,000, which is an astonishing number. However, Chu Tian had seen larger cavalry. Temujin's Mongol Empire was at its peak, and its military strength was far more terrifying than the 200,000 cavalry. But it was still defeated by his cavalry.
Mao Dun should be among this cavalry.
Chu Tian tried to stroke the Wolf King's fur, but the Wolf King didn't appreciate it and hid behind Xiaochua. No matter Hua Mulan's war eagle or Xiaochua's wild wolf, they all ignored Chu Tian. Chu Tian was used to these spiritual animals not liking him and not caring about him. This time, he wanted to completely resolve the grievances between the Han Empire and the Huns at Langjuxia Mountain. When Chu Tian discovered Mao Dunshanyu's Hun's cavalry, Mao Dun also discovered the Han cavalry on the hillside.
The cavalry around Chutian is estimated to be only 20 or 30,000. After all, Chutian needs to divide his troops to contain Maoduan's cavalry. So this is the cavalry in front of him. Master Shanyu, the other party is under the banner of King Xia. He divided his troops to block me. Do you think that with this little cavalry, he can stop me from escaping south? Mao Dun found out that the cavalry blocking the south was actually the cavalry led by Chu Tian himself. And the strength was only 1/10 of his own. And he couldn't help but be angry. Chu Tian was deliberately provoking him. We have 200,000 cavalry, but King Xia only has 20,000 or 30,000. Why not go all out and kill King Xia? Then the prairie will be yours, Lord Shanyu, and we don't need to flee south. A Xiongnu leader encouraged Mao Dun to attack Chu Tian on the hillside. Chu Tian's deliberate provocation made all the Xiongnu leaders extremely angry. Kill King Xia! Mao Dun also wanted to try to see if there was a chance to kill Chu Tian. Send more scouts and pay attention to whether there are any ambushes hidden nearby. If Chu Tian can be killed, then the crisis facing the Xiongnu tribe and Xianbei tribe will be relieved immediately. And Chu Tian, the serious concern of Mao Dun, Tuoba Tao, and Shi Lu, will be eliminated. Although the Xiongnu, Xianbei, and Jie people are making a lot of noise now. In fact, they are facing the dilemma of being suppressed without capturing a few cities of the Chutian forces. Only by getting rid of Chu Tian will the crisis faced by these nomadic tribes end. 200,000 Xiongnu cavalry and Xianbei cavalry came towards the hillside where Chu Tian was, surrounded layer by layer, recreating the siege of Baidang in the past. Looking down from the hillside, the bottom of the mountain is filled with darkness. 200,000 cavalry are shoulder to shoulder. The black wave covers the entire hillside and is about to swallow up Chu Tian and others on the hillside. In the past, Liu Bang, the founder of the Han dynasty, was besieged on Baishan Mountain. Is the scene similar to when I was besieged on Langjiaxia Mountain today? Chu Tian faced the overwhelming Xiongnu and Xianbei coalition forces. But his mood was not a little uneasy, which was destined to be different from Liu Bang. When Liu Bang was besieged, he must have been frightened. After the brutal peasant uprising at the end of Qin, and the struggle for hegemony between Chu and Han in the early Han dynasty, the national power was withered, and the number of war horses was extremely short. Even if the military god Han Xian was allowed to deal with the Xiongnu, he might not be able to achieve the same results as in the era of Wei Qing and Hu Xubing. The reason is very simple. National power is different. But Chu Tian didn't have Liu Bang's anxiety at that time. He was also besieged by Mao Dun. But Chu Tian took the initiative to come to his door. The cavalry located on the hillside are the most elite cavalry in Chu Tian, including Chishu Army, Xuanjia Army, Huban Army, Knight Army, and Shiliang Iron Cavalry. The reason why they took the initiative to send them to the door was because there were too many light cavalry in Mao Dun, and they were not necessarily willing to fight against Chu Tian's heavy cavalry. At this time, there were cavalry below, and Chu Tian's heavy cavalry only needed to make use of the terrain. And the tiger came down the mountain. The high-level heavy cavalry of the Heavy Cavalry Guards Corps have changed their armor, and are ready to go. The War Eagle soared in the sky and landed on Hua Mulan's arm. Generals Chen Qingji, Shuai Gui, and Wei Qing have led their cavalry, and are approaching this place quickly. They will arrive in less than a stick of incense. Get ready to attack the Xiongnu and Xianbei army formations. Chu Tian personally supervised the battle, and all the cavalry were ready to go. Joan of Arc waves the holy flag, providing a morale bonus for this cavalry legion. The cavalry regiment, which had been forced to march overnight, received the motivating effect. Its morale greatly increased, and it once again roused itself to prepare for battle. This time, 2 to 30,000 cavalry were used to attack 200,000 cavalry. But they were not afraid. Yalu Xiezhen, Xiao Talon, you lead Shan's army and charge together. Xiao Chua asked 2 Khitan generals to participate in the battle. Xiao Talon had submitted his name to Chu Tian during the war in Eastern Europe, while Yalu Xiezhen was serving for Chu Tian for the first time and had to work hard to gain Chu Tian's approval. Yalu Xiezhen himself has the character of a playboy. He is unruly in his actions, and his likes and dislikes are shown on his face. Although he is reluctant, he still cooperates with Xiao Talon according to Xiao Chua's instructions. Xiao Talon was Yalu Xiezhen's deputy general and the vanguard. 200,000 Xiongnu and Xianbei cavalry began to attack the hillside, carrying out their first and last operation to kill Chu Tian. A rain of arrows covered the sky and poured down. The Huns and Xianbei cavalry have launched an attack. Kill King Xia, and I can take his place.
Mao Dun is like a crazy gambler. He is aware of the danger. But Chu Tian uses himself as a bait. Mao Dun cannot refuse this once, and for all opportunity.
Can you guards? Come forward and attack.
Mao Dun threw his own guards, the most elite Hun's cavalry, into the battle. The Shanyu guards are composed of the most skilled vulture shooters, who are good at riding and shooting.
Han cavalry and Mongolian cavalry are approaching.
Mao Dun's cavalry scouts discovered the cavalry led by 3 generals, Wei Qing, Chun Qingji, and Xuerengui.
Divide your troops to block it, and buy time to kill King Xia.
Mao Dun made a desperate move and sent out a small number of troops to resist Chu Tian's reinforcements. Even Yafulu and Achuquan of the southern Huns were sent out by Moton to block the Mongolian cavalry.
Mao Dun has lost control, and this King Xia really dares to take risks.
Brother Yelxiu, who was in Mao Dun's army, saw Chu Tian risking his life and leaving Mao Dun in Langjiaxu mountain, and he couldn't help but admire his courage.
I have an intuition that Yin Yin is on the hillside.
Xiao Siwen felt something in his heart and suspected that his daughter Xiao Chua was taken to the hillside by Chu Tian and participated in the battle.
Can you guards? Crush them.
Chu Tian didn't think he was taking risks. He was surrounded by armored cavalry. These ferocious beasts were eager for the Han cavalry to take the initiative to attack. Chapter 719 times have changed.
Shui Jun, come down the mountain.
Taisher Ci pulled out his sword, and the blade rubbed violently against the scabbard. This is the first time he has led a new cavalry unit into battle, taking on the important task of attacking the Huns and Xianbei cavalry. 2,000 timid Shui army cavalry gathered under Taisher Ci's long sword. The Chishu army, as Temujin's imperial guard, once caused a lot of trouble to Chu Tian. Now the Chishu army serves as the main force under Chu Tian. Taisher Ci took the lead and led the timid Shui army, galloping down the mountain like an avalanche.
The Zhongshu army and the Heli army charge into battle.
Monk Wan Yenchen led the Zhongshu army and the Heli army, closely following Taisher Ci's cowardly Shui army. One team after another, high-level armored cavalry launched a wave-like attack. The Qingshu army, the Zhongshu army, and the Shushan army were all the troops Chu Tian obtained in this national war.
The cataphracts are attacking. It would be quite dangerous for us to stay here.
Chu Tian followed behind 20,000 to 30,000 light and heavy cavalry. At present, Chu Tian's military strength is more than 80%. And there are Dianwei, Tiger Guards, and human troops as guards, which can ensure that Chu Tian will not enter the bow and arrow range of the Xiongnu and Xianbei cavalry. A large number of armored cavalry galloped, condescending, and took advantage of the terrain to launch a charge. The ground on the hillside trembled. The snow broke, and it was unstoppable. The Huns and Xianbei cavalry at the foot of the mountain looked up in horror at the avalanche of armored cavalry on the hillside. The Kyrgyz cavalrymen were equipped with Mongolian bows. They pulled the bow strings with their thumbs and shot out thousands of thin lines, covering the densely packed Huns and Xianbei cavalry at the foot of the mountain. The cavalry shooting of Qiong Shui's army caused astonishing damage. The Han cavalry and Xianbei cavalry shot by Qiu Shui's army were often seriously injured or shot dead.
The archery skills of Jie Shui's army seem to be on par with the archery skills of our Shanyu guards.
Mao and Shanyu guards are also the best cavalry in archery. 2 marksman units representing nomadic civilizations use their superb riding and shooting skills to shoot each other. Thousands of arrows collided in the air. The 2 cavalrymen had the skill of shooting with 100 steps. When these iron arrows collided, the shafts of the arrows shattered. The cavalrymen of Shui Jun and Shanyu guards were killed by the opponent's archery skills. The Shanyu guards' cavalry and archery seemed to be superior, and Jie Shui's army suffered greater losses in the cavalry and archery contest with the Shanyu guards. However, Qiong Shui's army was not only good at cavalry and archery. After the 2 cavalry approached, Qing Shui's army changed their hammers, spears and other melee weapons, and destroyed the Shanyu guards through hand-to-hand combat. Qiong Shui's army has also discovered that the Shanyu guards are good at riding and shooting, but they are no match for Qiu Shui's army in close combat. Taisher Ci had already entered the Shanyu guards, and his sharp sword pierced the armor of the Shanyu guards, bringing out a trace of blood. Taisher Ci pulled out his long sword and killed the surrounding Huns cavalry one after another. The long sword was stained with blood. Qiu Shui's army began to break through Shanyu's guards. In the rear, Monk Wan Yin Chen's Zhongxia army followed closely the Qingshu army, braving the rain of arrows and breaking through. The Zhongxia army's double armor gave them enough defense to dare to brave the rain of arrows from the Huns and Xianbei cavalry to launch a heavy cavalry attack. Even if they were shot by the bows and arrows of the Hun's cavalry, they might not be injured. Monk Wan Yinchin, like Tai Shirtzi, was a fierce general. He held a hammer in both hands and smashed the Hun cavalry. The Hun cavalry who fought with him were either directly killed by the hammer, or were severely injured by blunt objects, and their bones were broken. Half of the 20,000 to 30,000 cavalrymen on the hillside were high-level heavy cavalry, and the rest were light cavalry such as Iron Eagle Scouts and Shushan Army. They stretched their bows to shoot down the enemy Hun's cavalry and Xianbei cavalry. Xiao Chue held a horn bow and used standard Mongolian archery in one hand. He shot out a stream of light, and the Xianbei cavalry fell in response. Although the Mongolian archery method is named after Mongolia. In fact, before the rise of the Mongolian tribes, the archery posture of using the thumb to protect the finger to buckle the string was already commonly used in the East. However, the Mongolian expedition to the West had a great impact on Europe, so it was named after the Mongolian archery method to distinguish it from the Mediterranean archery method. As a legendary figure of the Khitan civilization, Xiao Chue is also indispensable for his good archery skills. The Shan army, led by Yelu Xiezhen and Xiao Taolin, fought with the Hun's cavalry and Xianbei cavalry from the grassland. Yelu Xiezhen, as the chief general, provided bonuses for the Shan army. Xiao Taolin served as the vanguard general. He wielded a mace and smashed a Hun commander to death on the head. The Hun commander's helmet fell off. Xiao Chue can improve the abilities of Yelu Xiezhen and Xiao Taolin, making Xiao Taolin's strength reach 94. The iron beasts equipped with iron armor came down the mountain like a torrent of steel. The Knights of the Round Table also participated in this battle. They were dressed in plate armor and had defenses comparable to the Iron Pagoda. They penetrated the enemy's body with their lances, and then drew out their knight swords and collided with the eastern ring-headed sword. The sharp sword blade rubs against the blade, and sporadic sparks fly. The short weapons equipped by the Xiongnu and Xianbei cavalry were mainly the Huansho sword commonly used in the Han dynasty. With the advantage of their equipment, the Knights of the Round Table were almost not afraid of the Hun's cavalry swords, but instead chopped up the Hun's cavalry along the way. The weapons the Hun's cavalry relied on were mainly bows and arrows. In close combat, they were overwhelmed by plate-armored knights, who looked like iron cans. The 20,000 to 30,000 cavalrymen were like sharp blades, separating the 200,000 Xiongnu and Xianbei cavalrymen. On the battlefield, arrows flew, spears broke, and swords flashed. Mao Dun Chanyu saw his cavalry being overwhelmed by Chutian's heavy cavalry, and his face turned livid. The terror of this heavy cavalry was beyond his imagination. It seems that 200,000 Xiongnu and Xianbei cavalry surrounded Chutian's 20,000 to 30,000 people. In fact, Chutian's 20,000 to 30,000 people surrounded 200,000 Xiongnu and Xianbei cavalry. On the outskirts of the battlefield, Qin Liangyu served as the vanguard of the Wei Qing army and led 30,000 Mongolian cavalry, but was intercepted by Yufuluo, the Shanyu of the southern Huns. Qin Liangyu immediately came to the front of the Mongolian cavalry with his spear raised, and looked directly at the brothers Yufuluo and Hu Chuquan opposite him, frowning slightly. She is from Yizhou, and is not very clear about the relatively complicated relationship between the southern and northern Xiongnu. She only thinks that the other party is a general of the Xiongnu, and her goal is to defeat the brothers Yufuluo and Hechuquan in front of her. Mao Dun encircled. Kill it! The white gun in Qin Liangyu's hand was pointed at Yevluo, who looked like the leader opposite. Ahem! Wait a moment. When Qin Liangyu launched an attack, Yevluo stopped Qin Liangyu, who was eager to support him. Qin Liangyu was delayed by Yufuluo, and he couldn't help but wonder what the Xiongnu general was thinking at this critical moment of life and death. I am Yufuluo, the Shanyu of the southern Huns. I am forced to follow Mao Dun, and have no intention of going against the king of Xia. Mao Dun asked me to come to stop you and others. The situation has no choice but to ask this general not to go there. We will avoid fighting, and no one will if there is no loss. Wouldn't it be beautiful? Yu Fulo was a little uneasy. If he fought with Qin Liangyu, he would definitely be regarded as a traitor by Chu Tian. If he fell into Chu Tian's hands in the future, he would definitely be killed. Qin Liangyu did not expect that Yu Fulo would do this. On the battlefield, there is no reason to surrender without fighting. Kill! Qin Liangyu ignored Yufuluo's suggestion and instead led 30,000 Mongolian cavalry to attack the southern Xiongnu. Although Temujin's Mongol Empire collapsed, the surviving Mongolian cavalry retained their martial spirit, while the southern Xiongnu became accustomed to the relatively peaceful life in the pass
and became useless. When 30,000 Mongolian cavalry launched a charge, and the Mongolian bows were drawn, Yevluo couldn't help but think of the scene when Muhuali severely taught the southern Xiongnu tribe when the Mongolian Empire invaded Hatao. And he was sweating.
Stop fighting. We southern Huns are willing to surrender.
In desperation, Humphrey dismounted and chose to surrender in front of the two armies before the battle.
Brother.
Hu Chukwan was stunned when he saw Yu Fulo suddenly choosing to surrender. Although the southern Xiongnu did lack martial virtue compared with the Xiongnu Empire, which was so powerful and arrogant during the Western Han Dynasty, they would not surrender without a fight. Even Mao Dun didn't know that after witnessing the brutal battles among the Han Empire's princes and the war with the Mongolian Empire, his descendants were no longer very willing to fight against the Han Empire's princes.
Hachukwan. Times have changed. It is impossible for the Xiongnu to become the same Xiongnu. Only in this way can we survive. I don't want to be the last Xiongnu. Nor do I want to be the last Huns.
Yu Fulo was sweating profusely. Although he surrendered, he didn't know whether Qin Liangyu would let him go. After all, he actually betrayed the Han Empire. Qin Liangyu restrained the horses, and the 30,000 Mongolian cavalry with superb riding skills almost stopped in time.
This is how the same thing.
Before Qin Liangyu went on the expedition, Chu Tian once summoned the generals to give a lecture, reminding all generals to be careful about making mistakes. After all, the opponent was a Chanyu of the same era as Emperor Gaozu of the Han Dynasty. Qin Liangyu was even prepared to fight bloody battles and be wrapped in horse leather. However, Yevluo's performance in front of him was very different from the image of the Han's cavalry, who Chu Tian repeatedly emphasized to be careful.
Are they pretending to surrender?
Because of Chu Tian's reminder, Qin Liangyu became a little worried and ordered a group of Mongolian cavalry to go up and test them, and tied up Yu Fulo and Hachukwan. Although Hachukwan thought that surrendering without a fight would be a bit cowardly, Yevluo had already decided to surrender. And the southern Hun's cavalry also looked like they had drooped heads and had no intention of fighting again. The morale of the troops was unavailable, and fighting would be of no use. With a clang, a southern Hun's cavalry threw his weapon on the ground, and other southern Hun's cavalry also followed suit. The nobles of the southern Xiongnu, as long as they were captains of thousands and above, were all captured. The Hun's tribe had a strict hierarchical system. Basically, as long as the noble class was captured, the remaining Hun's cavalry would not be able to make any waves. The possibility of false surrender is ruled out. Qin Liangyu still believed that Yu Fulo and Hu Chukwan had a conspiracy, but he really couldn't imagine what Yu Fulo and Hu Chukwan could do after they were tied up by the Mongolian cavalry.
Leave 3,000-man troops to guard this group of Hun's cavalry. The rest of the troops will follow me to support His Highness King Xia.
Qin Liangyu was so hesitant that he wasted a little time and realized that he must support Chu Tian as soon as possible. 3,000 Mongolian cavalry remained, enough to monitor tens of thousands of southern Hun's cavalry. The southern Hun's cavalry gave up their weapons and had no fighting spirit. They were afraid of the Mongolian cavalry and huddled together. Yu Fulo and Hu Chukwan were taken away by Qin Liangyu to prevent them from regretting on the way,
and led the Hun's cavalry to revolt. As long as the Hun nobles and ordinary Hun cavalry are separated, the Hun cavalry will be leaderless. Qin Liangyu's cavalry was relatively lucky, while Qinqingji, Shuerigui, and other cavalry were caught in a fierce battle. Under the training of Mao Dun, the northern Huns and Xianbei cavalry fought fiercely. Unlike the southern Huns, 7,000 white-robed troops marched through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The white robes as a symbol were dyed red with blood. The northern Huns cavalry still did not retreat. Qinqingji personally supervised the battle. If Qinqingji's force was not inferior to that of a white-robed cavalry, Qinqingji would have shot several Huns cavalry himself.
As expected of Motan's cavalry,
the white-robe army fighting against Qinqingji was not the southern Huns cavalry, but the northern Huns cavalry affiliated with Mao Dun, which retained their semi-civilized wildness. Therefore, the white-robe army was not very relaxed. At least not like Qin Liangyu, who could not lose a single soldier. With one attack, tens of thousands of southern Xiongnu cavalry were captured.
Die!
Shuerigui wielded Fang Tian's painted halberd and picked off 46 Xiongnu cavalry in a row. No Xiongnu cavalry could stop his cavalry from advancing. The Tang cavalry archers fired flatly, and the armor-piercing arrows penetrated the Hun cavalry's armor, which was not very sophisticated in the first place. Shuerigui cut his way through the Xiongnu cavalry and Xianbei cavalry. The three lines of cavalry, with Chu Tian as the center, formed an encirclement against Mao Dun.
Report: the East Road is defeated. Report. West Road Yevlua will surrender without a fight. Mao Dun continued to mobilize his troops, surrounded Chu Tian's cavalry, and tried his best to prevent Chu Tian's cavalry from breaking through. His cavalry relied on their numbers to form a swamp, using the flesh and blood of war horses and cavalry to slow down the impact of the heavy cavalry. When heavy cavalry launches an attack, they generally have offensive and defensive attribute bonuses and special bonuses. This is a characteristic of almost all heavy cavalry units. Once the speed of the heavy cavalry slows down and the charging effect disappears, it will not be so scary. This is also very realistic. Heavy cavalry is not completely victorious. However, in addition to Chu Tian's heavy cavalry, a large number of light cavalry surrounded Mao Dun. In order to get a chance to kill Chu Tian, Mao Dun himself became a turtle in the urn and was trapped by Chu Tian's cavalry in Langjutsu Mountain. My guards are already here. The crisis that Mao Dun faced was not just that. The elite Shan Yu guards that he was most proud of were reduced to pieces under the impact of Chu Tian's heavy cavalry guards, and at least half of them were killed. The Shan Yu guards also shot and killed many of Chu Tian's cavalry. The bows and arrows fired by some sharpshooters could even hit Shui's army in the face and kill them directly. The small number of Shan Yu guards was still defeated by the impact of various high-level heavy cavalry. Tens of thousands of Xiongnu cavalry and Xianbei cavalry had been killed, and the corpses of war horses and cavalry were scattered throughout the valley. Yafulu and Achuquan, as Huns, they dare to betray me. What made Mao Dun most angry was not the large number of casualties, but the two incompetent descendants of Yufulua and Uchuquan who surrendered without a fight and lost the face of the Huns. The sound of intensive horse hoofbeats came from the west. Qin Liangyu was not hindered, so he became the first general to arrive on the battlefield for support. Behind Qin Liangyu's Mongolian cavalry, Wei Qing led more Mongolian cavalry to form an encirclement network. Wei Qing and Qin Liangyu are on one side, while Qin Qingji, Shuarengui, and Zhao Yun are on another side. Mao Dun Shanyu is really facing the dilemma of being surrounded on all sides. Chapter 720 The feud between the Han and the Huns comes to an end. In this battle, whoever kills Mao Dun will be rewarded with 10,000 taels of silver. Chu Tian saw his reinforcements appear and knew that the opportunity to encircle and suppress Mao Dun Shanyu had arrived. The current Han Empire is a Han Empire with a gathering of heroes, and the number of cavalry has increased countless times compared to the early Han dynasty. It is no longer a Han Empire that Mao Dun can provoke. Moreover, the teleportation array in Mobei is controlled by Chu Tian. When Chu Tian sends troops, there is no need to cross the Gobian Desert. 200,000 Xiongnu cavalry and Xianbei cavalry were besieged by Chu Tian in Langjutsu Mountain. The Han cavalry and the Mongolian cavalry joined forces, and arrows were shot from all directions, blocking the sky and the sun. The Han cavalry on the periphery was washed away by the rain of arrows, and fell in large pieces. The ownerless horses fled in all directions. The Xiongnu and Xianbei cavalry looked around in horror. They were surrounded by cavalry that was no less numerous than their own, because the Xiongnu and Xianbei cavalry had lost a number of their troops in battle. They no longer had the advantage in strength. Everyone, follow me to break out of the siege! Mao Dun had no chance to kill Chu Tian. If he didn't escape, this place would be a desperate situation for him. A real desperate situation. There is still a slight chance to break through. The Mongolian cavalry stretched their bows. The bows were tense, and arrows rained down. The number of arrows used by both warring parties reached 1 million, which was comparable to a heavy rain. Mao Dun gathered his troops and chose to attack in the direction of Qin Liangyu. The roaring Huns cavalry galloped. This time Qin Liangyu was not facing the weak southern Huns, but the fierce northern Huns. The Shanyu guards were still trying their best to block Chu Tian's cavalry, trying to buy time and opportunities for their Shanyu. Motan, Yufulua and Huchuquan, who betrayed Mao Dun, did not dare to face Mao Dun, a legendary figure of the Xiongnu civilization. After all, they were betrayers of the Xiongnu civilization. Qin Liangyu ignored their feelings, but held a gun and led the Mongolian cavalry to attack. She also has Wei Qing's 70,000 Mongolian cavalry supporting her, so she doesn't have to worry about not having enough troops to contain Mao Dun Shanyu after the entire army is annihilated. The first two rows of Mongolian cavalry carried spears between them and charged forward. The cavalry behind them drew their sabers, and their sharp sabers glowed with cold light. Qin Liangyu's cavalry cut into the Hun's cavalry. A spear pierced the armor of the Hun cavalry. The wooden spear shaft broke at the moment of the stab, and debris scattered everywhere at the break. The Mongolian cavalry pulled out their sabers and slashed the Han cavalry in the throat. The Han cavalry in the second row held spears and stabbed the Mongolian cavalry to death. The two cavalrymen fought like crazy. Qin Liangyu's force was relatively high, and he entered the battle himself, killing dozens of cavalrymen in a row. The white jade-like gun was in her hand, coming and going like flying. The armor of the Hun cavalry was torn by the gun blade. With a little force, the gun blade was drawn out of the Hun cavalry's body. The Hun cavalry had fallen off the horse. "We need swords!" Yu Fuluo and Echiquan were held hostage by the Mongolian cavalry. At this time, they were barehanded, and the Mongolian cavalry fought with the Hun's cavalry. Even if Yu Fuluo and Echiquan had some force and no weapons, they would easily die in the chaos. Several Mongolian cavalry looked at each other, and finally threw two ordinary sabers to Yu Fuluo and Echiquan. "You use them to protect yourself. If you dare to betray, our 100-man team will throw you into a cowhide bag." Trampled down by thousands of horses. Just as Hufrog was about to respond, an arrow was shot, and he subconsciously blocked it with his knife. The Hun's cavalry has come to kill them. Mao Duan's cavalry was also quite terrifying. The Northern Hun's cavalry cut down a group of Mongolian cavalry and engaged in a melee with Qin Liangyu's cavalry. Mao Dun had a sullen face, but the more critical the situation, the more he had to keep his composure. This is the self-cultivation of a hero. He personally led his troops to break out of the encirclement and used a strong bow to kill the Mongolian cavalry. Even an ordinary Mongolian household died under Mao Dun's arrow. However, when Mao Dun saw the two traitors Yu Fuluo and Hu Chuquan among the Mongolian cavalry, his calm mood suddenly deteriorated. "Yu Fuluo, Echiquan, you two are not worthy to be Huns." Mao Dun hated that iron could not become steel, so he shot an arrow at Yu Fuluo, hitting Yu Fuluo's shoulder. "Modern times have changed. It would be better for you to give up your ambition and join King Xia." Out of guilt, Yu Fuluo did not fight back even though he was shot by Mao Dun. He only negotiated with Mao Dun, hoping to persuade the old Shan Yu to join Chu Tian. Mao Dun didn't respond. The Mongolian cavalry was already waving their sabers to kill Mao Dun. His head, as a reward from Chu Tian, was worth 10,000 taels of silver. Mao Dun turned to fight with the Mongolian cavalry. He knew that even if he shot Yu Fuluo, it would not help. Yu Fuluo had no ability and had no idea of resisting the princes of the Han Empire. He was basically a grassroots. Whoever was more powerful would be relied on by Yu Fuluo. The top priority is to escape as soon as possible. When Mao Dun was delayed by Qin Liangyu's cavalry, Wei Qing arrived in person, and 70,000 Mongolian cavalry launched an attack, aiming directly at Mao Dun. Mao Dun was trapped in a tight siege. The Mongolian cavalry, as the later overlords of the grasslands, competed with the old Hun's cavalry and Xianbei cavalry. They were better than the old, and their combat skills would only be higher. One by one, the Huns and Xianbei cavalry fell under the sabers of the Mongolian cavalry. Blood spattered on Motan's face, and a Hun eagle shooter was shot dead by random arrows in front of Motan. Hateful! Mao Dun faced the HL difficulty, and his cavalry no longer had the advantage. During the Central Plains stage, Chu Tian attached great importance to the construction of cavalry. After annexing the north and defeating the Mongol Empire, the number of Chu Tian's cavalry was only much larger. Controlling the Mongolian tribes, Chu Tian would no longer be afraid of the forces on the grassland, because a considerable part of Chu Tian's cavalry came from the grassland. Mao Dun had already killed dozens of Mongolian cavalry, pulled out his jewel-encrusted saber, fought with the Mongolian cavalry, and killed dozens more Mongolian cavalry, making the Mongolian cavalry even afraid. But Mao Dun himself was hit by 3 arrows. Most of his physical strength was consumed, and he was panting. 100,000 Mongolian cavalrymen fought to encircle Mao Dun, and more than 30,000 of them died in the battle. Wei Qing personally drew his sword and cut down a Hun's cavalryman. Wei Qing brought more than 1,000 Yulin Guards cavalry, and a few cavalrymen held battle flags to follow Wei Qing in the battle. Wei Qing tried his best to block the breakout Mao Dun. Chen Qingji, Shuarengui, and Zhao Yun came from behind. Some Xianbei cavalry saw that the situation was not good and abandoned their weapons and surrendered. "I cannot be reconciled." Mao Dun knew that the end was over. But as a proud Xiongnu Chanyu, who had single-handedly created a powerful Xiongnu empire, he was still unwilling to give in, and was fighting desperately for the last chance. A black shadow came. The white gun shot through the air, and the gun barrel was shaking. Mao Dun used his saber to block Qin Liangyu's white-barred spear. The blade of the spear turned from stabbing to sharpening, and Mao Dun had to let go. Mao Dun has a high command value and charisma towards the Huns. But it does not mean that he is a strong general with high force. He was defeated by Qin Liangyu's personal force. Protect Master Shan Yu. Mao Dun's guards attacked Qin Liangyu with spears, fighting one after another, trying to protect the greatest Shan Yu in their civilization. This is the real powerful enemy of the Huns. Qin Liangyu fought fiercely with Mao Dun's guard cavalry. The combat effectiveness of this group of cavalry was much more fierce than that of the southern Huns cavalry. In Qin Liangyu's view, this was in line with what Chu Tian said was the main force of the Huns. Give me a spear! Mao Dun asked the Han prince next to him for a spear, and attacked Qin Liangyu, hoping to kill a Han general. However, the Mongolian cavalry brought by Qin Liangyu also had no shortage of Qinhu and Baihu. They supported Qin Liangyu and fought with Mao Dun's guards, allowing Qin Liangyu to free up his hands to attack Mao Dun. Two military generals were fighting in the Langjutsu mountain among thousands of troops. One was a Xiongnu Chanyu from the prairie, and the other was a heroic female from the mountains of Sichuan and Sichuan. Mao Dun had been injured in the previous battle and was in an injured state, but Qin Liangyu would not consider a fair duel. On the battlefield, there is no such thing as a fair duel. Only the winner and the loser. The white spear was like pear blossoms and flying snow, and the snow on the ground flew up due to the momentum, sweeping over Mao Dun and blocking Mao Dun's sight. The more Mao Dun fought, the more and more scars appeared on his body. Blood fell on the white snow, and his physical strength was rapidly disappearing. Moton, should be the only overlord of the prairie. At the moment of life and death, Mao Dun unleashed his final potential and tried to suppress Qin Liangyu's white rod gun. Qin Liangyu dealt with Mao Dun's spear calmly. Mao Dun's attack was fierce, but it was difficult to cause effective damage to him. There were more and more scars on Mao Dun's body, and in the end, it was almost impossible to thrust out the spear, and even the hands holding the spear were shaking. You deserve to die. Qin Liangyu took a deep breath and knocked away Mao Dun's spear, and the white spear pierced Mao Dun's chest. Mao Dun's eyes protruded, and the corners of his mouth were bleeding. He looked at his chest in disbelief, and saw a bloody hole. I was born in a swamp and grew up in a grassland. I destroyed Donghu in the east and chased Yushur in the west. Mao Dun's eyes lost their luster, and he slowly fell off the horse. Qin Liangyu took advantage of the situation and pulled out his spear, and the fighting movements of the surrounding Huns cavalry were stagnant. Master Shan Yu! The Huns cavalry howled, the greatest leader in their minds. Mao Dun Shan Yu died in the battle at Langjutsu Mountain. Throughout Langjutsu Mountain, broken battle flags and curled-edged swords can be seen everywhere. More than 100,000 cavalrymen were buried with the king of the grassland. After all, times have changed. With the death of Mao Dun, the grudges between the Han Empire and the Huns have completely ended. Chu Tian learned that Mao Dun had been killed by Qin Liangyu. In front of him were corpses everywhere, and the snow was stained red with blood on Langjutsu Mountain. The battle between the Han Empire and the Xiongnu culminated with the sealing of Langjutsu, and would also end with Langjutsu Mountain. Chapter 721, The Golden Man and the Great Shan Yu. It's all over. Xiao Siwen and brother Yulexia were released from house arrest by the Huns. They witnessed the 200,000 Huns and Xianbei cavalry being reduced to more than 100,000 due to the war. The great Mao Dun Shan Yu was killed in the battle. A group of Khitan cavalry arrived, and one of the Khitan generals dismounted. You are still alive! Yelu Xiezhen gave brother Yelxiu a thick hug. The two remaining commanders of the Liao kingdom joined forces again at this time. Since you are here, then Yin Yan must be here too. Xiao Siwen discovered that Yelu Xiezhen also participated in this battle, and Xiao Chua should have also come to Langjutsu Mountain. Father! A woman dismounted and saw her father. Yan Yan, this is what you are doing. Xiao Siwen found that his daughter had put on the armor of a Han Empire general. There is nothing we can do about it. If our Khitan tribe wants to survive, we must make some sacrifices. And this sacrifice is the price we pay for the tribe's survival. Xiao Chua's eyes were firm. After many defeats, the population of the Khitan tribe was reduced to only 10, or they were scattered among other tribes and became slaves. If you want to keep the last members of the Khitan tribe, as Xiao Chua said, you need to pay a certain price. And this price may even be Xiao Chua himself. What you mean is, Xiao Siwen quickly understood what Xiao Chua meant. You can act according to your own needs, but there is no need to have any psychological burden. The Khitan tribe will be gone if it is gone. Xiao Siwen experienced so many major events in a short period of time and witnessed the collapse of the Mongol Empire, Liao Kingdom, and Huns, and he no longer cared so much about the survival of the Khitan tribe. Dad, do you want to see His Highness King Xiao? Xiao Chuan knew that Xiao Siwen was currently in the Khitan tribe, and was one of the few surviving Khitan ministers. He could also gain a foothold. It's time to meet him. Otherwise, I wouldn't trust my daughter to him. Xiao Siwen had no objection to the special marriage, which might be a good thing for the Xiao family. Xiao Siwen followed brother Yulexia to see Chu Tian. Chu Tian was leading his troops to clear the battlefield. There were countless Huns and Xianbei cavalry captured, and many of them were herdsmen, who were forcibly recruited by Mao and Shanyu. This is a special item seized from Modan's guards. I don't know what it is. When Chu Tian's cavalry was cleaning the battlefield, they found a strange prop. This is a gold-forged statue of the Huns, only the size of a palm. Chu Tian grabbed the golden man and checked its attributes. Name: Civilization: Xiongnu. Grade: Effect: This was the first time Chu Tian obtained props that could not be viewed at all. Is it possible that this kind of prop still requires identification skills? Or is it just an ordinary piece of gold with nothing special about it? If it were just an ordinary gold statue, it would be valuable to ordinary people. But to Chu Tian, who had an army of millions, a piece of gold would be a drop in the bucket and not worth much. Chu Tian's annual military salary is calculated as tens of millions of silver. Joan of Arc came over and blinked curiously. My lord, what on earth is this? It should be a treasure. Chu Tian carefully weighed the golden statue. He did not believe that the important prop that Mo Dun brought with him was just an ordinary gold statue. Sun Bin arrived at the battlefield. He heard that Chu Tian had obtained a special golden man. He immediately came to check it out and finally said slowly, This is a golden man used by the Huns to worship the sky. It can bless the prairie with good weather and abundant water and grass in the coming year. It turns out to be a golden man offering sacrifices to heaven. Chu Tian had heard of this special prop. In fact, this prop was not completely fictitious, but had historical origins. Dragon City is the holy land of the Huns. The Huns worship the heaven there. The golden man was the core prop when the Huns worshipped the heaven. When Witsubing defeated the Huns, he once captured the Huns' sacred objects. Does the military advisor have the ability to identify this golden man? When Chu Tian saw Sun Bin, he immediately recognized that this was the Huns' golden man offering sacrifices to heaven, and thought that Sun Bin had the skills to identify special props. Sure. Sun Bin waved his robe, and Chu Tian could already see the effect of the special prop. Golden man sacrifice to heaven. Name: the golden man offering sacrifices to heaven. Civilization: Xiongnu. Level: Royal level special props. Effect: 1. Those who hold the props and hold a ceremony to worship the heaven in Longcheng every year can obtain the effect of the Great Chanyu, official position for 1 year. 2. The results of the ceremony to the heaven are divided into 3 states: good luck, Shioji, and natural disasters last for 1 year. Good luck state, probability 20%. Grassland water grass growth conditions improve by plus 25%. Snow disaster and plague occurrence probability minus 25%. Excellent war horses appear plus 5% probability. Grassland tribes popular support plus 20. Shuji state, probability 60%. Grassland water grass growth conditions improve by plus 15%. Snow disaster and plague occurrence probability minus 15%. Excellent war horses appear plus 2% probability. Grassland tribes popular support plus 10. Natural disaster status, probability 20%. Grassland water and grass growth conditions improve by minus 15%. Snow disaster and plague occurrence probability plus 15%. War horse, cattle and sheep mortality plus 2%. Grassland tribes popular support minus 10. Great Chanyu has a special official position. It is the title of the Xiongnu monarch, but it does not necessarily have to be a Huns to hold it. In fact, it is the emperor of the grassland. During the period of serving as the Great Chanyu, the public support of each tribe in the grassland will be plus 15. The loyalty of the grassland legions will be plus 15%. The damage of cavalry and archery will be plus 5%. The marching speed will be plus 3%. And the economic, political, and military development speed of various parts of the grassland will be plus 5%. No wonder Mao Dun can command various tribes on the grassland. The Huns cavalry and Xianbei cavalry fought fiercely and had a certain degree of loyalty. It was easy to surrender after Mao Dun died. It turned out to be related to his identity as the Great Chanyu. If I had a great as a result of Chanyu's effect, the capabilities of steppe cavalry such as the Shui army and the Mongolian cavalry have been slightly improved. Chu Tian saw the heaven sacrifice ceremony
and could also obtain the official position of Great Chanyu that Mao Dun came with. At present, Chu Tian's official position is general and Yanzhou Mu. If a ceremony to worship the heaven is held, he will be given the temporary official position of Great Chanyu. At that time, Chu Tian will be the general of the Han Empire, the shepherd of Yanzhou, and also the chief Chanyu. The Dan is an official position in nomadic civilization. Holding this official position is the basis for ruling the prairie. From this point of view, this special prop, Golden Man sacrificed to heaven, seems to be just a piece of gold, but its practical value is quite amazing. It is the most valuable sacred object of the Xiongnu civilization. There is a 20% chance that the heaven sacrifice ceremony will fail. However, the probability of success is 80%, which is enough. The Jin people can only guarantee that the prairie will have smooth weather 4/5 of the time. After returning to Longcheng, I will immediately arrange a ceremony to worship the heaven. I want to become a great Chanyu and stabilize the hearts and minds of the tribes in the grassland. When Chu Tian got the Golden Man to worship the sky, the first thing he thought of was to ascend the throne and become the great Chanyu, so that he could gain the legitimacy to rule the grassland. Mao Duan's status in the grassland is equivalent to that of Liu Bang, the great ancestor of the Han dynasty in the Central Plains. The two people can talk to each other as equals. The great Chanyu's position was at the same level as the emperor of the Han Empire. Therefore, many kingdoms established by nomadic civilizations call themselves Great Chanyu to win over people's hearts. Of course, this is the status of the Great Chanyu in the eyes of the Huns or other nomadic tribes. In the eyes of the princes of the Han Empire, the position of the Han Emperor was still higher than that of the Great Chan. Qin Liangyu made the greatest contribution in this battle. Chu Tian counted the military exploits of various generals, among which Qin Liangyu ranked first for killing Mao Dun Chanyu, killing tens of thousands of northern Hun's cavalry, and capturing tens of thousands of southern Hun's cavalry. In particular, the credit for capturing the southern Xiongnu cavalry was the battle merit that Yafuluo gave to Qin Liangyu. Regarding Yafuluo and Hu Chuquan, Chu Tian couldn't laugh or cry. The two Xiongnu leaders were weaklings, and they didn't have the ruthlessness of Mao Dun Chanyu, who would rather die than surrender. Mao Dun was indeed fierce, and his cavalry also caused considerable losses to Chu Tian. As descendants, Yafuluo and Hu Chuquan did not have much nostalgia for the grassland after they attached themselves to the Han Empire. According to what was said before the war, if you kill the one who kills Mao Dun, you will be rewarded with 10,000 taels of silver. Chu Tian fulfilled his promise and asked people to prepare 10,000 taels of silver for Qin Liangyu, who was a guest general. Mao Duan's head was indeed worth 10,000 taels of silver. Xuerengui, Zhao Yun, Tai Shirzi and others had a chance. But if Mao Dun didn't break out in their direction, they could only stare. 10,000 taels of silver. Isn't it too much? Qin Liangyu only came to the north occasionally, because no princes in the southern barbarian region were willing to intervene. So he had nothing to do. As a result, he got 10,000 taels of silver from one trip to the north. Consider it my support for the Nanman region. Chu Tian originally thought that these 10,000 taels of silver would be obtained by his subordinates. So Chu Tian was very generous at first. But now, he could not break his promise. The higher your status, the more you pay attention to your promises. Otherwise you will lose the hearts of the people. 10,000 taels were used by Chu Tian to win over the generals in the southern barbarian region, and he recovered a little of his capital. Qin Liangyu brought Yafuluo and Huchuquan. Please handle these two people. His Highness King Xia. Yafuluo and Huchuquan, their faces pale and sweating profusely, knelt in front of Chu Tian. Mao Dun kidnaps us to rebel. We cannot refuse. In the name of the great Chanyu, I abolish the identity of the southern Xiongnu Chanyu. From now on, the nobles of the southern Xiongnu tribes must be appointed by the Xia Palace. Chu Tian was actually dissatisfied with the matter between Fu Luo and Hu Chuquan. In fact, this is a historical issue left by the Han Empire's acceptance of the southern Xiongnu after the Xiongnu Empire was split into the southern Xiongnu and the northern Xiongnu. The Han Empire did not have strong control over the southern Xiongnu, leaving hidden dangers for the five Hus to invade China. At present, the southern Xiongnu still has its own hierarchical system. Yafuluo is the Chanyu of the southern Xiongnu. The Han Empire can intervene in the selection of the successor of the Chanyu of the southern Xiongnu, but the intervention is not strong enough. Most of the Xiongnu nobles are still the southern Xiongnu. The Huns decided internally, this time, relying on the betrayal of the southern Xiongnu. Chu Tian gained more political capital and gained the right to appoint and remove the middle and high-level officials of the southern Xiongnu.
The royal court of the southern Xiongnu was abolished, and the southern Xiongnu was divided into 15 banners and lived dispersely. Each banner established a town, and every 5 banners established a county. No unauthorized migration is allowed without permission. Each banner has special officials to collect taxation, breeding of war horses, recruitment of soldiers, and officials dispatched by the Xia Prince's palace account for at least 70% of the total.
Chu Tian forcibly dissolved the southern Xiongnu royal court and divided the southern Xiongnu into 3 counties and 15 banners, which were scattered across the grasslands to fill the population. The farming population is not very willing to live on the grassland, and the environmental carrying capacity of the grassland is weak. If it is cultivated randomly, the soil fertility of the grassland will be quickly lost. Therefore, the grassland is still mainly developed for animal husbandry. No one is more suitable for grazing than the nomadic tribes. The biggest threat to the nomadic tribes was their unpredictable whereabouts. Chu Tian allowed the Huns to live permanently, supervise them, and develop animal husbandry and horse administration on the grasslands. In the future Western expedition, Chu Tian will need a large number of war horses. The Mongols marched westward, with 1 man and many horses, and Chu Tian also had to prepare for the future. If an army of 500,000 marches westward, with an average of 4 horses per person, then 2 million horses will be needed. Every year, war horses will die due to disease, war, and cold winter, and at least hundreds of thousands of war horses must be produced every year to make up for the losses. The Mongolians and Huns both raised horses, and had the life skills to raise horses, and the cost was very low. There was no need to dispatch farmers from within the customs to raise horses outside the customs. Even if this generation does not work, we must be fully prepared for the next generation's Western expedition. Chu Tian had already made his own little plan. Chapter 722 Khitan surrenders.
Xiao Siwen from the Khitan would like to thank His Highness King Xia for taking care of our little girl during this time.
When Chu Tian was dealing with the southern Xiongnu tribe, Xiao Siwen and Yelu Xiu from the Khitan civilization came to see Chu Tian under the leadership of Xiao Chua. Because of Xiao Chua, recruiting Khitan heroes was easy. Without Yelu Abaoji, the Khitan people all regarded Xiao Chua as their actual leader. Xiao Chua surrendered, and they had no reason to object.
Xiao Siwen.
Chu Tian looked at this seemingly mediocre Khitan hero, compared with his daughter Xiao Chua and the 2 heroes of Liao Kingdom. Xiao Siwen's ability seems to be far behind. Xiao Siwen's status was very high because he was born in the Xiao family of the Khitan aristocracy. Yelu Abaoji's queen Shiliping, who was as powerful as Xiao Chua, was Xiao Siwen's aunt. Therefore, what determines Xiao Siwen's status is not his ability, but his identity. The queen from the Xiao family is very capable.
Ding! Platinum level civil servant Xiao Siwen pledges allegiance to you.
Because he had consulted his daughter's opinion, Xiao Siwen did not mention any requirements and took the initiative to pledge her allegiance as soon as she came up, which surprised even Chu Tian. Xiao Siwen is just a platinum level civil servant. Chu Tian thought Xiao Chua's father would be quite powerful. Chu Tian could already see Xiao Siwen's panel. Name, Xiao Siwen. Talent, platinum level civil servant. Level 80. Identity, Minister of Foreign Relations of Liao Dynasty. Loyalty, 85. Commander, 57. Force, 61. Intelligence, 75. Politics, 79. Charm, 50. Characterity, timid. Favorability, 76. Feature 1. Group herding Delingia, A-level feature. When managing the pasture, the output rate of good horses in the pasture is plus 2%. The mortality rate is minus 1%. And the cost of raising horses is minus 3%. Characteristic 2, the Xiao clan, B-level trait, has a higher influence on Khitan generals. And Khitan generals are not easy to betray. Characteristic 3, cowardice, negative trait. When leading a battle, there is a high probability of hesitating and not daring to fight. Special arms, none. Chu Tian couldn't help but murmur in his heart after seeing Xiao Siwen's ability. How could a person whose 4th dimension was generally below 80 give birth to a daughter like Xiao Chua who could do all 4 things? In particular, Xiao Siwen's ability to lead troops in battle is really mediocre, comparable to the 5 tiger generals of the Northern Army. He also has the negative trait,
fear of formation,
which is really incomparable to his daughter. Could this be the legendary genetic mutation? However, if you think about it carefully, the sons of Liu Bei, Zhou Yu, and Di Renjia do not have the skills of their fathers. Xiao Siwen is not completely mediocre. He has a unique role, which is to raise horses.
It is equivalent to the Khitan version of Baimawan, except for some legendary heroes. In fact, the middle and lower class civil servants and generals have their own position. But the power of one person is not obvious. Xiao Siwen's weak ability is not necessarily a good thing. At least he has no ability to interfere in the internal affairs of Prince Xiao's palace. Nor can he control the army, because he already regarded Chu Tian as his son-in-law. Xiao Siwen's loyalty and favorability towards Chu Tian were unexpectedly high. Xiao Siwen seemed to be very satisfied. Even though the Liao kingdom had been destroyed, King Xiao fell in love with his daughter, and the Xiao family could regain its status. So what if Xiao Chua is the little wife? The little wife might get extra care. And the Xiao family is still powerful. Brother Yeltsu, pay your respects to King Xiao. Xiao Siwen only has a noble status. And Brother Yeltsu, although he is also a Khitan noble, his military exploits were achieved by relying on his own ability. Brother Yeltsu had defeated the Song army many times. When the Liao kingdom was attacked by the northern Song dynasty, he and Yelu Xiezhen, under the leadership of Xiao Chua, defeated the northern Song dynasty. Qiao Bin, the founding general of the Song dynasty, was defeated by Brother Yeltsu. Song Taizong Zhao Guangyi fled in panic. Later, it was not until he met Song General Li Jilung, his lifelong enemy, that Brother Yeltsu was defeated. Comparing Yelu Xiao, a general of the Song dynasty, with Zhang Liao, they both have allusions to Zhir crying at night. Brother Yel Xiao, Yelu Xiezhen, and Yang Yi. These sworn enemies were all under Chu Tian's command. Of course, they didn't remember the grudges between them, so they were still at peace with each other. If you stand from the perspective of the Liao kingdom, Brother Yeltsu can be regarded as a hero who turned the tide. Of course, if you stand from the Song state standpoint, without Brother Yeltsu, you might have a chance to regain the 16th prefecture of Yenyun. But it's just a chance. After all, the Emperor Zhao Guangyi of the northern Song dynasty was much worse than Chai Rong and Zhao Guangyin. At this time, Chu Tian gathered together the generals of Xiao Chua's army. Xiao Chua's army is led by Xiao Chua, with Brother Yelu Xiao and Yelu Xiezhen as the deputy commanders. They are responsible for actually commanding the troops and horses. Xiao Chua makes plans and takes charge of the overall situation, while the vanguard Xiao Talon is responsible for charging into the battle. Which is just right. Ding! Brother Yeltsu, the king-level commander, pledges his allegiance to you. Following the system reminder, Brother Yeltsu, one of the two heroes of the Liao kingdom, also chose to join Chu Tian. Name, Brother Yeltsu. Talent, king-level commander, cavalry type. Level, 79. Identity, one of the Khitan heroes. Loyalty, 70. Commander, 92. Force, 80. Intelligence, 85. Politics, 87. Charm, 85. Phaseality, calm. Favorability, 50. Feature 1, Khitan Heroes, S-level exclusive feature. All attributes of the Cavalry Legion are plus 10%. When commanding the Khitan Cavalry, all attributes of the Khitan Cavalry are additionally plus 8%. Special effect is triggered when on the same battlefield with Yelu Xiezhen. Both the impact of the cavalry led by human commanders is additionally increased by 10%. Characteristic 2, Disturbing Enemy Tactics, S-level trait. When sending a small team of cavalry to harass the enemy's morale and physical strength decrease at a plus 20% to 60% rate, plus 10% to 30% under normal circumstances. The enemy's morale. The speed of physical decline is also related to the enemy general's command value. The higher the commander's command value, the lower the limit of the negative effects he will receive. Characteristic 3, Friendship with Soldiers, A-level trait. When one's own army is at a disadvantage. Morale plus 15%. Attack power plus 7%. Characteristic 4, Encouraging Teaching and Farming, A-level trait. When garrisoning. Local agricultural prosperity plus 5%. Military garrison agricultural output plus 10%. Special arms, 5 departments army, 5th level light cavalry. 6,000 troops per unit. 30,000 in total. In addition to Xiao Chua, Brother Yelu Xiao is the Khitan commander with the best attributes that Chu Tian has seen so far. He can do all 4 things and also has his own special role. What surprised Chu Tian was that Brother Yeltsu actually had characteristics related to agriculture, which somewhat subverted Chu Tian's inherent impression of the Khitan reckless man. From now on, you will obey Xiao Chua's orders and must not disobey them. Chu Tian still chose to let Xiao Chua form his own legion. And only Xiao Chua could use the abilities of these people. The surviving population of Khitan is too small. and it is estimated that it will not take 2 or 3 generations to be completely assimilated. Xiao Chua didn't expect that Chu Tian would dare to let her serve as a regiment commander. Xiao Siwen, brother Yeluxiu, and Yeluxiezhen couldn't help but be moved. They thought that Chu Tian would divide and conquer them. But Chu Tian did not regard them as the same thing at all. Because Chu Tian's power was too huge. And it was so huge that it was not afraid of the sparsely populated Khitan uprising. Legendary figures like Ma and Shan Yu led the Xiongnu to rebel in Mobei. But they were still severely suppressed by Chu Tian. Why not? Return to Dragon City and prepare for the heaven sacrifice ceremony. Chu Tian prepared to ascend the throne as the Great Shan Yu and establish a new ruling system in the prairie. As long as he obtains the identity of a Great Shan Yu, he will have the legitimacy to rule the prairie. This legitimacy may not be valued very much in the Central Plains, but it is very important to the nomadic civilization. This is equivalent to the Tang dynasty, where various tribes regarded Li Shimin as the Khan of Heaven, which was different from the Tang Emperor. Mao Dun provided Chu Tian with this legitimacy. Chapter 723, No More Huns. In Mobei Dragon City, Chu Tian's forces are hastily preparing for a ceremony to offer sacrifices to heaven, and Chu Tian is preparing to concurrently serve as the Great Shan Yu. Attacking the northern grasslands may be difficult, but it is not the most difficult thing. The real difficulty is how to control savannah effectively and cost-effectively. The combined area of Monan and Mobei is only slightly smaller than the land within the pass. But the population density is not at the same level at all, and it is difficult to develop effectively. Therefore, in the past dynasties, many northern expeditions were carried out and they reached Mobei, but it was difficult to control them. When the northern expedition ends, a new overlord will be born in the grassland. Eventually nomadic tribes inhabited the steppes. Chu Tian wanted to establish a new ruling system here and throughout his life. He would firmly incorporate this place into the territory of the Han Empire. It is crucial for the various nomadic tribes on the steppe to recognize their dominance over the steppe. It's really unbelievable that the princes of the Han Empire want to ascend the throne to the Great Shan Yu. The person in charge of Mobei Dragon City was Prince Yin. He heard that Chu Tian was going to perform a heaven sacrifice ceremony in Dragon City and become a Great Shan Yu. He couldn't react for a while. The Great Shan Yu was equivalent to the emperor of each tribe on the prairie. As ordered, go down and prepare. As a player, Prince Yin also pursues pragmatism. If becoming a Great Shan Yu can strengthen the rule over the northern grasslands, then it is not unreasonable for Chu Tian to have one of his identities as a Great Shan Yu. In Monan, Li Mu, one of the 4 famous generals of the Warring States period, was besieging the Xiongnu's Wuxian king Ji Zhou. Mao Dun arranged Ji Zhou in Monan as a retreat, but Ji Zhou was besieged by Li Mu. The two fought near Yinshan Mountain, but Ji Zhou was defeated. The Hun's cavalry was surrounded and tried to break out. Zhao Kuo led a group of cavalry to block a pass and block the Hun's cavalry. The Hun's cavalry attacked Zhao's border cavalry, but Zhao Kuo blocked the Hun's cavalry from all over the mountains and plains. Can't let them leave. Zhao Kuo drew his sword and personally led the troops to stop the enemy's cavalry. Zhao Bianchi stretched his bow and pulled the string, and shot tens of thousands of arrows at the Hun's cavalry, harvesting the enemy cavalry. The Huns counterattacked very fiercely. Bows and arrows passed over Zhao Kuo's head. The Hun's cavalry drew their ringshou swords and engaged in close combat with Zhao Kuo's cavalry. Our cavalry is about to be defeated. A Zhao Kuo border cavalry general looked a little panicked and asked Zhao Kuo for instructions. No matter what, we must stop Ji Zhou's cavalry. He is the son of Mao Dun. If he escapes, there may be endless troubles in the future. Follow me. General, the Hun's cavalry have gone crazy. If you come forward to fight, you may be in danger. The situation is critical and no one can retreat, including me. Zhao Kuo personally commanded the reserve team and participated in the battle against the Hun's cavalry. Ji Zhou's cavalry had gone crazy. They knew the consequences of being besieged here. Rows of Xiongnu cavalry launched an attack and attacked Zhao Kuo's cavalry. The Hun's cavalry and Zhao Bianchi fought in a melee, and there was the sound of weapons clashing everywhere. Kill the enemy general. Ji Zhou seemed to realize that Mao Dun died in battle. Facing Zhao Kuo's interception, he thought the best way was to kill Zhao Kuo and force the cavalry on the opposite side to disperse. The Xiongnu eagle shooter shot and killed the cavalry beside Zhao Kuo. Ji Zhou drew his saber and attacked Zhao Kuo. Protect the general. Zhao Kuo's guards tried their best to block Ji Zhou. Ji Zhou fought all the way to Zhao Kuo. When Zhao Kuo was in panic, the cavalry led by Li Mu defeated the Hun's cavalry in the rear. Li Mu's cavalry divided into two groups and surrounded the cavalry of Jiju and Zhao Kuo. Jiju, like his father, was besieged and besieged on all sides. Facing Li Mu, his struggle seemed to be of no avail. One by one the Han's cavalry fell to the ground, and Jiju fought bloody, but it seemed of no avail. Li Mu's cavalry was large in number, and regarded Jiju as prey. As more and more cavalry died in battle around him, Jiju only had a few hundred cavalry following him. A group of Zhao Bian rode towards Jiju. The two armies fought in a melee. Jiju tried his best to slash, but was still killed by Li Mu's cavalry. King Zhuxian of the Xiongnu was crushed by Zhao Bian's horse. The Xiongnu tribe in Monan was also suppressed. Li Mu put his sword back into its scabbard and looked at the messy battlefield. The number of Hun cavalry who died under the sword of his legion was at least tens of thousands. Zhao Kuo turned pale and thanked Li Mu.
If it weren't for General Li, I'm afraid I would have died under the saber of the Hun's cavalry today.
Li Mu looked at this military commander, who was gradually losing his tenderness. Zhao Kuo is no longer the man who talks on paper. Under Li Mu's guidance, he has participated in many actual battles. This time, Zhao Kuo also made meritorious deeds in suppressing the Xiongnu tribe in Monan.
Although it is a bit reckless to go to the battlefield personally, I hope you can remember that the battlefield is changing rapidly. If you don't follow the art of war, you will only stick to the formality. If you are poor, you will change. And if you change, you will be general.
Li Mu is quite optimistic about Zhao Kuo. Zhao Kuo wiped the blood from his face.
The Xiongnu in Monan were destroyed. As for the Xiongnu in Mobei, they should have been suppressed by King Xia. 9 times out of 10. After this battle, there will be no more Huns.
Li Mu can solve Jiju on his own. He believes that Chu Tian can completely suppress the main Xiongnu force in Mobei with so many elites.
The Huns have been destroyed.
In the distant Huns Empire, Attila, the leader of the Huns, seems to have sensed something. The Han civilization, which may have been related to it, has completely declined. Even its own nobles need to be appointed by the Xia Palace before they are legal. Although the hall was splendid, but slightly empty and dense. Brita's voice echoed.
Your Majesty, Alexander, Hohenzollern and others are marching towards our empire.
Attila pondered for a while, and then said,
Let Temujin go to meet the enemy and consume the Mongolian cavalry at the same time. Temujin may rebel, except for relying on his capabilities. We cannot resist the Western coalition.
The situation faced by Attila, the whip of God, is quite dangerous, especially after Jeshka, who is good at defense, and the property plundered from the Kingdom of Hungary was plundered by Chu Tian. The possibility of Attila's comeback has been greatly reduced.
Also, Sultan Hurrem of the Ottoman Empire had to return to suppress the rebellion due to a foreign rebellion in the country and chose to withdraw from the Kingdom of Macedonia. Alexander could mobilize more troops to move eastward. Catherine of St. Petersburg was at the border. 30 soldiers and horses have been hoarded. They just want to carve up my territory and rob my population. Gold and silver. But even if I die in battle, I still want to make them uncomfortable.
Attila's eyes gradually became fierce. Alexander's Macedonian army, Hohenzollern's Teutonic Knights, and Catherine's Russian army were all eyeing the Hunnic Empire. Almost at the same time, the Han civilization in the east and the Han civilization in the west shrank their power in the world of lords. It may not take long before there are no more Huns. Chapter 724 Death of Sherhu.
King! We are less than 600 kilometers away from the royal city of the Huns Empire.
The one-eyed Antigonus dismounted from his horse and humbly reported the marching distance to the king of Macedon in front of Alexander the Great's chariot. Alexander's horse stopped.
Attila is at the end of his rope. His ally, the king of Poland, has secretly betrayed Attila in order to save the kingdom of Poland. In return, the kingdom of Poland only needs to hand over 1/3 of its territory. This is our greatest kindness to Poland. Attila and Temujin are already trapped beasts.
Alexander marched to the west of the Hungarian Empire. A total of 200,000 Macedonian troops participated in this expedition. The Ottoman Turkish Empire has reduced its military strength, and the Kingdom of Macedonia has been able to mobilize its main army from the Balkans.
Leonidas and the Spartan warriors came from Greece specifically to serve the king.
In the Greek city-state, King Leonidas I of Sparta led a group of Spartan warriors to catch up with Alexander. This group of the most famous heavy infantrymen in the Mediterranean has bronze muscles and a burly body. They hold spears and shields. The shields are printed with an upside-down V, which is the symbol of the Spartan city-state. Many Spartan warriors also had new wounds on their bodies. Injuries they sustained during the battle with the Janissary Legion of the Ottoman Empire. Spartan warriors began receiving military training at the age of 7. They participated in hunting slaves before the age of 12, and were extremely martial. If a Spartan warrior participated in a battle and came back alive, he would be discriminated against by the entire Spartan people. Even if you die in battle, you cannot be defeated. The Ottoman Empire sent 120,000 troops to attack the Greek city-states. But because of your heroic fighting, the Turks fled. This time to deal with Attila. I hope that the Spartan warriors can become the first batch to board the Hungarian Empire. Warriors of the imperial city wall of the human empire. Alexander had high hopes for King Leonidas of Sparta. The last time the Western Lords' alliance fought against Attila's camp, the Spartan warriors returned to defend Greece, so they were unable to participate in the war. Leonidas said, "Any enemy who stands in front of Sparta will be killed and trampled under our feet by our brave warriors." Eumenes reminded Alexander, "King, Temujin and Subutais cavalry may be less than 200 kilometers away from us. With the speed of the cavalry, they can attack us in less than a few days. Let Temujin meet the Spartan warriors. Attila asked us to resist Alexander. Now the morale of the kingdom of Macedonia is high, and our army's morale is low. I'm afraid we can't resist. Maybe Attila's time has passed, and we can take his place." Temujin summoned the Mongolian generals to discuss whether to stay or not. When Attila could not provide them with shelter, he could occupy the magpie's nest. Alexander is marching towards the Hungarian Empire, and the Teutonic Knights of Hohenzollern have occupied part of the Kingdom of Poland. Sophia reports to Ekaterina, "We cannot allow the Holy Roman Empire to annex Poland, and we must also occupy Polish territory." Catherine learned that the Teutonic Knights were occupying the Kingdom of Poland, and she was not to be outdone. Both the Kingdom of Poland and the Hunnic Empire bordered the Tsarist Russian Empire. After the Western Lords carve up the Kingdom of Poland and the Hungarian Empire, they will border the Tsarist Russian Empire. Maybe the Tsarist Russian Empire will become the next Hunnic Empire. Ekaterina touched her still flat belly. But a new life was already brewing. After Chu Tian left last time, he still left a new offspring. When the war to suppress the Xiongnu was going on, and the Shandong County was merged with the state, the Yufei army was also suppressing the Jia tribe at the same time, completely eliminating the hidden dangers of merging the state. Rows of cavalry carrying the Wei army launched a charge to attack and destroy the Black Dragon Xiong army of the Jia tribe. The battle axe chopped off the Black Dragon army cavalry from the back of the war horse. The Heilongxiang army was surrounded by the Beiwei army, and almost the entire army was wiped out. The Jia people fled in all directions. Zhang Yan's Black Mountain army participated in the pursuit. The Black Mountain army attacked the Jia tribe on foot and captured prisoners alive in various places. We, the Black Mountain army, finally have a chance to make meritorious deeds. Zhang Yan had a rare opportunity to make meritorious deeds, so he led the Black Mountain army to catch up. The Jiren tribe also has a large population, and the Black Mountain army cannot capture them for a while. Sure Lu, Sure Hu and other Jia leaders fled in panic. They must be captured alive or killed. Yu Fei sent Generals Zhang Xian, Niu Gao, and Yang Zixing to hunt down the fleeing Jia tribe. Take orders! The soldiers of each branch of the Yu family army divided into separate groups to pursue Shi Le and Shi Hu. Kill them all! Yang Zixing led hundreds of cavalrymen carrying the Wei army, and pursued them to the west without stopping. Yu Fei then led a large number of cavalry to follow Yang Zixing and Niu Gao. In a village, the Jia people's fierce General Shi Hu fled here with thousands of Jia people's cavalry. The Jia cavalry directly looted the village, obtained supplies, and took a temporary rest. Their cavalry, even the Black Dragon army cannot compete with them. Shi Hu's eyeballs were bloodshot and his armor was scarred. He was injured in the previous battle with the Yu family army and was unable to fight again. Our enemy who went to the west to join King Xia, King Qin and Guanzhong, should be happy to take us in. When the time comes, we can still take revenge. Shi Hu's words were full of anger, and he was not very willing to admit the fact that he was defeated by the Yu family army. The Yu family army is an insurmountable mountain standing in front of the Jia tribe. It is easy to shake a mountain, but it is difficult to shake the Yu family's army. Unless they have enough troops and a commander comparable to Yu Fei, it is possible to defeat the Yu family army. A Jia general asked, King Qin's Guanzhong army, will they really accept us? The King of Qin and the King of Xia are mortal enemies, and he will not miss the opportunity to join forces with us. The humiliation suffered today will be repaid twice as much. Before Shi Hu finished speaking, he suddenly stood up and pulled out the sharp Huansho knife. He could already hear the familiar sound of horse hooves. The sound of horse hooves is a bit dull. This is the sound of horse hooves when heavy cavalry is marching. Mountain fight. Sherhu immediately got on his horse. Sure enough, a group of cavalry came. Arrow shot out of the air, and then fell down, killing the Jiren cavalry. Hundreds of Jia cavalry fell to the rain of arrows. The cavalry of the Beiwei army surrounded the village heavily and blocked all exits. Sherhu led the Jia people's light cavalry to break through, but was intercepted by the Beiwei army, causing casualties everywhere. In the Jiren tribe, only the Heilongxiang army and the Gaoli Imperial Guard were qualified to engage in a head-on battle with the Beiwei army. However, the Jiren light cavalry were blocked at the entrance of the village and were intercepted and killed by the Beiwei army cavalry at a rate of 1 to 10. You bunch of losers! Rush out with me. Sherhu found that hundreds of Jia people's light cavalry were killed and could not break through the interception of Beiwei's army. So he personally held a spear and tried to open a gap with his own force. As a fierce general of the Jia people's civilization, Sherhu's personal strength is not low. When he is in a desperate situation, his potential explodes. He picks up more than a dozen Beiwei army cavalry and kills the 8th level heavy cavalry. The Jiren cavalry were overjoyed. They had the opportunity to rely on Sherhu's bravery to forcefully open a bloody road and escape. If you want to kill me, Sherhu, it's not easy. Sherhu was injured in the previous battle, but his force is still very high. In addition, his style is cruel, and he is also very cruel to himself. He doesn't care about the pain, and kills a few more Beiwei army cavalry. The cavalry of Beiwei army has a tendency to be broken through. Behind the cavalry of the Wei army, a general with his spear drawn across his shoulder was waiting indifferently for the opportunity. Yang Zixing knew that his martial arts had not yet reached its peak. If he wanted to kill Sherhu, rather than let Sherhu escape with injuries, he needed to wait for an opportunity. And this opportunity was when Sherhu's physical strength was exhausted. Sherhu fought his way out of the Beiwei army cavalry, with only less than 40 of his 100 stamina left. Yang Zixing found a tall Jia warrior general breaking out of the encirclement. He had been waiting for a long time, so he patted his horse and stepped forward. Sherhu, suffer death. You again. Sherhu also hated Yang Zixing deeply, and the two enemies fought. Spears and war spears roared out almost at the same time, stabbing at the opponent. The two generals passed by each other, and their spears collided with each other. Both Yang Zixing and Sherhu felt the hands holding the spears tremble. Two war horses clashed. The Wei army cavalry suppressed Sherhu and did not give Sherhu a chance to escape. Yang Zixing turned the horse's head and charged at Sherhu again. This time, Sherhu's attack speed was a step slower due to his injury. Yang Zixing's spear deflected away Sherhu's spear and stabbed Sherhu. Sherhu was still struggling and covered his wound with his hand. Sherhu, will not die that easily. However, the cavalry of the Beiwei army had already charged forward, slashing down with their battle axes. The cruel Sherhu from the Jia tribe died in battle in Bingzhou. Destroy this group of Jia cavalry. Yang Zixing didn't like the cavalry led by Sherhu, so he led the Beiwei army to attack the village. Sherhu and his Jia cavalry were wiped out. Chapter 725, The Great Chan Yu Ascends the Throne. The wars in Monan, Mabe, and Shandong County have all come to an end. Only we are in a stalemate. Who is this Tuoba Tao? His counselor Cui Hao is indeed an expert. Comparing with Jia and you, it seems that you are evenly matched. Cao Cao is a little depressed now. He is blocked by a hero with similar abilities to him, Tuoba Tao, the leader of Tuoba Xianbei, and cannot win in a short time. Tuoba Tao is somewhat similar to Cao Cao. He also has his own plotters and generals, which gives Cao Cao a big headache. Cao Cao's fight with Tuoba Tao was equivalent to fighting his own mirror image. Cao Cao had tiger and leopard cavalry, and Tuoba Tao also had tiger pattern cavalry. The two were matched in chess. What's even more troublesome is that Helan Mountain is under the control of the Guanlong army, and Cao Cao is quite afraid of Li Xian, who is stationed in Yinzhou City. My lord plans to hold a heaven sacrifice ceremony in Dragon City. Even if there is no progress on our side, it has nothing to do with the overall situation. Guijia has learned that Chu Tian plans to become the Great Chan Yu. There are only a few people like Tuoba Xianbei left, which can no longer change the fact that Chu Tian rules the prairie. After the collapse of the Mongol Empire, Chu Tian finally established his own governance system in the prairie. He divided each tribe into banners, established counties in several banners, and established counties in several counties, forcing the nomadic civilization into a settled semi-nomadic civilization. Guijian knew that Cao Cao's army was attacking Tuoba Xianbei, regardless of success or failure.
Tuoba Tao had lost strategically. His allies had fallen, and he was no longer able to capture Bingzhou.
The Great Chanyu. If the king of Xia becomes emperor, and the Great Chanyu is added to the throne, wouldn't he be the co-owner of the Central Plains and the grasslands?
Cao Cao was a little dumbfounded. So far, no Han Emperor has served as the Great Chanyu at the same time. The Han Emperor and the Great Chanyu were originally supposed to be opposites. But in the eyes of players, the prairie was originally part of the Han Empire. So there was no problem with the Han Emperor also serving as the Great Chanyu. If there is a person who serves as the Emperor of the Central Plains and is also the Great Chanyu, then it will form a convention that after the Emperor ascends the throne, he will automatically serve as the Great Chanyu. This is equivalent to the Archduke of Austria also serving as the King of Hungary, and then merging to form the Austro-Hungarian Empire. In the eyes of Cao Cao and other natives, it was simply unbelievable and unprecedented that the Emperor also served as the Great Chanyu. Opposite Cao Cao's legion, there is a group of cavalry with tiger patterns carved on their horse armor, and they are dressed in razor-sharp armor. The leader of Tuoba Xianbei, Tuoba Tao, stood on a hill in Helan Mountain, looking at Cao Cao's army opposite. The mastermind Cui Hao stood next to Tuoba Tao, and he could also see Cao Cao's tiger and leopard cavalry on the opposite side. The tiger pattern cavalry is somewhat similar to the tiger leopard cavalry. The two heavy cavalry faced each other for a period of time in Helan Mountain. Counselors from both sides made plans to attack camps, lure enemies, and cut off food routes. Cao Cao and Tuoba Tao used these methods. Individuals are helpless against each other.
Modern and Shao seem to have failed. What should I do?
Tuoba Tao was pinned down by Cao Cao on Helan Mountain and was unable to respond to Mao Dun and Shi Lu, while Tuoba Tao was still trying to defeat Cao Cao. His two allies, Mao Dun Chanyu and Jiaren Shile, were completely defeated. In Waobei Dragon City, the heaven sacrifice ceremony is ready. To be precise, this was originally a ceremony of the Huns, but it is now inherited by Chu Tian. The leaders of various nomadic tribes were invited to Dragon City by the Chu Tian forces to participate in this heaven sacrifice ceremony, establishing the Han Empire's effective rule over the prairie and establishing a new order.
This is really unprecedented.
Yu Fulu and Hu Chuquan were ignored by Chu Tian as nobles of the southern Xiongnu tribe. They participated in this heaven sacrifice ceremony. Also arriving were nobles from the Mabe Mongolian tribe, Xianbei tribe, Khitan tribe, and other tribes. There were hundreds of nobles at the level of captains, as well as various self-proclaimed princes. These princes will be abolished by Chu Tian and a new hierarchy will be established, which will be appointed by the Xia Palace. Chu Tian swept across the Mongol Empire and the Xiongnu Empire, and the various tribes were already frightened, so there was no room for bargaining. In troubled times, although corpses are everywhere, destruction often brings about a new order. Whoever thrives in troubled times will be the founder of order.
Ekaterina actually has another child.
Chu Tian calculated the time and found that Yekaterina had a second child when she and he were conquering the Huns Empire. If this continues, the Tsarist Russian royal family begins to grow, with at least 2 royal descendants.
My lord, the ceremony of offering sacrifices to heaven has been completed. Here are the words of sacrifice.
Xiao Chua is in charge of the documents of the heaven sacrifice ceremony. Although Sun Bin was a military advisor, he had not made many achievements in politics, and he did not care about writing, so he left these matters to Xiao Chua. Xiao Liang has to take care of Wu in Prince Xiao's mansion and supervise the operation of Prince Xiao's mansion, so he can't always be with Chu Tian.
Just go through the motions, establish your authority in front of the tribal leaders, and shock them.
Chu Tian tried to simplify the ceremony as much as possible. All he needed was the identity and effect of the Great Chanyu. Xiao Chua has become accustomed to Chu Tian's pragmatism.
Yes, I will go down and inform each tribe so that they will not delay.
After Xiao Chua went down, Hua Mulan, who was in charge of military intelligence, came in.
Jiro Yufei has put down the rebellion of the Jie tribe. The leader Shi Lu was seriously injured and fled. Shi Hu was killed. At least 70% of the Jie tribe's population was captured, and 30% of the population fled. Enter the mountains. Yufei plans to pass on Shi Hu's head. There is no need to send the head. Just hand in the battle report. I believe it. How about Cao Cao's side? There was also a garrison of the King of Qin in Helan Mountain. Cao Cao attacked Helan Mountain and fought fiercely with Tuoba Tao. He threw a rat weapon, and it was difficult to decide the outcome. Old Qin's side is indeed a bit dangerous. The Chang and D people must be almost finished suppressing them. He doesn't even need to use the main force. Let Cao Cao garrison Shuafang County and shorten the supply line. Chu Tian considered that dealing with Tuoba Xianbei was no longer that important. So he ordered Cao Cao to move to Shuafang County to confront Tuoba Tao. Since Lao Qin provided shelter to Tuoba Tao, then it would be good to destroy Lao Qin's Guanlong army and Tuoba Xianbei when the time comes. Countless tribes gathered in Longcheng to set up a platform to offer sacrifices to the sky, and prepare sacrifices such as golden men, white horses, cattle and sheep, regardless of the farming civilization or the nomadic civilization. They all have the habit of worshipping heaven. This should be regarded as a belief in natural gods. Perhaps the Hun's worship of heaven was also influenced by the Qin and Han dynasties. The ceremony of worshipping the heaven was carried out in the 10th year of the Lord's calendar, under the watchful eyes of thousands of nomadic tribes nobles, 100,000 Mongolian cavalry, tens of thousands of Khitan cavalry, tens of thousands of southern Xiongnu cavalry, and 100,000 Han army cavalry. Chu Tian came to worship the heaven. In front of the Golden Man, he announced the sacrificial speech and officially became the Great Chanyu. The nearly 300,000 dark cavalry below were silent. Ding! You have obtained the official position of Great Chanyu. Chu Tian found that in addition to General and Yan Zhou Mu, there was also a Great Chanyu in his list of official positions. The position of the Great Chanyu is higher than that of the General. Because of the effect of Great Chanyu's official position, the public sentiment of all nomadic tribes has increased, and the loyalty of nomadic cavalry has also increased. The way they look at Chu Tian has changed greatly, and they regard Chu Tian as one of their own. In particular, Yu Fulua and Hu Chuquan, who were members of the Xiongnu civilization, recognized Chu Tian's identity and looked at Chu Tian with awe in their eyes. Great Chanyu, Xiao Siwen, Yelu Xioga, Yelu Xiezhen, Xiao Talon and others, as heroes of the Khitan civilization, were also affected by the effects of the Great Chanyu, and their loyalty increased. Chu Tian took advantage of the situation to declare his status as the overlord of the grassland. All the officers and soldiers obeyed the order. Mao Dun was unable to manage the grassland, so I took my place. The grassland will be unified from now on and merged into the Empire's territory. You all must obey my orders. All the leaders of the nomadic civilization bowed their heads slightly, already acquiescing to Chu Tian's status. For a time, no one dared to oppose Chu Tian. Chu Tian defeated Temujin and Mao Dun, the two most legendary figures on the grassland. There were no grassland heroes who could stop his troops. Hu Chuquan was greatly afraid of Chu Tian, who was sitting on the altar, and said to Fu Luo, "Brother, your decision is undoubtedly very wise. Are we, the Southern Huns, going to become herdsmen next? We are herders by nature." Humphrey didn't care. He had saved the last group of Huns. As a Hun's noble, he could live a comfortable life in the future without worrying about the impact of the change of grassland hegemony on him. The Southern Xiongnu tribe has 3 counties and 15 banners. The Khitan tribe has 1 county and 5 banners, and is under the jurisdiction of the governor of the merged state. The Northern Xiongnu tribe has 3 counties, and the Maobei Xianbei tribe has 9 counties, and is under the jurisdiction of the Maobei Protectorate. Chu Tian broke up the various tribes to check each other and decentralize power and balance. None of the tribal nobles stood up to oppose. The Khitan tribe only has a population of 1 county and 5 banners. Brother Yelxia thought that the population of the Khitan tribe was very small, and it would be a problem to supplement the Khitan cavalry in the future. Only by commanding the Khitan cavalry can his abilities be brought into full play. Xiao Siwen managed the Maobei Muma division. From now on, Khitan County will provide troops for the Khitan army. Chu Tian arranged for Xiao Siwen, who was talented in raising horses, to train excellent war horses in Maobei. The Khitan can also be regarded as a legendary tribe, because Yelu Dashi established the Western Liao dynasty in Eastern Europe and Central Asia. Ancient China was directly called Khitan. Chu Tian can be regarded as retaining the last bit of Khitan population and maintaining cultural diversity. In Liaodong, Mingguan led an army to fight Wan Yetaguda of the Jurchen tribe, as well as a new hero, Nurhasai. Heroes from both sides emerged in large numbers. The battle lasted for days, and tens of thousands were killed. However, this time, Mingguan had the upper hand, overwhelming Wan Yetaguda and Nirachi, and beating the 2 heroes of the Jurchen civilization until they lost their temper. Without the Khitan people to hold back, Mingguan could let go of his own hands, and the Jurchen army was really no match for Mingguan.
Chu Zima calls himself the Great Chanyu, and every tribe on the grassland recognizes his identity as the Great Chanyu. How is that possible?
Although the princes of the Han Empire could claim some official positions, even if they proclaimed themselves emperor, it was not impossible. But the official positions they claimed did not have much effect. Not only did they not bring benefits, they would also be targeted. If Chu Tian is not recognized by the system, even if he calls himself Great Chanyu, he will not be respected by various tribes. That is to say,
is it possible that his official position has been recognized by the system? What kind of opportunity is this?
Mingguan was keenly aware that Chu Tian's official position as the Great Chanyu should be real and not self-proclaimed. There is no use claiming to be an official. Ho Jing claimed to be the general of the universe. Wasn't he easily killed by Chu Tian? The princes of the Han Empire became kings on the premise of defeating the Mongol Empire and achieving great military exploits.
He has become a Great Chanyu. With the war potential of Monan and Mabe, he can mobilize 300,000 or even more cavalry from various grassland tribes. Now, we can no longer continue to fight the Jurchens.
Mingguan felt a little inexplicably impatient. Originally, Chu Tian still had a useless holy level recruitment order. But now, he has strengthened his control over the prairie to solve his worries. In the upcoming unification war of the Han Empire, it will be even more difficult to clear the pass. Opposite the Liaodong army, the Jurchen tribe army stood firm in the mountains and fell into siege by the Liaodong army. The two Jurchen leaders, Wan Itaguda and Nurhasai, had a dispute in front of the map. The Liaodong army has two commanders, as well as many famous generals. They gathered troops from Liaodong, Liaoshi, Xianbei, Wuhuan, Goguryeo, Goryeo, Fuyu, and Huining, Heilongjiang Basin to besiege the Jurchen army. Even if Nurhasai is added, the Jurchen tribe is still defeated by Mingguan. Wan Yanaguda and Nurhasai were as weak in front of the Liaodong army as Maodun and Shile were in front of Chu Tian.
The Liaodong army is pressing forward step by step. Our living space is getting smaller and smaller, and we are retreating to the mountains and forests. If they block it for a long time, we will lose at least half of our troops and population.
Wan Itaguda looked at this new ally. Narachi. Nurhasai is also a hero-level figure, but he met Li Chongliang who restrained him. Li Chongliang was an old subordinate of Mingguan in the Mingguan camp. Historically, he was the commander-in-chief of Liaodong in the Ming dynasty. He used the conflicts between the Jurchen tribes and other tribes to control the situation in Liaodong,
and also defeated Nurhasai tribe. Facing Li Chongliang, Nurhasai also struggled at his peak.
If we cannot defeat the Liaodong army, it is better to temporarily reconcile with it. We can even choose to rely on the Liaodong army, secretly accumulate strength, and wait for the time to mature to replace it.
Nurhasai proposed a method of saving the country through curves when facing a powerful enemy. The strength of the Liaodong army was clearly evident, and Mingguan was a tough enemy who would fight to the bitter end and would continue to launch attacks without achieving his goal. Narachi was also a little afraid of the Liaodong army, so he encouraged Wan Yin-Agid to attach himself to the Liaodong army, and then secretly plotted. This is similar to the rise of Ho Jing dynasty. Wan Yin-Agid frowned. He was not very willing to rely on a Han Empire prince who kept suppressing him.
Poverty leads to change, and change leads to success.
Narachi didn't care much. As long as the goal is achieved, it is not surprising to tolerate it temporarily. 102 Qin passes will eventually belong to Chu, and 3,000 Yujia can swallow up Wu.
The Ming king of the Han Empire and the Hussar general sent envoys here.
When Wan Yanaguda had a dispute with Nurhasai, envoys from Mingguan arrived. Mingguan had seen Nurhasai's compromising nature and tried to make a dangerous attempt. The reason why it is a dangerous attempt is because of his power and too many different civilizations. Mingguan's power is even more unstable than Chu Tian's. The power of Chu Tian has the official position of Great Chanyu and the characteristics of Heavenly Khan to stabilize the hearts of the nomadic tribes. The boundaries between the central plains and the grasslands are still relatively clear, but in the territory of Mingguan, Xianbei, Goguryeo, Goryeo, Fuyu, Wuhuan, and Bohai people live together. If the Jurchen tribe is absorbed, Liaodong will become a dynamite barrel. Mingguan had to take risks because he really couldn't find any way to defeat Chu Tian. If we want to completely eliminate the threats posed by these tribes, we have to wait until we enter the border.
Mingguan wants to negotiate with us? What is the reason for this?
Nurhasai's eyes changed after hearing what the Liaodong envoy said.
Is it possible that it has something to do with King Xiao's accession to the throne as the Great Chanyu? Juan Inaguda. Our opportunity has come now. We can absolutely raise the price from the ground up.
As an emperor-level figure, Juan Inaguda quickly understood what Nirachi meant.
You mean to take advantage of the conflicts between the two Han Empire princes to fish in troubled waters? Yes. The war between the northern princes of the Han Empire may start soon. That's why they can't wait to solve the trouble. Now that King Xia has solved his trouble, the Liaodong army doesn't want to delay it with us. Just what I want. If the conditions proposed by King Ming do not meet our requirements, we will continue to fight against them.
Nirachi realized the opportunity to survive in the cracks. Juan Inaguda knew that he could bargain with Mingguan. And he also thought about it. Nirachi's idea was indeed the best choice for the Jurchen tribe.
We need to have our own territory.
Among the Liaodong army, a group of Murong Xianbei cavalry patrolled the periphery, besieging the Jurchen tribe and preventing Juan Inaguda and Nirachi from escaping again. Murong Ba stopped and watched. The war between the Liaodong army and the Jurchen tribe had stopped for more than a year. The envoys from both sides were communicating with each other, and they did not look like mortal enemies at all. Beside Murong Ba, there were several other generals from the Murong Xianbei tribe. Murong Ba already knew that Mingguan was having urgent negotiations with the Jurchen tribe.
His Royal Highness, Prince Ming, has always hated the Jurchen tribe and has been attacking Juan Inaguda for a long time. He can be said to be a sworn enemy. However, now that the two sides have made peace, it is as if there was no fight.
A military general named Murong Xianbei said,
Everything in the world is bustling for the sake of profit. The world is bustling for the sake of profit. Only the word profit is eternal.
Murong Ba pondered for a while.
We Murong Xianbei, are we going to be reduced to an army of servants forever?
General Murong Xianbei said,
Perhaps we can take advantage of the internal fighting among the princes of the Han Empire, or even the Jurchen tribe.
Murong Ba sighed.
Our tribe has a small population. It is not easy to find opportunities. The Liaodong army is full of talents. There are at least 2 or 3 people who are as talented as me.
General Murong Xianbei consoled him.
Don't be impatient. There is no perfect path. Let's take one step at a time and watch each step.
The Liaodong army also had King Khan Xian from Goryeo, the founder of Li Korea, and his Goryeo archers. They fought for Mingguan many times and made great achievements. The Goryeo archers cannot say that their combat effectiveness is amazing, but they can continuously obtain supplies from the Goryeo kingdom. For the Liaodong army, Li Qinggui's position is indispensable.
King Ming promised that once he becomes emperor, he can make me the king of Goryeo. Now my status is already the Marquis of Weiju.
Li Qinggui was patiently waiting for Mingguan to proclaim himself emperor. According to Mingguan's promise to him, Mingguan is currently only a king, not an emperor. He cannot give the title of king to his generals. When he proclaims himself emperor, he can divide the kingdom of Korea into Li Qinggui, make him the king of Korea, and govern the kingdom of Korea. Li Qinggui believed that Mingguan would not break his promise, so he was quite loyal to Mingguan, and the two of them had common interests. A Goryeo general reported to Li Qinggui,
General, the Jurchen seem to be negotiating with His Highness King Ming. Even our kingdom of Korea is no match for King Ming. So why should the Jurchen tribe care? They must be unable to resist. So they chose to surrender.
Li Qinggui disagreed. In the Liaodong army, each general has a complicated history and has his own thoughts. Mingguan also had the 8 banners generals Dorgan and Obai under his command. They had a natural affinity for Nurhasai. In the battle with Nirachi, Mingguan deliberately ignored them, mainly composed of Chang Yechen, Li Chengyang, Lan Yu, Murong Ba, etc. Military general, crusade against Nurhasai. Dorgan and Obai went to deal with Juan Inaguda. Now, if Nurhasai chooses to be submissive and dependent, then the attitudes of Dorgan and Obai will be very ambiguous.
The Liaodong army is unstable.
As the military advisor of the Liaodong army, Prime Minister Yao Guangxu in black had noticed that the Liaodong army was a mixed bag. Murong Ba of the Xianbei tribe, Li Qinggui of the Goryeo tribe, Dorgan of the Jurchen tribe, Ulchi Windy of the Goguryeo tribe, and Taduan of the Wuhuan tribe. These are unstable factors. Yao Guangxu worked hard to maintain a dangerous balance with Mingguan, using the power between various tribes to create checks and balances.
The Liaodong army already has too many tribes.
Not only Yao Guangxu, but also the legendary hero of Goguryeo and Ulji Mundiok, who defeated the Sui army, also realized the hidden dangers of the Liaodong army. Among all the people in the Liaodong army, Mingguan is undoubtedly very aware of how dangerous
it would be if a force merged with so many unstable figures and conflicts broke out. Chu Zimu. I don't want to be like this. But you become the great Chanyu. I have to do this. Among the three major princes in the north, Lao Qin is calm and has a solid territory. Chu Tian is aggressive and has the most troops. Ming Guan is fierce, but the most unstable. His power is equivalent to a powder keg. When it explodes, not only will his own power be wiped out, but also his power will be wiped out. Spread to other princes. Goryeo Kingdom. Jeju Island. Navy Commander Yu Yunwen was ordered to come here again and summon Zheng Jilong and Yi Sun Shin. The Lord has an order for our Navy to build large ships in Jeju Island and Dongni County. Qin Shou to expand the Navy. Division size. As a great pirate, Zheng Jilong knew what it meant for Chu Tian to build ships in these two places. It seems that my lord wants to prepare for the future conquest of Liaodong and Goryeo, Yu Yuan said. Not only Liaodong and Goryeo, but also Japan. Our Navy has not made any military achievements in the past 10 years, except for seizing Jeju Island and trading with Japan. You do not say! Zheng Jilong got angry when he mentioned this. As a powerful continental civilization, the Han Empire had very little room for its navy. Since the Fubo Legion was established, there have only been 2 large-scale operations. Chapter 726, Fubo Legion Expansion. Currently, the highest-end shipyard in Dongni County is still a level 6 shipyard. The Fubo Legion plans to build a batch of new warships to replace the old warships, whose durability has declined. In Lords, durability is an attribute possessed by many items. Even if a warship is not used, its durability will gradually decrease until the warship is damaged. The Fubo Corps had been established for a long time. Apart from capturing Jeju Island and protecting the fleets traveling between the Han Empire and Japan, the warships had almost no combat operations. However, they had to replace a batch of warships because most of the previously built Fubo ships had lost their durability. And, according to the plan, 1,200 ships of various types will be built, and 120,000 soldiers, sailors, and handymen will be trained. Yu Yunwen got the Xia Palace's ambitious naval expansion plan, although the Fubo Legion did not achieve many results. This time, Chu Tian finally began to pay attention to the unknown Fubo Legion. The Fubo Legion has never been reused, mainly because of the lack of threats from the sea. Chu Tian's main opponents so far are all powerful civilizations on land. They can't let a group of Navy soldiers ride horses and fight Mongolian cavalry on the grassland. In order to conquer Liaodong and Goryeo, we can attack the cities via waterways from the Yellow and Bohai Seas. At this time, Chu Tian thought of the Fubo Legion. The 6th level shipyard is too low. It can't even produce turtle ships. King Xia doesn't pay much attention to the navy. Yi Sun Shin of the Goryeo Kingdom knew that the navy barracks, shipyards, and docks at the highest level of Chu Tian's power were only at the 6th level, and he couldn't help but feel regretful. Chu Tian didn't pay attention to the navy at all before. The Chu Tian forces have 2 10th level cavalry battalions, one in Xiaoqing, one in Harala, and one in Lin, the Mongolian Empire. In comparison, the naval architecture of the Fubo Corps looks a bit pitiful. It can be seen that Chu Tian spent all its resources on it in the early stage. The Cavalry Corps. Yi Sun Shin had blueprints for a turtle ship, a highly defensive vessel that required a level 7 shipyard. Apply to Prince Xiao's mansion to build a 7th level, or even 8th level, or 9th level shipyard. The higher level shipyard, the higher level ships it can build, and the construction efficiency is greatly improved. Multiple warships can be built at the same time, shorten the time. Zheng Jilong followed Yu Yunwen to the shipyard in Donglai County, and found that the most advanced shipyard in Donglai County was only a 6th level shipyard. The blueprints of the 8th level shipyard are difficult to obtain. Yu Yunwen knew how difficult it would be to build an 8th level shipyard. We still need 1,500 fuel warships. With only 400 fuel, the fleet's combat power is not enough. Zheng Jilong saw that the shipyard was building a 400 material fortune ship. This kind of ship could accommodate 100 soldiers and sailors. Water warfare is nothing more than fire attack, boarding, archery, artillery battle, and collision. The larger the ship, the more combat effectiveness it represents. Unless in some waters with many reefs and dangerous shoals, large ships lack flexibility, and small ships will be more useful. Zheng Jilong was not satisfied with the 400 material fortune ship that was less than 30 meters long. Instead, he wanted to build a war ship with a length of more than 40 meters. With its huge hull, It could knock over small boats and crush them along the way. A warship that costs 1,500 materials also requires additional drawings. Yu Yuan found that it would take a lot of energy to strengthen the Fubo army. The navy cost more money than the cavalry. So Chu Tian did not consider expanding the size of the Fubo army until the middle to late stages. According to Mi Zhu, the Japanese are building ships, especially the Shimazu family, who control Satsuma country. They established their own navy in Satsuma. Japan's population is destined to be unable to make waves. Our main goal is to transport troops through ships and attack Liaodong and Goryeo. The kingdom of Goryeo, controlled by King Ming, seems to be secretly planning to build a navy. Just destroy them. Several navy generals discussed it and turned their attention back to conquering Liaodong and Goryeo. Chu Tian's primary goal in expanding the Fubo army is to defeat Mingguan with the help of the Fubo army. Level 8 shipyard? Chu Tian couldn't help but feel a headache after receiving the request from Fubo Legion. The Han Empire was obviously a mainland civilization, and its emphasis on the navy was mainly in the Yangtze River basin. The blueprints of shipyards with level 8 or above were priceless and unmarketable. Shipyards are different from infantry, cavalry, and archer barracks. It is very difficult for non-marine civilizations to obtain the most advanced shipyard construction blueprints. Maybe it can be exchanged through the National War. I don't know if there are any drawings from the shipyard this year. Chu Tian was unable to obtain advanced shipyard blueprints through normal channels, so he put his hope in redeeming National War points. Chu Tian hasn't spent much of the National War points yet, just for the sake of better rewards appearing in the redemption list. Building higher-level shipyards for the Han Empire is worth using National War points. Chu Tian currently has 4 main naval heroes: Yu Yuan, Zheng Zhilong, Li Sunchen, and Su Sheng. Yu Fei can be regarded as half a naval hero, but he has to guard Bingzhou and cannot join the Fubo army. The Fubo army was still not the protagonist in the battle against Liaodong. Its main role was to harass the Liaodong army's rear area, so that the Liaodong army had to leave a few troops to defend the coast. The current naval commander of the Chu Tian forces is Yu Yunwen. Yi Sunchen, as a general of the Goryeo kingdom, was recruited and surrendered by Yu Yunwen. Chu Tian had not seen this person yet. Let Yi Sunchen come to see me. Chu Tian took the initiative to summon Yi Sunchen. Yi Sunchen was one of the few generals of the Goryeo kingdom who could be used. The Fubo Legion consists of 120,000 people, composed of special naval soldiers as combat soldiers, and the other members are basically sailors and handymen. Among the soldiers, there were 18,000 daredevils from the southern Song dynasty, Yu Yunwen, 30,000 from the Zheng family army, Zheng Zhilong, and 5,000 archers from the eastern Wu dynasty, Su Sheng. This alone accounted for 53,000 people. Yi Sunchen also has a special unit, occupying a quota of 17,000 people. The Fubo Legion has a total of 70,000 soldiers and 50,000 sailors and handymen. Sometimes, soldiers would also participate in rowing or serving as handymen. The navy of the Han Empire was mainly concentrated on the Yangtze River and offshore waters. It was somewhat difficult to conduct an expedition to the west by sea. Chu Tian has a lot of worries about the future. Japan in the east is not a real threat due to population size and warship size restrictions. The real threat from the sea is the American continent located further east. The United States does not have many heroes, but it has many firearms arms. The United States may be building its own fleet. After bringing back the wealth of the Kingdom of Hungary from Eastern Europe, Chu Tian finally had the money to build a large navy. Uncle, what are you looking at? A little girl climbed up from behind Chu Tian, and Chu Tian lifted her up with one hand. You can't be arrogant here. Chu Tian felt helpless towards Ma Yunlu, who often haunted Prince Xia's mansion. The people in Xiliang were fierce and fierce, and Ma Yunlu was not afraid and regarded Prince Xia's mansion as his back garden. Ma Yunlu waved his fist in protest. I want to learn martial arts from my sisters. Before practicing martial arts, first learn moral character from your sister Xia. Chu Tian drove Ma Yunlu away. Lie, Ma Yunlu stuck out his tongue, and then trotted out. Chu Tian shook his head. The people who entered Prince Xia's mansion seemed to be full of martial virtue. The armies of the Western lords are attacking the Huns, Attila and Temujin. These two old enemies seem to be having a hard time. If Ekaterina can deal with Temujin, I will have one less trouble in the future. Chu Tian was unable to go to Eastern Europe to deal with Temujin at this time. Temujin had been thinking about returning to Mabe. This future trouble must be solved. The Liaodong army and the Guanzhong army are actively preparing for war, and their target is obviously Chu Tian. If Chu Tian goes to Eastern Europe again, the consequences may be very serious. Therefore, it is impossible for Chu Tian to lead troops to Eastern Europe in a short period of time. Otherwise, the civil war in the Han Empire may break out at any time. Chu Tian took a look at the world rankings, second year. First place, Brahmin from the Mughal Empire in India, with 970,000 points. Second place, Han Empire. I just want to farm well and have 900,000 points. Third place, Ekaterina of the Russian Empire, with 870,000 points. Fourth place, Alexander, Kingdom of Macedonia, with 800,000 points. Fifth place, Marshall, United States, with 790,000 points. Sixth place, Holy Roman Empire, Hohenzollern, with 700,000 points. Seventh place, Roman Republic, Constantine, with 600,000 points. Eighth place, Louis, Kingdom of France, with 470,000 points. Ninth place, Kingdom of England, Charlie, with 420,000 points. 10th place, Han Empire, Mingwan, with 400,000 points. 11th place, Roman Republic, Caesar, 390,000 points. 12th place, Mughal Empire in India.
The lord of the Mughal Empire in India has such a high score?
Chu Tian was a little surprised to see that the first place was occupied by the lord of the Mughal Empire in India.
I need information about the South Asian subcontinent. Why does the Brahmin, the lord of the Mughal Empire in India, have so many points?
During Chu Tian's campaign in Eastern Europe, no less than 100,000 cavalry and infantry were directly killed. Returning to the Han Empire, he killed hundreds of thousands of Northern Xiongnu cavalry and Mobei Xianbei cavalry. He also killed tens of thousands of Jiren cavalry and tens of thousands of Tuoba Xianbei cavalry. In total, the number of enemies who fell to Chu Tian's army in the second year was 300,000. Because of the lack of powerful opponents like the Mongol Empire and the four great Khanates, Chu Tian's points were not as many as when he faced the Mongol Empire in the first year. But the fighting intensity was not low. Even in such a high-intensity battle, the Brahmins of the Mughal Empire in India had higher points. Chu Tian asked Shuiyu to inquire about the news and find out what happened in the South Asian subcontinent. Because of the existence of players, as long as they pay a price, they can quickly obtain information about the South Asian subcontinent.
A tragic and epic war broke out in the Indian peninsula. The Brahmins and the Maratha kingdom and some princes of the Deccan Plateau fought fiercely. Together, more than 1 million troops were killed on both sides.
When Shuiyu reported the news to Chu Tian, there was a hint of shock in her tone. The national war was not over yet the next year, and more than 1 million soldiers of the Indian Mughal Empire were killed. The population of the Mughal Empire in India was almost the same as that of the Han Empire, and the population was even denser. The territory of the Mughal Empire in India was equivalent to the area of the prairie controlled by Chu Tian, but its population was hundreds of millions. Therefore, the war within the Mughal Empire in India would affect a larger population and cause more casualties.
No wonder this Brahmin has such a high score. He caused the Mughal Empire in India to lose more than 1 million young men. Although the Mughal Empire in India has a large population, most of the 1 million troops are low-ranking soldiers, or even just ordinary soldiers. The country's brave warriors are capable of fighting, but the death of more than 1 million young men will shake the country's foundation.
1 million more people died to barely rank first. Chu Tian felt that the price paid was not worth it. These 1 million people are the productive force and the source of soldiers for the future. No one knows what the reward for the second year will be.
It is estimated that the Brahmin was not willing to pay such a high price, but he had to do it. In the Mughal Empire of India, the lives of lower caste soldiers were worthless in the eyes of NPC lords. The NPC lords exploded their troops wildly, and the Brahmin, as the player lord, knew that he could not lose his country like this. But he still had to expand his army to deal with the NPC lords. As a result, both sides exploded their troops wildly, and even invited Xiang Yong to participate in the battle to increase the number of people, forming a vicious cycle. A war broke out in the South Asian subcontinent involving more than 2 to 3 million people. A population similar to that of the Han Empire was crowded on the Deccan Plateau, fighting and causing heavy casualties.
In the Third National War, the Mughal Empire of India lost hundreds of thousands of young men. In the Fourth National War, another 1 million young men were lost. Only their population was willing to do this.
Chu Tian couldn't help but shake his head when he thought about their losses.
The civil war in the South Asian subcontinent seems not to be over yet. Chu Tian estimates that when the war in the Deccan Plateau of the Indian Mughal Empire ends, the Indian Mughal Empire will lose at least 2 million young men. For the Han Empire, this seemed to be a good thing. One goes down, and the other goes up. The Deccan Plateau is high in the west and low in the east. It is an ancient, long-eroded, mound-shaped area with many ditches, with an average altitude between 600 and 800 meters. A war broke out between the Mughal Empire in India and the barbarian kingdoms of the Deccan Plateau such as the Maratha Kingdom, Golconda Kingdom, and Bijapur Kingdom. Densely packed soldiers crowded the quasi-plains between the Deccan Plateau. Like dense ants, the group was biting, and the cavalry were weaving in and out of the trenches, fighting each other. Millions of infantry and cavalry were fighting in a melee. Most of the infantry were wearing inferior armor, not even half armor, and were stabbing each other with crude spears. The violent war elephants trampled over this group of poorly equipped Mughal infantry. Wherever the war elephants went, the Mughal infantry were trampled to pieces, and their morale was greatly reduced. The number of war elephants invested by all parties is as high as several thousand. Brahman, the lord of the Mughal Empire in India, stood on a ruined hill and saw countless soldiers dying in battle, and his heart was bleeding. While Chu Tian was deliberately plundering the population and building up strength, the Mughal Empire in India was fighting to the death, consuming the empire's future potential. Moreover, the most despairing thing is that the Brahmins are not sure of defeating the princes of the Deccan Plateau. In other words, even if so many soldiers died, he could not eliminate the kingdoms of the Deccan Plateau and unify the South Asian subcontinent. Within the Mughal Empire in India, castes, beliefs, regions, races, and civilizations were all different. Unifying the South Asian subcontinent was even more difficult than unifying the Han Empire. Chapter 727 Wakwatai and Huan. There are only two empires in the world that can consume such a large population and gain points. And that is the Han Empire and the Indian Mughal Empire. The Indian Mughal Empire seems to have lost more people in this year's national war. Population. More than 1 million of their young men were killed in battle, and millions of civilians were killed or injured. In Central Asia, the Seljuk Empire, Ogdi summoned several important figures such as Yaludashi, Badu, Timur, and Wang Baobao to discuss the march to the Dewan Kingdom. They noticed the war that broke out in the South Asian subcontinent. Temujin was still trying to seize Attila's power in dangerous Eastern Europe, and Temujin's subordinates gradually turned to Ogdi, Seljuk Empire, or Tolui, Ilkhanate. Originally, Wakuatai found that he could not defeat the Han Empire that supported the Western Region Protectorate, so he changed his goal to attack the Dewan Kingdom and the Kushan Empire that occupied the Dewan Kingdom. However, Wakuatai found an opportunity. The Seljuk Empire and the Khwarezm Kingdom ruled by Ogdi were located in the Kazakh Hills and the Turan lowlands. Dewan is located in the Fergana Basin at the western foot of the Pamir Plateau. The Kushan Empire was in the northern part of the Indus Plain, and the Mughal Empire was in the southern part of the Indus Plain. In this national war, the Mughal Empire of India suffered heavy losses due to the battle with the barbarian civilization in its own civilized area, with millions of soldiers killed and injured, and its troops were continuously being depleted. This might be a good opportunity to capture the Mughal Empire in India. Ogdi's finger moved on the map to the Mughal Empire in India, which in his opinion had an opportunity. Wang Baobao, who was still relatively low-ranking, was a little surprised. Our population is only 20 million. The population of the Mughal Empire in India is more than 10 times ours. There is also the Kushan Empire in the middle. How can we use 1/10 of our population? Conquer a huge empire with less than a population? Wakuatai said. Although the population determines the number of available soldiers, it also depends on who will be the commander. Timur, with the cavalry, you can quickly break through the defense line of the Kushan Empire and attack the capital of the Mughal Empire in India as a stronghold. Then we drove out the servant army and attacked the Kushan Empire and Dewan Kingdom from the north and south with Ben Khan. Finally, we invaded the entire Mughal India and occupied Central Asia and South Asia. Timur was shocked by Ogdi's Arabian Nights idea, but if he thought about it carefully, it might not be impossible. Yaludashi interjected. Khan, you may have forgotten that the Protectorate of the Western Regions is still watching from the east. Once the Protectorate of the Western Regions intervenes, everything will be very troublesome. Moreover, the remnant of the Seljuk Empire, Arslan, is still there. We persisted in the struggle in the north, but could not capture him alive. Arslan is as cunning as a fox. But with the help of everyone to encircle and suppress him, Arslan's power has weakened, and there is nothing to fear. We must take a longer-term view. I will send envoys to negotiate with the Western Region Protectorate. Interfere with Huayan's judgment. Timur, you led 100,000 cavalry across the Khyber Pass in the Hindu Kush Mountains and attacked the city of Delhi by surprise. The Indian Mughal Empire's army is concentrated on the Deccan Plateau and is not bordering us. It must have been unexpected. Your cavalry will directly cross the Kushan Empire and attack Delhi. Wherever they go, they will be sure to watch the wind and descend. Wuqitai was carrying out an extremely bold attack tactic. Such a cavalry raid is no longer as simple as a 1,000-mile raid, but a feat of crossing one empire and marching thousands of miles to attack the capital of another empire. If unsuccessful, Timur might have been captured by the Mughal Empire in India. Ajudai was reluctant to let Batu and Yeludashi carry out this dangerous task, but handed it over to Timur. Timur couldn't help but feel excited after hearing Ajudai's ambitious and imaginative plan. If such a surprise attack was successful, Timur, would be enough to leave his name in the Lord. Timur will live up to expectations, penetrate the Kushan Empire, and capture the city of Delhi in the Mughal Empire of India, the protectorate of the western regions, Ili city, where Huayan received envoys from the Seljuk Empire, because he was worried that the historical generals would be detained by the Western Region Protectorate. Wuqitai did not dare to send a big man to serve as an envoy, but only sent a small man. Wang Zhongxi, Gao Xianji, King Wusun, and Su Fingyan are all in the lobby. Ma Chao has a sharp eyebrow and starry eyes, and an extraordinary temperament. Ma Chao glared at the envoy who arrived, making the envoy's sweat drop. For some people, just one look can make people feel murderous. What's the point of Wuqitai sending you here? Huayan has no good impression of Wuqitai. The Ajudai Khanate was the first vanguard to attack the Western Region Protectorate, and was destroyed by Huayan's backhand surprise attack. Wuqitai became enemies with Huayan and Su Fingyan. However, because Temujin valued Ajudai, he divided the Seljuk Empire and Khwarezm into Ajudai's power, which allowed Ajudai's power to increase rather than decrease. Now, the Seljuk Empire and Khwarezm under the leadership of Ajudai are the #1 enemies of the Western Region capital guard house. Naturally, Huayan will not give a good look to Ajudai's envoys. We, the Khan, hope to sign an armistice treaty with the Western Region Protectorate that will bring peace. Wuqitai would actually choose a truce? What kind of medicine is he selling in his gourd? Huayan tried to discern Wuqi'tai's true intention from the changes in his envoy's expression. But to Huayan's dismay, this envoy did not seem to know the intentions of Wuqitai and other senior officials. He was only here to take charge of the peace talks. The envoy said, in the war that lasted for more than a year, both sides lost a lot of troops and horses, and the people were in dire straits. I think it is a good thing for you that the Western Region Protectorate has some time to rest and recuperate. The Protectorate of the Western Regions can recuperate and recuperate. In the same way, you can also recuperate and recuperate. When the time comes, the war will be even more fierce. Huayan was not fooled by the other party's rhetoric. The Western Region Protectorate does need some rest, but Wuqitai also needs time. The envoy said, we, the Khan, hope to bring short-term peace to the people on both sides, so please do not have any doubts. We use the Soling Pamir Plateau, Tian Shan, and Altai Mountains as the dividing line and will not attack each other. Huayan pondered for a while and replied, I understand what Wuqitai means. I will go back and tell him that the Western Region Protectorate is willing to accept peace talks. Huayan's unexpected decision moved Shintang, Ma Chao, Su Fingyan and others present. Ogdi's envoy could not help but be overjoyed. Unexpectedly, King Liang of the Han Empire and the great protector of the Western regions, who was always against Ogdi, would readily agree to a truce with the Seljuk Empire. Maybe Huayan is not willing to fight to the death with Ogdi, who has attracted a group of Temujin subordinates. The population of the Western Region Protectorate was not as good as that of the Seljuk Empire and Khwarezm. Wuqi'tai's envoy thought that Huayan had given in, and went back to resume his duties with satisfaction. Shintang was the main combatant and asked, why did my lord choose to cease the war? Wuqitai wanted to confuse us with a truce, and I agreed to a truce to confuse him. Furthermore, it is very difficult for our army to cross the steep Soling Mountains and compete with Wuqitai and the Kushan Empire for the kingdom of Dayuan. Before the unification of the Han Empire, I must be careful not to easily involve the Central Plains in a new round of Central Asian wars. We must rely on the population of about 10 million in the western regions and our own strength to deal with the Central Asian countries. Wokuotai deliberately stopped the war to confuse me. What is his purpose? Are our troops from the Western Region Protectorate going to march into the Dayuan Kingdom? Or should we wait and see what happens?
Huan was thinking about Wokuotai's purpose. Wokuotai is definitely not someone who casually breaks up with the Western Region Protectorate without any purpose. Even Huan found it hard to imagine that Ajudai would consider penetrating the Kushan Empire and attacking the city of Delhi in the Mughal Empire of India. Such an action would simply be risking Timur's life. The Mughal Empire in India could have millions of troops when they broke out on their own territory. Not to mention the quality. It is just a human sea tactic that few civilizations can withstand. At Prince Xiao's mansion, Yi Sunshin immediately came from Jeju Island and was summoned by Chu Tian.
The last general, Li Sunshin, pays homage to King Xia.
A calm middle-aged general stood in front of Chu Tian. Chu Tian looked up and down at Li Sunshin. He was considered a capable and loyal minister with many achievements. The military generals of the Ming dynasty at the same time spoke highly of him. However, Goryeo Bangzi exalted his status too high, which made people resent him easily. That's all. Generally speaking, Yi Sunshin is not that amazing. But he is still a famous general.
I heard that you have the drawings of the Goryeo turtle ship.
Chu Tian has heard about it.
Yes.
Yi Sunshin presented the drawings of turtle ships with the characteristics of Goryeo's civilization to Chu Tian. Chu Tian could check the details of the turtle ship blueprint.
I didn't expect it to be a 7th-level warship, suitable for defense and offshore.
Chapter 728 Yi Sunshin and the Turtle Ship. The construction drawings of the Turtle Ship. A special warship of the Goryeo Kingdom that appeared in the Wanli-Korean War, were presented to Chu Tian. This is an offshore warship with good defense. Name, Turtle Ship. Level, 7th level warship. Length, 35 meters. Width, 11.8 meters. Cost, 1,200 taels of silver. Configuration, powered by oars. 2 masts and a pair of sails. It can be equipped with crossbows, firearms, thick wooden cowhide decks or iron armor guards with iron cones. It has amazing defensive power. The dragon head on the bow of the ship can spray out the poisonous mist produced by sulfur, and nitrate kills and injures enemy troops. Evaluation, it looks like a turtle. So it is called a turtle ship. Turtle boats are fine for coastal defense. If you have an understanding of ancient shipbuilding, you will know that building large ships is not easy. The displacement of a warship with a length of 30 meters may be very different from that of a warship with a length of 50 meters. The former may only have a few hundred tons, while the latter may have thousands of tons, or even 2,000 or 3,000 tons. Tonnage is combat power.
Build 10 turtle ships.
With the spoils plundered from the Kingdom of Hungary, Chu Tian was now rich and wanted to build 10 turtle ships at one go. Yi Sunshin hesitated.
But the turtle ship needs a 7th level shipyard. It's a real problem, and within a few months, I'll try to get the advanced shipyard drawings.
Chu Tian realized that he had neglected the construction of the navy and had lacked access to the blueprints of advanced shipyards before. Chu Tian checked Yi Sunshin's panel attributes again. Name, Yi Sunshin. Talent, King Level Commander, Navy Department. Level, 77. Identity, during the Imjin Japanese Rebellion, the Lee family was the commander of the Korean Navy of the 3 provinces. Age 40. Loyalty 90. Commander, 92, only applies to water battles. Force 81. Intelligence, 73. Politics, 38. Charm, 93. Phasiality, brave. Favorability, 57. Characteristic 1, anti-Japanese, S-level trait. When commanding naval soldiers from Korea, all attributes of the Legion plus 15%. Damage to Japanese civilization soldiers plus 23%. Feature 2, Turtle Ship, S-level feature. When the fleet is equipped with a turtle ship, the overall performance of the turtle ship is plus 5%. The collision force is an additional plus 10%. And the defense power is an additional plus 20%. Feature 3, Countercurrent, A-level feature. Negative impact of water potential on the fleet minus 25%. Characteristic 4, Land Battle Weakened, negative characteristic. During land battle, the commander attribute is reduced by 10 points. Special arms, 3-level Navy, 5th-level Navy soldiers. Upper limit 17,000. Like Zheng Zhilong, Yi Sunshin's ability will be reduced when fighting on land. But when dealing with Japanese people in water battles, his ability is quite strong. The 23% increase in damage will probably give the Japanese people a huge headache.
The three naval forces refer to the navy soldiers of the three provinces of Jiala, Chungcheong, and Gyeongsang in the Goryeo Kingdom. The provinces are equivalent to the counties of the Han Empire. In order to bring out the capabilities of Isunshin, the turtle ship is indispensable. If a turtle ship is built, then all the turtle ships will be under your command, and the Jeju fleet will be formed. Chu Tian divided the Fubo army into three fleets. The Donglai fleet, Zheng Jilong, the Langia fleet, Yuyuan, Susheng, and the Jeju fleet, Li Sunshin, with Yuyuan, who was capable of both literary and martial arts, as the naval commander, to check and balance Zheng Jilong, Yi Sunshin and Su Sheng. The current loyalty of Zheng Jilong, Yi Sunshin, and Su Sheng is not a problem. However, their loyalty is not a problem. It does not mean that those who take over their fleet in the future will not rebel. Only by establishing a sound system can high levels of loyalty be maintained. The general will not disappoint His Highness King Xia. His Highness expands the Fubo army. Do you want to attack Goryeo? King Ning kills the old master of the general. If your Highness attacks Goryeo, the general is willing to command the Jeju fleet and attack the southern part of Goryeo. Li Sunshin knew that Chu Tian had the ability to compete with the Liaodong army. If he wanted to avenge Cui Zishan, he could only rely on Chu Tian's power. Yi Sunshin was familiar with the water conditions in the Goryeo kingdom, so it was perfect to invade Goryeo, which was the back garden of the Liaodong army. The war with the Liaodong army will not break out immediately. The war within the Han Empire will take time to prepare. If the Fubo army wants to be fully equipped with 1,200 ships of various types, it will also take time to build. Chu Tian was not in a hurry. The situation was favorable to him. The establishment of a new order in the steppe provided him with more cavalry than the Liaodong army. Once a war breaks out within the Han Empire, Chu Tian estimates that he will have to fight on two fronts, so he will have more time to prepare. The alliance between Lao Qin and Mingguan began a few years ago. Lao Qin anticipated the current crisis a few years ago, so he spared no effort to help Mingguan and even transferred Wang Jian to Liaodong to suppress the Liao kingdom in order to wait until on this day. Mingguan repays the favor. In response to the alliance between the Liaodong army and the Guanzhong army, Chu Tian also had a way to use the Fubo army to open up the Korean battlefield and contain Mingguan from the rear. With the demand and the trophies brought back from the Kingdom of Hungary, Chu Tian began to expand the Fubo army. You can go down now! Chu Tian then asked about the specific training situation of the Fubo Corps Navy, and then asked Li Sunshin to leave. He recruited Yi Sunshin here mainly because he wanted to see Yi Sunshin's ability. The advantage of Lord is that you can simply judge a person's ability through the panel, especially the ability of military commanders. After Li Sunshin left, Chu Tian's desk was filled with information about Mingguan, Lao Qin, and even the new generals they had recruited. Chu Tian has been secretly observing the preparations of the two opponents. Wan Inaguda and Nurasai are suppressed by Su De and Chong Yuchen, and they probably won't be able to make any trouble. What's more, Mingguan also has Li Chengyang under his command. Nurasai is not afraid of Su De and Chong Yuchen the most, but Li Chengyang. Chu Tian has learned that Mingguan has recruited Su De, Zhu Yuanzhang's first general. This man should be an emperor-level commander, and has not yet reached the saint level. Su De's commanding ability was superior to Chong Yuchen's, but his military force was inferior to Chong Yuchen's. Chong Yuchen was more inclined towards fierce generals. Chu Tian obtained the saint-level recruitment order in the last national war, and the cooling period was longer than the emperor-level recruitment order obtained by Mingguan and Lao Qin. Your Highness, Miss Huiqing would like to see you. Li Xiaoning, the steward of Prince Xia's mansion, reported. Let her in. After a while, Huiqing came in with a hint of resentment. She obviously came earlier than Xiao Chua, but Xiao Chua became the guest of honor. My brother asked me to tell you that the new Sultan of the Seljuk Empire, Ajadai, has made a truce with the Western Region Protectorate. It seems to be premeditated. Huang can just tell me directly. Why bother asking you to transfer? Midway through his words, Chu Tian suddenly understood what Huang meant, so he stopped talking. When he looked at Huiqing again, Huiqing already wanted to cry. She is the eldest lady of the Western Region Protectorate. Chu Tian really shouldn't be too harsh on her. Otherwise it will ruin Chu Tian's plan to annex the Western Region Protectorate. I think Wakuatai's purpose is to launch offenses in other places, such as attacking Dewan Kingdom and Guishang Empire. During this period, you can participate in some affairs of Prince Xia's palace with Miss Xia. It is best to get her approval. You are mainly engaged in trade between Xia City and the Western Region Protectorate. Chu Tian considered that Huiqing was from the Protectorate of the Western Regions. so he could participate in the Silk Road.
As long as I get Sister Xia's approval.
Then that's it.
Right? She is in charge of Prince Xia's private bank. So naturally we need her permission.
Oh. Hui Qing was eager to try. Chu Tian frowned slightly, and Hui Qing seemed to have misunderstood what he meant. After Hui Qing left excitedly, Chu Tian looked through the information of the Western Region Protectorate. The Western Region Protectorate has a population of about 10 million, a mobile force of 200,000, and 200,000 city and border troops in various places, which is equivalent to the capital of the Western Region. For every 20 or so people in the Protectorate, one soldier had to be fed. With the productivity of the Western Region, it is not easy, if one wants to take the initiative to launch an attack. In addition to mobilizing 200,000 mobile troops, he must also recruit strong men to transport grain and grass.
If Wukuatai attacks Dayuan, should Huan fight for it or not?
Chu Tian hesitated because of the decision of the Western Region Protectorate. It seems that it is Huan's decision whether to enter the Dayuan Kingdom. But in fact, it ultimately depends on Chu Tian's attitude. The specialty of the Dayuan Kingdom is the Dayuan horse. So the surrounding civilizations want to compete for the Dayuan Kingdom and bring the Dayuan Kingdom under their control. Giving up the Dayuan Kingdom is equivalent to giving Wukuatai the opportunity to control the Dayuan Kingdom and obtain a batch of Dayuan horses every year. The fight for the Dayuan Kingdom may lead to a new round of Central Asian war between the Western Region Defense Department and Wukuatai.
Wukuatai has a population of 20 million. And there is also the Western Region Protectorate that is dragging mines. Huan's attack on Dayuan Kingdom requires crossing the Songling Mountains. And the supply line is long. I'm afraid he is no match for Wukuatai.
Chu Tian weighed the pros and cons, and could only say that the terrain of the Western Region Defense Palace was unfavorable. The Han and Tang dynasties tried to control Central Asia, but failed to do so, mainly due to the influence of terrain. The Pamir Plateau, Tian Shan Mountains, and Altai Mountains formed a city wall. The Pamir Plateau, several thousand meters above sea level, is known as the roof of the world and is extremely majestic. It is difficult for the enemy outside the city wall to get in, and it is also difficult for the Han army inside the city wall to get out. If the enemies outside the city wall are weak, it will not be difficult to get out. If the enemies outside the city wall are strong, it will be extremely difficult to cross the Pamir Plateau. During the period of Emperor Wu of the Han dynasty, General Li Guangli led the Han Empire's expeditionary force to cross the Songling Mountains twice in succession to attack the Dayuan Kingdom. For the first time, Li Guangli's expedition involving tens of thousands of people failed, and it took 2 years. As a result, not 1 out of 10 soldiers survived. However, crossing the Pamirs is not impossible. During the reign of Emperor Xuanzong of the Tang dynasty, Tang General Gao Xinji crossed the Songling Mountains many times to attack the Xiaobalu and Shur kingdoms in Central Asia, and even fought against the Arab Empire, Dashi Kingdom, in the era of the Great Conquest. In the last war in the western regions, the expeditionary force led by Chu Tian and other princes of the Han Empire crossed the Tian Shan Mountains in the cold winter and attacked the Ili River Valley, which also created miracles.
Let Huan contain Wukuatai, and if necessary, send troops to disrupt Wukuatai, but not trigger a war between Central Asian civilizations.
Chu Tian finally asked Huan to be careful and interfere with Wukuatai's actions. He could no longer withdraw and went on another expedition to the western regions. After making the decision, Chu Tian thought of assigning Hui Qing to the Internal Affairs Department of Prince Xia's mansion.
So on a whim, he looked through the account books of the Internal Affairs Department. The Department of Internal Affairs is in charge of the inner treasury of the Xia Palace. This money is controlled by Chu Tian himself, which is different from the treasury of the Ministry of Husbandry and the Ministry of War. The gold and silver that Chu Tian used to reward his subordinates mainly came from the inner treasury of the Xia Palace. Chu Tian set up the Internal Affairs Department and then became the boss. The person who really runs the Internal Affairs Department is Xiao Liang. It has been quite some time since he checked the income and expenditure of the Department of Internal Affairs. He only knew that Prince Xia's mansion was never short of money.
270,000 taels of gold, 3,620,000 silver.
When Chu Tian saw the account books of the Department of Internal Affairs, his mind went blank. A few years ago, he was very poor and had only a few hundred taels of gold and silver at his disposal. But now, these gold and silver combined are worth millions of taels of silver. These are not the treasury silver of the Ministry of Husbandry and the Ministry of War, but the silver that Chu Tian can control at will.
100 tea houses, 200 silk shops, 30 farms, private banks, and water transport fleets. Even a pig farm?
Chu Tian looked through the account books, his eyes becoming more and more surprised. Xiao Liang has been quietly investing and acquiring various assets and fleets in the past few years. Unknowingly, Prince Xiao's palace is as rich as the country. Chu Tian's gold and silver alone were enough to pay for a year's military pay and supplies for 100,000 troops. In addition to gold and silver, Chu Tian also has countless assets. Chapter 729: The End of the Hunnic Empire. The royal city of the Hunnic Empire was in turmoil. Attila was sitting on the throne, and reports of the defeat of the Hunnic Empire were pouring in. Various emperors, kings, and grand dukes from the western continent invaded the Hun Empire, and Attila had no chance of making a comeback.
Gather all the troops and fight Alexander to the death.
Attila stood up and put his left hand on his saber. The king of Poland had betrayed Attila's alliance, compensated 1/3 of the kingdom of Poland's land to the western lords, and sued for peace. Gustavus II, the great northern army, also abandoned Attila and returned to the kingdom of Sweden. 1 million Western coalition troops invaded the Hunnic Empire, like a few black dragons, devouring the royal city of the Hunnic Empire. The Hungarian Empire may not be able to survive until the 3rd year of the National War. The white background and black cross flag of the Teutonic Knights was hunting. Thousands of Teutonic Knights, tens of thousands of apprentice knights, and hundreds of thousands of cavalry, infantry, and crossbowmen from the coalition of German princes filled the mountains and fields. The number of carriages used, as many as tens of thousands. The heavy carriage wheels left ruts an inch or two deep on the ground. Hohenzollern led the Western Allied forces in the Battle of Linz and defeated Attila. His prestige was unprecedented. With him, as the leader of the German princes, the Holy Roman Empire annexed part of the Kingdom of Poland and the Kingdom of Bohemia, becoming a powerful empire on the western continent.
Ferdinand, please think carefully about merging the Grand Duchy of Austria and the Kingdom of Hungary with Germany. We already belong to the Holy Roman Empire.
Hohenzollern wooed Archduke Ferdinand of Austria. Ferdinand said,
You should know that Austria and Brandenburg have many conflicts. Moreover, other civilizations will not allow us to merge.
Hohenzollern disagreed.
The combined population of Germany, Bohemia, Austria, and Hungary is equivalent to the population of the two civilizations of France and Rome. What are you afraid of? We have the opportunity to unify the Western continent. You know, so far, no one has managed to unify the entire West. And what we do will be unprecedented.
Ferdinand was shocked by Hohenzollern's ambition.
Hohenzollern, don't think about it. Macedonia, Rome, France, England, Tsarist Russia, and Sweden are not weak civilizations. Alexander and Caesar have special abilities. Even if Charlemagne appeared,
it would be impossible to unify the West.
The Macedonian army. Alexander led 200,000 troops to invade the Hun Empire. A small conflict broke out between the Spartan warriors and the cavalry of the Mongol Empire. The Spartan king Leonidas I led the Spartan warriors to fight with their powerful flesh and blood. In the melee, hundreds of people defeated the 5,000 Mongolian cavalry who despised them, and advanced triumphantly.
Attila's end is coming soon. Teacher, please tell me, after defeating Attila, how can I make the people of this land happy to serve me?
Alexander got down from his chariot and showed humility in front of the Greek sage Aristotle. Aristotle replied,
Birds with the same feathers will naturally gather together. Let the Macedonians, Greeks, Huns, and Slavs marry, and they will have the same blood and will be indistinguishable from each other.
Alexander mused. Aristotle was invited by Alexander to conquer the Hunnic Empire together, because Alexander knew that it was not difficult to capture the Hunnic Empire. But what was more difficult was how to govern the Hunnic Empire. Aristotle did not object to Alexander's militarism, because in Aristotle's view, only war can bring peace. However, Aristotle looked at this extremely outstanding student and said worriedly,
Your Majesty, please do not use your abilities at will. The greatness of a man lies in constantly expanding his territory, constantly increasing his power, and enjoying delicious food and beautiful girls. I, Alexander, regard the world as my hometown. Only by conquering can I feel the meaning of my existence.
Alexander did not fully obey the words of his teacher Aristotle. He has his pride and conquers all the world he can see. The capital of the Kingdom of Sweden, Stockholm. Gustavus II led the battle-hardened Swedish legion back to northern Europe. The little Queen Christina of Sweden threw herself into the arms of Gustav II. Gustavus II picked up his daughter and said to the civil servants of the Kingdom of Sweden,
Attila has lost power. My soldiers can no longer hire for him. Otherwise, the entire army will be annihilated. I leave the Kingdom of Sweden. Are there any major events happening in the country during this period?
A civil servant replied,
Emperor Canute the Great failed to conquer England. The Umas war band he led retreated to Denmark and was surrounded by our defenders. Emperor Canute the Great wants to negotiate with your majesty the king. He wants to obtain a fief to feed the Umas chapter. And the price is your majesty the king's service for 10 years.
Gustavus II was a little surprised.
Canute? He was supposed to be the king of all England. How could he lose to the English? The English have the most powerful fleet in the western continent. Emperor Canute was defeated by the large ships of the royal fleet. Many Viking berserkers from the Yums chapter were buried in the icy North Sea. The English have received special warship blueprints. It turns out that although Canute's Umas chapter are pirates, they are not good at naval combat. What they are really good at is hand-to-hand combat. Let Canute come to see me. I need his power. The western continent is stimulated by Attila. Various empires have begun to merge, and weak kingdoms cannot survive in the cracks.
Gustav's expression was solemn. Attila conquered the western continent and destroyed many small countries. As a result, the western continent was divided among several large empires. Each empire also took the opportunity to rationally annex the lands of the weak under the banner of crusade against the barbarians. The territories of Poland and Lithuania were divided up. The Archduke of Austria suffered heavy losses, and they may be annexed at any time. Feudal imperialism began to prevail in the western continent. After various empires carved up the small countries in the western continent, they would expand externally and seize colonies. This trend seems familiar to many players.
Father, can you tell Christina where you have been during this time?
The young Christina had not yet realized that the destruction of Attila's Hunnic Empire would bring not peace to the western continent, but a war on a much larger scale. Gustav loved his daughter very much.
Father will tell you the story of this expedition. Alexander, Hohenzollern, Constantine, Caesar, Isabella. They are all powerful opponents. By the way, there is another powerful opponent, although he also participated in this battle. Unfortunately, I have not yet fought against him. Even once.
Little Queen Christina tilted her head.
A powerful opponent.
Chapter 730 The Death of Attila. The national war ended prematurely.
Open the city gate.
Temujin led the Mongolian cavalry and opened the gate below the royal city of the Hun Empire. The army of western lords was surrounding them, and Temujin and Attila were trapped here. The Hun's defenders were watching on the city wall. They didn't know whether to let Temujin and his group of Mongolian cavalry enter the city.
If you don't let us enter the city, you won't be able to defend the city with your strength.
Temujin took Subutai and Zibi and shouted to the city wall, waiting for an opportunity. Attila's brother Breda was responsible for guarding the city gate. He already knew that Alexander and Hohenzollern's armies were coming, and he was sweating profusely. Without Temujin, it would be difficult to defend the city with Attila and Bleda.
Open the city gate. Are we really going to open the city gates? I can only choose to believe them.
Breda gritted her teeth. The heavy city gate was pushed open by the defenders, and Temujin and Subutai's eyes showed a bit of madness. They finally found their chance.
Come into the city.
Subutai drew his saber and led the cavalry into the city.
Temujin and the others betrayed my trust.
Bleda let the Mongolian cavalry enter the city, but she didn't expect that Temujin and Subutai had been planning for a long time. The coalition of western lords has not yet arrived, and the internal strife between Attila and Temujin breaks out in advance. Subutai's cavalry is pointing directly at the palace where Attila is.
Take away Attila's holy level recruitment order and treasures.
Temujin's eyes were hot. He was willing to sacrifice his life for Attila. All he wanted was to take back what belonged to him.
I'll stop them. Subutai, kill Attila.
Temujin and Jabei attacked the Hunnic cavalry in Bleda, giving Subutai, a talented general, time to steal the wealth of the Hunnic Empire and then leave. Attila has no way out, and Temujin and others still have the Seljuk Empire of Ogodai and the Ilkhanate that drags thunder as their way out. As the first commander-in-chief under Temujin, Subutai worked non-stop and quickly broke through the undefended inner city and fought with the inner city defenders. His cavalry marched straight in.
Temujin still betrayed me.
Attila came out of the palace and found that the Mongolian cavalry had entered the city. He thought Alexander was the one to defeat him. But currently, Temujin seems to want to take away his prop. Subutai's cavalry rushed to the front of the palace, and the galloping horses even knocked away a Hunnic Imperial Guard soldier. Attila, hand over the Saint-level recruitment order and the treasure you redeemed with your points. After Temujin and Attila broke up, Subutai no longer needed to be polite to Attila. Attila also has many valuable props. I had a premonition that Temujin and you would betray me. Originally, I planned to destroy the Hun's empire together and give you the holy level recruitment order. But you betrayed me. Then the holy level recruitment order will be with you. I will be buried with you. As soon as Attila finished speaking, thick smoke suddenly erupted from the palace of the Hun Empire. The fire spread rapidly in the magnificent palace and swept across the palace. Subutai's expression couldn't help but change. Attila is too ruthless, and he will not leave the holy level recruitment order to Temujin if he cannot get it, letting the priceless saint level recruitment order be buried with him. Such a method is terrifying. No, you can't ruin the saint level recruitment order like this. Subutai suddenly became furious and led his cavalry to attack Attila, hoping to find out the holy level recruitment order before the fire completely engulfed the palace. It's too late. Attila's face was twitching, and he was hysterical. For Attila, keeping the saint-level recruitment order at this time would not help. He lost his territory and population, and the holy level recruitment order could not be used for a short time. Temujin had calculated the specific time, so he chose to start at this time. Attila led the Hunnic cavalry to attack Subutai. 2 cavalry commanders, representing 2 civilizations respectively, attacked each other with sabers in the palace area where the fire was spreading. Attila was desperate and completely crazy. He didn't even think about escaping from here. Subutai was delayed, and the palace of the Hun Empire was covered in raging fire. The fire became more intense and thick smoke billowed up. Temujin suppressed Blida. When he saw the black smoke billowing over the palace of the Hunnic Empire, he seemed to realize something, and his face was livid. Does Attila want to set himself on fire and burn himself with this city and the Huns? Will the empire be destroyed together? In his hand, there is a saint-level recruitment order that should have belonged to me. Zibi said hurriedly. Great Khan, if the situation goes bad, we have to leave this city and flee to the Ilkhanate in order to make a comeback. We can't leave empty-handed. Otherwise, what are we doing during this period? Temujin was unwilling to do so. His purpose in helping Attila was just to regain his own props. He can't fall short. Zibi gritted his teeth. Alexander and the others will speed up their march when they see the smoke in this city. Outside the royal city of the Hunnic Empire, Alexander's cavalry companions could already see the thick smoke rising from the royal city. Alexander's close friend Hephaestion said to Alexander, "It seems that internal strife broke out in the royal city of the Hunnic Empire, or that Attila was determined to burn the royal city and escape to seek revenge." Alexander stared at the smoke not far away. Attila has no retreat, and his ambition will not allow him to escape. It is very likely that a conflict broke out between him and Temujin. The more dangerous the time, the less likely they are to escape. Know how to join forces. My partner cavalry will attack the city with me, and the Silver Shield soldiers will follow as soon as possible. The elite legions of the Macedonian army, urged by Alexander, immediately approached the royal city of the Hunnic Empire. Alexander's cavalry partners have already started to take action. Maybe Temujin and Attila are having internal strife. March as quickly as possible, and don't let Alexander get the benefits alone. Hohenzollern noticed that Alexander's cavalry companions were marching faster, and combined with the smoke in the royal city of the Hunnic Empire he saw, he also deduced that a conflict broke out between Temujin and Attila, which was why the scene before him happened. The Knights of the Teutonic Knights, under the leadership of Hohenzollern, faced off against Alexander's partner cavalry without showing any weakness. Subutai, what's going on? Attila hasn't been defeated yet? Temujin and Jeeb defeated Blida, who was inferior to Genghis Khan in the east, and abandoned the city and fled. When Temujin and Jeeb came to join Jeeb, almost all of Attila's Shanyu guards were killed by the Chishua army led by Subutai. However, the palace of the Hun Empire has been reduced to a sea of fire. Attila held the sword with both hands to support his body, standing in front of the sea of fire, with the raging fire behind him. The whip of God who was feared by the Western continent, the conqueror who almost conquered the Western continent, was dripping with blood in the battle with Subutai, and was hit by 7 arrows. Temujin, Subutai, Attila, are dead. You can't even imagine what France can get. And Alexander can't get it either. And it will be destroyed together with the Hunnic Empire. Attila staggered into the fire without any hesitation. The fire engulfed the hero. This is a lunatic. Let's get out of here. Temujin saw that the fire had covered the entire palace. and Attila's holy level recruitment order was likely to be destroyed in the fire. No matter how powerful Temujin was, he would never be able to find the missing holy level recruitment order in such a fire. He did not hesitate and wanted to leave this dangerous city as soon as possible. The armies of Alexander, Hohenzollern, Constantine, Louis and other lords are approaching here. If they don't escape, they will become prisoners of the Western lords. Mongolian cavalry broke out from the North City. It's all my fault for letting the Mongolian cavalry enter the city. Brita fled from the city in a hurry. He looked back and saw thick smoke rising from the city, and felt powerless. A murderous cavalry surrounded Blita's remaining cavalry. This is companion cavalry from Macedonia. Brita was also very discerning, and she immediately recognized that this was the cavalry guard of Alexander of the Kingdom of Macedonia. He had just escaped Temujin's attack, and now he was surrounded by his fellow Macedonian cavalry. Alexander came out from among his fellow cavalrymen and looked at the unfortunate Brita. Who are you? Brother of Attila. Brita, what happened in the city? I have no obligation to tell you. Court death. Antigonus. Stop. Alexander's general, the one-eyed Antigonus, armed with a spear, planned to stab Brita to death in front of the Huns cavalry, but was stopped by Alexander. Brita, there was an internal conflict between Temujin and Attila. You were defeated by Temujin and escaped from the city. Now you are desperate. You are already my prisoner, and you are working for me. I can ignore the past grudges. Alexander waved his hand, and the companion cavalry could not refuse the Huns cavalry, and captured the Huns cavalry including Brita. The change in Brita's expression had already let Alexander know that his guess was basically correct, so there was no need to confirm it with Brita again. Aristotle's words gave Alexander a new idea. He acted relatively mildly and planned to completely digest the vast land and large population left by Attila through marriage. We are enemies. Brita discovers to his surprise that Alexander did not kill him. Brita, my goal is not just your Hunnic Empire, but the entire world. We have no hatred that cannot be resolved. This time, I plan to marry the Macedonian nobles with the nobles of your Hunnic tribe. My teacher Aristotle is someone you can talk to, and I believe you can learn more from him. Alexander gave up his previous recklessness and adopted gentler methods. Brita fell silent. Alexander entered the city with his companions and cavalry, because Brita was a prisoner of her subordinates and Attila, the leader of the Huns, died in the sea of fire. Alexander entered the city of the Huns and ran amok unimpeded. The Teutonic Knights of Hohenzollern, the Roman Legion of the Three Giants of Rome, the Knights Templar of Louis, and the Knights of Santiago of Queen Isabella, successively attacked the Hunnic city and joined Alexander. The palace of the Huns was still covered in fire, and the eyes of a group of great lords reflected the firelight. Many people have confirmed that Attila walked into the sea of fire and was almost killed in battle. The Hunnic Empire was destroyed. It was a pity that the treasures of the Hunnic palace were lost. Alexander sighed. Attila looted a lot of gold, silver, treasures and props from the surrounding civilizations, which were highly coveted by the Western lords. Now, Attila disappeared into the sea of fire with a batch of the most important props. Our alliance will soon come to an end, and the territory will be divided according to the agreement between the parties. Macedonia obtained a large amount of land from the Hungarian Empire, and should hand over a region of the Balkan Peninsula to our Roman Empire. Constantine asked Alexander for land. Rome contributed a lot in defeating Attila, and exchanged the land that Rome obtained from the Huns Empire with Alexander. Alexander was not willing to break his promise to offend Rome, a powerful opponent, so he nodded. Okay. The Romans received land from it, and France and Spain mainly received gold, silver, and treasures in return. The German princes annexed part of the Kingdom of Poland and almost the entire Kingdom of Bohemia, each taking what they needed. The fire only covered the royal palace of the Hunnic Empire. The royal city of the Hunnic Empire still contained a large amount of wealth for the Western lords to divide. The Macedonian, Roman, German and other legions looted the gold and silver from the royal city to make up for the military expenses of sending troops, and finally recovered from the war with Attila. The wealth of our Kingdom of Hungary was robbed by Chuzemu, king of Xia of the Eastern Han Empire. Ferdinand, who was also the king of Hungary, wanted to legally recover the gold and silver treasures Attila had stolen from the Kingdom of Hungary, but was greatly disappointed, because Chutian took a step ahead and robbed Attila of a batch of treasures. The Western lords indirectly lost a batch of loot, facing Chutian's act of taking advantage of the situation. This group of Western lords had no choice but to do something.
They now had no ability to march eastward and could only express strong protests. Not many Western lords were interested in the Hunnic palace that was destroyed by fire. After the fire, the palace was in ruins.
Attila is a rare opponent. His cavalry caused us a lot of trouble. We didn't expect that he would die at the hands of Temujin.
Alexander came to the ruins and saw that the Hungarian Empire, which was once so tyrannical that it made the entire Western continent tremble, and that all civilizations had to join forces to deal with it, was destroyed. In his heart, he still recognized Attila as a good enemy. Clerk Eumenes said to Alexander.
The defenders of the royal city said that Temujin fled from the north after Attila's death and has disappeared. Temujin is a more difficult enemy than Attila. I hope we will not face him again. Our goal is the Ottoman Turkish Empire in Asia Minor. Asia Minor has a population of more than 20 million. By annexing Asia Minor, we can gain more population and troops. King, when we were looking for Attila's body, we found a special token that did not melt in the fire.
A silver shield soldier respectfully presented the found token to Alexander. Alexander took the dark token and wiped it with his hand. The token regained its luster, with the word, Holy, engraved on it. He showed a surprised expression.
This is Attila's recruitment order, and it was not destroyed in the fire. Whether it was Temujin or Attila, out of common sense, they subconsciously thought that the holy level recruitment order would disappear in the sea of fire together with Attila. However, in fact, as a special prop, the recruitment order disappears after use. Do not wear it before use. Alexander, Hohenzollern, Caesar and others were no exception, until this holy level recruitment order appeared in Alexander's hands. Alexander, who wanted to confirm again that Attila, a powerful enemy, was killed, unexpectedly received Attila's recruitment order.
The cooling time is about to end. Temujin and Attila are fighting to the death for this treasure. But who would have thought that it would fall into my hands? No one is allowed to spread this news. Otherwise, they will be punished with death.
Alexander chose to be patient, put away the recruitment order, and waited patiently for the cooldown time to end. The competition in the Western continent is more intense than in the Eastern continent. The civilizations here are evenly matched, and no civilization can defeat the others. Even Alexander had to be careful.
No, such a treasure will not be easily destroyed by fire.
Temujin took Subutai and Gebe to escape from the Hun city, and suddenly realized that Attila might be caught in a sea of fire and die. But the holy level recruitment order might not be damaged. After all, it was a rare recruitment order.
Great Khan, the army of lords in the west has occupied that city. If we go back, we will only die. Even if we miss a recruitment order, as long as we keep the green hills, we will not worry about running out of firewood. We can't stay here any longer. I have a feeling, an ominous premonition.
Subutai was already a little uneasy. The Hunnic Empire fell, and the entire Eastern Europe was divided among the major empires. Temujin's cavalry was in a very dangerous situation, with enemies everywhere. Gebe asked Temujin,
Great Khan, should we go to the Seljuk Empire or the Ilkhanate?
Temujin mused.
Ilkhanate.
The Mongolian cavalry marched in the direction of the Ilkhanate. Suddenly, Tanma Red Cavalry warned Temujin and others that an enemy was coming.
Prepare for war.
Veins popped up on Temujin's forehead. He didn't expect that anyone would dare to intercept his cavalry. Hun cavalry, or Polish cavalry.
Zini took off his bow and arrow and prepared to fight the upcoming enemy. On the horizon of the Ukrainian plains, a rapidly creeping black line appeared. War horses galloped on the plains, extra-long lances pointing straight ahead, and the wings behind the cavalry rustled in the wind.
Polish hussars. No, this is the cavalry of the Russian Empire.
Temujin was almost misled by the Polish hussars appearing on the opposite side. This is definitely not just Polish cavalry. Behind the Polish hussars, there are also a large number of Cossack light cavalry and Boyar heavy cavalry. In the entire Western continent, only one lord has the ability to possess these types of cavalry at the same time. And that is Catherine of St. Petersburg.
Prepare to meet the enemy.
Subutai and Zebe immediately summoned the Mongolian cavalry. Various Western empires annexed Attila's territory, and the Tsarist Empire was no exception. This time, Ekaterina not only came to carve up the Hun Empire, but also entrusted her with a task entrusted by Chu Tian to surround Temujin. Temujin was already taking a risk by trying to take away Attila's props, and he was in real danger. Mauzi from the north will not show mercy.
Kill Temujin.
When Catherine was pregnant with her second child, she still went to war, and was very brave. She still remembered Chu Tian's instructions.
In order to completely eliminate Temujin's threat, she went out personally to encircle and suppress Temujin with several times the number of Temujin's cavalry. If Temujin wanted to escape, he had to pass the Tsarist Russian Empire. Waves of Polish winged cavalry, Cossack cavalry, and Boyar cavalry attacked the Mongolian cavalry. Temujin's Mongolian cavalry is no longer an elite division galloping on the grasslands. After many battles, Temujin's elite cavalry has become less and less. Ding! The royal city of Kiev of the Hunnic Empire was captured by Alexander, the lord of the Kingdom of Macedonia. The Hunnic Empire was removed from the list. The popularity of its territory was minus 50%. The public security was minus 50%. And the reputation of Attila and his descendants was minus 50%. The Hunnic Empire within the territory. The cultural influence of the Kingdom of Macedonia is plus 50%. Ding! The probability of the nomadic tribes and populations controlled by the Hun Empire to defect to the Kingdom of Macedonia increases. Ding! Due to the failure of Temujin, the leader of the Eastern barbarians, and Attila, the leader of the Western barbarians, the system cannot detect the next barbarian leader with sufficient prestige. The Fourth National War, which originally lasted for 3 years, will end early this year. Chu Tian was reorganizing the internal affairs of the Xia Palace when he suddenly received a system prompt that the Hun's empire was still unable to withstand the attacks of several major Western empires and would eventually perish. The foundation of the Hunnic Empire is far different from that of several large empires in the West. The Roman civilization alone had famous generals who could compete with Attila. But that famous Roman general had not yet appeared. The famous General Aetius of the Western Roman Empire. Therefore, Chu Tian was not surprised by Attila's failure. Temujin, who joined forces with Attila, was not entirely of the same mind as Attila. It seems that Alexander was the first Western lord to invade Kiev. Did Temujin succeed or fail? Chu Tian could more or less guess what happened through the system's announcements. What surprised Chu Tian the most was the demise of the Hun's empire, which indirectly led to the Fourth National War ending a year early. The Eastern continent, the Western continent, and various traditional civilization empires relied on their own strength to suppress the main barbarian civilizations. The Mongol Empire in the Eastern continent collapsed. The Ajdac Khanate, Chagatai Khanate, Shishak Kingdom, Liao Kingdom, and Jin Kingdom were successively destroyed. The Xiongnu, Xianbei, and Jia tribes were defeated, and only the Il Khanate was left to persist. The Hun's Empire, Golden Horde, Ostrogothic Kingdom, Visigothic Kingdom, and Viking pirates in the Western continent were defeated, and the barbarians almost disappeared. On the American continent, the United States suppressed the indigenous people, and the traditional civilization of Central America was replaced by the Mayan indigenous civilization, which was one of the few civilizations that survived extinction. Therefore, this time the national war ended 1 year early. Ending the war early was actually beneficial to the Han Empire. The princes of the Han Empire were not focused on pacifying the barbarians. After 2 years of war, many tribes had been defeated. The princes of the Han Empire focused on the civil war. In Guanlong, Lao Qin sent an army of 300,000 to suppress the Chong and Di tribes. The latter could only rely on the terrain to retreat. However, when the Guanzhong army was attacking the Di tribe among the Wuhu, 3 fierce Di people broke into Su Huang's army and killed more than a dozen ordinary generals. Su Huang came to fight with an axe in hand, but was defeated by one of the fierce Di people, and the Legion flag was captured. Is there such a ferocious general among the Di people? After Cai, a scholar in white clothes, suppressed the Chong tribe. He was sent by Lao Qin to suppress the Di tribe. He was shocked when he saw the fierce general Su Huang defeated by the Di general. Let me wait and fight! Pang De and Zhang Xiu went to kill the fierce Di people. Su Huang, Pang De, and Zhang Xiu, armed with axes and spears, fought with 3 fierce Di people, constantly attacking each other on horseback. The war horses passed by each other, and Zhang Xiu almost lost his spear. These 3 fierce Di people are the enemy of 10,000 people, and have great strength. The battle is extremely brutal, and their moves are deadly. The 3 of them join forces, and Su Huang, Pang De and Zhang Xiu are also defeated. At this time, the Guanlong army was also alarmed. Although Su Huang, Pang De, and Zhang Xiu are not the most powerful generals in the Guanlong army, the Guanlong army also has Lu Bu and Yang Dian as the first echelon generals. But their opponents can defeat Su Huang, Pang De, and Zhang Xiu. Already quite amazing. Although the opponent is an enemy of 10,000 people, He is just a man of courage and will be captured by us.
Although Xie Ai was shocked by the force of the D tribe, he was not very worried. Among these three fierce D people, some seemed to be Han Chinese. Chapter 731. D people are fierce.
The D tribe has 10,000 enemies?
Lao Qin was somewhat surprised to learn that Xie Ai had failed in the battle after supervising generals such as Li Yuanhao, Su Huang, Pang De, and Zhang Xiu. Suppressing the Xixia kingdom and the Chang tribe was not as difficult as conquering the D tribe. The D tribe is active in the Guanlong area, mainly in Liangzhou and also in northern Yizhou. With the force of Su Huang and Pang De, they were defeated by the opponent, which shows the bravery of the opponent.
Could it be Ding Chong and Zhang Hao?
Old Qin thought of the former Qin dynasty during the 16 Kingdoms period of the Eastern Jin dynasty, where Ding Chong and Zhang Hao were known as the enemies of 10,000 people. The Wei, Jin, Southern and Northern dynasties were not far apart in time. So when people at that time evaluated the bravery of military generals, they generally used the term
10,000 enemies,
or compared them with Guan Yu and Zhang Fei. The fierce generals rushing into battle had a huge impact on the morale of the legions.
Wang Jian, please urge Wahong Lu Bu to attack the D tribe.
Lao Qin finally sent Lu Bu, the most powerful man, to suppress the D people. The D tribe was far more difficult to deal with than Lao Qin imagined. When Jiasu heard that Lao Qin had sent Lu Bu again, he said to Lao Qin,
"Many of the D rebels are Han Chinese, and they may not be of the same mind as the D people, and they can be alienated. Li Si is responsible for this matter. Deal with the D tribe as soon as possible, and a war may break out. Above the imperial court, the group of old ministers who oppose me are trying to cleanse them to avoid trouble in the future."
Lao Qin looked in the direction of Chang'an. The emperor had been held hostage by Chang'an for several years.
Who actually wants me to take action?
Lu Bu was mobilized by Lao Qin, holding Fang Tian's painted halberd, and followed Wang Jian on the expedition. Qin Ruishi and Bing Zhou Longqi used the teleportation array to fight directly in Tianshui County. In Tianshui County, Xie Ai retreated deliberately to lure the D troops to pursue him. Then, Xie Ai set up ambushes in the Longshan Street Pavilion area to attack the D troops. Xie Ai and Xixia King Li Yuanhao boarded the street pavilion and commanded the army at the foot of the mountain. Tens of thousands of D troops and rebels from Tianshui County were blocked here. After the initial panic, they began to organize a counterattack.
Although the D people fell into the trap, it is not easy to annihilate them. There are many fierce generals among them, and their military force is even better than that of Su Huang.
The Liangzhou Legion brought by Xie Ai fought in a stalemate with the D army. Su Huang, Pang De and other generals, from a high position, led the cavalry to attack, but were blocked by the opponent's infantry. The D infantry threw javelins and shot the cavalry from Hedong.
"Let me lead the iron kites and trample them under the hooves of horses."
Li Yuanhao took the initiative to ask Xie Ai for help.
"The time is not yet ripe. We can only fight when the enemy's morale and physical strength decline and our reinforcements arrive."
Xie Ai is still patiently waiting for the opportunity. The resistance of the D tribe was quite fierce, and ordinary generals were really unable to suppress this group of fierce D infantry. The one-eyed D leader held a spear and charged at Su Huang's cavalry. The spear hit Su Huang's battle axe, leaving a white mark on Su Huang's Xianhua axe. Su Huang gritted his teeth and struggled to push away the D leader's weapon. The opponent's eyes were filled with evil spirits. His character was violent, but he was extremely powerful. Su Huang almost lost his battle axe. The leaders of the D people were different from most emperors of the Central Plains dynasties. They often went into battle to kill the enemy in person. They had a ruthless spirit, and occasionally there would be leaders as ferocious as Shi. Su Huang fought against the leader of the D people again, but was not as strong as the opponent. Under the protection of the Sanha cavalry, he was able to retreat.
Use his physical strength to tame this person.
Su Huang realized that the opponent's brute force was terrifying, so he planned to use his troops to consume the D people's leader's physical strength. The ferocious D Ren leader killed dozens of Hedong cavalry, and blood splashed on the D Ren leader's injured eyeball. Not only did the D Ren leader not feel any discomfort, but he became ferocious and chased Su Huang among the rebellious troops.
Nothing!
A strong general knocked away Zhang Xiu's spear and stabbed Zhang Xiu. Zhang Xiu retreated under the protection of the Xiliang cavalry. Hu Qir came over, and he and the Xiliang cavalry barely held each other back.
"Who are you? And why have you never heard of such a general before?"
Zhang Xiu was afraid of this person. He originally thought that suppressing the D tribe would be easy, but there were a group of Han generals among the D tribe.
and their force was extraordinary. Zhang Hao will take your life today. Zhang Hao held a spear and attacked in the direction of Zhang Xiu. The morale of the surrounding Xiliang cavalry suddenly dropped. Hu Chea tried his best to resist, his hands holding the axe trembling. Although Cai's army besieged the D tribe, the people of the D tribe were fierce, and there was a stalemate for a while. According to the locals, the leader of the D people is Fu Sheng. This man is one-eyed and cruel by nature. He kills people at every turn. The D people have 3 fierce generals. 2 of them, Han generals Ding Chong and Zhang Hao, are said to be enemies of 10,000 people. There are also a fierce D general who is as good as them, Lu Guang. After Cai suffered a loss last time, he already knew the details of D Ren. The D people have many fierce generals who are good at using force. In fact, Cai's Xiliang army faced the fierce generals of the former Qin dynasty. The former Qin dynasty was a kingdom established by the D people. When it was strong, Emperor Fujian, with the assistance of Wang Ming, unified the north and launched the Battle of Feishui, almost annihilating the eastern Jin dynasty and unifying the whole country. It is a pity that Wang Ming, Fujian's mastermind in the Battle of Feishui, is no longer alive. Otherwise, the Beifu army of the eastern Jin dynasty may not be able to stop Fujian's army. Now the forces of Old Qin are dealing with the D tribe without Wang Ming. The D tribe has mostly strong generals, so the pressure is not too great. Otherwise, with Wang Ming here and the fierce generals of the D people, Cai would have to flee. General Wang Jian and Marquis Wen are leading their troops to come to our aid. When the Xiliang army and the Guanzhong army were fighting with the D tribe, Wang Jian's Qin Ruishi and Lu Bu's Bingzhou Wolf cavalry entered the Battle of Jieting. Please, 2 generals, lead your troops into the battlefield immediately. Cai knows that soldiers are valuable and quick. This time Wang Jian and Lu Bu came, one to lead the troops and the other to charge the formation, so they can counterattack. Zhang Xiu and Hu Chea led the Xiliang cavalry to fight Zhang Hao, who was known as the enemy of 10,000 people. After Zhang Xiu was injured, Hu Chea was also stabbed by Zhang Hao. Die! Zhang Hao's spear shot through the air with great force. Hu Chea's eyes were split open, and he unleashed all his potential. Only then did he dodge Zhang Hao's spear. The spear hit Hu Chea on the chest, and the huge force burst out and knocked Hu Chea down. Hu Chea fell off his horse and rolled several times on the ground, avoiding Zhang Hao's thrusts. I didn't expect you to be quite stubborn. Zhang Hao was a little surprised when Hu Chea lost his rhythm. But that's it. Zhang Hao clamped the horse's belly, looked down from a high position, and stabbed down with a spear. If this spear hits, Hu Chea will be killed. A black shadow came quickly. Fang Tianhuaji blocked the spear. Zhang Hao tried his best, but couldn't shake Fang Tianhuaji. Zhang Hao looked at the arriving general, with his silver crown and red rabbit horse, and Lu Bu's eyes were arrogant. Zhang Hao's strength is not small. When Lu Bu blocked Zhang Hao's spear, he could feel Zhang Hao's brute force. It's just a little worse than Lu Bu. Surrender or die, Lu Bu shouted, bean-sized beads of sweat flowing down Zhang Hao's forehead and down his cheeks. Zhang Hao felt unprecedented pressure on the terrifying warrior in front of him. Maybe he can compete with Lu Bu, but he will definitely be killed in the end. If you don't surrender, there is only one way to die. Lu Bu's eyes sharpened, and his demeanor changed. Fang Tian's painted halberd was as light as nothing in his hand, and the fierce wind and rain swept through the surrounding B cavalry, harvesting dozens of cavalry, and at the same time suppressing Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao faced an unprecedentedly powerful enemy. Facing Lu Bu, he could only defend passively. Your head is not enough for me to make you king. After Lu Bu was made Marquis of Wen by Lao Qin, he already tried to make him king. Every general has a hidden ambition value. The higher the ambition value, the more he aspires to a high position. After being made a marquis, he will want to be made a king. After being made a king, he will consider usurping the throne. This is an ambition that most generals have. It depends on whether it is possible to realize the ambition. Cai saw Lu Bu take action and said to Li Yuanhao, General Li, lead Taiyazi and Bubazi down the mountain to attack the D people. Just as Li Yuanhao was about to leave, a civil servant came to the street pavilion. When Cai saw that man, he was slightly surprised. He didn't expect that Lao Qin would send this man to supervise the battle. So he saluted. Masterly C, there's no need to be too polite. Ask Lu Bu not to kill him. We have better means to use the D people's dissatisfaction with their leader Fu Sheng to drive a wedge between them. Li Si looked down at the more than 100,000 people fighting with a calm expression. Using some special means can often achieve more useful results. So yeah, I quickly understood what Li Si meant. Although some generals are dissatisfied with the ferocious Fu Sheng, it may not be easy to completely conquer these generals. Among the D people, there is one Fu Jian who can replace him. As long as Fu Jian is roped in and asked to capture Fu Sheng alive, the D people's rebellion can be put down. Li Si shook his black robe unhurriedly. Everything was already under his control. CAI nodded. Now that Wang Jian, Lu Bu, and Li Si have arrived, it would be impossible for Wang Ming's D tribe to stop their powerful lineup without Wang Ming. Li Yuanhao commanded the old Xixia troops and attacked from the mountains. The Xixia civilization Taiyozi and Bubazi were good at fighting in the mountains, just like tigers coming down the mountain. Although Li Yuanhao's character was as cruel as Fu Sheng, the leader of the D people, and the two still cared about each other, Li Yuanhao knew that he could not disobey the order from King Qin for the time being. Lu Bu, the king of Qin has an order not to kill the enemy generals Deng Chong and Zhang Hao. Lu Bu overwhelmed Zhang Hao, and Fang Tian's halberd had already wounded Zhang Hao, the so-called 10,000 enemy. When he was about to kill Zhang Hao, he was dissuaded by Li Ju, the general brought by Li Si. Lu Bu was dissatisfied with Li Ju calling him by his name, but he still showed mercy. Fang Tian's painted halberd hit Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao's armor was cut off by the blade of Fang Tian's painted halberd, leaving a wound. Bingzhou wolf cavalry swarmed up and captured Zhang Hao alive. After Zhang Hao was injured, his ferocity became stronger, and he was able to fight back and kill more than a dozen Bingzhou wolf riders. However, Zhang Hao, one of the 10,000 enemies, was still captured by Bingzhou Longqi. His body had been stabbed with several wounds by Lu Bu, and his strength was reduced. Wind! Gale! Qin Ruishi's army was in a siege situation. Qin Ruishi in the front row was holding a shield, and Qin Ruishi in the back row was stepping on the Qin crossbow, loading the crossbow. The Qin crossbow was bent and throwing rain of arrows. Intensive arrow rain harvested, and a large number of D soldiers were killed under the street pavilion. Wang Jian indifferently glanced at the battlefield littered with corpses, feeling calm. A general of his level already has a heart as solid as stone. Compassion does not command troops. Li Yuanhao's iron kite tiger descended from the mountain and overwhelmed the D people's infantry phalanx. The iron kite is a characteristic heavy cavalry of the Xixia civilization. With the help of the terrain, the impact force directly knocks away the 1 or 2 rows of D infantry in front. Under the siege of elite legions, the D tribe was defeated one after another, losing troops and generals in the street pavilion. In opposing the empire, we overestimate our capabilities. Fu Jian, former Emperor Xianzhao of the Qin dynasty, a hero of the D people's civilization who was related by blood to Fu Sheng, was in the D people's tribal army. He saw the strong military power of the Guanlong army and felt deep despair. Unless the 5 Hus join forces, it is possible to compete with any of the 3 northern princes. But the 5 Hus already have 3 Hus. The Xiongnu, Jia people, and Chong people have been suppressed, and the D people are unable to recover. The D people were defeated. Dozens of generals or small leaders were killed or captured, and Wang Jian chased them for hundreds of miles. The leader of the D people, Fu Sheng, had the strength to fight fierce beasts. As many as 200 Guanzhong and Shiliang cavalry died under his command, but he was still defeated. The defeated troops of the D people fled back to their own sphere of influence to rest and recuperate. From behind, the troops of Wang Jian, CAI, and Lu Bu pressed forward step by step. Zhang Hao has been captured alive. If this continues, all the D tribe will die under the leadership of Fu Sheng. Fu Jian was brewing a rebellion. Sir Fu Jian, an envoy from Xianying City is here. Xianying City? Fu Jian was a little surprised, but then said, arrange for him to come to see me secretly, and don't let anyone know. A civil servant in Shuani came in, with a sword hanging on his waist for decorative purposes only. Li Si, Lao Qin's most trusted interior minister, whose status was even higher than that of Sun Yu, came to see Fu Jian in person. Fu Jian found out that Lao Qin actually sent the Minister of Internal Affairs to negotiate with him. He was shocked and couldn't help but waver. The King of Qin sent you here. Is it possible that he wants to surrender us? Fu Jian stared into Li Si's eyes. Fu Jian is one of the brave D people who attaches great importance to culture, and he knows Li Si's purpose. Li Si said, Fu Sheng is cruel. You can replace him. The King of Qin will divide a piece of land in Tianshui County for the D tribe to live. There will be no restrictions on trade between the two parties. What if I don't want to betray Fu Sheng? Then there is only one way to die. There are hundreds of thousands of D people, and they will all be killed. How dare you? Why don't you dare?
Fu Jian shuddered unconsciously because of Li Si's threat. He could see that Li Si didn't seem to be joking. As a civil servant with a background in the Qin dynasty, Li Si really dared to give orders to kill hundreds of thousands of D people. As long as Lao Qin nodded.
I think I understand what you mean. I will summon two powerful generals, Deng Chong and Lu Guang, to join forces to capture Fu Sheng alive and present it to the king of Qin. But I hope that Zhang Hao, who was captured alive, can be released.
After a short decided to compromise with the Guanzhong army, two fierce generals, Deng Chong and Lu Guang, were recruited into the military tent by Fu Jian. The two of them were strong and powerful. When they saw Li Si appearing in the D tribe, they immediately glared at Li Si. The Guanzhong army killed and wounded many of their soldiers. Fu Jian stopped the two men who were about to use force.
Two generals. Don't panic. Fu Sheng is cruel, and will capture him alive tonight.
Chapter 732 The Fall of the Genius. On the plains of Eastern Europe, Cossack cavalry are cleaning the battlefield. Catherine was disgusted by the smell of blood and avoided battlefields littered with corpses. Adjutant Sophia rode up to Yekaterina, then dismounted.
Captured Mongolian cavalry and Hun cavalry. A total of 60,000 people. Can Temujin's body be found?
Yekaterina was entrusted by Chu Tian to intercept Temujin and Attila after the internal conflict. Because Yekaterina came prepared, Temujin was suddenly surrounded by Tsarist Russian troops, and almost all his troops were wiped out. Ekaterina needed to confirm again and again whether Temujin had been killed in the battle. If Temujin is still alive, he will still be a powerful enemy in the future. Sophia replied.
Temujin's body was not found. But according to the captured Chisha army cavalry, Temujin fought with the Tsarist guards during the battle and suffered serious injuries, which may be life-threatening. I want to know whether he is alive or not. Not an ambiguous conclusion.
Ekaterina seemed a little dissatisfied. Sophia replied.
Your Majesty, please give me some time. I will know whether Temujin is alive or dead within a month. We're going back to St. Petersburg. Your Majesty, what about the city of Kiev? Kiev was originally supposed to be the territory of our Tsarist Russian Empire. Before the child is born, I don't want to start another large-scale war. The wars with the Golden Horde, the Kingdom of Sweden, and the Hungarian Empire have greatly consumed our national strength, and we can no longer go to war with Alexander.
After cleaning up the battlefield, Catherine returned home, not wanting to fight. For her, the fight for Kiev with Alexander was less important than the second child.
Yes.
After annihilating this group of Mongolian cavalry that was wandering on the plains of Eastern Europe, the army of the Tsarist Russian Empire withdrew to the territory of the Tsarist Russian Empire like a tide, surrendering the royal city to Alexander to avoid a war with Alexander. The Polish hussars, Cossacks, Boyar cavalry, Varangian guards, and Tsarist guards all left with their spoils of war.
Farewell. Help me mount my horse.
Temujin covered his wound and gasped violently. His injury was no worse than before. This time, he was surrounded by the Russian army and narrowly escaped death. Even a talented person cannot always escape death. Generals died in hundreds of battles. Subutai, Gibi, Mawali and other generals half knelt beside Temujin. Zibi spoke to break the dead silence.
Khan, your injury is serious. You cannot mount your horse. Otherwise the injury will worsen rapidly. Don't worry. Tonmachi has found no trace of the Russian cavalry.
Temujin was still gasping for air. He already felt his life flowing out rapidly. The matchlock gun of the Tsarist guards hit his chest.
I didn't expect that I would die from a firearm while walking across the grassland. All this is Catherine of St. Petersburg. No. Behind her is Chu Zimu. And I was still plotted by him. Since God gave birth to Chu Zimu, why bother giving birth to me? Temujin?
Temujin looked back and realized that Yekaterina's interception of him might not have been without Chutian's signal behind her.
Khan! You can definitely hold on.
Subutai, Zibi, and Mawali looked sad. They all knew that Temujin was seriously injured and would die soon.
You go and join Tolei. His military ability is the closest to mine. Cough, cough, cough.
Temujin's tone was unquestionable. He kept coughing up blood, and the luster in his eyes gradually faded. The representative figure of the cavalry at its peak, Temujin, was still defeated by firearms. Temujin looked at the sky. He had no chance to conquer the world again. But he still left behind descendants. and the power of Ogdi and Tolai was still expanding.
Sweat.
Subutai, Zebi and Mawali are all sad. The genius who traveled across Mobe, Atau, the western regions, West Asia, Eastern Europe, and Central Europe, even though he was defeated many times. Temujin escaped from death. But this time, he was seriously injured and died in the battle. A generation of talented people fell in Eastern Europe and were buried in horse leather. The Mongolian generals such as Subutai, Zebi, Mawali, and the surviving Mongolian cavalry were in deathly silence. The sky is dark and the wind is fierce.
It seems that there is a powerful opponent who died in the battle.
Alexander rebuilt a new city on the ruins of Kiev and restored order. At the same time, he forced the nobles of the Kingdom of Macedonia to marry with the nobles of the Hunnic Empire and the Ostrogothic Kingdom, win over the local nobles, and quickly establish order. Alexander took the lead and married a descendant of Attila's family, probably realizing that Temujin died in battle, which made the western continent tremble. Alexander was silent for a while. The world of lords is a gathering of heroes, with legendary heroes from various civilizations emerging in large numbers. The most representative legendary hero of the Mongolian civilization, Temujin, has almost changed the pattern of the world of lords.
Is the loss of a strong opponent a good thing or a bad thing for me?
Alexander couldn't help but feel a little regretful. He has not yet truly arm-wrestled with Temujin. Once the Fourth National War ends and each barbarian civilization loses its system bonuses, it will be almost the same as an ordinary civilization. Generals such as Subutai, Zebi, and Mawali led the remaining Mongolian cavalry to march in the direction of the Ilkhanate. The Ilkhanate, entrenched between West Asia and Central Asia, is headed by Temujin's youngest son, Tolai. Among Temujin's 4 sons, Tolai has the closest military capability to Temujin. Temujin divided his generals among Ogdi and Tolai, giving his 2 sons the opportunity to compete in the world. If Wakwitai and Tuolai join forces, they will still be a powerful force. In the city of King Ilahan, the teleportation array flashed with white light. The remaining soldiers of Subutai and Jabei returned from fighting in Eastern Europe with low morale. Tuolai led Mengu, Kublai Khan, Hulagu and other sons to welcome the remnant Mongolian soldiers who returned to the army.
The great Khan fought in various places, and the battlefield was his best home.
Tuolai was silent for a while when he learned that Temujin died of serious injuries. Most people have always believed that the Mongol conquest had little impact on the world other than destruction. But in fact, after the Mongol conquest, the 4 major khanates and the Yuan dynasty completely changed the world structure.
Gwakan, I am very happy that you can come back alive. Without you, the solid city of the Persian Empire will be difficult to capture.
Tuolai looked at a returning general. This famous general, who was good at attacking cities, was transferred to Eastern Europe by Temujin to capture the fortresses and capital of the Kingdom of Hungary. Gwakan's siege ability was one of the best in the Eastern Han dynasty. Gwakan is currently Tuolai's subordinate. Dozens of cities in the eastern part of the Persian Empire, and even the royal city of the Seljuk Empire, were captured by Gwakan.
The last general is willing to conquer the Persian Empire for the Khan. Subutai, Zebi, Mawali, and all of Yuanhu. Tuolai will inherit the legacy of my father Khan. Temporarily aggrieve you, and obey my orders.
It was not easy for Tuolai to command the remaining troops left behind by Temujin. The remnants of the Mongolian soldiers fled to the Ilkhanate, and soon the news that Genghis Khan had been killed in the great battle spread throughout all civilizations.
Genghis Khan actually fell in Eastern Europe.
For a time, all major civilizations were in an uproar. Attila and Temujin wanted to annex each other's power, but they almost died together. The lords of the Persian Empire and the Arab Empire were frightened because the remnants of Temujin arrived in the Ilkhanate, which was hostile to the Persian Empire and the Arab Empire. Chu Tian, who ordered Yekaterina to intercept and kill Temujin, was also alerted. He did not expect that Yekaterina really succeeded in intercepting Temujin, causing Temujin to be seriously injured and died in the battle. So far, the most powerful opponent died on the battlefield. Chu Tian will no longer have to fight against Genghis Khan Temujin.
Temujin still left 2 forces behind. However, even without Ogdi and Tolai, there would still be other empires in Central and West Asia.
Chu Tian ignored Wakwitai and Tuolai for the time being. Central Asia, West Asia, and South Asia are in chaos and have little to do with Chu Tian.
The D tribe was divided internally. Fu Jian captured the leader Fu Shang alive and surrendered to the Guanzhong army. Fu Jian doesn't have Wang Ming's assistance, So he's just average.
Chu Tian learned from Xiao Liang, who had returned, that Lao Qin had put down the rebellion of the Chong and Di people. Almost all Wuhu, except Tuoba Xianbei and Helan Mountain, were suppressed or subdued. The Khitan, Jurchen, and Xiongnu also had their own people to seek refuge with. Chu Tian mainly incorporated the Khitan, Xiongnu, and Mongolia tribes. As for the Jie tribe, it was almost destroyed, and Shurla fled.
Next, we will finally begin to unify the Han Empire.
Chu Tian was already aware of the war that was brewing. Conflicts among the princes of the Han Empire broke out again, and each prince was preparing for war with all its strength. Xiao Liang said,
Among all the princes, I am afraid that Lao Qin suffered the least losses. He suppressed the Xixia party members, Chong people, and Di people, step by step. Although it seemed to take a long time, the losses were very small. The losses at Mingguan, perhaps the biggest reason, is that his generals are also unstable. Old Qin is indeed a calm opponent, but the Guanlong area will be our territory sooner or later.
After Temujin, the former greatest enemy, was killed in battle, the two princes, Lao Qin and Mingguan, became new enemies.
Maobei and Monan have established their own cavalry regiments to obey orders. The Western Region Protectorate focuses on defense. We also need to get more powerful siege equipment. Otherwise, Tongguan built by Old Qin will not be easy to attack.
Chapter 733 The Establishment of the Roman Empire. In the city of Rome, the three giants came out of the teleportation array, and the murderous Roman legions returned to Rome one after another. The city of Rome already had a population of over 1 million.
Glory to Rome!
The Roman triumvirate returned to the great city, and won a great victory, spreading the prestige of Rome throughout the Western continent, and becoming popular among Roman citizens. The members of the Roman Senate represented by Brutus did not look very good-looking. The prestige of the Big Three is unprecedented. The Senate's status has declined in front of the Big Three, and it is no longer able to tell them what to do.
Rome's power is getting bigger and bigger. We need to build a powerful empire and expand externally under the leadership of a powerful monarch.
Caesar spoke frankly in front of the Senate, and did not take into account the feelings of the senators at all. When their prestige overshadowed that of the Senate was unable to check them. Brutus stood up and tried to prevent Caesar from proclaiming emperor.
Caesar, you are crazy. Rome is not an empire.
Constantine's tone was cold.
Brutus, the three of us defeated Attila, and the entire West was shocked. What did you do in Rome?
Constantine, Caesar, and Pompey remained silent, and Brutus faced invisible pressure. The city's defense army was divided among the three Roman giants, and the Senate had no soldiers. Brutus had to give in.
There are three of you. Do you think Rome needs 3 emperors? Why not? Madman! You are all madmen. How can there be 3 emperors in Rome?
Brutus roared with astonishment, and the members of the Senate were moved. Brutus was the last person who dared to stand up to prevent the 3 Roman giants from proclaiming emperor. He was also testing the attitude of the 3 Roman giants on behalf of the Senate. Constantine, Caesar, and Pompey were even more contemptuous of the Senate. Constantine had murderous intent and glanced at the guard behind him. Spartacus. As a slave gladiator, Spartacus was capable of fighting ferocious beasts. He glared angrily at Brutus, the representative of the Senate. Brutus was shocked by Spartacus's murderous intent and inadvertently stepped back a step or two.
From now on, Rome has entered a period of co-rule by 3 emperors. For the benefit of the empire, even the Senate must obey our orders.
There was no doubt in Constantine's tone. Brutus did not dare to speak anymore. He was already aware of Constantine's murderous intention. Constantine was in charge of 8 Roman legions: the Genoese legion, the Carthaginian legion, and several other legions that made the Senate and even Caesar fearful. As long as Caesar and Pompey acquiesced, Constantine even dared to speak in front of Roman citizens. In front of him, he suppressed the Senate. In the 10th year of the Lord's calendar, the Roman Republic officially turned into the Roman Empire, and the 3 giants Constantine, Caesar, and Pompey proclaimed themselves emperors, marking a special period of co-rule by the 3 emperors. The Roman Empire controlled Rome itself, many city-states in Venice and Genoa, Sicily, Malta, Carthage colonies, and part of the Balkan Peninsula, gradually becoming a large empire.
Constantine has gained huge benefits from North Africa. We must also conquer North Africa and divide the population. The Kingdom of Numidia, Libyan Civilization Zone, and the Kingdom of Egypt are both our goals. Caesar was jealous of Constantine, who occupied Carthage in North Africa, the Tunisian civilized area, and had the idea of conquering the kingdom of Numidia and the kingdom of Egypt. The population of the kingdom of Egypt was probably greater than the population of Rome. The Nile River Basin is the breadbasket of North Africa. Occupying the Nile River Basin and enslaving 30 million people will bring him huge wealth and a huge supply of soldiers. Attila and Temujin were killed in battle, and the three giants of Rome proclaimed themselves emperors, causing a huge sensation in the main world. All players realized that the degree of centralization of various civilizations was increasing, and some weak civilizations would be annexed by these large empires. Feudal empire meant endless expansion.
King, if your merits are calculated individually, we, the Kingdom of Macedonia, should be promoted to an empire, more than any one of Constantine, Caesar, and Pompey.
The generals of the Kingdom of Macedonia supported Alexander in turning the Kingdom of Macedonia into the Macedonian Empire.
I am the co-owner of many territories in Macedonia, Greece, Thrace, and the Huns, but my population is only 30 to 40 million. This is very different from the posture I expected an emperor to have. Take Asia Minor and make my territory span the east and west. I will become emperor.
Alexander believed that his power was not strong enough and was unwilling to proclaim himself emperor, so he remained king.
Asia Minor.
All the generals of the Kingdom of Macedon turned their attention to the location of the Asia Minor Peninsula on the parchment map. The Asia Minor Peninsula, also known as the Anatolian Peninsula, no longer belongs to Europe, but to Western Asia. Asia Minor is currently the area of Ottoman Turkish civilization. In Alexander's opinion, the population of Europe was not large enough, so he set his sights on the east. The population size of the eastern continent is quite exaggerated. Only if he can annex the population and territory of Western Asia can Alexander consider himself a genuine emperor, because he had heard that King Xiao of the Eastern Han Empire governed a population of more than 100 million.
The three giants of Rome have proclaimed themselves emperors. I, the Margrave of Brandenburg, should ascend to the position of emperor of the Holy Roman Empire.
Germany's Hohenzollern, using his military exploits to make the elector surrender, prepared to become the Holy Roman Emperor, on an equal footing with the Roman Big Three and Catherine. Lords such as Louis of France, Charles of England, and Isabella of Spain still seem to regard themselves as kings. Not all kingdoms have the ability to call themselves empires. Except for Empire Linley. All the great lords are waiting for the second reward settlement and point redemption. Many lords are keeping their points, just waiting to redeem them for valuable items this year. After all, the items that can be exchanged for the second time are more valuable than the items that can be exchanged last year, and may even affect the balance among many civilizations. At the same time, when redeeming items for the second time, the cooldown time of the holy level recruitment order also ends. In the barbarian camp, Temujin, Attila, and Canute the Great were eliminated one after another. The Ilkhanate recuperated during this period. Tuolay did not gain many points. The barbarian camp ranked first in points, but was defeated by the natives of the Mayan civilization in the Americas. King, Stormy Paradise, obtained. This name sounds a little strange, because it is the Western translation of the king of the Mayan civilization. In Central America, the traditional empire was violently defeated by the indigenous peoples of the Mayan civilization and the Aztec civilization, and the indigenous forces occupied the place. The Mayan civilization and the Aztec civilization became the overlords of Central America. After 10 years of competition, the various lords formed a new pattern and rules. Some civilizations caught up from behind and began to spread across the world. In the civilized area of England, Lord Charles summoned privateer Captain Drake in the city of London. Captain Drake defeated Canute the Great, who frightened the English. In the North Sea, preserved the civilized area of England, and became a hero of English civilization.
We in England were originally supposed to be a powerful civilization, but now we not only have no voice in the world, but also have no voice in the Western continent. We need to expand outward, establish colonial strongholds, set up teleportation arrays, and re-establish a great empire on which the sun never sets.
Charles himself boarded the galleon. The Galenic sailing ships owned by the English civilization were more advanced than the Mediterranean galleys and carracks. This warship is more than 40 meters long. Drake asked,
Your Majesty, where should our fleet attack? The African continent, or India? Using the teleportation array of the World Trade Node. Attacking these places is easier than we thought. There are almost no decent navy in these places. But our Galen sailing ship seems to be missing something.
Charlie patrolled the huge galleon and always felt that there was something lacking. Kushan Empire. About 10,000 Kushan Empire infantry guards the Khyber Pass in the Hindu Kush Mountains. Wokutai fought with us for the Dayuan kingdom. As many as 70,000 soldiers from our Kushan Empire died in battle. Fortunately, the population of our Kushan Empire is larger than that of Wokutai and can withstand the consumption. Ogdi is our enemy, and he will regret his decision, because in the end, it will only be our Kushan Empire that wins. The generals of the Kushan Empire looked relaxed at this time. Although Wokutai and the Kushan Empire were fighting for the suzerainty of the Dayuan kingdom, and the western region protectorate of the Han Empire was watching with eager eyes. The generals and soldiers of the Kushan Empire believed that the one who would win in the end would be the huge population. The Kushan Empire. The Kushan Empire occupies the northern part of the Indus River Basin. The terrain is flat, and it is one of the best arable lands. It can support a huge population. However, the quality of the soldiers of the Kushan Empire was not as good as the Mongolian and Turkic cavalry of Ogdi, and the two sides saw each other in the Dayuan kingdom. This Kushan Empire garrison of 10,000 people did not know that danger was approaching them. Lord Timur, there is a fortress set up by the Kushan people at the mountain pass. The number of people is about a few thousand to 10,000. A red cavalryman came back to report to Timur. Timur is embarking on a great adventure. He wants to penetrate the entire Kushan Empire, occupy Delhi, obtain a large number of servants, attack the Kushan Empire, and then occupy the entire South Asian subcontinent. Break the fortress and kill them! We must act quickly and complete the penetration before they react. Timur's eyes were sharp, and the fortress of 10,000 people was obviously monitoring the mountain pass. But the defenders of the Kushan Empire probably couldn't imagine that Timur dared to carry out such a dangerous action. As one of the conquerors, Timur had a certain ability to drive away the servant army. This is why Ogdi chose to let Timur fight in the South Asian subcontinent. The Mongolian cavalry is not suitable for activities in the hot and humid climate of South Asia, so it needs to have a large number of servants. Ogdi did not have the confidence to fight the Han Empire, so he shifted his target to relatively weak South Asia. The valley defenders of the Kushan Empire had no time to react. The cavalry led by Timur attacked this fortress in the valley. The war horses of the Mongolian cavalry and Turkic cavalry, Seljuk Turkic Empire cavalry, were flying, and they used their superb riding and shooting skills to shoot down the Kushan Empire cavalry patrolling the periphery. The Mongols and Turks are coming! The defenders were alerted, and Tamerlane personally commanded 100,000 cavalry to storm the fortress. After Temujin's death, Timur's monarchical characteristics began to take effect, suppressing the fortress defenders. Except for Temujin, no one else in the Mongol Empire could suppress him. Not even the second great Khan Ogdi. Chapter 734 The National War ends. A cavalry force composed of Mongols and Seljuk Turks, numbering about 100,000 people, broke through a fortress of the Kushan Empire and marched south. Their specific target is unknown. The protectorate of the western regions was alerted by the intelligence obtained by the spies, and Wokutai directed his troops toward South Asia. The governor of the western regions could not do anything that had nothing to do with him, and kept a high profile, because Wokutai's expansion of power would definitely threaten him. Protectorate of the western regions. No one knows how long it will take for the unification war within the Han Empire to end. If Wokutai strengthens his power, and then intervenes in the war within the Han Empire, the situation will be quite serious. There are currently two factions in the western region protectorate, Huan's native faction, and Su Fengnian Xiliang faction. They jointly guard the western region of the Han Empire. The Huan faction included generals Hu Zubing, Ban Chao, Wang Xuanzi, Chen Tang, Wang Zhongzi, King Wusun and others. Su Fengnian's faction includes Ma Teng, Ma Chao, Han Sui, Yang Shiho, Yin Chong Shao Jia Du, Li Hu, 8 pillars of the Western Wei dynasty, Dugu Xian, 8 pillars of the Western Wei dynasty, and others. Chu Tian's request to them was to be optimistic about the western regions, monitor Central Asia and South Asia, and at least ensure that there was no danger of the western regions falling before the unification of the Han Empire. The two major groups, plus a population of 10 million, are enough to guard the western region. Is Ogdi's goal the Kushan Empire or the Indian Mughal Empire? Should we send troops? Huan hesitated. A cavalry force of about 100,000 people suddenly invaded the hinterland of the Kushan Empire. The purpose of the operation was unknown, and the commander was also unknown. Su Fengnian looked at the map carefully. He had enmity with Wokutai and Yeludashi. At this time, Waquitai and Yeludashi were still his biggest enemies. These two men ruled the Seljuk Empire and the kingdom of Khwarezm and had great power. Su Fengnian's purpose of staying in the western regions was also to kill these two enemies one day. However, he never found the opportunity. Waquitai and Yeludashi did not confront the western region protectorate again. We can send a cavalry force to attack the Seljuk Empire in the Ili Valley. It is not necessarily to fight against Ogdi, but to interfere with their actions. Chu Zimu should be waiting for the national war rewards to be settled at this time. We can only rely on our own strength. Hua knew that a group of princes and kings, including Chu Tian, were all waiting for the next year's rewards to be settled. And after receiving a batch of supplies, they would make further progress. If you obtain a new group of generals, you may need to recruit soldiers for them and send them out for training. The Mughal Empire in India lost 2 million young men in the national war in the second year. Huan learned another shocking news here. Everyone believed that the war between the lords of the western continent and Attila the following year resulted in the largest loss of soldiers. But in fact, the war in the South Asian subcontinent resulted in the most alarming number of casualties, with 2 million young men dead. Could it be that Ogdi's target is the Mughal Empire in India? How is it possible? The population there is at least 10 times the population that Ogdi currently has. Huan was shocked because of his speculation. However, it is not necessarily impossible to rule a large empire with a small population. The Mughals in India lost 2 million soldiers and warriors because of the Deccan War. If Ogdi succeeds, it will be a real trouble. Let the Xia Palace know this matter, and see how the Xia Palace responds. Huan was probably aware of Waquitai's ambition, but he turned against him. The Western Region Protectorate has no shortage of generals. What it lacks is population. It has more than enough defense but not enough offense. With a population of 10 million, if you are involved in a war in Central Asia or even a war in South Asia, if you are not careful, you will lose the Western region. In Prince Xia's mansion, Chu Tian was determining the formation of the Monan and Mabe legions. The Khitan tribe set up a legion with 60,000 cavalry. The commander was Xiao Chua, who led the Khitan generals. They were under the direct control of the Xia Palace. The Han set up 2 legions, each with 50,000 cavalry, for a total of 100,000 cavalry. The Xianbei tribe established 2 legions, each with 50,000 cavalry, for a total of 100,000 cavalry. In the Mongolian department, 4 legions were established, each with 50,000 cavalry, for a total of 200,000 cavalry. The combined strength of the 3 major armies amounted to 8 legions and 400,000 cavalry, which acted as checks and balances. The generals were appointed by the Xia Palace, and the troops came from various tribes to reorganize the chaos and avoid collective rebellion by the cavalry of the same tribe. For example, the strength of a Han legion may come from dozens of Han tribes, and may not necessarily be of the same mind. At the same time, each legion dispatched counselors and logistics officials as supervisors to prevent rebellion. Conquering Monan and Mabe gave Chu Tian a large number of available cavalry. In addition to the 3 major tribes, Monan and Mabe, there are actually more than 100,000 Han troops stationed there. However, this army is mainly used to defend and supervise the grassland tribes. Monan and Mabe carry as many as 500,000 troops. The Mabe army was managed by Prince Yin, Fan Zhongyan, and Di Qing. The Monan army was under the jurisdiction of Hu Ma, Lu Hu, Li Mu, Zhao Shi and Zhao Kua. Is Ogdi plotting against the Mughal Empire in India? Chu Tian approved the army expansion plan of Mabe and Monan, and established 8 nomadic cavalry legions and 2 Han cavalry legions, a total of 10 legions, to be displayed in the north for future unification wars. He also received a notice from Huan. The Western Region Protectorate suspected that Ogdi wanted to attack Delhi, the capital of the Mughal Empire in India. This is a crazy idea. However, Chu Tian thought that the Mughal Empire in India was not a normal civilization. Perhaps Ogdi's bold action might really succeed. Risk also means great reward. The Indus and Ganges plains can support an astonishing number of people. If Ogdi wanted to conquer the Mughals in India, he would definitely send a general who could command the servant army so that he could enter the South Asian subcontinent with a smaller force. Chu Tian did not intend to remind the Mughal lords of India, and it seemed good to let Ogdi go to harm the Mughal Empire in India. After Chu Tian replied to Huan, he came to the front yard. Brothers Zhuge Jin and Zhuge Liang came to visit Chu Tian. Zhuge Jin was 20 years old and already serving as a civil servant in Langya Kingdom. Shuge Liang was 13 years old and still studying. The Ma family in Shiliang, the Shuge family in Langya, the Chao family in Chiao County, and the Mi family in Chu County. These aristocratic families are inevitably formed. Chu Tian did not deliberately suppress these aristocratic families. At least for now, the aristocratic families were within the controllable range. It is impossible for aristocratic families to disappear. Wherever there is power, aristocratic families will be formed. Shuge Liang is the candidate for the interior minister that Chu Tian left to his son. So he is not in a hurry to encourage others. Historically, Shuge Liang was 26 or 7 years old before he became an official to assist Liu Bei. Chu Tian has introduced Chu Wu to Shuge Liang to build a relationship between the two. Although Shuge Liang was young, he had already noticed Chu Tian's intentions. Although he was calm on the outside, he was grateful for Chu Tian's attention in his heart. Suyu, are you used to it when you start for two? The two pictures Chu Tian mentioned were Zhang Zhao and Zhang Hong. Shuge Jin is currently training with the two of them. Shuge Jin said, "These two gentlemen are great talents. Suyu has benefited a lot from them in the past 2 years. Very good. Kong Ming, can you study hard with Sang Hongnong, Fang Xianling, Wei Wuji, Lu Yi, Sun Bin and others?" Shuge Liang sat upright and said, "You gentlemen are all great talents. Kong Ming has studied hard, but he is afraid that he will not have enough time to learn everything, and he will let down the trust of King Xia. Don't be in a hurry. Take your time. You need to learn how to control people. You don't have to do everything." Chu Tian was worried that Shuge Liang would develop a micromanaging character again. In fact, doing everything personally will shorten Shuge Liang's lifespan, which is not conducive to Wu's internal affairs minister. Chu Tian often acts as the hands-off shopkeeper because he doesn't have enough energy to deal with everything. For many things, he only needs to determine the general direction and let his professional subordinates handle it. Having to do everything yourself is not good for your health, nor is it conducive to developing talents. At present, Chu Tian's forces have no shortage of civil servants and generals, so there is no need. Yes. Shuge Liang was thoughtful. While Chu Tian was talking to Brother Zhuge, his train of thought was suddenly interrupted by a system prompt. Ding! The barbarians either declined or integrated into traditional civilization. Therefore, the Fourth National War originally scheduled to last for 3 years ended 1 year early, and all system bonuses obtained by the barbarian civilization disappeared. Not only Chu Tian, but all the emperors, kings, and princes who were waiting to use their points were alarmed. What was supposed to come came anyway. In August of the 10th year of the Lord calendar, the feudal empire rose, and all the rewards that the lords paid attention to began to be liquidated, and a new list of redeemable items was opened. This time, the list of items that can be redeemed has increased a lot compared to last year, and there are also some special props that can be redeemed using national war points. Ding! The Fourth National War. The rewards will be settled in the 2nd year. Chapter 735 Rewards for the Fourth National War. In August of the 10th year of the Lord calendar, all surviving lords received notifications from the system, received ranking rewards, and could use the points accumulated over the past 2 years to redeem new items. The Kingdom of Macedonia, the royal city of Pella, is located to the north of the mountain, overlooking the wetlands south of the city. Alexander's scribe Eumenes walked quickly through the nearly 200 meters of colonnades. Rows of neat and tall stone pillars showed the strength of the Macedonian kingdom. Alexander's points from the 2 national wars, taken together, are quite high. Eumenes knew that Alexander had gained a lot from the national war here. Alexander must have made some arrangements when he recruited him this time. Eumenes, we need to establish a military district system and a military field system. Build a great Macedonian empire and conquer all the land within sight. Alexander was sitting on the throne and saw Eumenes arriving, so he asked him to prepare documents to change the Macedonian system. Eumenes was surprised that Alexander changed the system of the Kingdom of Macedon. What is the king's consideration? I gain the ability of an emperor, Heraclius of the Byzantine Empire. The implementation of the military district system will enhance the commanding and political abilities of various local military governors. The implementation of the military farming system will reduce the expenditure on supporting the army and increase military grain production. Out. Alexander, as one of the lords, acquired the characteristics of Heraclius the Great of the Byzantine Empire. Heraclius, the Byzantine emperor, led the Byzantine army to defeat the Persians and change the military system of the Byzantine Empire. He was considered a military reformer. His characteristics are also related to military reforms. The military district system is the integration of local military and political affairs. The local military chiefs also have administrative jurisdiction and serve two duties. It is similar to the state pastors of the Eastern Han Dynasty and the Jiedu envoys of the Tang Dynasty, which puts the whole country under military jurisdiction. The improvement of the king's ability will bring hope to Macedonia. However, the implementation of the military district system will have negative effects, which will give Antigonus, Antipater, Craterus, Ptolemy and others greater power. They might be a liability. Eumenes expressed his concerns. Eumenes, your worries are not unreasonable. But the whole world is constantly fighting. Only the military district system can adapt to this era. Moreover, through the military district system, Antigonus, Antipater, Ptolemy and others can be promoted. Ability, not just commanding power, but also internal affairs capabilities. Obey. The king's command is the will of Macedonia. Eumenes immediately went down to make arrangements. The Kingdom of Macedonia officially established a military district system, and various military commanders with great achievements were responsible for the jurisdiction of each military district. Alexander established 7 bodyguards to command the Macedonian guards. Breda, a military region of the Hunnic Empire, is still under your command and will guard the eastern territory for me, Alexander said to a general kneeling below. Breda was surprised by Alexander's order. After Attila's death, Alexander still dared to reuse him. Breda will not let you down. After Eumenes and Bleda went down, the palace was deserted. Alexander flipped his wrist, and a recruitment order appeared in his hand. This recruitment order was a saint-level recruitment order that originally belonged to Temujin and Attila. The cooldown period has ended. Use this treasure. Alexander only regarded this holy-level recruitment order as a treasure that could help him conquer the world. The saint-level recruitment order glowed with golden luster and then disappeared. A general appeared out of thin air under Alexander's throne and saluted Alexander. Alexander could tell that this man's eyes were firm, and he was not mediocre. This kind of recruitment order has a high probability of recruiting saint-level heroes. A civilization has very few holy-level generals, and small civilizations don't even have them. The civilization of the Balkan Peninsula also has saint-level heroes. Among them, Alexander, at his peak, occupied one spot. The general who appeared in front of Alexander was not a general from the eastern continent, but a general from the western continent. Alexander asked the person below, "Tell me your name, and I will reuse you and make you my 8th personal guard." Alexander believed that this man was qualified to directly become his personal guard without any military exploits, because this man's ability to command troops and horses is not much different from him. But he lacks the characteristics of a monarch. This is equivalent to the relationship between Temujin and Subutai. In the city of Rome, Constantine acquired the characteristics of the 5 wise emperors of Rome, and also received the allegiance of Marius, the ancient Roman military reformer, commander, and consul. Marius was a great military reformer. With Marius' help, Rome would become great. Constantine proclaimed himself emperor at the same time as Caesar and Pompey. He lived in Constantinople, Rome, which he founded, and trained soldiers and horses. A group of knights came to Constantinople to see Constantine. This team of knights is symbolized by a white cross flag on a red background. Players in the Western continent can recognize that this group of knights is not ordinary knights, but the Knights Hospitaller, one of the 3 major knights in Europe. The Teutonic Knights were controlled by the Holy Roman Empire. The Templars were controlled by the Kingdom of France. And the Knights Hospitallers, for various reasons, were controlled by Constantine of the Roman Empire. Currently, the Knights Hospitaller is based on the island of Malta in the Mediterranean Sea. The difference between the Knights Hospitallers and the other 2 knights is that the knights of the Knights Hospitallers have healing skills and can be used as soldiers and doctors. Moreover, the Knights Hospitallers have a powerful fleet. Yes, in order to survive in the Mediterranean, the Knights Hospitallers had to have a powerful fleet. Your Majesty, the Grand Master of the Knights Hospitaller is seeking an audience outside Constantinople. In the battle with Attila, I summoned the Knights Hospitaller to join the battle. Why did the Knights Hospitaller arrive late? Because the Knights Hospitaller arrived late, I lost a large number of Roman soldiers. The Knights Hospitallers were attacked by pirates from West Asia and North Africa, which delayed them for a while. Who attacked the Knights Hospitaller? The red-bearded pirate Barbarossa Hayreddin Pasha. Pasha means governor of the Ottoman Empire. Barbarossa Hayreddin the Red Beard. Then I can understand why the Knights Hospitallers are so late. Let the Grand Master of the Knights Hospitallers come to see me. Try to avoid war with the Ottoman Empire, which we want to conquer. The place is North Africa. Ding! The Fourth National War. The rewards for the second year are settled. According to your ranking, you get the SSS level characteristic Reign of Jingguan by Emperor Taizongli Shimin of the Tang Dynasty. You already have 6 characteristics, and you can choose to retain the existing characteristics and give up the Reign of Jingguan to others, or abandon an existing characteristic. The Han Empire, Xia Palace, and Chutian receive ranking rewards. The reward for the second year is not the recruitment order, but the characteristics. This is the 5th SSS level characteristic Chutian has obtained. Currently, Chutian has 6 characteristics, including SSS level Tian Khan, Han Wu, Sanwang Bailu, Feng Langjushu, and S level 4 generations and 3 masters, and the Great Virtuous Teacher. Give up the S level characteristics of the Great Sage Master. Chutian still gave up his identity as a peasant army. Great sages and good teachers are very effective in quelling peasant uprisings. But Chutian already has enough troops to easily suppress any peasant uprising. And with the government of Jingguan, it can also reduce the probability of peasant uprisings. So it has the government of Jingguan. After the government, the great sages and teachers no longer have much effect. 2 of Chutian's SSS level characteristics come from Emperor Taizongli Shimin of the Tang Dynasty, which shows Li Shimin's status. Ding! You gave up the S level trait Great Master and gained the SSS level trait Reign of Jingguan. Name, the Reign of Jingguan. Level, SSS level Monarch characteristics, only effective when serving as a monarch. Origin, in the early Tang Dynasty. During the reign of Emperor Taizong of the Tang Dynasty. Qingming politics, economic recovery, and cultural prosperity. Effect 1 territory expansion, when expanding externally. All expeditionary legions will have plus 5% damage to foreign races. Will not conflict with the aura of the entire army. And will not be limited to one battlefield, when marching. The adverse impact of terrain on the legion will be minus 10%. Morale decline rate minus 10%. Effect 2 national strength restoration, after the war. The people's support in the war-affected areas will be plus 10. The economic and agricultural growth rate will be plus 10%. The population birth rate will be plus 3%. And the probability of bandits appearing will be minus 30%. Lasting for 10 years. Effect 3 selection of talents, within the territory. The probability of birth of special talents increases. Ordinary famous generals are more likely to appear. And politically, the probability of corruption decreases. Effect 4 Silk Road, control the western region and southeast coast. And the prosperity of the Land Silk Road and Maritime Silk Road will be plus 20%. Effect 5 Fenghua of the Tang Dynasty, for the entire territory. The cultural prosperity is plus 20%. And the influence of Han culture on neighboring civilizations is plus 20%. This is the God-level internal affairs characteristic obtained by Chutian. Most of the effects are related to internal affairs. There is also an effect on post-war reconstruction, which is beyond Chutian's expectation. The biggest role of this feature is probably to quickly restore various data in war-torn areas. Of course, it is also extremely practical for improving the Silk Road and culture. The characteristics of Tang Taizongli Shimin were really terrifying. Chutian obtained 2 SSS level characteristics from Li Shimin. Ding! You have obtained the construction drawings of the 9th level Miracle Afong Palace. Puff! After Chutian obtained the SSS level characteristics, he received another prompt from the system. This time, what he obtained turned out to be Qin Shi Huang's Afong Palace? Players of the Eastern Han Dynasty who have read Ode to Afong Palace will know that Afong Palace is a palace built under the order of Qin Shi Huang. It is located in Longshiyuan and is known as the 4 miracle projects of the Qin Dynasty along with the Great Wall, Qin Shi Huang's Mausoleum and Qin Jidao. Now, the construction drawings of Afong Palace appeared in Chutian's hands, and Chutian felt hard to understand. This drawing has clear lines and clear lines, but Chutian really didn't dare to build Afong Palace easily. Not long after Qin Shi Huang built Afong Palace, the Qin Dynasty fell. The exquisite and glorious Afong Palace was burnt down by Xiangyu, and a miracle was destroyed in one day. Epang Palace is the palace of unknown. However, in Lord, every prop has its own value, but it just has advantages and disadvantages. Chutian can see in advance the special effects of Afong Palace after its completion. Name, Afong Palace. Grade, 9th grade palace building. Origin, the Xianying Palace was built because the Bilingying Hall had 4 gates, which led to the Purple Palace,
where the Xiong Emperor lived. Conditions for effect: the effect can only be exerted in Longshuiyuan. Guanzhong. Effect 1: Imperial power supremacy. When the old emperor exists, he can suppress military generals, ministers, and frontier officials with high hidden ambition values, making them less likely to rebel. Effect 2: The world comes to court. When the old emperor exists, it has a deterrent effect on the newly occupied civilization, and is not easy to betray. The conquered civilization's Chineseization speed is plus 15%. Effect 3: The first palace in the world. When the old emperor exists, the whole army's sense of belonging to the empire increases, and the upper limit of morale is plus 5. Effect 4: 6 kings are completed, and the world is one. All the population of the empire and their descendants have a unified awareness plus 15%. Effect 5: Chu people torched. Pitiful scorched earth. When the construction is announced, the popularity of the people in various places is minus 10. When the imperial power changes, peasant uprisings are prone to occur. Really? After Chu Tian saw the effect of Afong Palace, he could only say that there were advantages and disadvantages. As long as Chu Tian is alive, the pros of a Pang Palace will basically outweigh the cons, and all that is needed is the construction cost. If Chu Tian dies, the negative effects of Afong Palace may lead to a large-scale peasant uprising, and various beneficial effects will disappear, unless his son Chu Wu can quickly calm down the situation and become the new, old emperor after he ascends the throne. Afong Palace must be built near Chang'an and Xianyang. Therefore, Lao Qin must be defeated and his territory occupied to meet the conditions for building Afong Palace. I have the drawings of the Great Wall, Afong Palace, and Jinyu, Northern Song Dynasty Palace. If I build them all, wouldn't it be even more outrageous than Qin Shi Huang's? Chu Tian hesitated briefly. He couldn't go so far, but Chu Tian soon came to his senses. Lord is different from the real world. The construction cost of miracle buildings is very clear, and the negative effects are also clearly listed. As long as different characteristics are used to offset the negative characteristics, there is no need to worry about the negative effects. The ranking rewards this time do not seem to be as good as those in the first year. However, after 2 years, I should be the lord with the highest points and the most special items that can be redeemed. The Brahmins, the lords of the Mughal Empire in India, and the barbarians of the Deccan Plateau lost a total of 2 million soldiers. They paid a lot of casualties for the future of the country and managed to squeeze into the first place. Chu Tian's own soldiers had about 100,000 killed. Ranking second. In the second year, because the reward was not a recruitment order, the gap between the first place and the second place did not seem to be big. More importantly, in the second year, many precious items were added to the list of redeemable items. Each civilization has different items that can be exchanged. Large-scale counterweight trebuchet production drawings. Longyongbao shipyard construction drawings. Special talent recruitment order. Chu Tian was stunned when he saw the list of redeemable items. His decision to leave 900,000 points in the first year was undoubtedly correct. The number and quality of special items that could be redeemed in the second year were greatly improved. Every redeemable item made Chu Tian crazy about it. Moreover, it is said that each civilization lord has different special items that can be exchanged. This time, there are thousands of special items that can be exchanged for all civilizations. Chapter 36: Zheng He's Treasure Ship. The large counterweight trebuchet, also known as the Xiangyang cannon, is the siege weapon of the Mongol Empire civilization. It requires 200,000 points. Chu Tian saw the drawings of large trebuchets often used by the Mongolian army. This kind of trebuchet showed great power in the Battle of Yumen Pass and the Battle of Luntai City, causing huge damage to the Han army city, and the fierce General Wang Yanzhang was killed. Chu Tian has always coveted this powerful trebuchet. After all, this was a trebuchet used in the 12th century. It was more advanced than the trebuchet Thunderbolt chariot used in the late Han dynasty. Chu Tian was thinking about how to attack Guanzhong. At the beginning of the Han dynasty, Zhang Liang, the first counselor, told Liu Bang that in the middle of Guanzhong, Shaohan was on the left, and Longshu was on the right. The fertile fields were thousands of miles away, with the Rao of Bashu in the south, and the advantage of Huyuan in the north. He could block and defend on 3 sides, and control the princes with only one side in the east. The Golden City is thousands of miles away, the land of abundance. It can be seen that Guanzhong is easy to defend but difficult to attack. To attack Guanzhong, one generally has to pass through Tongguan, Hangda Pass, and Wuguan Pass. The majestic Tongguan and Wuguan may be insurmountable.
So Chu Tian is looking for a powerful enough siege weapon. The Xiangyang paper appears, which is equivalent to the most classic siege equipment of the Mongol Empire civilization and can be exchanged. Different civilizations have different characteristics, and the difficulty of acquiring some technologies is also different. For example, the cost for Temujin to obtain the Xiangyang cannon was lower than that of Chu Tian. Now, Chu Tian can use points to redeem them directly. The things are good things, but it's a pity that they require too many points. No, all the items here are good things. Chu Tian thought he had enough points, but he didn't expect that there were countless valuable props. There are 500 special items that can be redeemed by the lords of the Han Empire alone. If you want to redeem them all, you may need tens of millions of points, or even hundreds of millions of points. Chu Tian's points totaled about 1.9 million. Xiangyang artillery can effectively improve the siege capability of Chu Tian's army. So Chu Tian made a reservation for Xiangyang in his heart. Chu Tian had already seen the power of the Xiangyang cannon. Next, the Fubo Legion expanded some time ago, and the 6th level shipyard is not enough. Chu Tian thought about the problem Fubo Legion mentioned to him. Currently, Chu Tian's forces are mainly 6th level shipyards, and cannot build higher level warships. So Chu Tian specifically checked to see if there were blueprints from high-end shipyards and large warships that could be exchanged. Chu Tian's eyes fell on the Longyongbao shipyard construction drawing. This special drawing. When Chu Tian saw this name, he seemed to think it looked familiar. Zheng He's voyages to the west. Chu Tian thought of a familiar story. During the reign of Emperor Zhu Di of the Ming dynasty, Zheng He made 7 voyages to the west, once as far as East Africa. At that time, Eastern shipbuilding technology was at the forefront compared with Europe and the Arab world. That's why Zheng He had the capital to lead a huge fleet on 7 voyages to the western seas to promote his country's prestige. Zheng He's fleet can be traced back to the period of Han Wu Emperor Zhu Yuanzhang. Zhu Yuanzhang and Qin Yuliang launched a massive water battle in Dongting Lake and fought to the death. At that time, Qin Yuliang, one of the leaders of the uprising army in the late Yuan dynasty, had a powerful naval force, which left a deep impression on Zhu Yuanzhang. Going further back, we can trace back to the shipbuilding techniques of the Yuan dynasty and southern Song dynasty. Civilizations come from the same origin, and technology is no exception. Longyongbao shipyard was opened for shipbuilding during the period of Emperor Han Wu Zhu Yuanzhang. Later, most of the treasure ships used by Zheng He on his voyages to the west were also built at Longyongbao shipyard. Longyongbao shipyard belongs to the 9th level shipyard, which is already quite high-end. It is almost the highest-end shipyard in Donghan district. A level 9 shipyard should be sufficient. Chu Tian thought about it, and realized that the Fubo Legion did not have 10th level warships to build. So the 9th level shipyard could already meet the Fubo Legion's expenses for the next 10 years. As for the 10th level warship, Chu Tian could not imagine what kind of warship was a 10th level warship. By the way, we also need production drawings for high-end warships. Shipwrights need to have drawings of ships in order to build corresponding ships. A shipyard is just a place where warships are produced. Chu Tian glanced at the list of redeemable items and found the warship construction drawings that could be redeemed. The construction blueprint of the Fu ship with 1,500 materials requires 200,000 points. The Zheng He treasure ship, 2,000 to 5,000 materials, requires 500,000 points. Chu Tian was shocked when he saw the drawings of Zheng He's treasure ship. Unexpectedly, Zheng He's treasure ship was included in the exchange list this time. However, Zheng He's treasure ship was originally one of the achievements of Eastern Han civilization. So Zheng He's treasure ship is no exception. Do you want to redeem Zheng He's treasure ship? Chu Tian took a look at the introduction of Zheng He's treasure ship. This kind of treasure ship has a large hull, but it is not a specialized gun ship. The soldiers of Zheng He's treasure ship can also be equipped with firearms, and have a certain degree of combat effectiveness in naval battles. Compared with later specialized warships, they are actually a little less interesting. In the era of Zheng He's treasure ships, ships were not equipped with large bronze cannons, because at that time, water warfare mainly relied on boarding battles, ramming, crossbows and firecrackers, and firearms technology was not developed enough. The purpose of building Zheng He's treasure ship was more to show off the country's prestige. There is a very interesting thing. When Fengzhou, equivalent to the later Zheng He treasure ship, in the middle of the Ming dynasty went to Ryukyu, because the ship was too big and inconvenient to operate. When the fleet arrived at Ryukyu, the sea breeze suddenly disappeared, and the Ryukyu kingdom only more than 50 rowing boats can be used to drag the sealing boat into the port. Later on the return trip, the fleet encountered strong winds, and the ship's mast was broken and its rudder was lost. The boatman suggested that the government use smaller ships with flexible maneuverability, but the government believed that it would lose the power of God and insisted on using large ships. People like Chu Tian, who value pragmatism, do not care much about demonstrating national prestige, nor do they deliberately engage in tribute trade. He would rather colonize than engage in a losing business. In an era where the jungle prevails, there is no need to be kind. Zheng He's treasure ship is a type of lucky ship and one of the pinnacle ships of the cold weapon era. Later, the Fu ship was gradually replaced by the bird ship in the late Ming and early Qing dynasties, which is equivalent to the replacement of the Karak ship in the west by the Galen ship, because of the advancement of firearms. Therefore, Zheng He's treasure ship is not the best warship in Lords. The best warship in the Eastern Han dynasty is the Big Bird ship, which is a large bird ship. It uses large caliber bronze cannons as its main attack method. There is a big difference between the two. 200 to 300 years. Chu Tian thought of this and checked to see if there were any construction drawings of the Big Bird ship. However, Chu Tian did not see the Big Bird ships that became active on the southeast coast at the turn of the Ming and Qing dynasties. Chu Tian checked again to see if there were any Western Karak sailing ships or even Galenic sailing ships. The Galenic sailing ship appeared in Spain in the middle of the Ming dynasty. Western shipbuilding technology began to advance by leaps and bounds. Like the Big Bird ship, it was a specialized gunboat. However, Chu Tian did not see the Galen sailing ship in the redeemable list. Logically speaking, it should be possible that the construction drawings of the Karak sailing ship or the Galenic sailing ship will appear during this national war. The lords of the Eastern Han dynasty did not see this special prop, so it is very likely that the Karak sailing ship or the Galenic sailing ship appeared in the redeemable list of the lords of the Western continent. The bird ship and the Galenic ship must be equipped with bronze cannons in order to be effective. Chu Tian didn't see any bronze cannons that could be exchanged, but he saw a special weapon blueprint for a large bow-mouthed blunderbuss. What kind of firearm is this? Chu Tian didn't know much about early firearms, so he took a look at the names and introductions. Name: large-mouth gun. Grade: bronze firearms. Description: a primitive small artillery with no sight, short barrel, slow rate of fire, short range, and low hit rate. It was used from the early Ming dynasty to the early Qing dynasty. It can only be equipped on Fuchuan and bird boats. Above. Specifications: 3 inches and 4 quarters in diameter, 1 foot and 1 inch in length, and weighs 63 kilograms. Effect: with armor breaking and injury worsening effects. Points required: 100,000. Number of redemptions: no limit. The largemouth gun weighs 63 kilograms and is not very powerful in water battles. This kind of firearm that can be equipped on the Fu ship is equivalent to an enhanced version of the fire gun, fire door gun. The power of a largemouth gun cannot penetrate the ship's plank, because a real bronze cannon weighs several hundred to several thousand kilograms. However, during the period of Emperor Han Wuzhu Yuanzhang, this weapon was mixed with bows and arrows. It was considered one of the most advanced weapons at the end of the cold weapon era and shone brightly. In order to strengthen the power of Fuchuan, Chu Tian chose to exchange for this special firearm. From now on, water battles will not only use crossbows to injure the opponent's sailors and soldiers, but also use largemouth blunderbuss to attack. Exchange for a lucky boat worth 1,500 yuan. After careful consideration, Chu Tian chose the 1,500-meter fortune ship, which was smaller than Zheng He's treasure ship. This kind of warship is already quite large, with a length of about 45 to 50 meters, compared with the current 30-meter-long 400 material Fuchuan and the 35-meter turtle ship. The 1,500 material Fuchuan is equivalent to a giant ship. The blueprints of Zheng He's treasure ship are too expensive, and the treasure ship that is too large lacks maneuverability during water battles and cannot be turned into a gunboat in the future. Ultimately, it is a question of cost-effectiveness. Chu Tian only has 1.9 million points. If he wants to exchange for Zheng He's treasure ship, he needs to pay 500,000 points. For Chu Tian, it is too extravagant. Therefore, it is better to save some points. Chu Tian used the 1,500 material Fu ship to make the transition, and later tried to get the construction drawings of the Big Bird ship or the Galen ship. The warships of the Fubo Legion will use a 1,500 material Fu ship as the flagship, a 400 material Fu ship as an escort, and a turtle ship to defend the port. The 400-ton Fu ship is also indispensable. whether it is used for fire attack or considering maneuverability. A group of smaller ships are needed. The larger the Fuchuan, the higher the cost. Chu Tian exchanged a total of 4 blueprints: Xiangyang Cannon, which consumes 200,000 points; Big Bull Mouth Gun, which consumes 100,000 points; Longjiangbao Shipyard, 9th level shipyard, which consumes 300,000 points; 1,500 Material Fu Ship, which consumes 20,000 of points. The 4 drawings cost Chu Tian 800,000 points in total. Chu Tian got 3 things and only had 1.1 million points left. It's too expensive. Everything is good and nothing is missing. It's a pity that too many points are consumed. Chu Tian felt a pain in his body. Chu Tian had to exchange these 4 drawings. Otherwise he would not know whether he would have the opportunity to redeem these valuable and unmarketable drawings in the future. Chapter 737: Sky-High Price of God-Level Props. The Fubo Legion must start building a fleet. It will take 10, 20, or even 30 years to cultivate a powerful navy. Navy means shipyards, giant ships, and firearms. Before there were bronze cannons, the large counterweight trebuchet Xiangyang Cannon was also indispensable for attacking strong cities in the subsequent unification war. In short, Chu Tian thinks that everything is needed. The points he accumulated in 2 years ranked first among all the lords. As a result, for drawings cost him 800,000 points. For the next points, you must choose special items carefully. Chu Tian got 4 drawings and checked their respective effects. Name: Large Counterweight Trebuchet, Xiangyang Gun. Level: Level 9 Siege Equipment. Description: In the Middle Ages, the famous trebuchets in Persia and Arabia were very developed. The Mongols obtained this trebuchet from the western regions and became famous for the 6-year-long Battle of Xiangfan in the Song and Yuan dynasties. Specifications: can launch boulders, fireballs, and smoke weighing more than 100 kilograms. Effect: with the effects of fear, boulder, ignition, fireball, and paralysis, smoke. Points required: 200,000. Number of redemptions: no limit. Construction cost: : Chu Tian has already seen the power of this large trebuchet, especially this weapon, which has 3 additional effects and can shock the defenders like never before. Then Chu Tian looked at the descriptions of Longjiangbao Shipyard and the 1,500 Material Fu Ship. Among them, Longjiangbao Shipyard also had the effect of accelerating the construction of ships. Chu Tian probably understood it. Chu Tian kept 1.1 million points and focused on other special items. Tianxiong Army Recruitment Order. Shaoguo Army Recruitment Order. Chu Tian saw the recruitment orders of Tianxiong Army and Shaoguo Army that disappeared. However, Chu Tian's forces have dozens of special arms, and many legions have not yet been fully staffed. If the legions are broken up, they can be recruited again. So the special arms recruitment order is not the item Chu Tian needs most. Is there any saint-level recruitment order? Chu Tian had a saint-level military general recruitment order that he did not use. But no one disliked the excessive number of saint-level general recruitment orders. Chu Tian really discovered that there are saint-level recruitment orders that can be redeemed. Name: Holy Level Recruitment Order Civil Ministers and Generals. Grade: Holy Level. Description: there is a high probability of recruiting Holy Level civil servants and generals. If all the Holy Level civil servants and generals of your own civilization have been recruited, you can recruit Holy Level civil servants and generals from other civilizations. Points required: 2.5 million. Number of redemptions: 1 time. Chu Tian saw that the Holy Level Recruitment Order Civil Ministers and Generals actually required 2.5 million points. No lord's points can be redeemed for this item. The original national war lasted for 3 years, so this kind of prop could theoretically be exchanged. However, the national war ended a year early, and Chu Tian, who had the highest points now, could not redeem it. Chu Tian saw that there was a second item under the expensive item: Holy Recruitment Order Civil Ministers and Generals. Name: Holy Level Recruitment Order Special Talents. Grade: Holy Level. Description: there is a high probability of recruiting special saint-level talents. If all the special saint-level talents of your own civilization have been recruited, you can recruit special saint-level talents from other civilizations. Points required: 800,000. Number of redemptions: 1 piece. Saint-level special talents. Chu Tian has never seen a saint-level special talent. Saint-level special talents are generally the founders of hundreds of schools of thought. Even poetry immortals and poetry saints are not considered holy-level special talents. Chu Tian directly exchanged it for a saint-level special talent recruitment order without any ceremony. The points required for the Saint-level Special Talent Recruitment Order are only 1/3 of the Saint-level Civil Servants and Generals Recruitment Order. It can be seen that in Lords, the status of Saint-level Civil Servants and Generals is higher than that of Special Talents. After all, during the period of conquering the world, the status of Civil Servants and Generals was indeed higher. A recruitment order filled with golden light appeared in Chu Tian's hand. Chu Tian placed this Saint-level recruitment order on the desk in the study, side by side with another Saint-level recruitment order. One is a special talent, and the other may be a recruitment order for Saint-level Civil Servants and Generals. Chu Tian still has 300,000 points left. He turned to the last page, and his eyes suddenly changed. The quality of the props on the last page is simply terrifying. Name, 13 Taibao Recruitment Order. Grade, Super Saint Level. Description after use. You can recruit the 13 sons, including adopted sons, of Li Qiong, the governor of Hedong in the late Tang Dynasty. The first eunuch Li Siyuan, Mingzong of the later Tang Dynasty. The second eunuch Li Sijao. And the third eunuch Li Kongsu, imperial commander. Zhuangzong of the later Tang Dynasty should have a son like Li Yazi. The fourth Taibao Li Tsunjin. The fifth Taibao Li Tsunjin. The sixth Taibao Li Sibin. The seventh Taibao Li Xian. The eighth Taibao Li Tsunzheng. The ninth Taibao Li Tsunshin, imperial commander. More than 100 battles. Never defeated in his life. 10 Taibao Li Tsunxian. The 11th Taibao Shi Jingxi, emperor-level fierce general. White Robe Shi Jingxi. During the Huanqiao Rebellion, when all the masters from the world gathered together and bravely defeated all armies. The 12th Taibao Kong Junli. The 13th Taibao Li Tsunxiao, saint-level fierce general. The king was no more than Xiang. Will be no match for Li. Points required, 9.99 million. Number of redemptions, the only prop. Xiao! When Chu Tian saw this heaven-defying magical prop, he couldn't help but speak out. This prop can recruit 13 generals at once, making it the strongest family in the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms. Saint-level Li Tsunxiao, emperor-level Li Kongsu, Li Tsunshin, Shi Jingxi and others, as well as a group of king-level and diamond-level military generals. A total of 13 people. All of them are like dragons and tigers. During the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms period, the army of the Li family of the later Tang Dynasty was extremely ferocious, comparable to the Li family of the Tang Dynasty. Moreover, although Li Qiong and others were mostly from Shadua, they regarded themselves as the heirs of the Tang Dynasty. And even the country was named Tang. If someone said they were not from Tang Dynasty, they would chop that person to death with a knife. The Li family of the later Tang Dynasty was as perverted as the Li family of the Great Tang Dynasty. This 13 Taibao recruitment order recruits 13 generals at once, including the saint-level warrior Li Tsunxiu, as well as a group of diamond-level, king-level, and emperor-level commanders and generals. It can be said that whoever gets this extremely special recruitment order can establish a dynasty, as long as he uses it well. This is why Chu Tian couldn't help but speak out. Originally, he thought that the saint-level recruitment order was already the highest-level recruitment order, but poverty limited his imagination. On top of the holy-level recruitment order, civil ministers and military generals, there is also the super saint-level recruitment order. After consumption, a gift pack for powerful generals will be opened directly. However, Chu Tian was deterred by the 9.99 million points requirement. No one can score so many points in the national war. This is only possible if Chu Tian wipes out all the barbarians in the world during this national war. This should be a hidden special prop. But unfortunately, no one can achieve this point requirement. Chu Tian could only classify it as a magical prop that defies the heavens. If Lao Qin and Ming Guan get it, they might be able to turn the tables. But Lao Qin and Ming Guan's points will definitely not be enough to exchange, because even Chu Tian is just looking at it. Just a glance. Chu Tian was greedy for this recruitment order, but he could only hold back his desire and look at other sky-high price items. Name, recruitment order for the 3 heroes of the early Han Dynasty. Grade, Super Saint level. Description after use. You can recruit the 3 heroes of the early Han Dynasty: Han Xian, Zhang Liang, and Xiao He. Points required, 9.99 million. Number of redemptions, the only prop. Another magical prop. When Chu Tian saw the simple description, his heart was shocked again. The names of Han Xian, Zhang Liang, and Xiao He may seem ordinary, but they may be 3 saint-level heroes. A recruitment order to recruit the 3 heroes of the early Han Dynasty was simply terrifying. Chu Tian continued to read. Although he knew that he could not redeem it, he could still enjoy the pleasure. Name, Jiangdong Disciple Soldier Talisman. Grade, Holy Level. Description after use. You can recruit 8,000 Jiangdong Disciples of 9th level cavalry, and randomly obtain a characteristic of Xiongnu, the overlord of Western Chu. Points required 3 million. Number of redemptions, the only prop. Chu Tian saw another special item with a sky-high price. A characteristic of the 9th level cavalry, and the overlord of Western Chu. This is also a fairy prop. Name, SSS level characteristic optional command. Grade, Holy Level. Description after use. You can choose an SSS level characteristic, such as Eternal Emperor, Qin Shi Wang, Han Wu, Zhu Yuanzong, Overlord of Western Chu, Xiongnu, King's military power, Alexander, Augustus Octavian, The Great Conquest, Umar I. Points required 3 million. Number of redemptions, the only prop. Another magical prop with optional SSS level characteristics. Chu Tian discovered more than a dozen magical props one after another, and sighed in despair. These were not props that could be exchanged for this national war at all. No lord can achieve 3 million points. And Chu Tian is no exception. After seeing too many of these props, the 2 saint-level recruitment orders on Chu Tian's desk suddenly didn't smell good. Not only Chu Tian, but also the lords of other civilizations were jealous when they saw the fairy props of their own civilization. But they couldn't exchange them at all. In Japan, Oda Nobunaga saw an item that he could not redeem. Name, Order of Arrival of Yamatai Kingdom. Grade, Holy Level. Description after use. You can recruit the hidden hero of Japan, Himiko, Queen of Yamatai Kingdom. Points required, 1.5 million. Number of redemptions, the only prop. This item can be used to recruit the legendary Queen of Yamatai Kingdom in the Yayuu era of ancient Japan, the 2 Han and 3 Kingdoms period, Himiko, and requires 1.5 million points. For Japan, 1.5 million points is already a huge bargain. If Chu Tian saw this prop, he might change it to the Queen of Japan. However, Chu Tian was not the lord of the Japanese civilization, and his list of redeemable items did not include this special prop. Oda Nobunaga clearly knew that this item could recruit the hidden hero Himiko, but he did not have 1.5 million points at all. Oda Nobunaga only had a few 100,000 points. Oda Nobunaga could only skip expensive props. Name, 3 artifacts. Grade, Holy Level. Description, obtain 3 props with special effects, Kusanagi Sword, 8-foot Megatama, and 8-foot Mirror. Points required 3 million. Number of redemptions, the only prop. Oda Nobunaga has a headache. Where can he get 3 million points? Improvement of war horses? Oda Nobunaga saw a prop that could improve the breed of war horses. The native war horses of the 4 Japanese islands were relatively short. Oda Nobunaga thought this was a valuable prop, so he exchanged it. The lords of each civilization face different situations, so the props they need to redeem are also different. The Roman Empire, Julius Caesar, he was also choosing special props. For him, exchanging props is equivalent to selecting the most valuable treasures from God's treasure house. Caesar also faced a headache. Some extremely expensive props cannot be redeemed at all. It's not that they won't redeem it, it's that they don't have enough points. But Caesar also saw props that moved him. Name, Roman Eagle Flag. Grade, Emperor Level. Description, can form a new Roman legion. Points required, 120,000. Number of redemptions, 9 times, currently 24 legions. Up to 33 legions. Eagle Flag. I need this, but I can't redeem all the eagle flags with my own points. When Caesar saw the Roman eagle, he immediately divided it with Constantine and Pompey. Among them, Constantine grabbed 3 eagle flags. Caesar grabbed 4 eagle flags, and Pompey grabbed 2 eagle flags. Constantine had the most points, but he seemed to need to exchange them for other props. So he gave an extra eagle flag to Caesar, and only took 3 for himself. In the current Roman Empire, there are actually 2 eagle flags in the hands of Chu Tian, and the real upper limit of legions is 31. There is no fixed number of legions in the Roman Empire. The establishment of 33 legions was the number of legions in the Roman Empire around 238 AD. In addition to the Roman legions, each legion also had auxiliary brigades, whose numbers were almost the same as the strength of the Roman legions. Holy Roman Empire. Lord Hohenzollern of Brandenburg, Kingdom of France, Lord Louis of Paris. In their list of redeemable items, there is a special prop, comparable to the 13 Tibor recruitment order, and 3 heroes of the early Han dynasty. Recruitment order. The points required are 9.99 million.
The recruitment order for Charlemagne and the 12 paladins actually costs 9.99 million points. The Lost Frank civilization also has this kind of prop.
Hohenzollern couldn't help but be horrified when he saw the astonishing number of points. Charlemagne's empire was divided into 3 parts: Germany, France, and Italy after his death. Both Hohenzollern and Louis are qualified to see this prop. But seeing and redeeming it are not the same thing. In Prince Xiao's mansion, after Chu Tian saw the sky-high price god-level props that made him suffocate, he temporarily closed his eyes to rest and take a good rest. Chu Tian looked at his remaining pitiful points and already had an idea. He directly exchanged 2 S-level characteristics.
I am born with talents that will be useful.
And gave them to the daughters of Hua Mulan and Joan of Arc. Maybe they can grow into the 2nd generation of heroines in the future. Each S-level characteristic requires 100,000 points. After that, there are still 100,000 points left. Chu Tian didn't know how to use the remaining 100,000 points. He patiently looked carefully among the more than 500 props that the lords of the Eastern Han Dynasty could redeem, except for a dozen heaven-defying fairy props. Other props, such as Xiangyang Cannon, Longjiangbao Shipyard and other drawings, and self-selected S-level characteristics, maximum 2 times. The points required are still within Chu Tian's acceptance range. When there are only 100,000 points left, there are not many items that can be redeemed.
Huh? What is this?
Chu Tian saw a piece of Jade Phoenix. Name Yufeng. Grade unknown. Describe : Points required, 100,000. Number of redemptions, the only prop. Chu Tian discovered that a Jade Phoenix with no effect description actually costs 100,000 points. If you exchange for Yufeng, you will have to pay 100,000 points. The possible results are as follows. This is an ordinary piece of Jade Phoenix. Points are very precious, so no princes of the Han Empire are willing to take risks with precious points.
Exchange for Jade Phoenix.
Chu Tian couldn't think of how to use 100,000 points.
He had gained enough benefits from the points exchange, so he used the remaining points to exchange for an unknown Jade Phoenix to see if he could find someone who could identify the item. The reason why Chu Tian dared to take such a risk was because Chu Tian captured the Ji Min of the Xiongnu civilization in Wubei. If it weren't for Sun Bin, few people would know that the Jin people have special effects. Therefore, Chu Tian believed that since this piece of Jade Phoenix can appear in the item exchange list of the princes of the Han Empire, it means that it has a certain effect, but it is not known for the time being. As Guguzi's apprentice, Sun Bin seemed to have something when he was appraising the treasure. So Chu Tian immediately summoned Sun Bin to Prince Xiao's mansion to appraise the Jade Phoenix. Before Sun Bin arrived, Chu Tian handed over the construction drawings of Longjiangbao Shipyard to the officials of the Ministry of Industry to build Longjiangbao Shipyard. Longjiangbao Shipyard can not only produce warships for the Fubo Legion, but also produce merchant ships and fishing boats for civilians to earn income. So it is worth every penny. The production drawings of Xiangyang Cannon and largemouth blunderbuss were handed over to the corresponding craftsmen. Soon, Sun Bin learned that Chu Tian had obtained another strange treasure, and he became curious, so he came over in a hurry. Chu Tian showed the jade pendant to Sun Bin. Sun Bin looked at the jade pendant carefully, and his face gradually became serious. I am sorry that I am ignorant and cannot identify the origin of this object, nor its specific use. Perhaps this is an ordinary jade pendant. When Chu Tian heard Sun Bin's conclusion, he almost wanted to smash the broken jade pendant. 100,000 points in exchange for a tattered jade pendant? However, Sun Bin had another twist. Perhaps I may make a mistake sometimes. Everything exists for its own natural reason. Chu Tian found that Sun Bin had said both good and bad things. No wonder the counselor could make perfect plans. Unwilling to be reconciled, Chu Tian found Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, Zhang Zhao, Sang Hongyang and others to see if they had the ability to identify this special prop. Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui and others all shook their heads. Their judgment was almost the same as that of Sun Bin, thinking that Yufeng was just a beautifully polished jade ornament. If you sell it, you might be able to exchange it for dozens of taels of silver. Of course, after passing through the hands of Chu Tian, the price of Yufeng suddenly increased tenfold, and it might be possible to sell it for hundreds of taels of silver, or even thousands of taels of silver. Many merchants would be willing to spend a lot of money to buy the jade pendant in order to please Chu Tian. Chu Tian would not be happy to sell the Yufeng until he figured out what it did. After all, it was a special prop obtained by redeeming 100,000 points. It's cold,
Cough. I spent a lot of time preparing this jade pendant for you.
Chu Tian guiltily gave Yufeng to Xiao Liang. Since the function of the Jade Phoenix could not be known for a while, Chu Tian gave the Jade Phoenix as a gift to his eldest wife.
We are an old married couple. Why did you suddenly give me a jade pendant? Do you want to invite people into Prince Xiao's mansion again? Aren't Xiao Chua and Huiqing enough?
Xiao Liang thought that Chu Tian suddenly gave her a jade pendant and asked for nothing more.
I don't have any intentions. If you're not willing to accept it, forget it.
Chu Tian was helpless. Sure enough, giving a jade pendant suddenly will definitely arouse others' suspicion. Chu Tian was embarrassed to say that he gave it to her because he couldn't think of what to do with Yufeng at the moment.
Humph! I'd better accept it.
There was a faint blush on Xiao Liang's cheeks. Chu Tian hadn't given her anything specifically for a long time. This jade pendant is indeed very exquisite. And it feels warm when you hold it. Chu Tian secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As for the function of Yufeng, let's study it in the future.
What are you going to do about Huiqing? For the sake of the Western Region Protectorate, it would be better to marry Hun.
Xiao Liang accepted the jade pendant and mentioned Huiqing.
Let's talk about her affairs later.
Chu Tian didn't know how to deal with Huiqing for a moment.
It's time for Wu Er to ask for a teacher. Fang Xinling, Sang Honglong and others can all teach Wu Er carry out enlightenment. And when he is older, he can practice martial arts and learn the art of war.
Chu Tian also had to consider the issue of his successor. When Qingtu died, he didn't want his successor to be a loser.
Wu Er is very smart. He will become a man of both civil and military skills.
Xiao Liang took the initiative to lean on Chu Tian. Because Chu Tian went to Eastern Europe and fought from time to time, Xiao Liang had to take care of his son. So the two of them spent a lot less time together.
When he is 15 or 16 years old, he can go to the battlefield and watch the battle. After he wins the championship, he can be an independent soldier.
Chu Tian's one son and two daughters now have the S-level characteristic.
I am born with talents that will be useful.
This characteristic is most suitable for cultivating future generations. When the offspring take on their own role, the S-level characteristic,
I am born with talents that will be useful,
will automatically disappear. During this period, the person with this characteristic has already understood other characteristics. This is the special effect of the S-level characteristic.
I am born with talents that will be useful.
The specific characteristics you will realize vary from person to person. The S-level characteristic,
I am born with talents that will be useful,
only provides a possibility.
The relationship between King Xia and Miss Xia is really good.
Xiao Chua, Hua Mulan, Joan of Arc, Emperor Rufu, and Huiqing were taking care of their two little daughters in the courtyard. Chu Tian gave his two daughters S-level characteristics, so that they can become heroines in the future. Mulan's daughter can already speak, while Joan of Arc's daughter has just learned to walk. Xiao Chua saw the relationship between Chu Tian and Xiao Liang and knew that it was difficult for him to replace him. Not to mention that Xiao Liang also had the support of his eldest son and a group of old officials. Xiao Liang's staunchest supporters are probably the earliest elders of Langya Kingdom: Fang Xinling, Zhou Yafu, Li Kui, Xuerengui, Li Guang, and Zhao Yun. They basically only recognize Xiao Liang and Hua Mulan. Fang Xianling and other civil servants are all old foxes and will not change their political stance easily. Chu Tian returned to the study. Currently, Chu Tian still has two holy level recruitment orders that he has not used. One of them is worth 800,000 points, and the other is worth 2.5 million points. They are more precious than the Jade Phoenix with 100,000 points. Chapter 738: Recruiting Saint-Level Heroes.
Ding! You have consumed a Saint-Level recruitment order, special talent.
Chu Tian took the lead in consuming the holy level recruitment order specifically for recruiting special talents. An old man in robes, holding a long sword, appeared in front of Chu Tian. Although his temples were white, he was in good spirits. Chu Tian really didn't dare to underestimate such old men. In the era of 100 schools of thought contending, these old men were all masters of the generation. The old man stared at Chu Tian, looked him up and down, and finally said slowly,
Oh Yezi, have met King Xia. Ding! You have obtained the allegiance of a special saint-level talent, the swordsmith Oh Yezi.
Chu Tian was shocked when he heard the origin of this old man. Oh Yezi, a master swordsmith in the spring and autumn period and the Warring States period, was also the most famous swordsmith in the Eastern Han Dynasty civilization zone. Famous swords such as Zhanlu, Chan Jun, Xingxia, Yucheng, and Juk were all made by Oh Yezi. Moreover,
Gan Jiang is his son-in-law and Mo Xie is his daughter. Both of them are famous swordsmiths. They are also in Chu Tian's influence and build weapons for Chu Tian for generals to use. Chu Tian suddenly remembered that the achievements of General Mo Xie could increase the probability of recruiting Oyezi. And now it came true. There is no need to be polite. Sir! Chu Tian dealt with it verbally. But secretly, he was already looking at the panel of this special saint-level talent. In Lords, heroes can be roughly divided into civil servants, generals, and special talents. Special talents generally do not easily become officials, or they have special talents. Of course, this boundary is not so clear. For example, Su Shi is a prefect, but it does not prevent him from being a poet. Name Oyezi. Talent, swordsmith, holy level special talent. Commander, 37, force, 85, intelligence, 95, not strategy, politics, 54, charm, 95. Favorability, 50. Phaseality, calm. Characteristic 1, the originator of sword forging, SSS level trait. Withdrawings, materials and funds. Any weapon can be produced, without any drawings. Zhan Lu, Chan Jun, Xingxia, Yucheng, Juk, etc. can be forged famous swords, unless players have already obtained these famous swords. Feature 2, weapon transformation, SSS level feature. Technology is the primary productive force. Weapons are the way to win. The blacksmith shop or military shop in the whole territory produces weapon attack power plus 8%. Armor defense power plus 8%. Production cost minus 8%. The quality of weapons and armor has a probability to be improved. For example, bronze level weapons have a probability to be upgraded to silver level quality during the forging process. Characteristic 3, founding a sect, SSS level trait. Recruited disciples can easily understand the characteristics related to forging weapons. The fewer disciples recruited, the higher the quality of the characteristics learned by the disciples. That is, the fewer disciples, the higher the quality. Sword casting appears. The probability of becoming a master increases. Characteristic 4, sword making O family, SSS level characteristic. A sword making family, direct descendants of Oyezi. It is easier to understand the characteristics of high quality sword making, and it is easier to become a sword making master. Descendants of the O family remain loyal to the king. Story, Oyezi once forged weapons for King Gojin of Yu and King Zhao of Chu, and many famous swords came from his hands. The O family behind him made great contributions to the weapons casting of Yu and Chu. Special equipment, Long Yuan sword, emperor level. As long as there are blueprints, any weapon can be produced, and a group of disciples and descendants can be trained to forge weapons. It is easy to give birth to sword-making masters, and the quality of weapons in the entire territory can be improved. Chu Tian saw that Oyezi's astonishing ability was more powerful than Mo Xie's combined strength. General Moi only improves the weapon quality of one blacksmith or military forge, while Oyezi improves the output of all blacksmiths or military forges. Speaking of which, Oyezi was almost a figure of the same era as Mozi, Confucius and others, but among the hundreds of schools of thought, this person seemed to be missing. Oyezi and Mozi are both the ancestors of the craftsman spirit, but there are still some differences between them. Mozi advocated universal love without attacking, and Oyezi was from a sword-making family that specialized in serving the royal family in the south. Their family could be said to be a royal sword-making family. So naturally there was no mention of universal love without attacking. Now that Chu Tian's powerful sword-making family has begun to take shape, with Oyezi, the general and Mo Xie, and the disciples Oyezi will train in the future, Chu Tian estimates that there will be no shortage of craftsmen for making weapons in the future. Therefore, among Oyezi's 4 characteristics, the latter 2 characteristics seem to be easier to ignore. However, if we look at the long-term development of the Han Empire, the latter 2 characteristics of Oyezi will actually be more beneficial. Sir, please take charge of the largest military workshop in Xia City. You can recruit apprentices at will. Anyone who you think has higher qualifications can be accepted as an apprentice. Chu Tian directly asked Oyezi to settle in the 9th level military workshop in Xia City, forge swords and recruit disciples. Asking Oyezi to make weapons for soldiers is simply overkill. So, like the general in Mo Xie, Oyezi only needs to make famous swords, and leave ordinary weapons to his disciples. Oyezi can also recruit disciples at will, and train blacksmiths, who can make weapons for the Chu Tian forces, to fight in all directions. The weapons needed by the Chu Tian forces were calculated in millions. An army of 1 million is not so easy to maintain. Recruiting 1 million soldiers is the easiest thing based on the population of Chu Tian's forces. The problem was providing supplies for an army of 1 million people. Every year, millions of soldiers and horses consume hundreds of millions of caddies of grain and grass, are equipped with millions of swords and other short weapons, millions of bows and crossbows, hundreds of millions of crossbows, millions of pieces of armor, millions of horses, and tens of millions of military pay. For a military craftsman, no amount is too much. Even if the Mongols slaughtered the city, they would not kill the craftsman. The Ming dynasty even included craftsmen in household registration, and descendants became craftsmen for generations. Chu Tian ordered the officials of the Ministry of Industry to arrange for Yezi to take a temporary position in the Ministry of Industry. The O family also became one of the sword-making families of the Ministry of Industry and enjoyed the treatment of civil servants. Yezi. Chu Tian spent 800,000 points to exchange for the Holy Level Recruitment Order, Special Talent, which was considered to be well worth the money. The quality of the forged weapons has been improved and the cost has been reduced, saving Chu Tian millions of taels of silver every year. However, there is still a small problem. After recruiting Yezi, the quality of the weapons produced has improved. Now it has been equipped with weapons for various legions, and the quality has not changed. There is a saint-level recruitment order left on the desk. This saint-level recruitment order is not recruiting special talents, but civil servants and generals. Ding! You have consumed a saint-level recruitment order, National War Reward. The saint-level recruitment order was filled with a faint golden light, and then disappeared. And a general appeared in front of Chu Tian out of thin air. This general's armor looks familiar. When each general is recruited, he usually wears the armor of the era to which he belongs. Therefore, Chu Tian can judge the era to which the general belongs through the style of the armor. Chu Tian thought of Li Yi. Yes, the armor style of the general in front of him was almost the same as Li Yi's armor style in the Warring States period. So, in this case, the person in front of me is a famous general from the Warring States period. During the Warring States period, heroes competed for hegemony, and the probability of famous generals being born was relatively high. Ding! Saint-level commander. Military strategist Yaxing Wuqi pledges his allegiance to you. The system prompt sounded, and Chu Tian was shocked. The soldier sage Sun Wu, the sub-sage Wu Qi, and the killer Bai Qi were the three great military figures of the Spring and Autumn and Warring States periods. What he got was Wu Qi among them. Wu Qi was not only a military leader, but Wu Qi was a Confucian disciple at the beginning, studying under Zhengshan, the son of Zhengshan, a Confucian disciple. Later, Zhengshan was expelled from his school because of Wu Qi's unfilial piety. In Wei State, Wu Qi also studied under Zixia, one of the 10 philosophers of Confucius. Wu Qi is an out-and-out Confucian disciple. Wu Qi was also a legalist leader and one of the reformers in the Warring States period. He implemented Wu Qi's reforms in Chu State and helped Chu State improve its national power. Unfortunately, the reform touched the interests of the Chu nobles. After the death of King Chu Dao, Wu Qi was killed by the Chu nobles. This is a military and political all-rounder who is proficient in Confucianism, law, and military affairs. And he is also one of the top military and political all-rounders. When he was in the state of Lu, Wu Qi led the army of Lu to defeat the powerful Qi army. When he was in the state of Wei, Wu Qi reformed the military system of the state of Wei and created the military soldier system. The state of Qin did not dare to move eastward, and the state of Wei became hegemonic when in the state of Chu. Wu Qi implemented reforms, and Chu state attacked Baiyu from the south and defeated Wei state, the overlord at that time in the north. The princes were afraid of the power of Chu state. However, Wu Qi's own morals were not very good. His contemporary Li Kuei thought that Wu Qi was greedy and lustful, but his military ability was higher than that of Sima Runju. What Chu Tian needs is a commander-in-chief of troops. As for Wu Qi's personal ethics, Chu Tian doesn't care. Every famous general has his own flaws more or less. For example, Su Yu is greedy and Cao Cao likes people. Chu Tian has appointed him. My minister Wu Qi pays homage to the King Xia kingdom. Wu Qi had a symbolic sword hanging on his waist, and his voice was deep and powerful, leaving no room for doubt. Chu Tian was able to see Wu Qi's attribute panel. Name, Wu Qi. Level 30. Talent, Military Master Yaxing, Holy Commander. Infantry type. Loyalty, 80. Commander, 95, 100, Force, 67, 78, Intelligence, 90, 96, Politics, 90, 97, Charm, 30, Charisma against Wei soldiers is 100. Favorability 50. Phaseality, unfortunate/calm. Feature 1, Military Master Yashing, SSS level exclusive feature. Whole Army Aura. On the battlefield. All attributes of the whole Legion plus 15%. Formation maintenance plus 20%. Morale reduction rate during battle dash 15%. Infantry type feature. Personal command Legion. All attributes plus 30%. Formation maintenance plus 40%. During battle. Morale decline rate minus 30%. Characteristic 2, soldiers will not rebel against the North. Characteristics of SSS level Legion. Absolutely obey Wuqi's orders. Even in unfavorable situations such as lack of food, being besieged, etc. They will not defect. Will not be in chaos. Will not retreat without permission. Will not be attacked affected by the fear effect. Morale will not be lower than 50 under any circumstances. Characteristic 3, soldier system, SSS level infantry system characteristic. When commanding the army of Wei soldiers. Wei soldiers attack power plus 30%. Defense power plus 30%. Formation maintenance plus 20%. Battle morale plus 20%. Wei soldiers, the impact of military soldiers is plus 20%. And the pain is dash 20% during military training. Wei soldiers gain experience plus 25%. Characteristic 4, Wuqi's reform, SSS level internal affairs trait. When serving as a civil servant, public security increases. Family influence decreases. Corruption decreases. Financial expenditures decrease. Each general trains troops. And each legion's experience gain plus 15%. Negative effects. The family's dissatisfaction with Wuqi increased. Story, during the spring and autumn period and the Warring States period. Yasheng, a military strategist, strengthened Wei and supported Chu. Created a military soldier system. And captured the land west of Heshi. Exclusive unit, Wei Wuzu, 7th level heavy infantry. Upper limit of 50,000. When Chu Tian saw Wuqi's ability, he felt horrified in his heart. This may be the strongest infantry commander he has ever seen so far. With 2 SSS level infantry characteristics. Plus 50,000 Wei soldiers as an exclusive unit. It can provide 60% of the attack power, and 60% of the attack power of the Wei soldiers. Defense power. 60% formation maintenance, affecting the solidity of the infantry square. 20% impact force, affecting the infantry's ability to break the formation bonus. It can also maintain morale. Morale is not less than 50. And reduce the pain of the infantry. Fighting is even more frenetic. In addition, Wuqi also has the aura of the whole army. And the characteristic of no soldiers can rebel against the North. Allows Wei soldiers to fight to the last soldier left under any adverse circumstances. All Wei soldiers will work hard for Wuqi and fanatically support their general. You know, Wei Wu soldiers are not ordinary soldiers, but 7th level heavy infantry. One can imagine how terrifying a group of high-level legions are who are willing to fight to the death for their generals. It was precisely because of Wuqi's terrifying charm to the soldiers that the kings of Lu and Wei were afraid of Wuqi and eventually drove Wuqi away. In addition, as a civil servant, Wuqi can increase the experience gained by each legion when training soldiers and horses. As we all know, after recruiting soldiers, you need to train them and increase the average level experience of the legion before you can go to the battlefield. It is said that raising an army for 1,000 days, by using it for a while, veterans are more effective than new recruits. Wuqi reform characteristic can improve the effect of military training and speed up the formation of elite divisions. Apart from his current low level and private morals, Chu Tian couldn't find anything to find fault with. 50,000 Wei soldiers, all 7th level heavy infantry, were enough to frighten the Qin people. Not only Wuqi's king Wei Wuzu. Chu Tian thought that his own power also had 2 generals. Wei Wuji's 20,000 Wei Wusu. Pang Wan's 10,000 Wei Wusu. Their Wei Wusu. And Wuqi's Wei Wusu. Altogether, there are 80,000 Wei soldiers. Of course, Wuqi's 50,000 Wei soldiers still need to be recruited and trained. And it will take about a year or 2 to form combat effectiveness. But before that, Wuqi could completely mobilize Wei Wuji and Pang Wan's Wei Wu soldiers to gain experience and reach their peak state as soon as possible. Except for Bai Qi, Han Xian, and Sun Wu who haven't appeared yet. There shouldn't be many people who can compete with Wuqi in terms of infantry. Of course, Wuqi's cavalry probably still wouldn't be able to compete with Wei Qing, Hu Zibing, and Li Mu, as they have specialized skills. In Wuqi's era, cavalry was not the mainstream. If you want to stop Wuqi's Wei soldiers, You may need generals of the level of Yu Fei and Su De, or at least 2 or 3 people to join forces. The general commands the infantry, and I command the cavalry. Then the world can be settled. Chu Tian valued Wu Qi very much. Moreover, Chu Tian's words are not false. Chu Tian has a strong cavalry bonus, and Wu Qi has a strong infantry bonus. The two of them working together are indeed unparalleled in the world. A bit similar to the combination of Han Xian and Xiang Yu. Chu Tian is also concerned about Wu Qi's loyalty issue. He could not judge whether Wu Qi was a loyal minister. Wu Qi's loyalty would not decline so easily. But it was certainly not as loyal as Yu Fei and Zhao Yun. In addition to the king of Chu being very kind to Wu Qi, he was ostracized by other kings and had no rebellion, or no chance of rebellion. So it is difficult to say whether Wu Qi's ambition value is high or low. If Wu Qi rebels, there are really not many people who can resist the 80,000 Wei soldiers. The Chu Tian forces can actually suppress Wu Qi. Yu Fei, Wei Qing, Cao Cao, Lu Yi and others join forces. They have hundreds of thousands of soldiers and horses, so they can naturally suppress Wu Qi before unifying the world. There is no need to worry about Wu Qi's rebellion for the time being. Employ people without doubt. General, during this period, we will temporarily recruit Wei soldiers and train them, and then command the Wei soldiers to fight in all directions. Chu Tian deliberately arranged for Wu Qi to replace Wei Wuji and become the commander of the military soldier army. The change of power takes time, and Wu Qi cannot be directly replaced by Wei Wuji. Otherwise Wei Wuji and Pang Wan will have some objections. After all, they have sacrificed their lives and shed blood for King Xia, and it is difficult to accept that a boss suddenly drops in. When Wu Qi trains Wei soldiers gain experience plus 25%, coupled with Wu Qi's training ability. A year later, even if there is no war, the level 10 Wei soldiers may be level 50 to 60. You know, for ordinary generals to train soldiers, if they don't participate in battles for a year, it's considered good to reach level 40. Wu Qi's ability to train troops, coupled with his battles, allowed him to have an elite division within a year or two. Within 3 or 4 years, the surviving Wei soldiers were already around level 80, a veteran of hundreds of battles. In 7 or 8 years, the surviving Wei soldiers may have reached their full level. That is, level 100. Wu Qi said, Wu Qi must obey the king's orders. In 2 or 3 years, Wu Qi is willing to lead the soldiers of Wei to pacify the world for the king. Good. Chu Tian found that Wu Qi was quite respectful. Wu Qi killed his wife to become a general. In the final analysis, it was to climb up the ranks. Many military generals have enterprising spirit, but Wu Qi's enterprising spirit is stronger than others. Although he comes from a rich family, in ancient times, agriculture was emphasized over business, and the status of businessmen was not high. He lost all his money and did not get any official position. He was ridiculed by the villagers because he was too eager to become a general and prime minister. As long as Wu Qi's wish to become a general or prime minister can be satisfied and rewards can be given from time to time, then Wu Qi can still be within the control range. The king of Chu gave Wu Qi the highest official position, but he never heard of Wu Qi's rebellion. If Chu Tian recruits Han Xian, it will not be easy to deal with. Ding! SSS level achievement mission. Soldier Sun Wu is opened, and the completion level is 1/2. Recruiting 2 Saint level commanders, Sun Wu and Wu Qi, can complete the achievement mission and unlock the hidden characteristics of Sun Wu and Wu Qi. Ding! SS level achievement mission. Reformers of the Warring States period completion level 37. During the Warring States period, rituals collapsed. 100 schools of thought contended, and 7 heroes competed for hegemony. In order to enrich the country and strengthen its army, the talents of the 7 countries worked hard. Gather Li Kui of Wei, already 7 reformers recruited. Wu Qi of Chu recruited. Shan Yan of Qin. Shin Buhai of South Korea. Zhou Ji of Qi. King Wuling of Zhao of Warring States, and Lei of Yan, recruited, can receive special rewards. The system prompt sounded again. Chu Tian thought that Wu Qi could also obtain additional characteristics through the achievement system. In other words, although Wu Qi currently has 4 characteristics, in fact, as long as he completes the achievement tasks, Wu Qi can reach the upper limit of 6 characteristics and his abilities will be enhanced again. In this way, Chu Tian became more satisfied with Wu Qi. Wu Qi, Oh Yezi, Xiangyang Cannon, Longjiang Bao Shipyard, Dewanka Cannon, and Dafu Ship. All my talents are destined to be useful. Chu Tian's hard work for 2 years was not in vain. In addition to the system's rewards, In fact, the complete pacification of the prairie and the recruitment of a group of Khitan, Jurchen, and Mongolian generals were also the gains of the past 2 years. Chu Tian asked Wu Qi to go to the infantry camp and recruit 50,000 Wei soldiers. The military soldiers of Wei had very strict requirements on the sources of troops. They needed civilians with strong physiques to become the soldiers of the military soldiers of Wei. In the ranking of heroes of the Han Empire, Wu Qi is temporarily ranked first. The rankings are based on the upper limit of a single attribute. Wu Qi's upper limit of command is 100. So he ranks first. Chu Tian couldn't hide Wu Qi's existence. Because in the entire Han Empire, he is currently the only one with a saint-level commander. Wu Qi. It's Wu Qi. He is really a desperate general. Lao Qin was sitting in Guanzhong. Speaking of which, what he feared the most was Wu Qi. Because when Wu Qi was guarding Shihe, Qin soldiers did not dare to advance eastward. Wang Jian seemed to be inferior in front of Wu Qi. Only Bai Qi, the god of death in Qin, could compete with Wu Qi, the sub-sage. Lao Qin took a look at the rankings. Compared with the emperor-level commander he obtained half a year ago and the saint-level commander Chu Tian obtained, it was also a little behind. I can only redeem this item to see if I can change my life against the will of heaven. Although Lao Qin did not have as many points as Chu Tian, his points actually did not count because he participated in the expedition to the western regions, suppressed the Xixia Kingdom Dongxiang and Chang tribes in the first year, participated in the Battle of Mabe, and suppressed the Di tribe in the second year. He could only choose a military talisman and other props from the list of redeemable items with originality. Military strategist Yasheng Wu Qi? He mainly commands heavy infantry. I don't know if my cavalry can defeat him, but Chu Zimu's cavalry is also quite excessive. Mingguan also immediately learned about the news that Chu Tian had recruited the military strategist Yasheng Wu Qi, and fell silent. Wu Qi's Wei soldiers were heavy infantry, and were no strangers to Mingguan and Lao Qin. Mingguan was mainly cavalry, and they were not very afraid of Wu Qi. In Wu Qi's era, infantry phalanxes and chariots were the mainstream, and large-scale cavalry operations did not yet exist. King Wuling of Zhao's cavalry, and shooting in Hu clothes was already a thing after Wu Qi's death. Therefore, the Liaodong army, which was dominated by cavalry, was less afraid of Wu Qi than Lao Qin. However, Mingguan knew that Chu Tian's cavalry was not much worse than Wu Qi's infantry. If the infantry and cavalry cooperated, it would be very troublesome. Wu Qi should go deal with Guanzhong. Mingguan simply based on his own logic and speculated that Chu Tian would transfer Wu Qi to deal with Guanzhong. So there was no need for him to worry about Wu Qi. Next we can only see whether Lao Qin can stop Wu Qi. The emperor-level commander Su De obtained by Mingguan is still a little inferior to Wu Qi in the panel. Su De and Chang Yuchen. I don't know if they can defeat Chu Zimu and Wei Qing. Mingguan looked in the direction of Yu Shou. As the lord of Liaodong, the first thing Mingguan considered was to enter the customs. Enter the customs. Enter the customs. This is the voice of countless Liaodong regimes. As a Central Plains prince, the first thing Chu Tian considered was not to pacify Liaodong, but to occupy Qinchuan. Qinchuan is rich and poses a huge threat to the Central Plains, far greater than Liaodong's threat to the Central Plains, because the Guanzhong army can go out of Tongguan and Wuguan to attack the Central Plains. But if Liaodong wants to attack the Central Plains, it must first cross the Hebei Pass. As a prince in Guanzhong, Lao Qin could have annexed Yizhou, but the situation no longer allowed it. There are Zhang Dao, Luan, Lu Yin, and Liu Bei in Yizhou. Once old Qin attacks Yizhou and falls into internal fighting with the local princes in Yizhou, Chu Tian's army deployed in Yuzhou will be ready to move. Therefore, Lao Qin could only choose to attack Bingzhou or Yuzhou. The strategies of each prince are somewhat forced. The mountains and terrain of the Han Empire determine their attack direction. Civil war in the Han Empire is brewing. The appearance of Wu Qi, the military strategist and sub-sage, made all the princes even more nervous. Even King Wu Tongke in Jiangdong was frightened and had to be more vigilant about Chu Tian, because if Lao Qin and Mingguan fail, he will be the next unlucky one. Chapter 739 Changes in Yizhou. Wu Qi. It's Wu Qi. I'm really worried. Bronze Bird was drinking with his sworn brother Sun Jian in Jiling City, looking north to the rolling Yangtze River, flowing under Jiling City and into the sea in the east. Tongke became the king of Wu in the east of Jiangdong. The princes of the Central Plains were gathering troops and preparing for a war. The side of Jiangdong was still attacking Jingzhou. The king of Song in Jingzhou was defeated steadily by the attack of the king of Wu in the east of Jiangdong. Tongke is not Sun Quan. He can unify Jiangdong and suppress Shan Yu. He responds to 100 responses in Jiangdong, and is very aggressive. He has annexed most of Jiangxia County, and sent an army to attack Changsha County to covet the 4 Jingnan counties. When Jiangdong army launched an offensive, Tongke returned to Jinling City from time to time to supervise logistics and monitor hundreds of officials and Jiangdong families. At the front, the commander-in-chief of the Jiangdong army overseeing the battle was Xie Xian, the founder of the Beifu army, and the navy commander Zhou Yu. Sun Jian seemed to be wary of Wu Qi's both stability and ferocity. Wu Qi is not good at navy, so he may not be our opponent. My spies have clear sources of information. King Xia upgraded his shipyards in Xuxian, Dongni County, and Jeju Island and built thousands of ships of various types, including lucky ships, sand ships, scout ships, and building ships. Although King Xia most of the ships ordered to be built are seagoing ships, but they may not be usable on the Yangtze River, especially the trained Navy soldiers and sailors, which pose a huge threat. Tongke still pays attention to Chutian's forces, especially the ports of Chutian's forces. Most likely, an amazing shipyard is being built. Chutian recruited a large number of shipwrights and made a big move. This was difficult to escape the eyes and ears of the scouts. And Lord, the surface of the Yangtze River is wider, and the bottom of the river is deeper. Therefore, Dafu ships, with a displacement of several hundred tons, can also fight on the Yangtze River. The Fubo Legion can launch attacks from the mouth of the Yangtze River. King Xia has also begun to pay attention to the navy. Sun Jian's expression was as solemn as the bronze birds. The biggest barrier in Jiangdong is the navy. No matter how powerful Chu Tian's cavalry is, no matter how superb Wu Qi's infantry commanding ability is, they cannot cross the Yangtze River in a vacuum. Dad, what is King Xia? A little girl climbed on Sun Jian's back and hugged Sun Jian's neck. Although she was very young, she was extremely naughty. Sun Jian reached out and took Sun Shangxiang down and placed him on the cushion beside him, with a look of helplessness on his face. This daughter seems to have inherited the martial arts style of the Sun family in Wu County, and is completely different from the ordinary eldest daughter. Young Sun Shangxiang was restless and still crawling around. Sun Jian was quite embarrassed by this and said to Tongke, "Please don't pay attention, my sworn brother." Tongke knew that Sun Shangxiang had a tendency to practice martial arts, so Tongke didn't take it seriously. We must be prepared. Recruit Danyang soldiers and Shan Yu soldiers, and speed up the annexation of Jingzhou. The Jingzhou army has been retreating steadily. In Yizhou, the prefectural Mufu, Lu Yanfa, who had little presence among the local princes, died of a sore on his back. His son Lu Zhang led his generals Lu Guang, Ling Bao, Zhang Ren, Fa Jing, Huang Quan, Pang Shi, and Zhang Song and others, wearing sackcloth and mourning, saw Lu Yan off. Lu Yan was also considered a capable person. When the alien lord was rampant, he still maintained his identity as a Yizhou shepherd and was not completely defeated by the alien lord. Yuan Shu, Yuan Xiao, Cao Cao, Ma Tang and other princes have been defeated by foreign lords who have obtained generals from other dynasties. They have either died or surrendered. Lu Yan can hold on to 1/3 of an acre, which is considered good. However, Lu Yan could only hold on to 1/3 of an acre if he wanted to fight against the alien lords who had gone through layers of selection and Liu Bei, who had moved to Yizhou. Lu Yan seemed to be a little short. Lu Zhang seemed a little at a loss. When Lu Yan was alive, Lu Zhang still had people who could protect him from the wind and rain. But once Lu Yan died, Lu Zhang had to face an extremely complicated situation in Yizhou. Liu Bei, Yang Su, Zhang Dao, and Luan fought fiercely. Yang Shirlang encouraged Gan Ning to rebel and occupy part of Brazil County. It can be said that Yizhou is currently the most chaotic area in the Han Empire. Zhang Song stood in the outer courtyard of the morning hall and winked at Fa Jing. Fa Jing realized that Zhang Song had something to say and remained silent. When the civil servants and generals in Yizhou left the morning hall, Zhang Song took the initiative to find Fa Jing. Needless to say, could it be that you want to change ownership? Fa Jing didn't wait for Zhang Song to open his mouth, but he had already guessed Zhang Song's intention. Zhang Song was surprised. Those who know me are filial and straight. You and I know that Lu Yan and Lu Zhang and his son cannot use people. With our talents, we are not even county magistrates now. Lu Yan is still half a tycoon, but Lu Zhang it is dark and weak. Even with the generals Yan Yan and Zhang Ren, it is difficult to protect Yizhou. It is better to welcome a new master and take charge of Chengdu. Fa Jing also sighed. Now the world is in chaos. Although the princes from all over the country have merged with each other and established themselves, the war has not stopped. Lu Zhang was the shepherd of Yizhou in the prosperous age. Even if he was mediocre, he would not have made too many mistakes. He had no choice but to compete with other heroes. Lu Zhang can't succeed. Who do you think can be the master of enlightenment? Zhang Song replied. Those who win the Central Plains can win the world. The most suitable Ming Dynasty leader should probably come from the Central Plains. Unfortunately, distant water cannot stop the close fire. In Yizhou, Lu Xuanda, the general of the left, may be worthy of your service. Fa Jing was slightly moved by Zhang Song's attitude, and quickly noticed something. Maybe Lu Xuanda has sent someone to negotiate with you privately. Zhang Song was even more surprised. Sure enough, I can't hide anything from you. Chun Shi, the chief secretary of General Zhua, promised me that as long as we capture Yizhou, we can be made prefects and generals. Once General Zhua is crowned king of Han, he can be made minister. Ling, Marquis of Guanyi, we are under the command of Lu Yan and Lu Zhang and their sons, and it is difficult for us to even serve as county magistrates. But General Zhua can take a fancy to our talents. The gap is like a world of difference. Do not hesitate to be filial. Now! General Zhua is in Nianzhu, only a few days' march from Chengdu. Fa Jing thought for a while, and finally nodded. Nianzhu City. Liu Bei garrisoned here, and joined forces with Yang Su to defeat the foreign princes Zhang Dao and Luan. Zhang Dao's general Chuan Wang Li Zicheng was severely wounded by Guan Yu in the battle, and the army retreated slightly. The situation is favorable to Liu Bei and Yang Su, two of Liu Bei's military advisors. The stranger Chen Shi and the divine strategist Wang Ming were having a drink in the pavilion. Lu Zhang didn't know how to master it, so he used Zhang Song as his internal support to seize Yizhou, taking Yizhou's wealth as his foundation and relying on the dangers of the Kingdom of Abundance. He accomplished great things with ease. Chun Shi, why are you so frowning? Wang Ming put down his wine glass and was very curious about this strange counselor. Chen Shi is one of the rare alien counselors, and he is more shrewd than ordinary counselors. Liu Bei has never been eliminated, thanks to Chen Shi's advice. Chu Zi has obtained a good general Wu Qi. Within a year or two, he will definitely provoke a war. But now, General Zhua has not even been able to capture Yizhou. Zhang Song, Fa Jing and others have decided to welcome General Zhua and enter Chengdu. With Yizhou, there will be room for further development. It will not be easy for King Xia to conquer the world. Wang Ming comforted the worried Chen Shi. Since the Battle of Hebei, Chen Shi has had a psychological shadow and a pessimistic attitude. Liu Bei arrived with Guan Yu and Zhang Fei. Chen Shi and Wang Ming stood up. Liu Bei also brought a short civil servant Zhang Song with him. We raised troops overnight and stationed in Chengdu to avoid too many losses. In Chengdu, the seat of Yizhou, players here discovered that Liu Bei's army was stationed in Nianzhu and came to the city. Lu Zhang, who was still observing his filial piety, was greatly panicked. Another mutiny broke out in the city. The guard Li Yan opened the door and surrendered, allowing Liu Bei's army to march straight in. Die! Zhang Fei led a group of Yuzhou cavalry into the city. Lu Zhang's general Lu Quan led his troops to resist, but Zhang Fei killed him with a spear. Lu Xuan's general Zhang Yi was horrified by Zhang Fei's force and did not dare to resist, so he led Lu Xuan's remnants to surrender. Guan Yu, Wu Han, Tian Yu and other generals went to fight for each city gate. Without the majestic city walls, the guards at each city gate would directly face Liu Bei's attack. In a panic, Wang Quan, the chief secretary, found Lu Zhang who was still observing his filial piety. General Liu Bei of the left led his troops into Chengdu. Li Yan surrendered without a fight. The city gate has been lost. Please leave this city and take refuge in other counties. Yizhou, there are still people supporting the young master everywhere. And we can also use the relationship between Zhang Dao, Luan and Liu Bei to create checks and balances. And maybe there is still a chance. Lu Zhang hesitated. Now that the time for observing filial piety has not passed, how can I leave this city and be an unfilial person? My father and son were in Yizhou and did not show kindness to the people. The civil war in Yizhou has been going on for several years. The original land of abundance. There are tens of thousands of casualties. If it is because of me that the lives of the people in Chengdu will be ruined again, how can I bear it? It is better to surrender. Wang Quan and others heard what Lu Zhang meant. Although they were anxious, they had nothing to do. At this time, Lu Zhang had no master, and the city gate of Chengdu had been broken. Even if he fled to other counties to resist, he would just be able to survive for a while, without Lu Zhang's order to resist. Zhang Ren, Ling Bao, Deng Xian and other main battle generals still fought with Liu Bei in the city, trying to turn the tide. Zhang Ren fought bloody battles, blocked the alley, and barely blocked Liu Bei's general Wu Han's infantry, killing and wounding hundreds of people. But in the end, Guan Yu led a group of horse-riding swordsmen and axemen to come, slashing down with their swords, and creating a passage in Zhang Ren's army. They still couldn't resist Liu Bei's army, and were captured by Guan Yu. Liu Bei is indeed coveting Yizhou. In Chengdu City, many players already knew that Liu Bei would move to Mianzhu, and would occupy Yizhou sooner or later. However, they did not expect that once Liu Yan died, Liu Bei's forces could not wait to attack Chengdu. After 2 or 3 years of silence, Liu Bei's forces stirred up the situation again. Zhang Ren and Ling Bao, you are famous generals. Why don't you serve me to quell the chaos in Yizhou and appease the people? Liu Bei knew that Zhang Ren was a loyal and capable general, and wanted to recruit Zhang Ren for his own use. My lord passed away, but you couldn't wait to attack Chengdu. This shows your ambition. I, Zhang Ren, will not surrender to you. Zhang Ren, Ling Bao, Deng Xian and others were loyal to Liu Yan, Liu Zhang and his son. Even if Liu Bei had more personal charm, and they became enemies, they would not surrender. For the time being, we will be put into the dungeon and imprisoned together with Lian Pe, Zhou Dui, with Chou Tao and others. Liu Bei vowed not to surrender to Zhang Ren and others, but there was nothing he could do. Fortunately, Zhang Song, Fa Jing, Li Yin, and others stood on his side. Chapter 740 Huang Taiji. Liu Bei really launched an attack. He waited patiently until Liu Yan's death before raising troops to occupy Yizhou. It seems that Liu Yan is still quite influential in Yizhou, and Liu Bei cannot directly take away Liu Yan's status. Chu Tian has learned about the changes in Yizhou. Yizhou was beyond the reach of Chu Tian, separated by other princes. The 7 states of Chu Tian, namely Shuzhou, Qingzhou, Yanzhou, Yuzhou, Jizhou, Yuzhou, and Bingzhou, are selecting suitable soldiers and training them to become elite troops, especially to supplement the soldiers of Wei. All the princes of the Han Empire were preparing for war, and the common people in various counties were aware that the storm was coming. The most suitable source of troops for Wei's military soldiers were civilians from Wei's homeland during the Warring States period. There are also some players who participated in Wei Wuzu. Groups of civilians entered the barracks in various counties. There is an upper limit on the number of soldiers recruited by a military camp, and the recruitment period for Wei soldiers is 2 months. In order to gather 50,000 people as soon as possible, all large cities with infantry battalions of level 7 or above began to recruit Wei soldiers. I heard that a general named Wu Qi recently arrived. How does he compare with his elder brother? How can he be compared with my eldest brother? My eldest brother's talent is unparalleled in the world, second only to King Xia. That's right. Wu Qi is still far behind eldest brother. The 5 tiger generals of the Northern Army, Mi Fang, Wu Anhua, Xing Durong, Lu Kuang, Lu Xiang, and Chun Yuqiong, were training the 5 schools of the Northern Army at the school grounds. They found Wu Qi training Wei soldiers on the side, and they started talking privately. Wu Qi stood on the school ground and trained the Wei soldiers very strictly. The soldiers of Wei were sweating profusely. In the next battle, if the level of this group of Wei soldiers is not high enough, they may not survive. In Liaodong City, a group of 8 banners cavalry entered the city. Gong Sun Kong, the general guarding the city gate, stood on the city wall to monitor the 8 banners cavalry entering the city. This 8 banners cavalry is identified by a yellow flag. The 8 banners cavalry is not the corrupted 8 banners after entering the pass, but the 8 banners before entering the pass. At this time, the 8 banners were still a very combat-effective unit. Gong Sun Kong knew that this group of 8 banners cavalry was not Mingwan's troops, but Nurhasai's cavalry. Mingwan made certain compromises, and Nurachi was afraid of being beaten, so he also made compromises with Mingwan. Gong Sun Kong abandoned Lu Xiangxing in Fuyu State, which led to Lu Xiangxing's death in battle. Mingwan punished him, but considering that his talents were not sufficient, Mingwan ultimately continued to appoint Gong Sun Kong. After all, Gong Sun Kong was also a famous general. The 8 banners general, who led this group of 8 banners cavalry into the city, seemed to realize that Gong Sun Kong was staring at him. So he subconsciously raised his head and looked at Gong Sun Kong for a moment. Although the city defender is not as good as Chang Yuchen and others, he is still useful.
The general of the 8 banners just glanced at Gong Sun Kong and seemed to be able to see the general ability of Gong Sun Kong. He led 50 cavalrymen with yellow flags to Liaodong City in order to make a deal with King Ming. Coincidentally, a group of white flag cavalry and a group of Xianbei cavalry left the city, and the 2 generals met the yellow flag cavalry entering the city.
Murong Ba?
The general with the yellow flag recognized the general of the Xianbei cavalry as the Xianbei god of war. Murong Ba assisted the Liaodong army in suppressing the Jurchen tribe, leaving a deep impression on the Jurchens. Murong Ba had previously severely wounded thousands of 8 banners cavalrymen. Murong Ba looked at the general with the yellow flag and seemed to have thought of his purpose, but still asked,
Huang Taiji, what are you doing in this city?
The military commander with the yellow flag was none other than Huang Taiji, son of Nurhisai.
King Ming has summoned me, so I have to come. It's not like your Jurchen tribe will give in easily.
Murong Ba's tone was calm, in order to take care of the feelings of the Jurchen General Dorgan beside him. Dorgan looked at the arriving Huang Taiji and felt that he felt a sense of intimacy. Huang Taiji smiled coquettishly.
Strength comes first, and I do it out of helplessness.
Murong Ba and Dorgan went out of the city to train soldiers and horses, but Huang Taiji was heading towards the Ming Palace in Liaodong City. When Murong Ba and Dorgan passed by Huang Taiji, they couldn't help but glance at each other. In Prince Ming's mansion, Ming Guan summoned his partner, the president of the Yin Cavalry Guild, to discuss the plan to enter Guan. The Yin Cavalry Guild has a legion formed by a group of players with high military strength. They are hired by the Liaodong army and are also an indispensable force.
We must concentrate all our military strength before we can hope to enter the border. How many players have joined the Yinchi Legion?
Ming Guan looked at the arriving president of the Yinchi Guild.
It has been maintained at a scale of 5,000 people. In recent months, the commission price has been increased. In the end, there may be 8,000 people. They are all hard-blooded men who dare to risk their lives if they are given enough money. Having said that, who can guarantee that they won't defect on the battlefield? However, the Yinchi Legion of 8,000 people is better than nothing. As long as you enter the pass and seize Yuo and Hebei, a commission for your guild will be indispensable. Players of the Yinchi Legion military generals can even be made marquises.
Ming Guan made a promise to the Yinchi Guild. The president of the Yinchi Guild said,
Don't underestimate free players. 10 years, a whole decade, there will be tens of millions of free players. There will always be those who are lucky and dare to work hard. When they complete the mission, they will get opportunities. This is also why I need the help of the Yin Cavalry Legion.
Ming Guan knows that some free agents have special opportunities. The way free players obtain rewards is different from that of lords. Free players receive rewards from undertaking some personal tasks or becoming apprentices to historical generals. A small number of free players gradually stand out, possessing good weapons and personal characteristics. Chu Tian has not paid attention to his personal tasks for a long time because he has no time to improve his military force. And Chu Tian does not need to improve his military force. He has no shortage of bodyguards and powerful generals. So there is really no need to spend time on personal tasks. Free players are different. All players are stranded in this world. And free players also have to make ends meet. They either fight on the battlefield, or engage in life and career, or they make a living by taking on tasks to improve their own skills and stand out. Chu Tian's forces also have many players serving as generals. But Chu Tian has not specially formed a mercenary battle group composed of players.
I plan to form 7 legions one by one. The Liaodong Legion, the Western Liaodong Legion, the Goryeo Legion, the Wuhuan Legion, the Goguryeo Legion, the Xianbei Legion, and more. The Jurchen tribe. Huang Taiji wants to see you.
While Ming Guan was talking to the president of the Yinchi Guild, the Imperial Guard from Prince Ming's mansion came in and reported to Ming Guan. Ming Guan continued,
There is also the Jurchen army.
The president of the Yinchi Guild's face changed slightly.
Are you planning to use the power of the Jurchen tribe to enter the border?
Ming Guan cannot deny.
For this plan, only in this way can we have a chance. After entering the pass, I will cross the river and demolish the bridge and suppress them personally.
The president of the Yinchi Guild said,
Liaodong is already complicated enough. If the Jurchen tribe is involved, the situation will be even more complicated. Nurachi and Huang Taiji are not easy to control at all. As long as I live, they will not dare to betray me.
Huang Taiji came in. Ming Guan was much bigger than Huang Taiji. Huang Taiji looked dwarfed in front of Ming Guan, who was 1.9 meters tall.
Huang Taiji seemed to feel the oppression of Mingguan. Your Highness, King Ming, you are in charge of Liaodong and will enter the pass in the future. We, the Jurchen tribe, are willing to serve as pawns. We hope that you will fulfill your promise and allocate some land to us. Okay. Mingguan found out that Narachi did not come in person, but sent Narachi's son with a sharp look in his eyes. Is it possible that Narachi didn't dare to come in person because he was afraid that I would kill him? That's not the case. My father is preparing his troops to respond to King Ming's call. Huang Taiji seemed calm. Mingguan knew that Nurhasai really did not dare to come to Liaodong City. There are too many people restraining Nurhasai and Mingguan. Just Li Chungliang, one of Qi Jiguang in the southeast, and Li Chungliang in the northeast, is enough to make Nurhasai afraid. The Jurchen tribe is the 7th Legion. Recruit soldiers and horses to follow me into the pass. When I invade the Central Plains, Narachi and Wan Yenaguda can be crowned kings. The kings include Li Chunggui of the Koryo Legion, Murong Ba of the Xianbei Legion, Wuhuan Army Taduan, Goguryeo Army Ulchiwindi. Mingguan promised to be the king without hesitation, except for the Liaodong Army and the Liaxi Army, which are direct legions. 5 of the 7 legions established by Mingguan have weak control. Among them, the Jurchen Army has the weakest control, followed by the Xianbei Army and the Goryeo Army. Huang Taiji didn't show his face, just thanking him. I need to borrow people from Nurhasai to form a real 8 banners. Mingguan said something that finally moved Huang Taiji. Huang Taiji replied, Is Royal Highness Prince Ming, are you a little too far? If the Jurchen tribe is unwilling to lend someone, then I don't mind starting another war with you. Su De, Chan Yuchen, Li Wenzhong, and Li Chungliang will show no mercy. I understand. I must go back and tell you. Faced with the threat from Mingguan, Huang Taiji could only agree in shame. The Liaodong army at Mingguan is the core force, followed by the Liaxi army. It is not difficult for the Liaodong army at Mingguan to defeat the Jurchen tribe. The generals of Mingguan were not the generals of the late Ming dynasty, and Mingguan was not Emperor Chongzhen. Mingguan had a group of generals under Han Wu Emperor Zhu Yuanzhang, and they could defeat Narachi relatively easily. However, Mingguan was not very willing to continue the fight with Wan Yenaguda and Narachi, so he chose to cease the war. If Mingguan is angered and Mingguan does not hesitate to pay, then the Jurchen tribe may be completely annihilated. Western Liaoning is the gathering place of Xianbei and Wuhuan tribes in the east. The main enemies of Chutian were the central Xianbei tribes, while the Xianbei tribes within Mingguan's sphere of influence were the eastern Xianbei tribes. Currently, eastern Xianbei is dominated by 3 major tribes, Murong, Yuan, and Duan. Due to the existence of Murong Xianbei's legendary military commander Murong Ba, the Xianbei tribe is seemingly stable and has not openly rebelled. Murong Ba returned to the Xianbei tribe, recruited soldiers and horses, and expanded the Xianbei army. The Xianbei in the central part either took refuge with the king of Xia or was driven to the Helan Mountains by the king of Xia. However, our eastern Xianbei took refuge with the king of Ming. Does it mean that the Xianbei tribe does not have a hero who can unify Xianbei and must be enslaved by others? Murong Ba couldn't help but sigh when he saw his tribe members responding to military service.